The sky above Blue Star had not been truly clear for 3 years. The murky clouds hung like a heavy curtain pressing down over Longwa's heavens so tightly that even sunlight could scarcely pierce through. A faint mixture of dust and industrial fumes permeated the air. A single breath was enough to make one's throat tighten. This was the price Longwa had paid for its continuous failures since the arrival of the National Fate Killing Field. The system announcement for the third round of the National Fate Killing Field had just echoed across the global firmament. At once Longwa's National Fate panel appeared before the eyes of every citizen, that glaring dark red like a death warrant clinching every Longwa heart. Beneath the cold numbers a line of warning was attached. Once National Fate fell below 30, a nationwide, special-grade calamity would be triggered. Total crop failure, water sources drying up, and sections of land beginning to be devoured by the National Fate Killing Field. In the north, the desert was advancing southward at a rate of 10 li per day. Former fertile fields had become cracked, charred earth, and even drought-resistant vegetation was withering away. In the southern coastal cities, tsunami warnings had never ceased. Seawater backflow had submerged vast tidal flats. Freshwater resources were severely polluted. Many cities had implemented timed water supply, and the queues for collecting water stretched from dawn until late into the night. Across the Central Plains, frequent earthquakes had toppled buildings. The displaced huddled in hastily erected shelters, their eyes filled with nothing but despair. Hospitals were filled to bursting, not with trauma cases, but with those whose weakened constitutions had been eroded by the decline of national fate. The nation's immunity had plummeted. A mild cold could trigger severe complications. The elderly and children suffered most, and the corridors outside the wards were saturated with suppressed sobs and weary sighs. Grain and drinking water in supermarkets had long been rationed. The shelves stood almost bare, and any supplies that appeared were snatched up in an instant. Prices soared, and many families were already on the brink of going hungry. Every gaze was locked onto the live broadcast on the sky screen overhead. There the list and images of Longwa's 100 chosen for the third round were being displayed in real time. These 100 people were Longwa's final hope. The images on the sky screen shifted, and with each chosen one that appeared, the flood of comments surged anew. There were former Special Forces soldiers, experts in wilderness survival, and athletes with extraordinary physical prowess. Their appearance always rekindled a faint spark of hope in the hearts of the despairing citizens. Yet when the image froze on Zhang Xuan, the comment barrage on the sky screen exploded, instantly saturated with disappointment and unease. In the shot, Zhang Xuan wore a volunteer uniform washed so many times it had faded white. His posture was straight, yet slightly thin, his face still carrying a trace of youthful immaturity. His gaze was calm, lacking the fervor or solemnity shown by the other chosen. He was merely an ordinary university student who had voluntarily signed up 3 months ago to serve as a candidate for Longwa's chosen. After layers of random screening and basic training, he was finally selected. Among thousands of volunteers, his assessment scores had always ranked in the middle. In physical fitness, wilderness survival, and combat skills, he excelled at none, appearing utterly unremarkable. How could they choose him? 3 months of volunteer training, and he ranked in the lower middle every time. Can he even? It's over. Longwa's national fate is already this low, and they picked such an ordinary person. Are we? Other countries are sending their top powerhouses, and we have someone like this dragging us down. I'm truly losing all hope. In Longwa's comment feed, there was nothing but wailing, while in the live rooms of other nations' sky screens, mocking voices rose one after another. Is Longwa out of people? They actually sent an ordinary university volunteer onto the field. Are they just throwing a life away? Trash like this probably won't survive the first day. Longwa will be swallowed soon. Longwa's hope should not rest on someone like him. The tide of mockery in the live broadcast, coupled with the disappointment of his own people, surged toward Zhang Xuan like a roaring sea. Yet he seemed not to hear it. His eyes lowered slightly as his fingertips gently rubbed the cuff of his specially issued down jacket. He knew he was ordinary, knew that no one believed in him, and understood all too well the gap between himself and the other chosen. Yet he had not given up. Even if only for his own sake, he wanted to fight this battle. He refused to place the hope of survival entirely in others' hands. At that moment, a cold system chime rang out clearly in his mind, powerful and distinct, forming a stark contrast with the clamor outside. Ding. The third round of the National Fate Killing Field has begun. All chosen are now awakening their talents. Soon after, system prompts resounded one after another in the minds of the other chosen as well. Some awakened ordinary talents, such as strength amplification. Some obtained rare talents like rapid regeneration. Occasionally, one with slightly better potential would awaken an epic talent and would boast of it openly, causing waves of astonishment. Zhang Xuan's heartbeat quickened slightly. He could feel a strange power surging within his body, warm and immense, as if it had slumbered for eons and was finally awakening at this very moment. Ding! Talent binding successful. Congratulations, chosen Zhang Xuan, for awakening the unique special talent. Master of all arts. Active effect upon use, randomly gain 1 god tier skill. Cooldown 24 hours. Passive effect, any skill you learn will have its quality elevated by 1 tier, common, rare, epic, legendary, god tier. Additional effect: each time you refresh a god-tier skill, you will obtain a skill imprint. When enough imprints are accumulated, they can be fused into a complete skill. The instant the system prompt ended, Zhang Xuan's head snapped up. A flicker of disbelief flashed through his eyes, quickly giving way to overwhelming shock. He could clearly feel that his body had been reforged as though remade from the inside out. A strand of mysterious power now resided within him. A unique special talent. Master of all arts. Was it not said that the talents awakened in the national fate killing field were tied to one's personal potential? Why then was his talent so overwhelmingly powerful? Alongside his joy, Zhang Xuan felt deep puzzlement. He looked at the sky screen still awash with mockery toward him, then at Longua's national fate panel with its blinding dark red hue. His lips curved slowly into a faint arc. No one believed in him. Everyone thought he was worthless, that he would only drag Longwa down. But they did not know that from the very moment his talent awakened, Longwa's destiny was fated to be rewritten by his hands. The live broadcast on the sky screen remained saturated with ridicule and disappointment. No one noticed that the supposedly worthless, ordinary university volunteer now had a light burning in his eyes bright enough to illuminate all of Longwa. The third round of the national fate killing field officially began. Zhang Xuan clenched his fists, feeling the power of laws surging within him, and held only one thought in his heart this time: he would not only survive, but lead Longwa out of its desperate plight. Comrade Zhang Xuan, these are your initial supplies. If you are dissatisfied with the standard kit, you may choose alternatives. A staff member handed Zhang Xuan a multifunctional travel pack. Inside the pack were several portions of food, fresh water, and 3 pieces of equipment: a short-handled alloy battle axe, a long down coat with a hood, and a well-sealed alloy lunchbox. Each a specially crafted tool designed to cope with extreme environments. The short-handled alloy battle axe could serve as a weapon or be used to fell trees. Its back was flat and weighty, the front of the haft tipped with a sharp spike, and its tail inlaid with a magnesium rod for starting fires. The long down coat had 8 large capacity pockets and numerous loops, was bullet and stab resistant, and could double as a sleeping bag and bedding. The alloy lunchbox came with a stand and heat-resistant straw, usable both as a water container and as cookingware. All supplies added to Zhang Xuan's own body weight came to a total of 99.9 kilograms. Almost the absolute load limit for participants in the national fate killing field. Exceeding 100 kilograms would make it impossible to pass through the teleportation aperture. With the staff member's assistance, Zhang Xuan quickly donned all his gear and took his place, standing with the other 99 chosen ones around the teleportation aperture. Wearing a crisp military uniform, hair gone white, the Dragon Nation's national fate strategic chief commander approached, surrounded by attendants. His gaze swept over all the chosen ones, complex and heavy, before he slowly raised his hand in salute. Everyone, the future of the Dragon Nation rests upon you. I wish you a triumphant return. The crowd returned his salute, then stepped into the aperture one after another. The teleportation circle suddenly erupted with blinding light, waves of spatial distortion rippled outward, and after a few moments, everything fell silent once more. In the next instant, the vast sky screen was neatly divided into 100 regions. At the same time, the Dragon Nation's official National Fate live broadcast went on air. The renowned beauty host Fan Shu appeared in the studio. There was no trace of a smile on her face. Her tone was so grave it made hearts clench. Dear viewers, welcome to the Dragon Nation National Fate live broadcast. At this moment, our 100 chosen ones have all entered the third round of the national fate killing field. Before introducing them, we must revisit the crushing defeats of the first 2 rounds. Wounds carved into the hearts of Dragon Nation citizens, and the very reason we must win this round. As her words fell, the scrolling comments in the live chat fell abruptly silent. Then dense lines of new messages flooded the screen, laden with heaviness and unwillingness. Who could ever forget the first round? We sent only top-tier special forces soldiers, all battle-hardened. And exactly. In the first round, the Dragon Nation exhausted its resources to select 100 special forces elites, yet after years of brutal training, their potential was already overdrawn. Once inside the killing field, not a single one awakened a talent of rare grade or above. Back then, no country understood how crucial talent truly was. Everyone relied solely on individual combat proficiency. Some nations joined with smaller states to besiege us. In the end, our chosen ones were nearly annihilated, and our national fate plummeted from 80 down to 52. And in the second round, we still clung to a fluke, sending retired soldiers and combat specialists. The outcome was the same: mediocre talents encircled once more, 78 chosen ones dead, national fate crashing to 37, already on the brink of the danger line. Fan Shu looked at the barrage of comments, her eyes slightly reddening, yet her voice remained steady. Everyone is right. In the first 2 rounds, we walked a deadly detour. We assumed that the higher a person's combat proficiency, the greater their chance of survival in the killing field, while overlooking that talent is the true core of the national fate killing field. She raised her hand and pointed toward the other nations' live feeds on the sky screen, her voice ringing with firm clarity. After the lessons of the first 2 rounds, countries across the globe have fully awakened. They no longer obsess over choosing special forces soldiers, but have turned to ordinary people elites from diverse fields, even the elderly and children. Because those whose potential has not yet been exploited have a far higher probability of awakening powerful talents than special forces whose potential has been burned out. This conclusion was drawn from the ratios of rare talented chosen ones across all nations over the first two. The camera switched feeds in the Star-Striped Nations lineup. There were programmers, chefs, and students still in school. In the Bear Nation's ranks stood herders, scientists, and even retired old hunters. The Eastern Island country had selected a large number of young students hoping to gamble on the potential of the youth to awaken defiant heaven-shattering talents. So that's how it is. No wonder this round we have an ordinary university student like Zhang Xuan. He's not there to make up the numbers. They're betting on his potential. I get it now. We lost the last two rounds because we clung too hard to hard strength. This time the battle is about talent and luck. No matter who it is, as long as they can awaken a powerful talent and bring resources home, they are a hero of the Dragon Nation. The tone of the comments gradually shifted from despair to expectation, but that hope did not last long. Malicious voices quickly jumped out, dousing everything with a bucket of cold water. Fan Shu watched the flood of negative remarks, her tone tightening slightly, yet she continued her report. Our military industry departments have spared no effort to forge specialized equipment that can maximize our chosen one's chances of survival. Sounds nice, but what good is gear? Zhang Xuan is just a university student who ranked below average even in training. Give him divine gear, and he still won't know how to use it. Exactly. In the first two rounds, our special forces equipment wasn't bad either, yet they were still besieged and wiped out. The problem is the people, not the gear. Betting on potential. I call it betting on luck. If he ends up like those elites from the previous rounds and only awakens some mediocre talent, wouldn't that be a wasted slot? These hostile remarks were quickly mirrored onto the global sky screen. Seeing them, other nations seized the chance to sneer and jeer, aiming to undermine the Dragon Nation's morale. Star-Striped Team Captain, is the Dragon Nation just grasping at straws now? Do they really think changing tactics can defeat the joint forces of so many countries? Eastern Island Ninja, that university student called Zhang Xuan, looks good for nothing but his face. Even with the best equipment, he'll probably just end up feeding beasts. Kangaroo Boxing Champion, placing hope on luck, praying for powerful talents to awaken. With the Dragon Nation's national fate so low, they still dare to gamble. Fan Shu remained unmoved by these voices, continuing her grave broadcast. Beyond all this, there is an even more terrifying reality. The national fate killing field is continuously eroding the Dragon Nation. Our living environment is being gradually assimilated by the rules of the killing field. Behind her, the screen switched to real scenes from across the Dragon Nation. In northern wheat fields, once golden crops had withered in swathes, the soil hardened and barren, unable to support even drought-resistant wheat. In southern mountains and forests, the birds and beasts that once thrived had vanished, leaving only dead trees and desolate ground. Along the coast, the seawater had grown turbid and dark, fish dying in droves, former fishing grounds utterly ruined. As everyone can see, Fan Shu's voice carried a faint choke. The speed of this erosion is not fixed. It is directly linked to national fate. Our Dragon Nation's national fate has fallen to only 37, already skirting the danger line. The erosion is advancing at several times the speed seen in high-fate countries. We have endured 2 rounds of sieges, 2 crushing defeats. Our national fate plunged from 80 all the way down to 37. There is no room left for failure. She paused, then her gaze sharpened, her voice ringing like a hammer. If our chosen ones fall in large numbers in this round, national fate will crash below 30, triggering a nationwide top-tier catastrophe. Crops will fail, water sources will dry up, our territory will be progressively devoured by the killing field, and tens of billions of compatriots will be left without a home. Only by raising national fate as quickly as possible can we reverse all of this. Please remember, our Dragon Nation has never been a country that yields easily. Fan Shu's tone suddenly grew fervent, her eyes blazing with unwavering light. The reason so many countries spare no effort to besiege us is not because we are weak. On the contrary, it is because of the tenacity etched into the bones of Dragon Nation people. Our pioneering spirit that carves through mountains and bridges over rivers. They fear our rise, fear that with this tenacity we will turn the tide against the wind, so they seek to crush us completely within the national fate killing field. The crushing defeats of the first 2 rounds are lessons, but by no means the end. We have faced countless desperate situations, and each time we have clawed our way back to life, growing stronger against the current through sheer grit. Today, our 100 chosen ones step into the killing field bearing the hopes of the Dragon Nation. Among them are elites from all walks of life, as well as ordinary, unremarkable people, but each carries a heart resolved to protect the Dragon Nation. Please put away despair and summon the courage of Dragon Nation people. Believe in our chosen ones. Believe they will fight to the end within the killing field, winning us the resources that can reverse our fate. So long as we stand as one, and so long as our chosen ones give their all, the Dragon Nation will not fall. We will find a way out of this dead end and welcome a new dawn. In global broadcast studios, hosts from high-fate countries such as the Star Stripe and Bear Nation spoke with ease, their lenses filled with lush greenery and abundant grain. They had already secured their footing through the advantages gained in the first 2 rounds. Even a setback in this one would leave them room to buffer. In contrast, within the Dragon Nation studio, the once overwhelming barrage of despair in the live chat was under Fan Shu's exhortation gradually replaced by ardor and resolve. Everyone was ignited by her fervor, their inner resilience stirred awake. She's right. Dragon Nation, people have never feared desperate situations. We carve through mountains and bridge over rivers. That is our true nature. The more other nations besiege us, the stronger we must become. Believe in the chosen ones, believe in the Dragon Nation. We will win. Whether it's Zhang Xuan or any of the others, so long as they dare to fight, we dare to believe in them. The Dragon Nation will prevail. At the same time, within the national fate killing field, all 100 Dragon Nation chosen ones had already landed, randomly scattered across different regions. Wang Rui, the sole ace special forces soldier in this batch, landed on a desolate stretch of Gobi. The sand beneath his boots was scorching the distant horizon, warped the air, utterly devoid of moisture. A raging wind drove sand and gravel against his specialized down coat, producing a shrill rattling, and not far away lay several desiccated beast carcasses, exuding a stench of decay. Lin Qinghan, an expert in wilderness survival, was dropped into a swamp. The mud beneath her feet was bottomless, reeking sharply of rot. Among the reeds around her came intermittent disturbances, hiding lethal threats. A single misstep could send her plunging into the mire to be swallowed whole. Zhang Xian's landing zone was a desolate subarctic coniferous forest bereft of human presence. Half a meter of snow blanketed heaven and earth. The snow that did not quite reach his ankles crunched crisply underfoot, while a howling wind swept through the forest, lifting fine grains of snow that rattled densely against his downcoat. Towering ancient pines blotted out the sky, draping the forest in dim light. On the surface of the snow, several trails of basin-sized beast footprints were imprinted, their claw marks sharp, clear evidence that fierce creatures prowled here. The air carried not only a piercing chill, but also a faint scent of blood mingling with resinous pine and spreading through the woods. Zhang Xuan lowered his head to check his gear, then with a mere thought brought up his personal status panel. Chosen 1 Zhang Xuan. National Fate Affiliation Dragon Nation. Physique 6 average adult 10. Mind 7 average adult 10. Talent 1 Fa Quantum. Skills none. Without any deliberate effort, he merely stirred his talent's instinct with his mind, and a mysterious power naturally surged forth within his body. A lightness swept through him in an instant, his limbs becoming agile and free. At the same time, a new entry appeared in his skills bar, a divine skill. Absolute evasion, passive 100% evasion of all external attacks. No sooner had he dismissed the panel than heavy footsteps sounded from the dense forest behind him. A snow bear, its body covered in white fur, lumbered into view, eyes blood red, and claws and fangs razor sharp, locking onto him with a murderous stare. In the sky, the every move of each chosen one was vividly presented before the eyes of the multitude. A robust man from the United States awakened the talent of power amplification, but as soon as he landed, he collided with a lone snow wolf. The snow wolf was exceedingly cunning, lurking within the snow, its white fur blending seamlessly with the surroundings, striking swiftly and accurately. The man, though endowed with brute strength, was a beat too slow in his reaction and was bitten on the throat by the snow wolf, losing his breath without even a sound. The fortune of the United States dropped by 1 point, and the live stream erupted in lamentation. A similar chosen one from the bear country, who had awakened the talent of speed amplification, encountered a ravenous snow leopard. The snow leopard moved as swiftly as the wind, and while this chosen one was also fast, he was still overpowered, unable to escape the fate of being hunted, causing his country's fortune to decrease by another point. A chosen one from the Sakura country was even less fortunate, mistakenly intruding into a lair of ferocious beasts. Upon landing, overwhelmed by several small ferocious creatures, with no chance to resist, he quickly became their prey. In just half an hour, chosen ones from various countries fell one after another, and the live stream was filled with cries of despair. The chosen one of the dragon country was no exception. Wang Rui landed on the Gobi Desert, and as he steadied himself, he was targeted by a giant lizard covered in sand armor. His talent was stamina enhancement, which did not significantly boost his combat power. Relying on his previous experience as a special forces soldier to hold on his arm, was deeply clawed by the giant lizard, blood soaking through his clothing, causing viewers to feel anxious as it seemed a crisis could strike at any moment. Over in the swamp, Lin Qinghan tightly gripped her alloy battle axe, surrounded by faint flames. She had awakened the rare talent of flame manipulation. Out of nowhere, a venomous snake sprang forth unexpectedly, biting her calf, the poison coursing through her body, causing her movements to slow until she collapsed. In the sky, her area suddenly turned black, and there was no more movement. The fortune of the dragon country plummeted from 37 points to 34 points, dangerously close to the threshold. In the dragon country's live stream, the comments were flooding in at an alarming rate, filled with heart-wrenching voices. 3 more chosen ones have sacrificed themselves. Our fortune is diminishing. Are we truly doomed? Everyone hold on. No more sacrifices. A snow bear growled low and lunged fiercely at Zhang Xuan, its claws carrying a piercing cold wind, as if it wanted to tear him apart in one bite. Viewers from various countries noticed Zhang Xuan, and upon witnessing this scene, the live stream erupted with comments. In the Dragon Country's live stream, the comments were filled with desperate despair. It's over. The snow bear is more terrifying than the snow wolf and snow leopard. Zhang Xuan is finished. He's just an ordinary college student. How could he possibly fight against such a ferocious beast? Another chosen one is about to fall. Our country's fortune will drop again. If we lose again, we truly have no hope. In some countries' live streams, however, there was a chorus of glee mockery filling the air. Look at him, he's doomed. The Dragon Country will lose another useless chosen one. Only we, the United States, are the strongest. Deserved. The Dragon Country doesn't deserve to have survivors among its chosen ones. Just wait for the collapse of its fortune. Come on, Snow Bear, tear him apart. Let the Dragon Country fall into despair and never rise again. Suddenly attacked Zhang Xuan felt a surge of panic, but he quickly regained his composure, tightening his grip on the axe handle, preparing to fight back. With the physical abilities of an ordinary person, he had almost no chance of escaping against a large predator like the snow bear. Without powerful weapons, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. As the snow bear lunged closer, Zhang Xuan seemed to perceive the trajectory of the bear's attack. His body appeared to have a mind of its own, gently sidestepping to narrowly avoid this fatal strike. The claws grazed his sleeve, sending a chilling wind swirling. A surge of joy filled his heart, and he couldn't help but think, is this the effect of absolute evasion? Everything feels instinctive. It's amazing. The snow bear, seeing its prey evade its attack, grew even more brutal, turning around to strike with its paw again. Zhang Xuan took a light step and effortlessly dodged again. Witnessing this scene, the live stream fell into a stunned silence. Many found it hard to believe. Everyone held their breath as if they themselves were the ones being attacked by the snow bear. Even some malicious foreigners momentarily forgot their words. Time and again, Zhang Xuan quickly became familiar with the ability of absolute evasion. Though this skill was powerful, it consumed tremendous physical and mental energy, making it unsustainable for the snow bear's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, lunging repeatedly, its claws striking the snow and creating deep pits, its roars causing the snow to fall from the trees, and despite missing several times, it showed no signs of giving up, displaying the tenacity of a carnivorous beast. Zhang Xuan, however, remained increasingly calm. He had adapted to the snow bear's attacks and was waiting for the right moment to counter. Seizing the moment when the snow bear lunged again, with its forelimbs fully extended, Zhang Xuan evaded and decisively struck, using the last of his strength to grip his alloy battle axe and ruthlessly chopped down at the joint of the snow bear's hind leg. With a muffled thud, the alloy battle axe sank deep into the snow bear's joint. Instead of collapsing, the injured snow bear let out a piercing howl, its forelimbs wildly flailing, striking towards Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan dodged the attack again, his stamina nearly depleted and his mind felt heavy. He dared not delay, seizing the opportunity amidst the snow bear's attack to strike again, severing another tendon in its hind leg. With the tendons of both hind legs severed, the snow bear lost all mobility, only able to move awkwardly with its forelimbs, utterly incapable of launching an attack. Its once savage gaze suddenly became clear, then was quickly filled with fear. It wanted to flee, but Zhang Xuan was determined not to give it the chance, swiftly severing the tendons in its forelimbs as well. At this point, the snow bear was entirely immobilized. Zhang Xuan raised the alloy battle axe and struck the back of the snow bear's head with the blunt side. Moments later, the fierce snow bear finally fell silent. Zhang Xuan gasped for breath, nearly lacking the strength to raise his hand. The previous evasions and strikes had nearly exhausted all his physical and mental energy, leaving him At that moment, a cold system notification sounded simultaneously in Zhang Xuan's mind and across the global sky, instantly drowning out all the noise. Congratulations to Zhang Xuan, the chosen one of the Dragon Country, for his first kill of a snow bear 1, triggering a 10,000-fold return, which has been transported to the Dragon Country's official reserve area for unified control. Upon hearing the notification, Zhang Xuan's face displayed shock, which quickly transformed into overwhelming joy. Killing 1 returned 10,000, a return rate far beyond his expectations. Zhang Xuan raised the alloy battle axe and struck the back of the snow bear's head with the blunt side. Moments later, the fierce snow bear finally— What on earth? Am I seeing this correctly? Zhang Xuan actually killed a snow bear. He must be crazy. He's just an ordinary university student. He felled a snow bear with a single battered axe. This is unbelievable. Incredible. Kill 1 snow bear and receive 10,000 in return. The reward multiplier is completely maxed out. Longboy is secure now. 10,000 snow bears. Finally, we will not go hungry. This is astonishing. Did you all see that? Zhang Xuan dodges his strikes. Divine. From this day forth, he is my idol. I will call him the war god. In the Xingtiao Nation's live stream, the chat was filled with jealousy and disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could an ordinary college student kill a snow bear with an axe? Fake right. Tianmu must have tampered with it. A novice with a single axe could never win against a snow bear. He actually did it. Who exactly is this kid? The Dongdao Nation's livestream was no different. Ridiculed. How could this happen? An ordinary novice killing a snow bear with an axe. Preposterous. I'm stunned. He didn't even use any talent, did he? Just with an axe. That's impossible. Damn it. Longwo's national fortune is so low and the people's constitutions have been reduced to the limit. How could someone be this powerful? He must have taken banned stimulants before entering. He won't last long. The Xiongwa Nation's livestream likewise buzzed, and many began to revere Zhang Xuan. Astounding. An ordinary college student killed a snow bear with a single axe. The strength far exceeds expectation. Overcoming might with skill, this is a true warrior. I cannot believe it. A novice at this level. His combat technique surpasses many seasoned veterans. If his constitution were stronger, the battle might have ended even sooner. Across nations, Chosen who had not seen the sequence only heard the return notification and assumed it was luck, finding a gravely wounded dying snow bear. Envious, yet resigned, they had little else to say. Only a few grumbled, complaining why such good fortune had not befallen them. Fan Shu stared at Zhang Xian's figure on the Tianmu, voice trembling with emotion. Everyone has seen this. Zhang Xuan, with nothing but an alloy battle axe, slew a snow bear. The system, strictly following the rules, returned 10,000-fold, delivering one of the slain snow bears to Longwa, identical to the one Zhang Xuan killed, ready to be skinned and butchered to relieve our material shortages. This is Longwo's Chosen. He is Longwo's hope and pride. In Longwo's National Fortune Strategic Command, the chief watched Zhang Xuan resting on screen and could not help laughing aloud. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Do you see? Our nation has not reached utter decline in national fortune. Once more a figure appears who may save a crumbling house. The populace truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. Zhang Xuan remained unaware of the world's reaction. He did not waste time. After a brief rest and regaining his strength, he swung his alloy battle axe and crouched to process the snow bear's carcass. The snow bear's fur was thick, an excellent insulating material, and its meat was a scarce boon in the introductory killing grounds, and none of it could be wasted. He ran a dagger along the bear's belly, carefully opening an incision, then slowly peeled off the pelt intact. Though his motions were awkward, he was meticulous, afraid of ruining the fur. Although he had learned the relevant procedures during training, in reality, many animals were extinct and materials were scarce, so there had been no opportunity to practice. After peeling the pelt, Zhang Xuan sliced the meat into portions, laid them on the snow to freeze solid, and then packed what he could into his backpack. But the pack's capacity was limited. Most of the meat would not fit. Zhang Xuan dug a deep pit beside the carcass, buried the remaining meat and bones, then carefully covered and tamped the snow and marked the spot. The snowfield's low temperatures acted as a natural freezer, suppressing bacterial growth and preventing spoilage. Once he built a shelter and settled, he could return for the meat. It would sustain him for days. Finally, he folded the pelt, neatly tied it, and secured it to the buckle at his chest. He gripped the alloy battle axe and ascended toward the higher reaches of the snow plain. A shelter is the foremost need for survival in the wild. On the snow plateau, night temperatures can plunge to -30 or 40 degrees Celsius. Without adequate insulation, the bone-deep cold can kill within hours. Longwo's national fortune had fallen to 34 points. Compared with stronger nations, its people's constitutions were markedly frail. Although the Chosen possessed better physiques than ordinary citizens, they only stood taller among the short. Against extreme cold, they still had no substantial advantage. An ordinary snow cave or makeshift shelter would struggle to provide sufficient warmth through the night. Snow bears are solitary. That bear's den would be an excellent shelter, but their ranges are vast, and Zhang Xuan could not be certain he would find the den before succumbing to the cold. He needed to reach a vantage point with a clear view, survey the surroundings, and find terrain suitable for building a shelter. The plain sloped upward. The higher he climbed, the steeper it grew, the deeper the snow, and the thinner the air. Whenever he encountered vegetation, Zhang Xuan would pause to gather samples, hoping to trigger a collection. The Guiyun killing field's ecosystem differed entirely from launching. Most plants were unlike those on launching. The Chosen could hardly identify flora by Langsing's common knowledge. Only by attempting to collect and triggering returns could the nation obtain specimens for research, after which communication opportunities would be spent to inform the Chosen. Congratulations to Longwo's Chosen Zhang Xuan for collecting Shu and Muxu's snowplain alfalfa, triggering a 10-fold return. The items have been placed into Longwo's official reserves for unified control. Zhang Xuan showed no smile upon hearing the return notification. National fortune affected not only citizens' physical constitutions, but also intangible luck. His earlier snow bear kill merely benefited from first blood, otherwise it would have been nearly impossible to trigger the 10,000-fold return. A strange buzzing rose. Zhang Xuan shifted instinctively, and with a precise swing of his alloy battle axe, cleaved a fist-sized mosquito in two. His expression changed, astonished. What a huge mosquito! Is this one of the Guiyun killing field's special creatures? He picked up the corpse, but could not trigger a Guiyun return and had to discard it regretfully. The mosquito's size meant it might barely serve as food in famine, but with meat already in surplus, he had no interest in an insect likely to carry viruses and bacteria. Dongdao Nation's contestant Baixiu Dimu also encountered a giant mosquito. While walking, he suddenly felt his shoulder sag, and then a sting at his neck. Reaching up, he grabbed the large blood-sucking mosquito, perched there. Baka, it even pierced a specially made down jacket. This mosquito is seriously dangerous. Congratulations to Dongdao Nation's chosen Baixiu Dimu for capturing Xuan Shishua. When snowplane blood-sucking mosquito, triggering a million-fold return, the reward has been placed into Dongdao Nation's official reserves for unified control. On Blue Star in the East Island's National Fortune Warehouse, as the return prompt was triggered, a million blood-sucking mosquitoes of the snowfield appeared out of thin air, buzzing. In an instant, the entire National Fortune Warehouse was filled with a cloud of mosquitoes. The workers in the East Island who were organizing supplies faced a disaster, as countless mosquitoes surged forward, reducing them to mummies in no time. The million-strong army of blood-sucking mosquitoes flew out through doors and windows, dispersing into the cities, villages, and wilderness of East Island, beginning a new round of reproduction. East Island was thrown into chaos, with people frequently falling victim to the mosquitoes, and the citizens cursed loudly. Baka, what is Kataho-oki doing? Why is he capturing such a cursed thing? Yemi, don't bite me. Why hasn't that little Baka Kataho-oki died yet? These detestable mosquitoes were all his doing. Go bite his family. Damn it. That fool Kataho-oki should pay with his life. As the news spread, the world was in an uproar. No one expected that the return of National Fortune supplies would lead to such an unexpected incident. In the past, there were instances of dangerous creatures being returned, but they were mostly corpses. This time served as a lesson for all nations. National Fortune slaughter fields are fraught with danger. Not everything can be returned, and a higher return multiplier is not always better. Due to National Fortune regulations, the million blood-sucking mosquitoes of the snowfield and their descendants belong to the National Fortune assets of East Island, making it impossible to leave through conventional means. East Island attempted to transfer the million blood-sucking mosquitoes to other countries, but was met with unanimous rejection from all nations, ultimately having to expend considerable manpower and resources to exterminate them. Subsequent research by East Island scientists revealed that the blood-sucking mosquitoes of the snowfield were highly poisonous and inedible, with a strong adaptability, reproducing rapidly in hot weather while still being active in cold conditions. The emergence of the blood-sucking mosquitoes of the snowfield perfectly filled the gap of having no mosquitoes in East Island during winter. Zhang Xuan ascended for a distance, feeling a bit of difficulty in breathing, and decided to stop, as continuing further might result in altitude sickness, which he did not dare to risk. Nearby, there happened to be a slightly elevated rock platform with a broad view. He climbed onto the platform, steadied himself against the rock wall, and looked around, carefully observing the environmental conditions of the entire area. In the distance were undulating snow slopes covered in knee-deep snow, with only a few twisted, lifeless dead trees scattered around, alongside many hardy dwarf pines taking root among them. The dark green branches were laden with thick, white snow, making them particularly striking against the vast white expanse. To the left was a dense group of rocks arranged irregularly, with cracks filled with small pieces of ice. On the leeward side, traces of moss were faintly visible, and several clusters of low-growing ground junipers clung to the ground, braving the fierce winds. To the right was a relatively gentle snow hollow with a lower elevation and noticeably thicker snow. Faint traces of animal activity could be seen, and a few red-skinned spruces grew sparsely at the edge of the hollow. Their trunks stood tall, although their branches and leaves were sparse, they radiated a tenacious vitality, clearly unsuitable for building a shelter. In the middle of the gentle slope below, a prominent group of rocks caught his eye, with what appeared to be a natural depression in the middle, sheltered from the main wind direction by the rocks. It was not far from this platform, and seemed to be an excellent location for building a shelter. After carefully observing the terrain, Zhang Xuan let out a sigh of relief. He steadied himself against the rock and slowly walked down from the platform, making his way towards the group of rocks, while constantly paying attention to his physical condition. After walking just 30 meters, he felt a heaviness in his chest, and his breathing became rapid. He immediately stopped to adjust his breathing, continuing only after the discomfort eased. Along the way, a trail of fresh flower-shaped footprints caught his attention, most likely left by a snow squirrel. In some rock crevices not covered by snow, he could still see edible dark green lichens, and around a few dwarf pines there were also many mosses entwined. Zhang Xuan marked the location, planning to settle down before coming back to collect. On the way, he also discovered some gnawed, dead branches, old feces from omnivorous animals, and vague hoof prints. These traces all indicated that the ecological conditions in the nearby area were quite good and resources were not. Although he was wearing a specially designed cold-resistant down jacket, Zhang Xuan could still feel the biting cold, as if he were frozen stiff, trapped in a half-asleep state, relying solely on willpower to stay awake. After stopping and starting for nearly an hour, he finally reached his destination. Along the way, he encountered several attacks from the blood-sucking mosquitoes of the snowfield, all of which he evaded with absolute agility. In the rock group on the gentle slope, there was surprisingly a natural stone cave. This cave was about 5 to 6 meters wide and over 3 meters high, formed by two giant stones leaning against each other. The depth could not be discerned from the outside, but it would definitely serve well as a temporary shelter. However, as Zhang Xuan approached the cave, the viewers in the Dragon Country live broadcast room became tense. Zhang Xuan, don't get close. There's someone inside the cave. I just came from the Star-Spangled Country live broadcast room. Their chosen one, Freddy, has received news from his country and is already lying in ambush in that cave, waiting to launch a surprise attack as soon as Zhang Xuan gets close. It's over. What is the command center waiting for? Why aren't they hurrying to warn Zhang Xuan? Every time the National Fortune slaughter field opens, there is only a half-hour free communication opportunity. Once the time runs out, the only option is to consume National Fortune to force a connection. Our National Fortune is so low that the command center must weigh whether Zhang Xuan is worth consuming communication time. Damn, Zhang Xuan just killed a snow bear and triggered a 10,000-fold return. He is our hero in the Dragon Country. What is there to hesitate about? Are we not going to save a hero? It turned out that Zhang Xuan was not the only one who had descended into this area. A chosen one from the Star-Spangled Country named Freddy had also arrived here, and he was even closer to the rock group, arriving earlier than Zhang Xuan. The National Fortune observers from the Star-Spangled Country, having watched Zhang Xuan's performance, regarded him as a significant threat and notified the National Fortune Strategic Command Center of the Star-Spangled Country. After receiving the news, the higher-ups of the Star-Spangled Country decided to have Freddy lay in ambush in advance, waiting for the right moment to deal with this significant threat, while Zhang Xuan remained completely unaware of the situation and was in a precarious position. In the Dragon Country's National Fortune Strategic Command Center, the commander and several combat analysts were discussing whether to spend communication time to notify Zhang Xuan. A relatively young analyst said, based on Zhang Xuan's previously displayed sharpness, the chosen one Freddy from the Star-Spangled Country does not pose a threat. I believe it is unnecessary to waste precious communication time, as perhaps other chosen ones need help more. Hearing this, a middle-aged analyst shook his head and said, the abilities Zhang Xuan previously displayed might come from talent. Most talents have usage limitations, and we cannot determine whether he can still use his talent now. Therefore, I believe we should remind him to avoid losing the initiative. In the end, everyone looked at the commander, who suddenly broke the silence and said, notify him. Zhang Xuan is our comrade. We cannot let him think he is fighting alone. The chosen one, Zhang Xuan, your country requests to establish immediate communication with you. Would you like to connect? Upon receiving the communication request, Zhang Xuan furrowed his brows. The new round of National Fortune Slaughter Arena had just begun. Oh, why was the country sending a communication request so soon? Without much thought, he quickly agreed to the communication request. A semi-transparent light screen appeared before him, and soon after, a beautiful young female lieutenant in military uniform appeared on the screen. Comrade Zhang Xuan, hello. I am your liaison Yitang. There is a chosen one from the Star-Spangled Country lurking in the cave in front of you. He will launch an attack on you as soon as you enter the cave, so please be cautious. A surprise attack. All right, I understand. Thank you for the country's assistance. Zhang Xuan replied and hung up the National Fortune Slaughter Arena lasts at least 3 months, but the total communication time is only half an hour, and there are 100 chosen ones in the country. On average, each person gets less than 30 seconds, leaving no room for idle chatter. In the Dragon Country livestream, many people suddenly saw Zhang Xuan standing still and instantly realized he was talking to the country. This meant that the country had not given up on Zhang Xuan, and the viewers from Dragon Country were greatly encouraged. An audience member displaying a Star-Spangled Country IP suddenly exclaimed, Dragon Country is too shameless. They actually leaked information. There is no spirit of competition whatsoever. Damn, there are dogs from the Star-Spangled Country here. How can you Star-Spangled Country still have the face to say that? Weren't you the ones who informed the chosen ones to snipe our Dragon Country people first? Now you dare to throw the blame back at us. Can't you have some dignity? Exactly. I have never seen such brazen people. I've seen many shameless people, but this is the first time I've seen someone so shameless. Huh. You Dragon Country people don't think that just because you're on guard you can stop our chosen one Freddy. I admit your chosen one Zhang Xuan has some strength, but that is only against beasts. The physical condition of the Dragon Country people has already reached its limit. Our chosen ones have a significant advantage even in direct combat. That Zhang Xuan is doomed. The national fortune of the Star-Spangled Country is as high as 102 points, while that of the Dragon Country is only 34 points. The disparity in physical quality between the two sides is too great. The Dragon Country's chosen ones cannot defeat those from the Star-Spangled Country. I am just waiting for the Dragon Country's chosen one Zhang Xuan to fall. Zhang Xuan will not fall. Our Dragon Country will definitely rise again. Haha, as you Dragon Country people say, that's self-deception. Although the Dragon Country viewers were unwilling to admit defeat, they were very worried inside. As some foreign viewers in the live stream said, the disparity in national fortune between Dragon Country and the Star-Spangled Country is too large. This leads to a significant gap in physical quality almost akin to a 7 or 80-year-old child fighting against a strong adult man, making the odds truly slim. However, thinking of how Zhang Xuan had just killed a snow bear, the viewers from Dragon Country felt a surge of hope who perhaps he could create another miracle. Though Zhang Xuan, who was in the National Fortune Slaughter Arena, could not see the live stream's comments, he could guess how many people were concerned for his safety at this moment. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp, his steps steady as he walked toward the cave, seemingly unguarded. Inside the cave, a nearly 2-meter-tall, blonde, bearded strongman was hiding in the shadows, wearing a sinister smile as he watched Zhang Xuan approach step by step. As the distance between them shrank, the strongman worried that Zhang Xuan might notice him in the dim light, so he decisively made his move. He roared, attempting to intimidate Zhang Xuan while raising his alloy combat knife and charging toward Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan indeed paused for a moment due to the sudden roar. Freddy seemed to see the daze on his face and felt the distance was simply too close. There was hardly any time for Zhang Xuan to react, especially since his physical condition was already far inferior to Freddy's. This batch of chosen ones from the Star-Spangled Country were stronger than before. In the early stages, their overall quality crushed those from other countries. Moreover, Freddy had a rare power amplification talent. After entering the National Fortune Slaughter Arena, he felt his strength had increased several times. Freddy simply could not imagine how he could lose in such a situation. The alloy combat knife was getting closer, almost touching Zhang Xuan's face. Everyone seemed to foresee a scene of blood spraying. All viewers from Dragon Country felt despair, while all viewers from the Star-Spangled Country were ready to cheer. But just at that moment, Zhang Xuan seemed to transform into Katkins, feeling the gentle breeze. His body inexplicably floated to the side, easily dodging the alloy combat knife aimed at his head. At the same time, the alloy battle axe, tightly gripped in his hand, swung in a simple arc, slicing towards Freddy's neck. Thud! The sound of metal entering flesh suddenly rang out, the alloy battle axe deeply embedded in Freddy's neck. Due to the significant gap in physical quality, although Zhang Xuan exerted all his strength, this strike did not sever Freddy's neck, but it was already sufficient. Freddy's trachea and carotid artery had been cut, and his strength was rapidly draining away. Even so, he did not give up. The enhancement of National Fortune was not just in physical quality, but also in mental will and survival belief. The chosen ones from the Star-Spangled Country are not weaklings. They all possess extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the Dragon Country's chosen ones in the first 2 rounds of the National Fortune Slaughter Arena, even by teaming up with other countries. Freddy knew he was going to die, but there was no fear of death in his eyes, nor was there any unwillingness or regret. He gathered the little strength he had left, and once again swung the alloy combat knife at Zhang Xuan, his mind filled with thoughts of his wife and children back home. If he could take down an enemy before he died, his family would receive better treatment. Unfortunately, the final strike he placed all his hopes on ultimately could not escape the fate of missing. With absolute evasion enhancement, Zhang Xuan's prediction and reaction speed could be infinitely improved, allowing him to crush any opponent. Freddy's knife was fast, but it still posed no threat to Zhang Xuan. Finally, all his remaining strength dissipated, and his robust body collapsed to the ground. National Fortune announcement: Dragon Country's chosen one Zhang Xuan has first killed the Star-Spangled Country's chosen one Freddy Mark. The National Fortune killing leaderboard is now open. First place, Dragon Country, Zhang Xuan, kill count 1. Second place, Dragon Country, Su Chen, kill count 0. Third place, Dragon Country, Yi Fan, kill count 0. Fourth place, Dragon Country, Lu Ru Yin, kill count 0. National Fortune announcement: Dragon Country's chosen one has killed the Star-Spangled Country's chosen one Freddy Mark. Dragon Country's National Fortune 1. Star-Spangled Country's National Fortune 1. All members of Dragon Country experience a slight improvement in overall quality. The Star-Spangled Country's current National Fortune is 101 points, and all members experience a slight decrease in overall quality. The live broadcast room of the Star-Spangled Nation was in an uproar. The previously arrogant mocking comments had vanished without a trace, replaced by a flood of frantic anger, curses, and dissatisfaction, scrolling at a speed comparable to the cheers from the Dragon Nation. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could Freddy lose? He is one of the most powerful chosen ones of our Star-Spangled Nation. Cheating. That Zhang Xuan from the Dragon Nation must have cheated. His physique is so weak, how could he possibly evade Freddy's lethal blow? Damn it. Useless. He couldn't even defeat a weakling from the Dragon Nation, bringing shame to our Star-Spangled Nation. Our national luck has even decreased by 1 point. It's all Freddy's fault. His death is not regrettable. He has dragged down all of our overall quality. That Dragon Nation person is just too lucky. The system must be biased towards them. Otherwise, how could Freddy possibly lose? I refuse to accept this. I want to appeal. This is simply unfair. Freddy clearly had the absolute advantage. How could he be counterkilled? Our Star-Spangled Nation's advantage has diminished. That Zhang Xuan is too terrifying. Other chosen ones must eliminate him quickly. The command center for the national luck of the Star-Spangled Nation was also organizing intelligence and formulating a battle plan against Zhang Xuan. At the entrance of the cave, upon hearing the system announcement, Zhang Xuan's tense nerves completely relaxed, his legs went weak, and he slumped down onto the snowy ground, breathing heavily and exhaling white mist. The counterkill just now appeared swift and decisive, but it had actually exhausted most of his remaining stamina. Coupled with a slight altitude sickness, he was now breathing rapidly, suffering from a painful tightness in his chest, cold sweat on his forehead, freezing into tiny ice particles, and his muscles trembling from soreness, making even lifting his hand feel somewhat weak. Zhang Xuan knew well that overexerting himself was the worst taboo in wilderness survival. Once his stamina was completely depleted, he would be unable to resist even a small ferocious beast, and his current situation remained extremely dangerous. He leaned against the rock wall outside the cave, closed his eyes to slow his breathing, adjusting his breath to alleviate the altitude sickness while quietly recovering his stamina. After resting for a full 10 minutes, the tightness in his chest eased slightly, and his arms regained some strength, allowing him to slowly prop himself up against the rock wall. Once he had recovered a bit, he hurried to Freddy's corpse, bending down to quickly strip away the equipment from the body. A sharp alloy combat knife, a tactical backpack containing compressed biscuits, and a first aid kit, and a windproof, waterproof tactical jacket. These were scarce resources in the national luck battlefield, especially the first aid kit, which could save lives. Zhang Xuan organized the various supplies and placed them in a relatively dry spot deep within the cave before bending down to grab Freddy's ankle, dragging the hefty corpse step by step out of the cave towards a distant snow pit. Being in the same room as a corpse at night is not only uncomfortable, but can also attract ferocious beasts, so it must be buried in a concealed place far away to feel secure. Walking in the snow is already difficult, and dragging the heavy corpse made it even more laborious. Each step required extra effort. The tightness in his chest slightly intensified, and his breathing grew increasingly rapid, nearly causing him to fall into the snow several times. Zhang Xuan could only walk intermittently, and after nearly 100 meters, he finally found a low-lying snow pit. He first used the alloy battle axe to dig a pit half a meter deep, resting twice in between, and finally tossed Freddy's corpse inside, layering it with snow and rubble to cover and compact it. On the way back, Zhang Xuan covered all the blood trails with snow, compacting it, while also collecting some dry firewood. Returning to the cave, he carefully inspected the interior, confirming there were no ambushes or potential dangers before he felt safe enough to enter. This cave was not a natural cavern, but was formed by two massive rocks fitting together at an angle, creating a neat S shape that formed a natural sheltered space. The front of the cave was the only entrance, and in the back corner there was a small hole formed by a collapse of soil and rocks. The entrance was small, just enough for one person to barely bend over and pass through, and beneath the entrance piled a lot of soil and stone, occupying a significant portion of the cave's interior space. However, upon closer inspection, Zhang Xuan noticed that the soil and stones resembled natural concrete, which could be utilized later to build a stove or to construct a stone wall at the cave entrance. As for the small hole at the back, it could be transformed into a chimney in the future to expel smoke while maintaining airflow in the cave when a fire was lit. The entire cave was more spacious than he had anticipated. The inner walls were dry, and the floor was somewhat uneven, but it was manageable. The interstices of the upper rocks formed a natural eave, effectively blocking falling snow and cold winds better than the foundation he originally envisioned for a shelter. The only downside was that the temperature inside the cave was extremely low, with a small amount of snow and rubble still piled in the corners. Zhang Xuan did not rush to organize the cave, but planned to first start a fire. In the snowy wilderness, temperature is the key to survival. Working in a warm environment can also reduce stamina consumption. Additionally, a campfire can help deter beasts and enhance the safety of the shelter. Zhang Xuan placed the dry firewood he brought back in a dry spot at the cave entrance, drew out the multifunctional battle axe from his waist, firmly twisted off the magnesium rod hidden at the end of the handle, and picked out several small dry twigs and dry moss from the firewood, laying them on the flat rock inside the cave to form a simple fire pit. Then he scraped magnesium powder from the sharp edge of the battle axe, evenly sprinkling it over the twigs and moss before swiftly scraping the magnesium rod with the axe blade. Sparks instantly flew and landed on the magnesium powder, igniting a faint flame in an instant. He carefully stirred the flame with a branch, slowly adding small pieces of dry wood, and once the fire stabilized, he began to stack larger logs. Before long, the orange flames began to flicker, warmth instantly spreading throughout the cave, dispelling the biting cold and drying the residual moisture within. Zhang Xuan extended his stiff, frozen hands towards the fire for warmth, and the damp clothing on him gradually began to steam, alleviating the tightness in his chest. With warmth dispelling the cold, Zhang Xuan regained some strength and began to organize the cave. His body remained very fatigued, still bearing slight altitude sickness. With just the battle axe, he slowly cleared the loose snow, rubble, and dry branches from the cave, also knocking off the ice chunks on the rock walls to prevent them from melting and affecting the cave's dryness. Perhaps due to the lack of uniform time zones among various nations, the national luck battlefield had not set precise timing, The panel timer's largest unit was merely a day. Fortunately, he could still gauge the time by the sun's height. Approaching noon, while resting, Zhang Xuan took out a large chunk of rock-hard snow bear meat from his travel bag. Using the alloy battle axe, he cut the bear meat into palm-sized one-finger-thick steaks. He then took out the alloy lunchbox, unfolded the folding stand, and securely placed it over the campfire to use as a frying pan. He spread a layer of bear fat at the bottom of the box, which quickly melted, forming a glistening oil film. At this moment, he placed the bear meat steaks flat inside, and an intense, sizzling sound erupted with oil splattering as the cold air was forced back by the waves of heat. The bear meat rapidly changed color upon heating from pale pink to a rich red, the thick fat slowly melting and the aroma of meat bursting forth. The smell was strong and rich, spreading wildly throughout the chilly cave. Zhang Xuan wielded the alloy chopsticks, occasionally flipping the meat, frying it until both sides were a tempting golden brown, the surface slightly wrinkled and glistening with oil. He then took out salt, cumin, and crushed chili flakes from his travel bag, evenly sprinkling them over the steaks. Upon seeing this, the viewers in the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room instantly felt salivated. Since the arrival of the National Luck Battlefield, resources in the real world had gradually become scarce, and many families had not eaten meat for a long time. Wow, fried bear meat. It looks so delicious, I want to eat it. Woo, I haven't eaten meat in 5 months, oh, I don't know when I will get some. The urgent task now is to quickly turn around our national luck. Eating meat is a trivial matter. As long as our national luck improves, eating meat is nothing. Eating a pound and pouring a pound is no problem. Just be patient. Host Fan Shu glanced at the comments, and a sweet smile appeared on her face as she casually said, I just took a rough look among more than 2,000 chosen ones. Our country's contestant Zhang Xuan is one of the few who can eat meat at this stage. This is a good start, perhaps indicating that our Dragon Nation will turn the situation around in this round of the National Luck Battlefield. Suddenly, some discordant comments appeared in the live broadcast room. Alloy chopsticks and seasonings have come out. These items are not essential for survival in the National Luck Battlefield, right? Why waste resource quotas carrying these useless things? Wouldn't it be better to bring more food? Seeing the barrage of doubts questioning Zhang Xuan's distribution of resources in the live stream, Fan Shu's smile slightly faded as she calmly began to explain, I believe many viewers have questions in their minds. Why do our chosen ones need to bring along seemingly less helpful items for survival from the precious allocation of resources? On this point, rather than me explaining it in vain, it would be better to invite the pioneering heroes who have truly experienced the first 2 rounds of the National Fortune Killing Fields to clarify for everyone. Next, let us welcome the 2 heroes to the stage with applause. In the official National Fortune live stream of the Dragon Nation, the staff first played several documentary VCRs of the previous killing fields on the big screen, followed by a stirring military march echoing throughout the broadcasting hall. The lights brightened suddenly, and the platform slowly rose, revealing a man and a woman in crisp military uniforms standing tall in the center of the stage. Applause surged like a tide, and with the lingering notes of the military music, the platform finally came to a halt, making the figures of the 2 heroes in olive green uniforms even more distinct. The camera slowly zoomed in, giving close-ups of the 2 as the live stream's barrage instantly filled the screen. The initial doubts gradually replaced by, they were not ordinary soldiers, but pioneers who had returned from the perilous National Fortune Killing Field, stepping on thorns and bringing back glory, true warriors who had fought with flesh and blood for the Dragon Nation's survival. Fan Shu stepped forward at the right moment, her smile solemn as she introduced. Dear viewers, standing before us now are the survivors of the first 2 rounds of the National Fortune Killing Fields and the meritorious heroes of the Dragon Nation. This one on the left is Colonel Lu Zhang from the Dragon Nation's Special Operations Brigade, and this one on the right is Colonel Su, one who also hails from the Special Forces and has carried out numerous top-secret missions. Colonel Lu Zhang was tall and straight, his military uniform sharp as a pine tree, with a resolute face and sharp hawk-like eyes. The scar that extended from his brow to his temple was not a mark of menace, but rather a dazzling medal. Colonel Su Wan was slender, yet not weak, her military uniform accentuating her upright figure, with long hair neatly tied under her military cap. Her delicate face bore a resolute demeanor, and the faint smile at the corner of her mouth reflected a calm and peace after experiencing life and death. Colonel Lu Zhang struggled to survive alone in the brutal first round of the National Fortune Killing Fields. He was randomly transported to a desolate Gobi Desert where resources were extremely scarce, with temperature differences reaching dozens of degrees between day and night, and chosen ones from 12 countries battling each other, with every step teetering on the edge of life and death. Upon entering the killing fields, he accidentally lost his supplies, having only a military dagger and 3 days' worth of food. During the day, he had to endure the scorching sun in search of water sources and edible vegetation, while at night, he had to remain vigilant against sneak attacks from foreign chosen ones, as well as confront various otherworldly creatures. Fan Shu spoke in a deep tone, briefly recounting Lu Zheng's experiences in the national fortune battlefield. In one of the most dangerous instances, he was surrounded by 3 chosen ones from the United States in a cave, suffering 2 stab wounds, his clothes soaked in blood. Yet with his formidable combat skills and indomitable will, he fought back, killing 2 and driving away 1, narrowly escaping death. In the first round of the national fortune killing fields, he killed a total of 17 enemy chosen ones, including top-tier enemies from the United States and Eastern Island, who were hostile to our nation. He also brought back a large amount of resources for our Dragon Nation through the national fortune return, a remarkable contribution that history should remember. The live stream erupted with excitement, the barrage overflowing. Salute to hero Lu Zheng. Killing 17 enemy chosen ones is incredible. Our current stability is all bought with their lives. Hero, look at me. Look at me. Lu Zheng looked at the barrage, his gaze softened slightly, but he merely nodded gently, without much speech. True merit does not require ostentation, and the pains and glories etched in his bones have long become part of his life. After introducing Lu Zheng, Fan Shu turned to Su Wan on the right, her tone still full of respect, as she slowly said, Colonel Su Wan is a survivor of the second round of the national fortune killing fields, and her point of arrival was a perilous primitive rainforest filled with toxins and miasma, with living conditions that rivaled that of the Gobi Desert. Fan Shu's voice softened, carrying a hint of compassion. In the first 10 days after entering the killing fields, Colonel Su Wan nearly lost consciousness due to poisoning from wild fruits, suffering from vomiting and diarrhea and extreme weakness. Ultimately, she persevered with her iron will. In the rainforest battlefield, Colonel Su Wan killed a total of 11 enemy chosen ones and also brought back a significant amount of resources for our Dragon Nation through the national fortune return, her contribution deserving of a place in history. Next, let's have the 2 heroes share their experiences and answer the questions in everyone's hearts. After a brief greeting with the audience, Colonel Lu Zheng took over the previous topic and stated seriously, compared to Westerners, we Easterners have a lower average weight, allowing us to carry more supplies into the national fortune killing fields. However, regardless of the East or West, chosen ones from all countries do not carry too much food into the national fortune killing fields. The reason is simple. The food brought from outside is basically compressed rations that are easy to preserve, suitable only for emergencies. If a stable food source cannot be found early on, it means the survival conditions will be extremely harsh, and the chosen ones might not survive to finish the compressed rations. In such circumstances, carrying too much food is not very meaningful, and should a chosen one fall, the remaining supplies may also aid the enemy. Thus, analysts unanimously recommend that chosen ones do not need to carry too much food into the national fortune battlefield. Colonel Su Wan added at the right moment, instead, it is advisable to carry more seasonings and small tools. Seasonings are non-essential supplies. Even if they fall into enemy hands, the impact is minimal. Certain specialized small tools can be multifunctional and may even save lives in certain situations. For example, the alloy chopsticks currently used by Comrade Zhang Xuan appear to be just chopsticks, but in reality, they consist of 2 parts. By unscrewing the screw at the top half, one can pull out a high-hardness steel nail, which can be used for nailing or drilling. Removing the screw cap from the steel nail reveals a steel needle with a threaded hole, useful for sewing animal skins or hemp clothing. Lu Zheng remarked with emotion. These recommendations were derived from the experiences summarized by analysts after the first 2 rounds of the national fortune killing fields. When the first round of the national fortune killing fields began, we had no knowledge of what lay ahead, so our preparations were not as thorough as they are now. Although the chosen ones this round generally have better initial supplies, it also means their enemy strategies are more diverse, and the difficulty of survival is not lower than ours. The situations they face may be even more complex. After listening to the explanations from the 2 heroes, many viewers who initially thought the current chosen ones had it easy fell into deep thought. In this brief moment, the bear meat in the alloy lunchbox was also ready. Zhang Xuan picked up a piece of meat and took a big bite. The crispy skin cracked with a crunch, and the rich fat melted in his mouth, neither greasy nor gamey, just a mouthful of rich aroma. The meat inside was tender yet not dry, juicy and bursting with flavor, each bite carrying the salty and slightly spicy essence of the seasonings, chewy and increasingly flavorful. The warmth flowed down his throat, instantly engulfing his limbs, dispelling the chill completely. He felt thoroughly warmed, and his physical and mental strength were rapidly recovering. Lu Zheng remarked thoughtfully, all species in the national fortune killing fields contain special energy. Excluding those toxic species, anything edible can bring great benefits to the human body. Currently, the physique of our Dragon Nation's chosen ones is too poor, but Comrade Zhang Xuan has already opened up the situation. With so much meat in the early stages, his physique will improve rapidly. Hearing this, the viewers in the live stream became even more eager for the snow bear meat, but unfortunately only 10,000 were returned, and they had to rely on a lottery to distribute them. In the live stream, someone sarcastically chimed in, "How could such top-notch resources possibly come to us common folks? Just look at it, and no matter how much is returned, it won't reach us." They say it's a lottery, but who actually gets chosen isn't just a matter of luck. Seeing such comments, most people could only choose to remain silent. The issue of resource distribution has been a long-standing dilemma with almost no perfect solutions. Zhang Xuan chewed heartily, savoring the delicious taste of meat. In this desolate and bone-chilling snowfield, a bite of hot, crispy bear meat was nothing short of pure bliss, making him involuntarily squint his eyes in pleasure. He then searched around the cave for sturdy and resilient dead branches and vines, cutting and transporting them. The entrance of the cave was too large, necessitating the construction of a door to further enhance the insulation of his shelter. Firewood was also scarce and needed to be collected in large quantities. Zhang Xuan inserted the thickest branches at an angle on both sides of the cave entrance, forming a stable triangular support. He then wove medium-sized branches horizontally across the frame, using smaller branches previously collected moss and gravel to fill the gaps, finally piling up a layer of compacted snow on the outside for reinforcement. After a flurry of activity, the windbreak wall was finally completed. By this time, the sky had turned completely overcast, and the night was slowly descending, with the cold wind growing ever more biting. Crawling through the small door he had left open, the howling wind was completely shut out, and a long-lost sense of safety surged in his heart. The windbreak wall was not entirely sealed, but the remaining gaps were just enough for ventilation, ensuring that even with a fire inside the cave, he wouldn't have to worry about oxygen depletion or poisoning. The small hole at the back was also mostly blocked, leaving only a ventilation opening. Zhang Xuan slumped on the ground, his muscles aching and utterly exhausted, yet a faint smile lingered on his face. The danger of the national fortune killing grounds was even greater than he had imagined. If it weren't for the all-laws-connected bizarre talent, he likely wouldn't have survived to this moment. He had already witnessed the power of absolute evasion and wondered what new skills would be refreshed tomorrow. After resting for a while, Zhang Xuan anticipated the refreshing of divine skills while handling the bear skin by the campfire's light. There was still much to be done, but it was already dark and the temperatures were too low for outdoor work, so he could only do some miscellaneous tasks inside the shelter. The bear skin lay spread out on the ground, thick and fluffy, still bearing the remnants of not fully congealed blood and a bit of fat, emitting a faint smell. Zhang Xuan bent down, pressing the edge of the bear skin with his left hand, while holding an alloy combat knife in his right, gently scraping the blade against the skin with slow and delicate movements. He needed to clean off the remaining fat and connective tissue from the bear skin. If these were not removed, not only would it be difficult to tan the bear skin, but it would also rot and smell foul during subsequent storage, inevitably succumbing to deterioration in this sub-zero snowfield. The blade scraped across the skin, producing a faint scraping sound as the yellow fat was gradually removed, quickly solidifying into hard chunks on the ground. He occasionally used the tip of the knife to flick these chunks aside, preventing them from sticking to the bear skin. The fur of the snow bear was extremely thick, and the subcutaneous fat was particularly abundant, especially around the abdomen and limbs, where the layer of fat was over an inch thick, making it especially laborious to clean. Today's exertion had been excessive and limited by his physical condition. Zhang Xuan's arms felt somewhat weak, his grip on the knife slightly trembling. This state was actually unsuitable for delicate work. However, he had no intention of stopping. The longer he delayed, the harder it would be to ensure the quality of the bear skin. In this snowfield, a well-preserved bear skin served not only as a warm blanket, but also as excellent material to fend off the cold wind, and could even be fashioned into protective gear, potentially saving his life in critical moments. After thoroughly cleaning the fat and connective tissue from the bear skin, the next step was washing. Zhang Xuan picked up the alloy lunchbox, crawled out of the cave, and scooped a basin of clean snow from the snowdrift, bringing it back to the cave to melt slowly by the campfire, turning into warm water. He then submerged the bear skin in the lunchbox, rubbing it repeatedly to clean off the bloodstains and dirt left on the fur. Washing it directly with cold snow water would damage the hair follicles of the bear skin, leading to fur loss. The lunchbox measured 30 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide, and only 15 centimeters deep, unable to accommodate an entire bear skin, so he had to process it in sections. The warm water quickly became murky. He poured out the dirty water, scooped more snow to melt, and continued washing. Zhang Xuan washed it 3 times until there was no trace of the fishy smell left on the bear skin, and the fur became clean, white, and fluffy. Only then did he fish the bear skin out of the lunchbox and gently wring out the moisture. He built a frame from dead wood and hung the clean bear skin on it, using the heat from the campfire to slowly dry it, while gently combing the fur to prevent it from sticking together. The drying process required patience. Zhang Xuan sat by the campfire, adding firewood, while occasionally touching the bear skin to gauge its dryness. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the bear skin was finally completely dried, feeling dry and soft to the touch, the fur smooth, devoid of the previous dampness and fishy smell. Next came the most critical tanning step. Zhang Xuan took out a bag of industrial tanning agent from his backpack. During the first 2 rounds of the National Fortune Killing Grounds, many chosen ones had their praise fur rot due to improper handling. Therefore, when this round of the National Fortune Killing Grounds began, industrial tanning agents were listed as essential supplies. Zhang Xuan poured the tanning agent onto the lid of the alloy lunchbox, added a small amount of melted snow water, and mixed it with his finger until it formed a paste. He then dipped his hands in the tanning agent and evenly applied it to the inner side of the bear skin. After the first application of the tanning agent, Zhang Xuan folded the bear skin in half and placed a stone on top to allow the agent to penetrate thoroughly into the skin. Sitting by the campfire, he rested while observing the changes in the bear skin, periodically unfolding it and applying another layer of tanning agent, repeatedly going through this process. The purpose of the tanning agent was to make the fibers of the bear skin tough, preventing it from hardening and becoming brittle upon drying. It also provided anti-corruption and anti-insect properties, ensuring that the bear skin could be used for a long time. The night grew deeper. The cold wind howled outside the cave, beating against the windbreak wall with a mournful sound. Yet inside the cave, warmth enveloped him. The campfire crackled, casting a gentle glow on the bear skin. Zhang Xuan's eyelids gradually felt heavy fatigue washing over him once more. Nevertheless, he held on, completing the final application of the tanning agent. He unfolded the bear skin again, spreading it on a stone near the campfire, allowing it to slowly air dry in the warmth, thoroughly absorbing the various elements from the tanning agent. After finishing all this, Zhang Xuan finally let out a sigh of relief, slumping to the ground, leaning against the cave wall, wrapped in a specially made-down jacket, drifting into a deep sleep. Outside the cave, the howling wind sounded like the cries of ghosts and wolves, while the night in the snowfield resembled a frenzied demon revealing its fangs and devouring all lives that had lost their shelter. From deep within the icy plains, a long and low roar occasionally echoed, piercingly powerful, indistinguishable as to which beast it belonged, reverberating through the vast expanse of the ice field. In the live broadcast rooms of various nations, many viewers remained awake, seeming like sentinels of the night, watching over the sleeping chosen ones and alerting them to any impending danger. Meanwhile, at the National Fortune Command Center of the Star-Spangled Nation, a video conference initiated by 5-star General Mike Howell was underway. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the strength of Dragon Nation's chosen one Zhang Xuan cannot be ignored. A new savior has emerged from the distant eastern superpower. If Dragon Nation were to rise again, you should know what the consequences would be. In the dead of night, Zhang Xuan was suddenly awakened by a system notification. Has someone already frozen to death so soon? Zhang Xuan rubbed his eyes, got up, and added some firewood to the fire, feeling quite fortunate. After entering the National Fortune Battleground, the environment for the Chosen Ones is completely random, with extreme cold, drought, forest, plains, mountains, water areas, and special environments. 7 major categories, with roughly equal numbers. There are more than 200 countries qualified to participate in the National Fortune Battleground. Please do not reference reality, with a total of over 2,000 Chosen Ones, averaging out to more than 200 in each type of environment. Among them, the Chosen Ones in the extreme cold environment face the greatest hardships and are very susceptible to freezing to death. The National Fortune Battleground has a certain balance mechanism that refreshes more treasure chests in the extreme cold and drought environments. Therefore, even if one falls into an extreme environment, as long as luck is not particularly bad, it is possible to survive the initial phase by successfully finding a few resource chests. Clearly, that Chosen One from a sand country named Raj had quite unfortunate luck. Zhang Xuan checked the windbreak wall at the entrance of the cave and, confirming that its structure remained intact, continued to sleep. When he awoke again, the fire was nearly extinguished. He added some firewood to rekindle the flames, then opened the small door to look outside, only to see that it was fully daylight and the wind and snow had diminished considerably compared to last night. A sudden urge hit him, and he quickly crawled out of the shelter to find a hidden snowdrift to handle his private matters. Returning to the cave, he opened the National Fortune panel. Chosen One Zhang Xuan. National Fortune Dragon Country, National Fortune 35. Physique 6 normal adults are 10. Spirit 7 normal adults are 10. Talent all laws are open. Skill absolute evasion. A whole night passed, and the national fortune of the Dragon Country had not changed. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He melted some snow for water, washed up simply, and began preparing breakfast. He had some bear meat left over from last night, which he tore into shreds and mixed with several compressed biscuits in a metal lunchbox to cook. Before long, he had a pot of nutritious and delicious porridge. Though this breakfast was a bit rudimentary, it still made many viewers from the Dragon Country drool. I envy Zhang Xuan so much. He's eating better than us in the National Fortune Battleground. I want to sign up as a volunteer for the next round of the National Fortune Battleground. You? Volunteer? I bet you'd be done for on the first day in the National Fortune Battleground. Don't be fooled by how well Zhang Xuan is doing now. There are many dangers ahead. Indeed, we must not let our guard down. From Zhang Xuan's performance yesterday, his talent seems to be related to evasion, but some dangers cannot be evaded at all. Let's be more optimistic. Perhaps Zhang Xuan has other unknown abilities. All we can do is trust him. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Xuan checked the bear skin. The bear skin felt much lighter than yesterday, was soft to the touch, and had no pungent odor, indicating a successful. He folded the bear skin neatly, cleaned the metal lunchbox, and boiled another pot of water. Once the water cooled to a suitable temperature, he covered it and packed it into his travel bag. Then Zhang Xuan shouldered his travel bag and left the shelter. Since he hadn't thoroughly explored the area around the shelter yesterday, his main task today was to ascertain what resources and dangers were nearby. The snowfield, now devoid of storm, exuded an eerie silence, with the frozen snow surface glimmering with a fine silver sheen. Occasionally, the sound of ice cracking echoed in the stillness. Zhang Xuan tightened the cuffs of his specially designed down jacket, donned his durable cold-resistant gloves, loosened, and retied the laces of his mountaineering boots, and then gripped his metal battle axe tightly as he slowly made his way south, scanning every snow-covered corner. His landing point was to the north of the shelter, where the terrain was higher, and he had roughly explored it during his search for the shelter. Thus today he planned to focus on exploring the south. The snowfield was dotted with scraggly shrubs and low coniferous bushes, which were highly flammable and produced little smoke, making them excellent fuel. These were what Zhang Xuan had used to start a fire last night, and he planned to collect more on his return trip. After walking several hundred meters, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a depression below the snow slope, where the snow had clearly been disturbed. He could vaguely see a dark red wooden box partially buried in the snow, with icy crystals embedded along its edges and simple patterns carved on its surface. A treasure chest. Not bad luck at all. Zhang Xuan immediately tensed up, slowing his steps as he cautiously approached the depression. The more conspicuous the treasure chest, the greater the possibility of danger. He did not rush forward, but instead circled to the side of the depression, using a large rock to conceal his figure, carefully scanning the surroundings. Indeed, lurking in the snow beside the treasure chest were two small-sized pure white beasts, snow shadow foxes. Their slender bodies blended seamlessly with the snow, with pointed ears and icy blue eyes, making them the unique predators of the snowfield region. Though not large, snow shadow foxes are exceedingly agile, adept at stealthy ambushes. Their teeth and claws carry low-temperature toxins that can quickly induce frostbite upon being bitten, posing a serious threat to life, making them the most troublesome predators in the early stages of the snowfield. At this moment, the two snow shadow foxes were lying silently in the snow, fixated on the treasure chest, clearly acting as its guardians. Any creature that approached the treasure chest would face their lethal attacks. Viewers in the National Fortune live stream were instantly on edge upon witnessing this scene. Wow, a treasure chest guarded by two snow shadow foxes. That's quite dangerous. Snow shadow foxes are incredibly fast. They are practically rookie killers. Perhaps you should just give up? It's too dangerous to approach the treasure chest under the watch of two snow shadow foxes. But that's a National Fortune treasure chest. No one knows what treasures it might hold. Giving up would be a shame. I think it's worth the risk to try. Easier said than done. You're not the one taking the risk. The combat power of snow shadow foxes is comparable to that of snow wolves. What if you get injured? As a chosen one, if you retreat in the face of danger, how will we improve our national fortune in the Dragon Country? Hey, you guys from the Dragon Country are really cowards. It's just two snow shadow foxes. What's there to be afraid of? If it were a chosen one from our East Island country, they would have charged right in for the treasure chest already. Our chosen ones from Star Stripe country wouldn't hesitate either. Probably only the Dragon Country's weak chosen ones wouldn't dare to go. You guys should get out of our live stream chat. Zhang Xuan don't fall for their tricks. They just want to provoke you into opening the treasure chest. The live stream host Fan Shu glanced at the barrage of comments, and then looked at Lu Zheng and Su Wan, asking a bit anxiously, many viewers in the live stream think Zhang Xuan should give up on this treasure chest. Do you two have any different opinions? Lu Zheng's expression was calm as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Xuan on the screen, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. Given the current situation, Zhang Xuan is in a perilous position, and the risks far outweigh the rewards. The speed of the snow shadow fox is extremely fast, with claws capable of tearing through a millimeter-thick sheet of iron. Even with the protection of the specially made down jacket from the Dragon Kingdom, a surprise attack could lead to disastrous consequences if bitten. He paused, then continued, moreover, the snow shadow fox is a pack-hunting beast. We currently see only two, but we cannot rule out the possibility of other companions nearby. Zhang Xuan only had an alloy war axe in hand, with limited close combat capabilities. He had almost no chance of directly confronting two snow shadow foxes. From a survival perspective, I suggest he temporarily withdraw, gather enough fuel and basic supplies to enhance his survival skills, and only consider searching for the treasure chest when he feels more confident. Beside him, Su Wan gently nodded, taking over the conversation with a careful and precise tone tinged with concern. Senior Lu is right. The snow shadow fox's hearing and sense of smell are extremely acute. Even the faintest sound or slightest breath can be detected by them. Although Zhang Xuan is hiding behind a dead tree, appearing concealed, a slight movement could reveal his position. Furthermore, the snow shadow fox is very cunning and adept at flanking. Once they launch an attack, their speed is such that an ordinary person would have no chance to react. Zhang Xuan has no obvious advantages in combat, and acting recklessly would only lead him into a dire situation. Additionally, judging by the state of the snow shadow foxes, they have been guarding this area for quite some time and are highly vigilant. It would be very difficult to create an opportunity through distractions. The treasure chest is indeed tempting, but in the arena of national fortune survival is the primary objective. I also advise Zhang Xuan to forego this and come back when his strength has increased. That would be the most prudent choice. Just as the analysis of the two concluded, the comments in the live broadcast suddenly shifted. The audience who initially insisted on letting Zhang Xuan take risks gradually calmed down. After hearing what the two experts said, it's clear how dangerous it is. Zhang Xuan should give up. Yes, surviving is the most important thing. Treasure chests can be searched for again, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. I hope the National Fortune Command Center alerts Zhang Xuan, soon urging him to leave that place and not to take risks. Those foreign dogs should stop mocking us. Our Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones know how to assess the situation, unlike you, who only act recklessly. Zhang Xuan, who was in the arena of national fortune, was unfazed, but was contemplating whether to take the risk to grab the treasure chest. From the two battles yesterday, absolute evasion was nearly invincible in unknown situations. However, now there were two snow shadow foxes guarding the treasure chest, both known for their speed as small-sized predators. Zhang Xuan was uncertain about how effective absolute evasion would be. Even if it remained invincible, stamina consumption was also a significant issue. If he couldn't kill the two snow shadow foxes in a short time, he would eventually be exhausted. At that point, he wouldn't be able to maintain absolute evasion and his fate would be sealed. On the flip side, if he didn't take this chance while possessing the divine skill absolute evasion, the hope of obtaining the treasure chest would be even slimmer in the future. It's hard to say how many kinds of divinely refreshed skills there are, as Zhang Xuan couldn't be sure if he would ever get a skill stronger than absolute evasion. The National Fortune treasure chest could potentially yield potions to enhance physical attributes, terrifyingly powerful skills, or equipment with marvelous functions. At the very least, it could provide useful supplies. With good luck, it could completely reverse the negative impact of the nation's declining fortunes. Most importantly, time waits for no one. Other chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom might be in even more dire situations. Once they encounter the chosen ones from the Star-Spangled Nation or the Eastern Island Nation, survival would be extremely difficult. Therefore, he must quickly turn the tide and improve the national fortune in the shortest time possible. Zhang Xuan weighed his options for a moment before finally making a firm decision. With no advantageous terrain around, he gripped his alloy war axe tightly, decided not to hide any longer, and stepped forward. His foot crunched into the snow, shattering the silence of the forest. The two snow-white figures almost simultaneously raised their heads, bloodthirsty glints flashing in their vertical pupils. Their previously crouched forms instantly tensed like arrows ready to be launched. Without a moment's hesitation, they pounced on Zhang Xuan from both sides, their claws slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound aimed directly at Zhang Xuan's throat and chest. Comments in the live broadcast erupted as the audience felt their hearts leap into their throats. Oh no, Zhang Xuan has taken the initiative. This is so reckless. Be careful. Both are attacking together. He won't be able to react in time. Quick. It's too fast. All we can see are after images. How can he dodge? In the command center, Lu Zheng suddenly stood up, his brows furrowed. This is bad. The flanking speed of the Snow Shadow Fox is too fast. Ordinary people can't evade it. Su Wan's expression also grew serious, her pupils constricted as she fixed her gaze on the large screen broadcasting the event. Just as the claws of the Snow Shadow Fox were about to touch the specially made-down jacket from the Dragon Kingdom, a glint of sharp light flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes. His body seemed to move of its own accord, effortlessly shifting to the left, his movements graceful and fluid like flowing clouds and flowing water. Swish! The claws brushed against his shoulder, creating a faint sound as the fierce wind swept across the specialized fibers of the down jacket. Using the momentum from his sidestep, Zhang Xuan swung his right hand with the alloy war axe, smashing it down onto the back of the left Snow Shadow Fox. This strike was partly a gamble, as he couldn't clearly see the movements of the Snow Shadow Fox, only noticing a white shadow pouncing toward him. The left Snow Shadow Fox, having missed its target and not yet landed, couldn't dodge in time, and was struck solidly by the war axe, letting out a piercing scream. Its snow-white fur was instantly stained red with blood, and its body crashed heavily into the snow, struggling a few times, but failing to rise again. Its spine had been brutally shattered. The other Snow Shadow Fox was unfazed, seizing the opportunity, while Zhang Xuan swung his axe to launch another surprise attack, its claws lunging directly for Zhang Xian's back. Zhang Xuan sensed the strong wind behind him, and without having time to react, instinctively leaned slightly forward, effortlessly avoiding the deadly strike. At the same time, he spun around and swung the axe, striking the Snow Shadow Fox in the abdomen. Ah! The Snow Shadow Fox let out a painful whine, its body writhing violently as its claws lashed out frantically, trying to break free from the grip of the axe blade. Zhang Xuan's eyes hardened, and he suddenly exerted force with his arm, pressing the war axe down onto the ground, then freeing one hand to draw out the alloy dagger from the side of his travel bag, stabbing it into the fox's heart. Blood gushed out, splattering all over him. He then casually struck the other snow shadow fox whose spine had been broken and was dragging its body toward the distance, pinning it to the ground. After struggling for a moment, the eyes of the two snow shadow foxes gradually lost their bloodthirsty glow, ultimately collapsing in the snow, their breaths extinguished. In just a few seconds, a deadly ambush was effortlessly countered by Zhang Xuan using absolute evasion, and he retaliated by killing both snow shadow foxes. Panting heavily, Zhang Xuan bled out. The two snow shadow foxes buried the bloodstains with snow and then picked up the treasure chest, turning to head toward the shelter. The atmosphere in the National Fortune livestream room, which had been tense and silent, was suddenly shattered as countless bullet comments flooded the screen, completely drowning the visuals. What the hell? What did I just see? Zhang Xuan actually killed the snow shadow fox in an instant, and he took down two of them in just a few seconds. This is too unbelievable. Incredible. Zhang Xuan is indeed our dragon country's guardian deity. It's still too early to call Zhang Xuan our guardian deity, but he truly is impressive. And he triggered a return, and it's 100,000 times. Awesome. I just wonder if the meat of the snow shadow fox is delicious and if it has any peculiar taste. As long as there's something to eat, that's good enough. Don't be so picky. In the command room, Lu Zheng and Su Wan both let out a sigh of relief, their faces showing disbelief. Lu Zheng murmured, "What kind of talent does Zhang Xuan have? How could he defeat two snow shadow foxes with a physique far below the average value of an adult? His psychological quality and combat talent far exceed our expectations." Su Wan's eyes were filled with shock. Such reflexes, such combat prowess. Even the top special forces cannot compare to him. The host Fan Shu excitedly exclaimed, "Zhang Xuan did a great job. He has once again brought us valuable resources, and this time it's a rare 100,000 times return. We have just received news that this batch of snow shadow fox meat will be sent to the convenient food processing factory along with the snow bear meat returned yesterday. The processed convenient food will be sold nationwide, meaning everyone in our country will have the chance to taste the precious ingredients returned by Zhang Xuan. Let's give him a warm round of applause to thank him for his outstanding contribution." Instantly, countless applause emojis flooded the live stream, mixed with some comically exaggerated wails. "It can't be sent to the Kongshui food processing factory, right? Please don't. I've had enough of one cow a year. I can't handle a bear every year. All right. After Kongshui fuss braised beef noodles, is our country now going to have Kongshui fuss braised bear meat noodles? Whatever the case, having something to eat is a good thing. You just don't expect too much." Meanwhile, the National Fortune livestream rooms of countries around the world erupted, contrasting sharply with the cheers in the Dragon Country's room, filled with jealousy, resentment, and disbelief from the viewers whose mental state had completely collapsed. In the livestream room of the Star-Spangled Country, the viewers who had been mocking the Dragon Country's chosen one for being cowardly fell silent and then began frantically spamming their tones filled with bitterness and rage. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could two snow shadow foxes be killed by a yellow-skinned person in just a few seconds? The Dragon Country must be cheating. Damn it. Why isn't it our Star-Spangled Country's chosen one triggering 100,000 times return? Is God blind? Zhang Xuan's talent must be problematic. He is very likely to have a high-quality rare talent, and the National Fortune Command Center must take this seriously. Many viewers from the Star-Spangled Country frantically tagged their government officials, angrily demanding immediate action to eliminate the threat and not allow the Dragon Country's chosen one to continue developing. In the East Island Country's livestream room, the bullet comments were even more hostile, filled with resentment. "Baga, how could Zhang Xuan be so strong? Our chosen one is still looking for a refuge, yet he can easily kill the snow shadow fox and also get 100,000 times return. It's not fair. The National Fortune system must be biased toward the Dragon Country. We East Island Country should be the strongest. It's over, it's over. Once the Dragon Country rises, our East Island Country will have no place to stand. We need to send our chosen one to ambush Zhang Xuan and kill him." Even many extreme viewers crazily spammed insulting remarks in the live stream. Their hostility toward the Dragon Country was extremely obvious. The audience in the Polar Bear Country's livestream room remained relatively calm, but their envy was unmistakable. The chosen one from the Dragon Country is indeed impressive. This level of combat talent is something even our Polar Bear Country's bravest warriors may not achieve. The 100,000 times return of snow shadow fox meat is truly tempting. When will our chosen one bring us such benefits? The Dragon Country is rapidly rising. We must quicken our pace and cannot be left behind. In the Kimchi Country's livestream room, the tradition of stealing continued with ludicrous remarks flooding the comments. "The snow shadow fox is clearly our Kimchi Country's divine beast. How could it appear in the National Fortune slaughtering ground? The Dragon Country must have stolen our divine beast. Zhang Xuan's combat skills are clearly learned from our Kimchi Country's taekwondo. How dare he claim it as his own talent? The resources from the 100,000 times return should rightfully be shared with us, as the snow shadow fox is ours." As soon as these remarks were made, they were collectively mocked by viewers from various countries, becoming the laughingstock of the atmosphere in the live stream rooms of other smaller countries was even more complex, with some envying the dragon country's good fortune, some worrying that the rise of the dragon country would oppress their own, and others adopting a sitting back and watching the tiger fight mentality. The chosen one from the dragon country is too formidable. Following the dragon country might guarantee a meal in the future. It's over. The dragon country is getting stronger, and our country's chosen one is no match. The national fortune will surely decline further. Let the Star-Spangled Country and East Island Country contend with the Dragon Country. We will just observe the situation. In the national fortune command rooms of various countries, the atmosphere was similarly tense. The commander of the Star-Spangled Country slammed the table, angrily shouting for the technical department to thoroughly investigate whether the Dragon Country had cheated. He also ordered the chosen ones from the allied countries to hasten their progress and explore paths to the snowy plateau in an attempt to find Zhang Xuan. At this time, Zhang Xuan was still unaware that his battle had already caused a huge stir worldwide. He continued walking through the snowy forest, carefully observing his surroundings. His weapon never relaxed. The air in the snowy plateau was pure, and the snow shadow fox bled profusely before dying. The scent of blood could waft far away, potentially attracting other predators at any moment. Considering this, Zhang Xuan hurriedly returned to the refuge. As soon as he arrived, he felt as if his body had undergone some changes. He felt significantly heavier, and a tingling sensation surged through his calves. Pulling up his pant leg, he discovered an unusual pattern had appeared where the tingling was. Is this what they call a skill mark? Zhang Xuan thought. I wonder how many skill marks I need to accumulate to permanently acquire this divine skill. He opened the attribute panel and noticed that the divine skill, absolute evasion, had disappeared, but the talent, omnipotent, had cooled down completely and could be used again at any time. Without hesitation, Zhang Xuan focused his thoughts and activated his talent. This time he felt no physical changes, instead a sense of inexplicable confidence surged within him, as if he would surely succeed in whatever he attempted. Upon reopening the attribute panel, he saw a new skill in the skill bar, Child of Destiny. Child of Destiny passive maximizes the probability of favorable outcomes in all triggering events. The Child of Destiny. Is this even a skill? Zhang Xuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Luck was elusive yet omnipresent. If a person had enough good fortune, everything they did would seem as if aided by divine intervention. However, if luck was poor, one would find it nearly impossible to progress. In the arena of national fortune, luck was even more crucial. Right now, what Zhang Xuan needed was just a bit of luck. He looked at the treasure chest in his hand, a basic redwood chest. In the previous 2 rounds of the national fortune arena, several chosen ones had obtained redwood chests. This was the lowest tier of national fortune treasure chest. Beyond it were bronze chests, silver chests, and gold chests. Yet even the lowest tier redwood chest could potentially yield potions that enhance physical attributes, though the chances were outrageously low. In the past 2 rounds, countless chosen ones had opened redwood chests, but only one had managed to obtain an enhancement potion. At this moment, Zhang Xuan was eager to know if, under the influence of the Child of Destiny, he could acquire a rare enhancement potion. He took a deep breath, exerted force with his fingertips, and the chest cracked open with a click, revealing a crystal vial containing a silvery potion quietly resting at the bottom of the chest. National Fortune notification: congratulations on opening the redwood chest and obtaining the perfect evolution, not an enhancement potion, but a perfect evolution potion. Zhang Xuan's mood instantly soared as he hurriedly picked up the perfect evolution potion to examine its attributes. Perfect evolution potion oral administration significantly enhances physical attributes, evolving the bota's capabilities to the absolute limits of human potential. Without a second thought, Zhang Xuan removed the vial stopper, tilted his head back, and downed the perfect evolution potion. A scorching warmth surged through his body, his bones cracking incessantly, and his originally feeble physique began to strengthen, accompanied by a sudden wave of hunger. He quickly pulled out compressed rations and stuffed his mouth, finding that what had previously been difficult to chew now felt as easy as eating a snack. As his nutrition was replenished, his physique gradually became more robust. This visible transformation instantly ignited the Dragon Nation's live broadcast. What the heck? Did Zhang Xuan just obtain a divine potion? How long has it been? Why do I feel like he's put on some weight? Is this an illusion? Not an illusion. Zhang Xuan's physique, which was originally on the lean side, has now visibly filled out his face, exhibiting a significantly more masculine appearance. Such rapid results don't resemble an enhancement potion. Incredible. Before obtaining the divine potion, Zhang Xuan was already formidable. Now that his physique has been enhanced, isn't he invincible? In the official broadcast of the Dragon Nation, host Fan Shu also expressed astonishment. At the time, a chosen one from Windmill Nation opened a physique enhancement potion from a treasure chest, yet the external changes weren't as pronounced as Zhang Xuan's. Why is Zhang Xuan different? Lu Zhang clenched his fists and said with a trembling voice, no need to guess. The quality of the potion that Zhang Xuan has obtained absolutely surpasses that of the chosen one from Windmill Nation. This isn't just a simple physique enhancement potion. Look closely, he's still eating. The nutritional components of the compressed biscuits are extremely rich, containing high energy. An average person would feel full after just one piece. But Zhang Xuan has already eaten more than 10 pieces and is still going. This indicates that his body is in urgent need of energy and his digestion rate is astonishingly fast. It's evident that his digestive system has been optimized and his metabolic capabilities have dramatically improved, allowing him to absorb a large amount of nutrients quickly and synthesize various cells rapidly. Indeed, an enhancement potion cannot achieve such a degree. Unfortunately, the best item we chosen once opened in the previous 2 rounds of the treasure chest was merely the enhancement potion, leaving us unable to discern what Zhang Xuan has consumed. Regardless, Fan Shu thought quickly and then revealed an enchanting smile. No matter what, it's a good thing that Zhang Xuan has become stronger. As for what that potion is, it may not be important. Lu Zheng and Su Wan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The live broadcast room was indeed not suitable for in-depth discussions. All information regarding the divine potion belonged to vital intelligence and should be kept from being discovered by enemy nations. In stark contrast to the cheers in the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, the other nations' streams were already filled with curses. The audience from the Star-Spangled Nation screamed in hysteria, cheating. The Dragon Nation must have cheated. Why can Zhang Xuan get a divine potion? The East Island Nation's comments were filled with rage, 8 gates and teeth. That bastard Zhang Xuan has monopolized all the luck. The Kimchi Nation was still outrageous. That potion belongs to us. The Dragon Nation must return it. They could only furiously rage, completely unable to do anything to Zhang Xuan, who was amidst the arena of national fortune. The Anti-Dragon Nation alliance formed by the Star-Spangled Nation repeatedly urged the chosen ones to find Zhang Xuan, but how vast was the national fortune arena? Finding one person in such a short time was like searching for a needle in a haystack. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Xuan's evolution finally concluded. He felt an overwhelming surge of power throughout his body. The alloy battle axe that had previously felt heavy in his hand now felt light as a feather, as did the captured alloy sword. It seems like it's time to change weapons. I need to continue opening treasure chests. The weapons from other realms inside the chests might satisfy my needs. Zhang Xuan shook his head internally. National fortune treasure chests are rare and hard to come by, and he might not find another one soon. He opened the attribute panel to take a look. Chosen 1 Zhang Xuan. National fortune affiliation Dragon Nation, 31. Physique 20. The average for an adult is 10. Mentality 20. The average for an adult is 10. Talent universal mastery skills absolute evasion, 16. Child of destiny. Both physique and mentality have reached twice the average of ordinary people, and Zhang Xuan speculated that this should be the limit of humans in standard environments. 666. Are you not going to perform at all? Zhang Xuan, tell me, are you the favored son of the master of national fortune? There are prey committing suicide as soon as I step out. What kind of operation is this? The top of this round is the master of national fortune. Thanks to the gifts of nature. Quick, pick it up, it might trigger a return. Zhang Xuan grabbed the 2 large wings of the snow eagle, planning to drag it to a distant place to bleed it. As soon as his hand touched the pure white feathers, a majestic voice of the master of national fortune echoed in his ear. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Nation Zhang Xuan for killing a snow eagle 1, triggering 100,000 times return already allocated to the official reserve area of Dragon Nation for unified control. The Dragon Nation live broadcast room erupted again, and not only in the live room, countless people cheered offline. Wow. 100,000 times return. This is simply a miracle. Wo was so happy. With such low national fortune, it can still trigger 100,000 times return. Am I dreaming? Unbelievable. It's too unbelievable. I hope for more of such outrageous occurrences. Invincible. With Zhang Xuan, Dragon Nation will surely win in this round of national fortune battle. The host Fan Shu and the 2 heroes were left speechless, feeling it was surreal, like a hallucination. In the command room of Dragon Nation's national fortune, the elderly commander felt an overwhelming surge of emotions, unable to resist stuffing a quick effect, heart-saving pill into his mouth. He excitedly said, Good. This batch of supplies arrives just in time. Many people will be spared from the torment of hunger. Send the order. All returned supplies must be prioritized for Comrade Zhang Xuan's family. We cannot let Comrade Zhang Xuan suffer any grievances. An analyst couldn't bear to say, Commander, Comrade Zhang Xuan no longer has a family. His family perished in the disaster caused by the previous drop in national fortune. What? The commander abruptly turned his head, staring intensely at the aide, his eyes reddening. He has no family. The analyst lowered his head and said nothing, his eyes filled with sorrow. The commander sighed and fell silent. As Zhang Xuan obtained more prey and triggered 100,000 times return again, the recently quiet live broadcast rooms of various countries once again filled with complaints. First the divine medicine, then finding prey. Why is this Dragon Nation man so lucky? Perhaps today is his lucky day, but this kind of luck is indeed too exaggerated. Luck will eventually run out. It won't be long before he encounters misfortune. Everything he has gained will be lost. There's no need to envy his harvest. Zhang Xuan settled the prey and left the shelter once more. He looked up at the sky, confirming that no snow eagle would fall before heading towards the spot where he buried the snow bear meat yesterday. After walking about 1,000 meters, he suddenly kicked something hard underfoot, clearing the snow to reveal a piece of pure black ore. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Nation Zhang Xuan for collecting meteorite ore 1, triggering 100,000 times return already allocated to the official reserve area of Dragon Nation for unified control. Meteorite ore, what a good thing, too bad it's not possible to smelt it right now. Zhang Xuan thought to himself. However, after the return the country should be able to use it. The erosion of the national fortune battle affects all aspects, and the mineral resources of Blue Star are gradually depleting. It is uncertain how long the existing steel can last. Therefore, the minerals returned from the national fortune battle are equally precious, no less than various plants. Continuing forward as he turned a snow slope, a gust of wind blew, swirling the accumulated snow and revealing a few low plants glowing faintly with a cyan hue. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up as he hurried forward to collect. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Nation Zhang Xuan for collecting Ice Vein Grass 5, triggering 100,000 times return already allocated to the official reserve area of Dragon Nation for unified control. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Nation Zhang Xuan for collecting Limestone 1, triggering 100,000 times return already allocated to the official reserve area of Dragon Nation for unified control. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Nation Zhang Xuan for collecting Snow Crystal Honey 1, triggering 100,000 times return already allocated to the official reserve area of Dragon Nation for unified control. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Nation Zhang Xuan for collecting Nameless Wild Grass 10, triggering 100,000 times return already allocated to the official reserve area of Dragon Nation for unified control. In less than 2 kilometers, Zhang Xuan demonstrated to the whole world what it means to be favored by the goddess of stumbling while walking, discovering a resource, a gust of wind blows, discovering a resource, stopping to drink water, and rest, discovering another resource. Each time obtaining a resource triggers 100,000 times return. Although not every resource is useful, just the frequency of these triggers is enough to drive the chosen ones of various countries mad with jealousy. Tropical rainforest. The humid and hot moisture clung to the grass and trees, sticking to the skin. Yifan revealed only half of his sharply defined face, his bangs soaked by river water sticking to his full forehead, a few droplets sliding down his jawline, splashing onto the water surface, creating a barely noticeable ripple. He wore a quick-drying short jacket on his upper body, the sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms, exposing arms that were well-defined and covered in small scratches. Marks left from days of traversing the rainforest and rubbing against vegetation, while his long pants were tightly wrapped around his legs, keeping the mosquitoes and gravel in the river at bay. In his hand, he gripped a long wooden spear sharpened to a point with a few drops of undried river water still hanging from the spear tip. His gaze sharp as an eagle locked onto the movements beneath the water. Only when a head popped up to speak did his taut jaw slightly relax, and on his expressionless face a trace of barely perceptible melancholy and unwillingness flickered in his eyes. One of him is enough. What else do we need to do? Gobi Desert. The scorching sun beat down on the earth. Yellow sand filled the sky. The wind whipped up the sand and gravel, striking the weathered mushroom-like rocks, making a sh sound. Su Chun crouched under a stone mushroom, his back pressed tightly against the cool rock, trying to dispel the heat surrounding him. He wore a durable, light-colored long sleeve, the collar pulled low, covering most of his face. In front of him, an alloy lunchbox was steadily set up over the campfire with a layer of plant oil brought from Blue Star lining the bottom. Dozens of clean scorpions lay flat in the box, the flame licking the bottom of the lunchbox, making a sizzling sound, the oil boiling and coating the bodies of the scorpions, the aroma mixed with the smell of smoke instantly wafting out. Sweat beads on his forehead slid down his cheek, merging into a drop at his chin, which splashed onto the back of his hand, covered in yellow sand. He instinctively raised his hand to wipe it, but ended up smearing his cheek with gray marks. Su Chun wore a bitter expression, occasionally using alloy chopsticks to flip the scorpions in the box, watching as they gradually turned golden and crispy, yet he had no intention of tasting them, his fingers unconsciously digging into the yellow sand on the ground, his tone filled with frustration and unwillingness. That Zhang Xuan kid, could it be that he's sleeping with the goddess of luck? If he keeps this up, won't it make us look useless? Unnamed Island. The sea breeze carried a salty and humid scent, repeatedly brushing over the coast, stirring up fine waves that crashed against the rocky shore. Lu Ruyin wore a set of blue and white camouflage clothing, sitting on a flat rock, her posture upright, long hair secured behind her head, with a simple hairpin, a few stray strands being blown by the sea breeze sticking to her smooth cheek. In her hand was a fishing rod made from branches, her gaze seemingly fixed on the float on the water's surface, but her eyes were somewhat vacant, clearly lost in thought, repeatedly replaying scenes from the training camp in her mind. At that time, Zhang Xuan always quietly stood among the crowd, dressed plainly, his demeanor reserved, performing so mediocrely that he could not be more ordinary, standing there like an insignificant, transparent person. Who would have thought he would undergo such a transformation in the national fortune battle, becoming the dazzling figure he is now? On the second day after entering the national fortune battle, he actually obtained so many supplies. Lu Ruyin slowly regained her senses, her fingertips gently tracing the wood grain of the fishing rod, her astonishment and admiration growing more intense, her mouth unconsciously curling into a slight smile, filled with emotion. How did he do it? In the snowy plateau, survival was already difficult. He must have put in a lot of effort to obtain those supplies, truly remarkable. Even among the chosen ones of Dragon Nation, Yi Fan, Su Chen, Lu Ruyin, and others had to admit that sometimes being compared to others can truly be infuriating. The cold wind whipped in with snowflakes, stinging his face like needles. Zhang Xuan pressed on for a distance when suddenly there was a crisp crack beneath his feet, and the accumulated snow collapsed violently. Before he could react, he had already fallen into a concealed snow pit. Fortunately, the pit was not too deep, with a thick layer of snow below, providing a cushion. It was fine when I came here yesterday. How could it suddenly collapse? Zhang Xuan was somewhat baffled, but paid it no mind. As he prepared to stand up and climb out of the snow pit, he was shocked to find a frozen corpse lying beneath him. The corpse was clad in a thick, specially made cold-resistant down jacket adorned with a badge of the bullfighting nation on its chest. A past chosen one from the bullfighting nation. Zhang Xuan was astonished. How can I encounter this? Is it the effect of the chosen one's destiny? The corpse was curled up beside the rock wall, its face a bluish purple. A deep, bone-exposing claw mark from a ferocious beast marred its chest, and its combat suit was tattered from being slashed by ice shards with thick ice debris at the edges. It was clear that it had suffered an attack from a ferocious beast and had inadvertently fallen into a crevice, ultimately succumbing to the freezing temperatures. Beside the corpse lay a worn tactical backpack, tightly pressed beneath it, with a dull short knife scattered nearby, its blade filled with nicks and no longer of any use. Zhang Xuan bent down, carefully prying open the deceased's stiff fingers to reveal the misshapen backpack underneath. Inside there were no superfluous items, just the essential survival gear for the snowy wasteland. A small can of solid fuel, a damaged foldable metal water bag, 2 packets of unfinished butter tea, a brand new pair of spare cold-resistant gloves, a compact folding entrenching tool, and a small tube of frostbite ointment. Zhang Xuan selected carefully, putting the solid fuel cold-resistant gloves and frostbite ointment into his travel bag. He also hung the snow shovel on his travel pack, then piled up the snow in the cave as a step climbing out of the snow pit. The viewers in the live streams across various nations were already numbed with shock. Not only had he fallen into a snow pit without injury, but he had also found the legacy of the ancients. Such luck was simply incomprehensible. Just as Zhang Xuan crawled out of the snow pit and brushed off the snow from his shoulders, a heavy tremor suddenly resonated through the ice beneath his feet. It was not the crisp sound of collapsing snow, but the heavy rumble of a massive object crushing the ice, followed by a sharp, piercing roar from afar. Immediately, 2 enormous figures entangled with each other came crashing toward him. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly jumped back into the snow pit, concealing his figure save for his head, which he stealthily peered out from. 100 meters away, 2 colossal beasts were locked in a life-and-death struggle. The scene was far more shocking than any wild beast's battle. Even the howling cold wind seemed to be suppressed by the furious aura becoming feeble. On the left side, one beast resembled a giant elephant, but was several times larger than an adult elephant, covered in layers of thick armor. Its carapace glimmered with a dark gray icy sheen, and the 2 spiral horns on its head were as thick as pillars, their tips sharp as spears. It was none other than one of the prehistoric overlords of the snowy domain, the ice-armored mammoth. Its limbs were as thick as tree trunks, each step creating spiderweb-like cracks in the ground. As it swung its long trunk, it could easily fling hundreds of pounds of ice blocks. Its roar was filled with primitive ferocity. On the right side, another beast had a streamlined body entirely covered in snow-white fur, measuring over 10 meters in length. Its head was streamlined, filled with dense and sharp fangs, while its forelimbs bore 3 sharp claws that glimmered with a ghostly blue cold light. It was none other than the long-extinct snow domain wolf. For some reason, the 2 seemed to be fighting to the death, as if they were blinded by rage, refusing to spare each other. The ice-armored mammoth roared furiously, swinging its long trunk and striking hard against the snow domain wolf's back. The dull impact resonated, causing the ice surface to vibrate, and the wolf's fur was sent flying in all directions. The thick skin on its back was immediately torn open, revealing bone, and dark blood gushed out, instantly freezing upon contact with the snow. However, this deadly blow did not crush the snow domain wolf. Instead, it completely ignited its ferocity. It let out an ear-piercing shriek, its form flickering like a bolt of white lightning as it dodged the mammoth's trunk, and with a swift strike of its forelimb, the ghostly blue claws sliced through the mammoth's thick armor, tearing off a sizable chunk of flesh and bone. The ice-armored mammoth howled in pain, its furious roar causing the snow to fall in flurries. With its powerful limbs, it stomped the ground and charged at the snow domain wolf, its spiral horns aimed directly at the wolf's chest. The snow domain wolf agilely sidestepped, avoiding the massive horn that plunged into the nearby ice cliff, which collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending rocks and snow tumbling down. Before the mammoth could withdraw its horns, the wolf leaped up, biting fiercely onto the mammoth's neck, with its sharp fangs refusing to let go. Its claws relentlessly tore at the mammoth's throat, dark blood streaming down the mammoth's neck, staining the snow red. The mammoth struggled violently, tossing its head in an attempt to shake off the wolf. Its long trunk struck the wolf's body, each blow sending the wolf tumbling, yet the wolf clung on like a parasite, its fangs embedded in the mammoth's neck, until the mammoth's struggles grew weak, its breathing becoming more labored, and its massive body began to sway. Meanwhile, the snow domain wolf was also nearing its end, its back wound bleeding profusely, its chest mangled by the mammoth's trunk, its breath growing weaker. Yet it still clung tightly to the mammoth's neck until the mammoth collapsed lifeless. Only then did it release its fangs, staggering back a few steps, letting out a faint whimper, before crashing down beside the mammoth, completely still. Two prehistoric giants had ultimately perished together. Zhang Xuan slowly emerged from behind the snow pile, gazing at the two colossal corpses before him. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, quickly transforming into intense joy. The ice-armored mammoth's thick armor was incredibly hard, suitable for crafting defensive gear and shields, while its horns were top-grade materials for weapon crafting. The fat and meat within its body would sustain him in the snowy domain for quite some time. Meanwhile, the snow domain wolf's fur had far superior warmth than ordinary beast skins, and its claws and fangs were exceptionally sharp, making them excellent materials for close combat weapons. Without hesitation, he took out his alloy combat knife and briskly approached the corpses to process them. The commotion caused by these two prehistoric beasts was too great. The nearby wildlife had likely fled long ago, so there was no need to worry about ambushes. He began cautiously peeling off the thick armor of the ice-armored mammoth and the fur of the snow domain wolf. Just these two tasks took several hours. There was no helping it. The sizes of the two prehistoric beasts were too large to process in a short time. After skinning them, he began to cut the meat, filling his travel bag quickly, yet the remaining meat still resembled a small mountain, impossible to finish. Notifications about the national fortune being returned rang out continuously, and the live streams across various nations erupted once again. My goodness, a mammoth and a wolf. These are prehistoric creatures. While others struggle to survive in the snowy domain, Zhang Xuan is just looting corpses. And they are prehistoric giants. If he isn't cheating, I might as well eat shit upside down. Zhang Xuan must have a system, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be this impressive. Protest. Requesting the National Fortune Overseer to thoroughly investigate Zhang Xuan. He must be cheating. No one can be this lucky. Protests are useless. Huh. The National Fortune Overseer doesn't care about you foreign trash. Just wait quietly for death. In this round of the National Fortune battle, my Dragon Nation will surely win. Star-Spangled Nation, East Island Nation, Kimchi Nation. You countries that have ever targeted the Dragon Nation, clean your necks and wait for death. In the Star-Spangled Nation's National Fortune Command Center, General Mike Howell was already furious. These Dragon Nation people truly do not know their place. They merely found a bottle of divine medicine, looted a snow eagle, a mammoth, and a wolf, and returned some supplies. Do they think this is enough to defeat us, the Star-Spangled Nation? Do they still dare to say that the Dragon Nation will win? The theme of the National Fortune battlefield is slaughter, and the ultimate fate of the National Fortune is determined by the battles among the chosen ones. What use is it to gather more supplies? I don't believe that Zhang Xuan can withstand attacks from dozens of countries. The analyst beside him secretly scoffed. Isn't this enough? With luck this good, our nation's chosen ones won't even be able to target him successfully. Maybe before we even get close, a meteor will fall from the sky. In the evening, it was time for the poison release, and Zhang Xuan had stewed a pot of dire wolf meat. Yes, it was indeed poison. For the people of various nations, Zhang Xuan's meals equated to a poison release. Having meat at every meal was a dream come true for the people of nations suffering from material shortages. From my 20 years of experience as a chef, Zhang Xuan has certainly added too much salt to this pot of meat. It must be a bit salty. No, you are mistaken. It's the fire that isn't strong enough. It hasn't cooked properly, leading to tough bites. Which restaurant are you from? You can't even tell the right heat, yet you dare to claim 20 years as a chef. Who told you I was from a restaurant? I run a home-based business. So you're a home cook then? The meat returned from these two massive beasts should be enough for the whole country to have a meal, right? When will it be delivered to my home? I'm about to starve. Just wait. The large beasts will only trigger the return after being dismembered, and one person's efficiency is limited. Zhang Xuan might take a day or two to finish processing the two massive beasts. Fortunately, it was on the snowy plateau, otherwise so much meat left out for a day would spoil. As Zhang Xuan began to rest, the atmosphere in the Long Country live broadcast room also became more relaxed. The meat was done cooking, and Zhang Xuan picked up a piece to taste. It was quite delicious, and he began to feast heartily. While enjoying his lunch, he contemplated the mechanism behind the Child of Destiny. After nearly a day of experience, he had gained a deep understanding of this divine skill. Without a doubt, luck played a key role in all random events. However, luck could only influence random events and could not shake inevitable occurrences. In other words, if one wants to rely on luck to accomplish something, that endeavor must possess a certain probability of success. The highest return multiplier on the national luck battlefield is 1 million, hence no matter how extraordinary Zhang Xuan's luck, he could not trigger a 10 million-fold return. If that snow eagle had not flown over the shelter, it would not have perished from cramping. Similarly, if those two massive beasts had not passed nearby, or if they were very far from this area, Zhang Xuan would not have encountered their battle. After summarizing the mechanism of the Child of Destiny, Zhang Xuan began to consider how to maximize the use of this extraordinary divine skill. With just over 10 hours left before this divine skill would vanish, he wondered how long it would take to refresh it. He needed to take advantage of the present to accumulate sufficient initial advantages. Not an advantage in resources, but an advantage in combat power. The theme of the National Luck Killing Ground is slaughter. No matter how much material is obtained, it cannot affect the final outcome. Only by killing the chosen ones of other nations can one enhance national luck, and only by enhancing national luck can the fundamental issue of national resource depletion be addressed. To rely on luck to enhance combat power, one must open more treasure chests. It's already dark. Should I brave the cold to look for treasure chests? Zhang Xuan hesitated. The night in the National Luck Killing Ground is more dangerous than during the day, and the severe cold of the snowy plateau at night is nothing short of deadly. Even those beasts that have grown up in the snowy plateau since childhood rarely venture out to forage at night. The only reason Zhang Xuan considered searching for treasure chests at night was the impressive physique of 20 points that gave him confidence. He didn't even feel cold during the day, which indicated that his cold resistance had significantly improved. In this case, the nighttime temperatures of -30 degrees Celsius might no longer be fatal. In other words, the survival rate for venturing out at night had reached or approached 50. With a survival rate of 50 and extraordinary luck backing him up, it would indeed be unreasonable not to take a gamble. Zhang Xuan's only concern was whether there was a second treasure chest nearby. The Child of Destiny could only turn probable beneficial events into certain occurrences, but if there was no second treasure chest nearby, no matter how lucky he could not find a treasure chest. Zhang Xuan pondered and ultimately decided to take the gamble. Even the gambling god said that not betting with an AK is foolish. Zhang Xuan believed that with his current luck, even if he couldn't find a treasure chest, there would surely be other gains. Therefore, after finishing his meal, he organized his gear and left the shelter once more. The viewers in the live broadcast room were puzzled. It's already dark. What is Zhang Xuan planning to do? Maybe he's going out to the bathroom. It's late at night. What else could he be doing? Going to the bathroom while carrying all? Can't you use your brain before speaking? Is he planning to explore in the dark? The snowy plateau at night is so cold, one misstep could lead to freezing to death. He must not take risks. The situation has just improved. Oh, why take such risks? Someone should hurry to advise Zhang Xuan in the National Luck Strategic Command Room. How can they just watch him take risks? Could it be that he plans to dismember those two massive beasts overnight? It's unnecessary. We can hold on and don't take risks. Young people are too eager for quick success, having achieved just a little and already swelling with pride. Haha, this Zhang Xuan has truly lost his mind, daring to leave the shelter at night to explore the snowy plateau. He will drag down the entire long country. Just wait for your national luck to drop again. Yo, Zhang Xuan's fearless spirit is truly admirable. It should be like this, bravely challenging the snowy plains. I initially thought Long Country had produced a formidable warrior. I didn't expect him to just be a reckless fool, haha. The host Fan Shu glanced at the bullet comments, a hint of worry appearing on her brow. Why is Comrade Zhang Xuan still going out so late? Is he planning to dismember those two massive beasts overnight? But I see that his route seems different from the daytime. Colonel Lu Zheng's expression was serious as he nodded, saying, "It is indeed different. The direction he is heading now is an unexplored area he has not been to before." Colonel Su Wan beside him had fallen into deep thought, evidently speculating on Zhang Xuan's intentions. Fan Shu could not help but ask, "Colonel Lu, what do you think he is risking his life to explore in the dark?" Colonel Lu shook his head and remained silent. At that moment, Su Wan suddenly said, "It should be related to that vial of potion. Perhaps he believes that his current physique is enough to withstand the low temperatures of the snowy plateau. What we cannot do, he might be able to. However, I don't understand why he wants to explore unknown areas. There are numerous dangers at night. Even if he must go out, he should have a clear purpose instead of wandering aimlessly." Fan Shu murmured, "I hope everything goes smoothly for him tonight. Comrade Zhang Xuan, our Long Country needs you. Please take care." In the National Luck Strategic Command Room, a group of analysts was debating. Some suggested immediately consuming communication time to dissuade Zhang Xuan. Some suggested waiting a bit longer. Perhaps Zhang Xuan would soon change his mind, while others said that they should trust Zhang Xuan and respect his own decisions. The entire National Luck Command Room was as lively as a market. Finally, the commander made a decisive statement. Zhang Xuan is not a reckless fool. He certainly has his own plans. We should trust him. Our hero bears the weight of the entire nation and would never act irrationally. Night was as black as ink, a bone-piercing wind howling across the snowy plateau, whipping up a sky of snow that struck the face like countless fine needles of ice. Zhang Xuan wrapped himself tightly, guided by the faint starlight as he steadily made his way east toward the shelter. Snow rose above his ankles. Each step produced a dull creak that rang painfully clear in the dead night. A constitution of 20 points sustained him. In temperatures plunging beyond -30 degrees, he felt only a slight chill, far from life-threatening. Cold starlight slowly spilled over the land, the pristine snow reflecting every shard of light. The world took on a crystalline clarity, the night seemed unusually bright, and the landscape remarkably distinct. Zhang Xuan had no fixed goal, nor did he employ any occult method to choose his path. If a treasure chest truly lay nearby, he believed that even if he did nothing, fate would guide him to it. As he walked farther, the atmosphere in Longwo's live stream grew tense. He's still heading farther out. Does he not care for his life? The snowfield at night is too dangerous. Wild beasts, sinkholes at any moment. If a cold front hits, it's even worse. Command center, contact him now. Exactly. His life is tied to the nation's fortune. If he dies, Longwo's national fortune will decline. We can't let him act recklessly like this. So irresponsible. I knew he wouldn't make it. You all condemned me before. Now you see his true colors, don't you? Shut up. Regardless, he has brought back a great return of national fortune for the country. And you didn't even dare to sign up as a volunteer. What right do you have to complain here? Who says I don't dare? I'm simply older and failed this election. 28 and calling yourself old. If you can't do it, admit it, don't make excuses. The people from Dongdao and Xingtiao are still mocking, waiting to see Zhang Xuan freeze to death. Let's not speak defeatist words. Don't give them the satisfaction. Inside Longwo's National Fortune Command Center, the chief commander frowned deeply. A host of analysts held their breath, unable to discern Zhang Xuan's true purpose. As Zhang Xuan reached a gentle slope within a sparse stand of spruce, the ground beneath him suddenly shuddered without, at first, only a faint tremor. Then in an instant the earth churned like an enraged beast. A sudden shallow small-scale earthquake erupted in the heart of the snowy mountains. A thunderous roar rolled up from below. The ground shook violently, the snow beneath his feet collapsed in sweeping sheets, and the hard ice split into a spiderweb of fissures that raced outward. The quake was not enormous in scale, yet it struck precisely the most unstable accumulations of snow on them. The towering main peak to the east was shaken loose. Billions of tons of snow suddenly lost their support, and accompanied by earth-shattering thunder, a super avalanche erupted. A white tide of snow poured from the summit like a sun-blocking tsunami. Everything in its path was mercilessly swallowed. Spruces as thick as a bull's mouth were uprooted, massive trunks snapped, crushed, and were buried like straw. Whole thickets were flattened in an instant as if they had never existed. Protruding rocks were smashed and scattered by the tumbling snow. Even half-buried dead trunks were swept away, disappearing into the boundless surge. The world turned a desolate white. Gale winds howled, laden with ice and snow, vision utterly obscured, leaving only the deafening roar of collapse, as if the entire world were being ground to pieces by the ice. Earthquake. The quake triggered the avalanche. It's over. Such an avalanche. No one could survive. The whole forest has been leveled. Where is Zhang Xuan? Longwo's viewers went pale in an instant. The live comments nearly flooded the screen. Foreign live streams, however, erupted with gloating. Heaven will destroy Longwo. Buried by the avalanche. Not even bones will remain. The fool's end. This is the price of provoking the snowfield. Fan Shu's face went deathly white, a voice trembling. The avalanche. It's too vast. The entire spruce grove has been destroyed. Colonel Lu Zheng clenched his fists until the knuckles turned white, unable to speak. The snow surge swept down with irresistible force, seemingly on the verge of engulfing Zhang Xuan entirely. Yet what followed? A series of astonishing coincidences. Let countless people witness what it meant to be under heaven's protection. At the instant the quake struck, Zhang Xuan happened to be standing on a bulging slab of bedrock where the tremor's effect was minimal, allowing him to react first. As the avalanche thundered in a nearby snowdrift collapsed, revealing a cavity buried beneath the snow. The cave's entrance was narrow, but its interior spacious. A rare dead angle able to resist the avalanche. Zhang Xuan did not hesitate. He vaulted into the cavity at once. No sooner had he slipped into the rock hollow than a multi-ton ice boulder tumbled down and wedged across the upper part of the entrance, forming a natural barricade that blocked the frontal impact. The rushing snow was split in two by a rocky ridge ahead. The main currents roared past the cave's flanks and did not pour into the interior. Broken trees and shattered ice chunks were carried away by the flow. None struck toward the hollow. After tens of seconds, the avalanche gradually subsided. A deathly silence settled, broken only by drifting snow dust. The once dense spruce grove had vanished. The ground lay under thick new snow, the terrain utterly rewritten. A scene of desolation. Zhang Xuan stepped out of the hollow, brushed the snow from his garments, and felt a clear comprehension. The quake was real, the avalanche was real, the destruction of the woods was real, and the danger had been genuine. The entire process had been perilously extreme, yet also staggeringly coincidental. A sequence of low-probability events, as if threaded together by some mysterious force, allowed Zhang Xuan to emerge from the catastrophe unscathed. His survival was the result of precise fortune, standing by chance on safe ground, stumbling upon a cavern, an ice boulder, blocking the surge, the snow, splitting its flow. Every tiny possibility had become reality. What was more astonishing was that the terrifying avalanche had scourged the surface snow clean. Where the dense forest had once covered the ground, an ancient ruin, buried for who knew how many years, was abruptly exposed beneath the moonlight. A wall of blue-black megaliths rose, its stones stacked and etched with the marks of time, vast in scale. It was plainly not a product of nature. A massive stone door stood tightly shut, its surface carved with faint archaic motifs, sealed without the slightest. Zhang Xuan went up to it, braced himself, and pushed with all his strength, only to find the door immovable. After searching the surroundings for a time, he discovered no mechanism. Yet directly before the sealed door, a treasure chest lay quietly in the snow. The chest had always been there, but had simply never been found. Zhang Xuan's eyes brightened, and a smile curved his lips. As I thought, today I am clearly heaven's favorite child. Zhang Xuan crouched down, his fingertips gliding over the icy surface of the redwood treasure chest. Without any hesitation, he gently pressed the latch and opened it. National luck, prompt congratulations on opening the redwood treasure chest and obtaining the spatial ring. Spatial ring, volume of 333 cubic meters, bloodbound, activated by thought, can only contain inanimate objects. Microorganisms will be automatically deactivated upon entry. It's actually a spatial ring. A look of surprise spread across Zhang Xuan's face, and he felt a wave of excitement. He had initially thought that being able to open an item that enhanced his combat power would be quite good, but he never expected to uncover a treasure like the spatial ring. It was indeed somewhat unexpected. With a thought, the engineer's shovel in his hand instantly disappeared, and with another thought, it reappeared steadily. After trying it twice, his smile grew wider. With a volume of 27 cubic meters, it was sufficient to solve the problem of material storage and could be considered a strategic artifact. Zhang Xuan put the ring on the index finger of his left hand, and it surprisingly adapted, perfectly fitting without a trace. After confirming that there were no other items in the treasure chest, he closed it, and with a thought stored it within the ring. The runes on the surface of the ring flickered slightly before returning to calm, looking just like an ordinary platinum wedding ring. Having completed all this, he looked once more at the tightly closed stone door. In the National Luck Killing Field, there were many relics, remnants of various civilizations, containing both dangers and opportunities. Sometimes the National Luck ruler would issue tasks, and upon completion, one could receive maps and keys related to the relics. Most relics could not be opened without obtaining the maps and keys. For relics that could be opened, 9 out of 10 had already been explored by those before him. The relic before him could not be opened, indicating that the time was not yet right, and Zhang Xuan had no intention of wasting his energy trying. More importantly, the night was growing deeper, and the temperature of the snow-covered plateau was continuously dropping. The cold wind was becoming increasingly fierce, stinging his face, and he could clearly feel the warmth of his body being slowly eroded. Even with a 20-point constitution boost, it was difficult to withstand such extreme cold for long. From morning until late at night, he had been busy, exhausted in both body and mind, with every muscle aching. Staying any longer would only put him in danger. It's time to go back and rest. Rome wasn't built in a day, or I must take it slow. Zhang Xuan resolved in his heart, no longer hesitating, and turned to walk steadily toward the direction of the shelter. On the way back, everything went unusually smoothly, and he encountered no unexpected events until he returned to the shelter. The campfire inside had long since gone out, and the temperature had dropped significantly. Zhang Xuan reignited the fire, and then fell into a deep sleep, resting his head on the alloy lunchbox. Meanwhile, the live broadcast rooms of various countries erupted once again, with comments flooding in like a tide, reflecting starkly different emotions among the viewers. In the Long Kingdom's live broadcast room, there was jubilation, and the comments were filled with cheers and pride. Wow, wow, wow. It's a spatial ring. It's actually a spatial ring. This is a super strategic artifact. No one opened such a treasure in the previous 2 rounds of the National Luck Killing Field. I wonder how large the volume of the spatial ring is. My goodness. Zhang Xuan's luck is simply off the charts. He will never have to worry about where to store supplies again. Just a moment ago, I was worried about his risky actions, and he ended up opening a treasure directly. This is a massive win. Zhang Xuan has also discovered a relic. He should be the first person to find a relic in this round of the National Luck Killing Field, right? I wonder what is inside that relic. There must be certain dangers in the relic. It is not suitable for exploration at this stage. Zhang Xuan made the right choice. Long Kingdom will surely win. Zhang Xuan will surely win. With the spatial ring, future developments will be more stable. In stark contrast, the other countries' live broadcast rooms were filled with complaints and envy as the foreign viewers' feelings of jealousy and hatred seemed ready to burst through the screen. In the East Island nation's live broadcast room, the comments were full of unwillingness and anger. Why? Why can that reckless Zhang Xuan open a spatial ring? What are our chosen ones doing? Hurry up and open treasure chests. Damn it. Is this Zhang Xuan the favored child of the national luck ruler? Avalanches didn't kill him, and now he finds treasure. This is simply cheating. Strongly demand that the national luck ruler punish Zhang Xuan severely. The live broadcast room of the Star-Spangled Nation was no different. That damned boy from the Long Kingdom has such outrageous luck. How could he easily obtain such a precious item? Snatch his spatial ring. The people of the Long Kingdom don't deserve to use such an artifact. It should be given to our chosen ones in the Star-Spangled Nation. Nonsense. It should be given to our Gaul nation. We Gaul cocks will surely welcome a great revival. You damned Gaul cock, get out of our Star-Spangled Nation's live broadcast room. In the Long Kingdom's official live broadcast room, the host and two colonels had yet to clock out. Fan Shu's worries vanished and his tone was excited. That's great. Comrade Zhang Xuan has obtained the spatial ring. This will greatly help him with future material reserves. Moreover, he was very rational and did not rashly attempt to open the relic, choosing instead to return and rest, which was very prudent. Colonel Liu Zheng relaxed his tightly clenched fist, a smile gracing his lips. In 2 consecutive treasure chest openings, he unexpectedly obtained rare treasures. Comrade Zhang Xuan's luck is indeed impressive. It is certain that both that vial of potion and the spatial ring are the most precious treasures that can be obtained from a basic treasure chest. Better treasures can only be obtained by opening intermediate or higher treasure chests with a certain probability. Colonel Su Wan nodded, expressing her thoughts. I no longer know how to evaluate Comrade Zhang Xuan. His every action is unexpected. I look forward to him achieving even better results. In the Long Kingdom's National Luck Command Center, the previously tense atmosphere completely dissipated and everyone wore relieved smiles. The chief commander looked at Zhang Xuan, who was sleeping in the screen, and said with a hearty laugh, "Did you all see that? It's only the second day, and he has already obtained such an important strategic equipment. Our comrade Zhang Xuan truly lives up to expectations." In the Star-Spangled Nation's National Luck Command Center, General Mike Howell's face was dark, filled with reluctance and confusion as he murmured to himself, I don't understand why everyone is talking about the Long Kingdom's chosen one having such incredible luck, as if we are already at a disadvantage in this duel. In the previous 2 rounds of the National Luck Killing Field under my command, with the Star-Spangled Nation at the forefront, we united with the European and Eastern nations. Many chosen ones worked together to surround and suppress the Long Kingdoms, chosen one repeatedly repressing them, allowing our national luck to soar and our national strength to grow stronger. That scene of countless heroes bowing down and unstoppable vigor is still vivid in my mind. Now it's only the second day of the new round of competition. Why does that Long Kingdom person have such a huge advantage? What are our Star-Spangled chosen ones doing? Are they really not as good as that Long Kingdom person? After a round of complaints, General Mike Howell contacted his allies, once more urging them to prompt the chosen ones near the snowy plateau to gather quickly. Then they would immediately head deep into the snowy plateau to hunt down Zhang Xuan. Yes, the Star-Spangled Nation has already grasped Zhang Xuan's coordinates, which was not difficult to achieve. Gathering the topographical information of the areas where all the chosen ones are located, they would use super artificial intelligence to organize and stitch it together, thus obtaining the complete map of the national fortune-killing grounds. This is what all major nations are currently doing. In the previous 2 rounds of the national fortune-killing grounds, the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance used this method to draw the map of the national fortune-killing grounds, locking onto the Dragon Nation's chosen ones for hunting. The Dragon Nation also gathered its chosen ones to resist using the same method, but they suffered heavy losses due to being outnumbered. This time, the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance revealed its fangs once again. All chosen ones in the Snowy Plateau area immediately abandoned scattered explorations and converge at full speed according to the shared coordinates. The target, Dragon Nation's chosen one Zhang Xuan, is to be killed without mercy. Listen, eliminating him will grant you a lifetime of unending dollars, and the Alliance will arrange top-notch mansions, private yachts, and endless beauties and luxury for you. As long as you walk out of the national fortune battlefield alive, you will live a worry-free life of abundance and glory. Even if you die, your families will enjoy everything on your behalf. Suppressing the Dragon Nation is merely a side benefit. Everything you desire can be obtained just by killing Zhang Xuan. As dawn broke, the new order from the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance, carrying an irresistible temptation, reached the ears of the scattered chosen ones around the snowy plateau. These individuals, without exception, had built a solid foundation through victories in the previous 2 rounds of the national fortune battlefield. Their physical qualities were generally far superior to ordinary people, much stronger than unenhanced chosen ones. Coupled with their awakened combat-oriented talents, they inherently carried a rough, suppressive force. At this moment, the alluring rewards combined with a bit of fear towards the Dragon Nations, chosen ones intertwined, turning them into a pack of wolves ready to pounce. The first to set off was Cain from the Star-Spangled Nation. He was as tall as a bear with bulging muscles and a long scar running from his brow to his jaw. Years of battlefield life gave him a rough and fierce aura. As a retired Special Forces soldier, he was skilled in various killing techniques, and his awakened talent leaned towards violent power, allowing him to boost his combat ability several times in a short period once activated. He rubbed his fingers over the military dagger on his waist, feeling the cold glint of the blade, a proud and greedy smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he stepped heavily and hurriedly. What mattered most to him in the command's promise was not the mansions or yachts, but the lifetime of unending dollars and the glory of being untouchable after leaving the battlefield. For him, killing was instinctual. It could exchange for money and status, and why not? His fist slammed down on the ice, shattering it into shards as Kane's rough voice echoed through the snow and wind. That kid's spatial ring is mine, and all that money will be enough for me to squander for a lifetime. In another direction, behind a snow slope, Yamamoto no Musashi from the East Island Nation curled up in a sheltered spot, one hand gripping a ninja sword, while the other rested in his pocket, rubbing a worn anime figurine pendant, his only possession brought from reality. He was small yet exceptionally agile, appearing to be a taciturn otaku, but in reality, he was a top assassin from an underground assassination organization. He was usually immersed in anime figurines, and killing was merely a means to obtain them. His awakened talent leaned towards speed and stealth, moving like a ghost, best at striking when least expected. For the East Island Nation's command promised, as long as he killed Zhang Xuan, all resources would be mobilized to help him collect every anime figurine in the world, including rare ones that had long been discontinued. Yamamoto no Musashi licked his cracked lips, his voice as soft as falling snow, yet emanating a chilling cold. His gaze held no greed, only an obsession with figurines, and his tone concealed meticulous calculation. Yoshi, exchanging the life of a dragon nation, chosen one for all anime figurines, is a deal that guarantees profit. He did not care who Zhang Xuan was or how the dragon nation operated. He only cared whether he could seize this opportunity to gather all the figurines he desired, thus never needing to worry about his collection again. Victor from the bullfighting nation had a defiant look on his face. He was stocky with muscles bulging, and years of underground boxing had given him a resistance to beatings far beyond ordinary men. His awakened talent made his flesh and bones even tougher, so ordinary bumps could hardly injure him. Previously, he relied on his fists to earn a living with unruliness and lust ingrained in his bones. The communicator's words from the liaison still echoed in his mind. As long as he killed Zhang Xuan, the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance would send female celebrities from various countries to his bed for him to indulge in pleasure. The national-level considerations were never something Victor thought deeply about, nor did he care to. He swung his alloy battle axe, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he raced toward the rendezvous point. There were also several individuals from the Nordic countries, each with their own thoughts, but at this moment, everyone's goal was the same. That Dragon Nation man was merely a springboard for them to realize their dreams. As long as they killed him, everything they desired would be fulfilled. This operation was unmasked and quickly discovered by the viewers from the Dragon Nation lurking in the foreign live broadcast. Dozens of enemy nations, chosen ones, abandoned scattered explorations and converged towards the same direction. Combined with the actions taken by their country in the previous 2 rounds, the Dragon Nation viewers instantly deduced the purpose of this group of chosen ones. They are here to hunt Zhang Xuan. Once the news spread, the Dragon Nation audience erupted in outrage. The barrage in the live broadcast room flooded the screen with red exclamation marks and angry words densely packed, almost obscuring the entire display. Damn, these bastards are so shameless. A dozen of them are surrounding our Zhang Xuan. How dare they be arrogant, relying on the advantages of the first 2 rounds? Do they think we in the Dragon Nation are helpless? Zhang Xuan must be careful. They are all coming for you. The command room needs to think of a way. We cannot let Brother Xuan come to harm. He is the hope of our Dragon Nation. Outraged sentiments swept across the entire Dragon Nation. Whether on the streets or in offices and campuses, people were discussing this shameless encirclement. Some clenched their fists in anger at the enemy's despicable actions, while others clasped their hands together in prayer for Zhang Xuan. Many spontaneously organized online to support Zhang Xuan, every word reflecting their concern for him and their anxiety over the fate of the Dragon Nation. No one wanted to see the hard-won opportunity for the Dragon Nation crushed in the cradle by these greedy enemy chosen ones. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation strategic command room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. On the giant screen, a real-time map of the snowy plateau's terrain distribution and the approximate movement trajectories of a dozen enemy chosen ones were displayed. Each approaching red dot made the command personnel present feel a sinking feeling in their hearts. Confirmed a total of 17 enemy chosen ones with physical attributes ranging from 1-3 to 1-6 times that of ordinary people, each possessing enhanced talents, and their target is clear. It is Zhang Xuan. The intelligence officer's urgent voice broke the silence in the room. The commander's face turned pale, his fingers heavily striking the table, his tone firm and urgent. Immediately activate emergency communications to contact Comrade Zhang Xuan and inform him of the current situation. A Guiyun notification jolted Zhang Xuan from sleep. Tianxian Zhang Xuan, your nation requests a real-time communication. Accept. His half-open, still drowsy eyes cleared in an instant. Connect. Good morning, Comrade Zhang Xuan. I am your liaison, Yi Tang. I have an important message to convey. Yi Tang's face grew grave worry evident between her brows. Speak. Zhang Xuan replied with calm solemnity, though his mind was already racing with conjecture. Yi Tang continued, our intelligence reports that 17 enemy Tianxian are approaching your position. Based on their marching speed, they should reach your area in about 3 days. The command center advised that if necessary you may abandon the shelter and withdraw toward the southern valleys. A southward move of roughly 200 kilometers would reach a cold temperate transition zone where a mixed coniferous and broadleaf forest offers comparatively richer resources. Zhang Xuan nodded. Understood. I will follow the command center's instructions if needed. Thank you for the nation's support. With no further idle words, Yi Tang relayed the enemy data and then terminated the connection. The shelter's bonfire had burned out. As Zhang Xuan rekindled the flames, he fell into thought. He was not surprised to be besieged by other nations. Longhua had already been targeted twice, and everyone knew what those 17 states were about. Yet he had not expected the day to arrive so soon. The third round of the Guiyun killing field had only just begun, and on its third day, they were already hunting, effectively abandoning any opportunity to develop. Among those enemy Tianxian acting as hunters, some might perish along the way for a host of reasons. Even so, Zhang Xuan would not allow himself the slightest negligence. 17 Tianxian with physiques 1 to 1.5 times that of ordinary people. Even if only half of them arrived, it would still present a formidable challenge. He also had to consider the advisory teams watching from the real world. In crucial moments, they would surely consume communication time to issue commands. That meant traps and hiding places might be neutralized. Confrontation could be the only recourse. Fortunately, the Guiyun arbiter forbade bringing ranged weapons from the real world. Otherwise, even fighting heat-in would be impossible. As for the command center's evacuation suggestion, Zhang Xuan was not inclined to implement it for the time being. The enemy had sacrificed time scavenging in order to carry out a dedicated hunting mission. If Zhang Xuan began relocating now, it would become a vicious race. Neither side would have time to collect supplies or open chests. The enemy still needed 3 days to reach him. Those 3 days were prime time for growth. If he could find a few more chests or rare flowers and fruits that bolstered constitution, he might not be outmatched. If his talent refreshed into a powerful battle-class divine skill, retreat would be out of the question. 17 enemies meant 17 points of Guiyun. At that thought, a keen light flared in Zhang Xuan's eyes. He opened his attribute panel and discovered to his surprise that his talent had just refreshed. I slept this long. No alarm is a curse. I wasted a chunk of lucky time. Zhang Xuan muttered, pressing his hand to his chest, where he could feel a skill imprint. Wanfa Quantong, activate. The talent stirred, and another skill appeared in the attribute panel skill list. Tianchuan Zhang Xuan. Guiyun affiliation Longhua 31. Constitution 20 ordinary adult 10. Spirit 20 ordinary adult 10. Talent Wanfa Quantong. Skills absolute evasion 16 Tianming Jizi 19 Chiku Nalo. Chiku Nalo passive stamina is inexhaustible. 1 never feels fatigue. Muscles do not ache from lactic buildup, nor suffer degradation from overuse. So there are differences in the number of skill imprints required to synthesize a divine technique. Interesting. Zhang Xuan smiled, thinking, Tisk, now I can moonlight as a Xiantian Yoma Shengdi, innate oxhorse saint body. He felt his bodily conditions soaring, his energy swelled to an almost unbelievable level, and he yearned to accomplish something great. With endless stamina, the range of possible deeds expanded. Bolt's peak speed is 10.44 meters per second. With Zhang Xuan's constitution at 20, humanity's comprehensive pinnacle, his sprint could plausibly outpace Bolt. Tireless and relentless running 24 hours could carry him nearly 1,000 kilometers. Those 17 Tianxian likely could not catch him. Yet distance alone would not solve the problem, for once Zhang Xuan began to run, he would face more than 17 pursuers. There could be additional Tianxian waiting to intercept him ahead. The snowy plateau, though perilous, served as a natural barrier. Not everyone could endure its cold. Tianxian, whose constitutions fell short, might not last a single day there. Even Zhang Xuan himself dared not sleep outside the shelter. At the very least, one needed a snow hut. Thus, even if he chose to withdraw in the short term, he would not abandon the snow plateau. With that in mind, Zhang Xuan decided to use his limitless stamina to tidy the shelter. Before repairing it, however, he would first strip the meat from the 2 massive beasts. After a simple breakfast, he left his travel pack behind, hefted his alloy battle axe, and dashed off at full speed. Snow churned beneath his feet. Even the biting wind could not keep up. In barely a dozen minutes, the 2 giant carcasses came into view. At the sight, the live streams across nations erupted once more. What's going on? Did Zhang Xuan take a stimulant? How is he running so fast? This isn't something stimulants alone could do. Everyone knows movement in snow is arduous. Running is hard enough, let alone sprinting flat out like this. I just measured Zhang Xuan's speed, 11 meters per second. That's beyond elite athletes, and that's in snow on flat ground. Who knows how fast he'd be? Is that even a question of speed? Sustained top speed sprints for more than 10 minutes. Are those feats even human? Hiss. Put like that, Zhang Xuan's performance is abnormal indeed. Is it the work of that vile cheating? Your long with Tianxian are hacking bits unfair. Hell, what hypocrisy! Was it fair for a dozen countries to unite and hunt our long with Tianxian? Cheating. Your long with Tianxian are hacking bits unfair. Hell, what hypocrisy! Was it fair for a dozen countries to unite and hunt our long with Tianxian? I've never seen such shamelessness. Enemy viewers were left distraught. With Zhang Xuan's speed at this level, how could they possibly hunt him? Zhang Xuan could not see the chat overlay. Even if he could, he had no time to care. His eyes fixed solely on the two giant carcasses. He inspected them thoroughly. The corpses remained exactly as they had been when he left the day before, untouched by other beasts, and with no foreign tracks in the snow. Relieved by what he saw, he set his mind at ease and resumed butchering the great beasts. After a night of harsh cold, the bodies of the mammoth and the dire wolf had frozen solid, making dismemberment particularly laborious. Zhang Xuan raised his axe and chopped vigorously along the joints, toiling for an entire morning before finally removing the front and hind legs and the tenderloin of the two colossal beasts. The 27 cubic meters of space in the storage ring had been filled, and during the packing process, a 100-fold national fortune return was triggered just once. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom felt somewhat disappointed, yet they understood that good fortune could not accompany someone indefinitely. On the way back, Zhang Xuan collected some firewood. After returning to the shelter, he had lunch and began to busy himself. In his spare time over the past few days, he often pondered how to renovate the shelter, and he had roughly devised a detailed renovation plan in his mind. The cave was only 5 to 6 meters deep and 3 to 4 meters wide, making the space extremely cramped, barely accommodating a long-term resident. The area near the cave entrance was slightly elevated and well ventilated, suitable for building a heated bed for warmth and damp prevention. The small cave in the back was suitable for building a stove. Once the stove and heated bed were completed, the chimneys could be merged, leading through the small cave opening at the back to the outside, perfectly resolving the smoke emission issue. In the adjacent lowlying area, a small water reservoir could be excavated to store melted snow, addressing daily cleaning needs. Zhang Xuan picked up a piece of rubble, sketching lines while conceptualizing, marking the positions for the heated bed, stove, chimney, and water reservoir on the ground. Once the planning was complete, he shouldered various tools and exited the cave to gather materials. There were plenty of shale and slate in the nearby rock piles, and the slate was sturdy and fire-resistant, perfect for constructing the heated bed and stove. Zhang Xuan moved slabs of slate to the entrance of the shelter for future use, and during this process, he inadvertently discovered several natural snow lotus flowers sheltered from the wind behind a giant rock, their leaves still dusted with unmelted snow. He carefully picked them and stored them in his storage ring, inadvertently triggering a national fortune return. Congratulations to the chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Xuan, for collecting 3 Tianshan snow lotuses, triggering a 10,000-fold return, which has been allocated to the official reserves of the Dragon Kingdom for unified management. The Tianshan snow lotus is a precious emergency medicinal herb from the snowy region capable of treating many ailments. 30,000 may seem like a lot, but in reality it is still insufficient relative to the vast population of the Dragon Kingdom. Even so, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but cheer. While continuing his search, he also found a small piece of natural ice crystal salt in a rock crevice. The salt brought from reality would eventually run out, so finding a new source of salt was a pleasant surprise. In a wind-sheltered depression, Zhang Xuan also found a large amount of dry lichen, which could serve as a moisture barrier for the heated bed and assist in fire starting. Although not crucial, it could still slightly improve the quality of life. After bustling back and forth for about an hour, feeling that he had gathered enough materials, Zhang Xuan began to process the natural concrete in the cave. He crushed the clumps of natural concrete, dampened them with the melted snow he had prepared earlier, and picked up a spade to mix it thoroughly. At this point, the preparations were complete, and he began the formal construction. First, he used the spade to clear away the loose soil and rubble from the ground, ensuring the surface was level. Then he began to piece together the selected slate, gluing them together with the mixed concrete. Once the heated bed was completed, Zhang Xuan did not rest, but immediately turned to construct the stove in the small cave at the back. The sky was already darkening. He had been busy all day, but felt as energetic as ever, almost indistinguishable from the state he had woken up in, as if he were a superhero. Having already cleaned the ground when handling the natural concrete, he confirmed the stove's position again, ensuring it aligned precisely with the flue of the heated bed, and then he stacked the slate in an orderly manner, filling the gaps with concrete and gently pressing with his palm to reinforce. During the process, he found some slate edges were uneven, which would affect the ceiling and flue connection, so he used an alloy battle axe to smooth them out before continuing with the construction. The connection point of the flue required special attention. Every gap must be carefully sealed with concrete, extending the flue along the rock wall to the small cave, repeatedly pressing to compact it, and finally sealing the junction between the stove and the ground, as well as the rock wall with concrete to completely eliminate smoke leakage. Once the heated bed and stove were built, Zhang Xuan began constructing the windbreak wall at the front. Compared to building the heated bed and stove, constructing the windbreak wall was much simpler. First, he used the spade to dig the foundation, then directly used the slate for staggered, overlapping one layer of slate and one layer of concrete, much like building a brick house in the countryside. The slate varied in size and was not uniform like red bricks, so the wall constructed was not particularly aesthetically pleasing, but it was sturdy nonetheless. After the windbreak wall was built, the sky was completely dark. Zhang Xuan lit several large bonfires against the wall to prevent the concrete from freezing. At this moment, he could not afford to be stingy with firewood. It was essential to ensure proper insulation, or else, if the concrete froze, it would severely affect the structural integrity of the wall. Worried about running low on firewood, Zhang Xuan ventured into the darkness to chop down a few trees with his alloy battle axe. These trees were not dead yet, and their trunks contained plenty of moisture. Once lit, they would burn longer than dry wood. After solving the insulation issue, Zhang Xuan returned to the shelter to begin digging the water reservoir. The rock on the cave floor was not particularly hard. With the spade, he could easily shovel up rubble and dirt. He paused periodically to clear the soil and rocks, packing them into fiber bags he had brought from reality and dumping them outside the shelter to avoid accumulation affecting the construction. The excavated soil and rocks were also useful. They could later be used to harden the ground in front of the door. When he dug to half a meter deep, he encountered a large rock that he couldn't resolve after much effort, so he had to abandon further excavation and switch to building upwards. The method was similar to building a wall, and after completion, he applied a layer of concrete to the inner wall and bottom, and the water reservoir was considered finished. Perhaps there would still be leakage issues, but they wouldn't matter much. After all, the water in this reservoir was only for cleaning, so a little leakage was not a concern. With the reservoir completed, only 2 final tasks remained for this round of renovations. The first task was to install a door. He had not found a suitable large tree for the door panel today, so this task had to be temporarily set aside. The second task was to lay the floor. There were still plenty of slate collected earlier, and Zhang Xuan laid them one by one from front to back on the ground, filling the gaps with rubble and the remaining concrete. After finishing the floor, Zhang Xuan felt as energetic as ever, not wanting to rest at all. He stared at the chilly doorway, hesitated, but ultimately could not resist the urge to fix the door that night. Without wide planks, he used scrap wood to piece together a door. Zhang Xuan first selected a straight stick for the door hinge and carved a groove with his alloy battle knife. Next, he found some similarly sized firewood to align side by side, also carving out a groove. Then he selected some thin sticks, tapering both ends into wedges to fit into the grooves of the 2 long sticks. Then he cut several long strips from the bear skin, weaving them into leather straps to securely bind the top and bottom ends of the 2 long sticks, completing the door panel. With the door panel ready, he used the battle axe to carve the corresponding notches into the door frame, embedding the door hinge and installing the wooden door. Finally, Zhang Xuan retrieved a piece of ice armor mammoth skin, cleaned and simply tanned it, wrapping the entire door completely and sewing it with leather straps. With this, the door's sealing ability was ensured, providing better insulation against the harsh cold. With this step completed, this round of renovations was finally concluded. After securing the wooden door, the sky had already begun to brighten. However, Zhang Xuan, who had been busy for a whole day and night, felt no fatigue, not even a hint of drowsiness. He simply picked up a piece of beast skin and began tidying up the walls, floor tiles, heated bed, and stove. He meticulously wiped down the exposed slate, clearing away excess concrete, and soon the entire shelter transformed into an orderly space, exuding a chaotic beauty. Due to the monotonous indoor labor after nightfall yesterday, most viewers in the live stream logged off early. After dawn, the number of online viewers in the stream gradually increased. Many viewers entered with bewildered expressions. In just one night, they felt as if Zhang Xuan's shelter had undergone a complete transformation. What happened? How could it change so much overnight? The heated bed, stove, water reservoir, stone walls, and even the ground is paved with slate. Is this something one person can accomplish? Could it be that Zhang Xuan didn't sleep at all last night? Haha, you guessed it right, I didn't sleep last night either. I watched Zhang Xuan complete all the work step by step, and now I'm starting to question my life. He is simply superhuman, hardly stopping to rest. Indeed, that stamina and spirit seem endless. It's truly incredible. This terrifying construction ability is truly worthy of our dragon country. I ask, who else? Which chosen one's shelter can compare to Zhang Xuan's? Damn, you dragon country folks shouldn't be too proud. What's the use of a well-constructed shelter? The chosen ones from our 17 countries are on their way, and once they arrive, your Zhang Xuan will be doomed, and his shelter will become ours. Huh, this American viewer is not wrong. Only the great chosen ones from the United States and the chosen ones from our Eastern Island deserve such a good shelter. You dragon country contestants do not. You are talking nonsense. Even if this shelter is demolished, it won't be given to you. The comments from the American and Eastern Island viewers made the Dragon Country viewers extremely angry, yet when they thought it over, they discouragingly realized that Zhang Xuan's shelter could indeed fall into someone else's hands. Faced with the siege of 17 chosen ones from enemy countries, that stone wall would be no obstacle at all. The enemies could easily surround and kill Zhang Xuan. In the live stream, someone couldn't help but complain, with the enemy approaching, why still bother building a shelter? With so much stamina left, why not run away? Now the hard-built shelter will ultimately benefit others. It's simply incomprehensible why one would waste time and energy on such a meaningless task. The main theme of the National Luck Battleground is killing and fleeing. In the first 2 rounds, no contestants built fixed shelters. It's all about moving quickly. Holding one's ground is nearly akin to waiting for death. Moreover, this is the snowy plateau. Why not leave the snowy plateau and establish a shelter in other maps? Finding a resource-rich area would be much better. That way one could obtain more resources and trigger more returns. Exactly, we are running out of supplies, we need The host Fan Shu watched the barrage of comments flash by. The complaints from these people in the live stream made her furrow her brows slightly. She thought for a moment and said, Colonel Lu, some viewers in the live stream say that Comrade Zhang Xuan should go to other resource-rich maps and should not waste time building a shelter on the snowy plateau. Do you have any differing opinions? Colonel Lu Zhang was also very angry about some viewers' remarks, but he similarly felt perplexed by Zhang Xuan's act. He thought for a while and finally came up with some insights. I can roughly guess Comrade Zhang Xuan's thoughts. Firstly, the National Luck Battleground is fraught with danger, and simply having enough stamina does not allow for arbitrary travels. In the absence of sufficient combat power, encountering certain powerful beasts could lead to unpredictable consequences. In addition to fierce beasts, one must also consider the possibility of natural disasters, which are an even more terrifying threat. Secondly, resource-rich maps have a large number of chosen ones. In our dragon country, being targeted going there might lead to being surrounded by even more people. In contrast, the snowy plateau is a desolate place. Chosen ones from enemy countries find it very difficult to survive here and won't have much strength left to hunt our chosen ones. From this perspective, the snowy plateau is actually a relatively fair battlefield. Finally, Comrade Zhang Xuan might have confidence in dealing with those 17 enemies. We should trust him. He is definitely not a reckless person. Su Wan's gaze was particularly profound. She had been comparing Zhang Xuan's changes over the past few days, and suddenly a bold idea emerged in her mind, but this idea was not yet suitable for public discussion. This idea is quite bold. It is even somewhat unbelievable. Su Wan felt very excited. If her idea was correct, then this wave could bring a substantial amount of national luck to the dragon country. At the same time, she was also a bit worried if her idea was wrong, or if the enemy commander had the same thought, then Zhang Xuan's situation would become dangerous. On the snowy plateau, Zhang Xuan cleaned the shelter and planned to go out to collect some firewood. The consumption of firewood last night was very high, and the previous fuel reserves were basically depleted. He stepped into the snow, but his mind was pondering something. It was already the 4th day. According to the patterns of the first 2 rounds of the National Luck Battleground, the National Luck Ruler should issue a task today, a challenge task lasting 3 days. As long as the task is completed, one can obtain 1 point of national luck, as well as precious personal rewards. Personal rewards include equipment items, skill scrolls, and attribute scrolls. While pondering, the authoritative voice of the National Luck Ruler suddenly resounded throughout the National Luck Battleground announcement. The first limited-time task of this round of National Luck Battleground has been activated. In the next 3 days, all chosen ones who kill any creature weighing more than 5 times their own weight will receive a National Luck Task gift package. This task can be repeated. Zhang Xuan was slightly taken aback. He had just been thinking about this matter, and unexpectedly the National Luck Ruler issued the task so quickly. Kill a creature that weighs 5 times my weight. This difficulty is quite interesting. Calculating based on the average human weight of 60 kilograms, 5 times would be 300 kilograms, and there are many beasts that weigh that much or more. Adult brown bears, bison, and giraffes are all options, some of which are easier to hunt, while others are more challenging. Thus, the difficulty of this task is moderate, right on the edge. According to past practices, the reward for the task is proportional to its difficulty, so the rewards for this task are likely not too great. Fortunately, it can be repeated, and doing it multiple times is bound to yield some good items. Zhang Xuan thought to himself, 3 days. Time is a bit tight. It would be great if I could acquire a suitable hunt. It has begun. The time-limited mission has commenced. A hunting mission. Slay a creature weighing 5 times one's own body mass. This task carries considerable peril. Only 1 point of national fortune is awarded per completed mission. Hardly worth the risk. Steady methodical progress remains the wiser course. Iron Fruit Nation's national fortune has dwindled to just 30 points. With no alternatives left, our chosen ones must dare the abyss. Starstripe Nation commands a robust 109 points of national fortune. Losses are easily absorbed. Our chosen ones possess extraordinary physiques. This mission shall be ours for the taking. Curses. Dragon Nation retains only 31 points of national fortune. What now? Shall we gamble? A celestial calamity looms ever closer. Following the announcement of the time-limited mission, national livestream rooms flared with fervent chatter, then fell into profound silence. Hunting large beasts is an inherently perilous endeavor. Prey fights back and hunters are never alone. Thus, completing such a hunt demands not only subduing the quarry, but also outmaneuvering rival hunters. Within the national fortune arena dwell countless creatures, mundane beasts, prehistoric leviathans, and even interdimensional demons. The roles of hunter and hunted shift ceaselessly, hence though the sovereign of national fortune frames these tasks as deceptively simple, even an ordinary adult from Blue Planet could under ideal conditions fulfill one. Yet in truth, felling the prey is merely the baseline requirement. The true crucible lies in withdrawing unscathed after success. Each completed mission yields but 1 point of national fortune, yet should the chosen one perish immediately thereafter, their nation suffers a 1-point deduction, netting 0 gain, while sacrificing an irreplaceable warrior. Consequently, most chosen ones heard the proclamation with utter equanimity. No impulse stirred within them to undertake the mission. Those who had awakened formidable combat talents, however, burned with anticipation. This was a rare opportunity. Repeated successes might grant them priceless equipment and skills, propelling them far beyond their peers, leaving the multitude behind like distant stars. Zhang Xuan remained unruffled, chopping timber steadily while awaiting his talent's renewal. Majestic prey appears only by rare fortune, even within resource-rich territories. Solitary predators exceeding 300 kilograms are exceptionally scarce, typically found at a density of 1 per 10 to 15 square kilometers. In barren zones, one may search across 100 square kilometers and still find none. National fortune alert: Zhang Xuan, a dragon nation, chosen one has perished from poisoning. Dragon nation's national fortune decreases by 1 point, current total 30. The sudden chime of the alert sent a chill through Zhang Xuan's heart. He had already heard similar alerts many times over recent days, chosen ones from every nation falling each for some grim reason. This was not the first such loss for Dragon Nation. Should one more chosen one fall, Dragon Nation will trigger a cataclysmic celestial calamity, displacing countless souls, plunging the realm into dire straits. Silence reigned absolute in Dragon Nation's livestream room. Not a single comment scrolled across the screen, yet despair hung thick and palpable, suffusing every viewer. Zhang Xuan observed a moment of solemn silence, then resumed chopping wood. After a while, he felt an endless tide of strength recede from his limbs like ebbing waves, while simultaneously a searing, prickling heat bloomed deep within his chest, centered upon his heart. Though ill-timed for inspection, he knew with certainty another skill sigil had just manifested there. At last, I may refresh a divine art once more. Heavens above, earth below, grant me a supreme hunting art. Zhang Xuan whispered the plea inwardly as he activated his talent, then waited. Yet his body remained utterly still, unlike the 2 prior awakenings. Open attribute panel. Chosen 1 Zhang Xuan. National fortune affiliation Dragon Nation 30. Physique 20 average adult 10. Spirit 20 average adult 10. Talent omnipotent mastery. Skills absolute evasion 16 son of destiny 19 endurance 12 Tao realization in dreams. Tao realization in dreams passive while asleep. Proficiency in all mastered skills surges exponentially, without upper limit. It accelerates mastery of all skills, but I hold no fully mastered skill in my repertoire. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. Then a flash of insight pierced his thoughts. These divine arts inscribed in his skill log were certainly excluded from enhancement. None had been mastered completely, nor had he acquired any unique skills native to the national fortune arena. Those were learned solely via scrolls, possessing no progression system whatsoever. That did not mean, however, that he commanded no skills at all. Before each arena cycle, nations selected volunteers for intensive training. Curricula spanned stealth, hand-to-hand combat, hunting, wilderness, survival, culinary arts, performance, and myriad other disciplines. All were acquired at a rudimentary level. If everyone ascended to peak mastery through Tao realization in dreams. Zhang Xuan's breath quickened. Master of stealth, master of combat, master of the hunt, master of wilderness, survival, master of cuisine. The very titles resonated with exhilarating grandeur. Without hesitation, he hoisted the firewood and returned to his shelter, then collapsed into deep restorative slumber. Dragon Nation's livestream viewers watched and understood completely. Great sage Zhang Xuan has finally lain down. Truly cause for celebration. Indeed, after 36 hours of relentless exertion, I feared he'd collapse from exhaustion. Seeing him sleep brings me peace. While the great sage sleeps, we must stay vigilant, standing guard for him. At the first sign of danger, we rouse him instantly. Stay sharp, everyone. Naturally, he does not fight alone. Upon sinking into slumber, Zhang Xuan's consciousness drifted into a boundless, blinding expanse of white. An indistinct figure materialized without warning and struck. Instinctively, he raised his guard. But the figure's martial prowess was overwhelming. Zhang Xuan failed to block even a single blow before crashing to the ground. Yet the figure showed no mercy. Looming above it assaulted him from every angle with ruthless surgical pain racked his body. But his mobility remained unimpaired. He moved with fluid grace, parrying and countering with growing fluency. Clarity dawned. This phantom was a master combat instructor using brutal sparring to elevate his proficiency in close quarters combat. Crude, yes. Effective, unquestionably. The instructor's techniques were kaleidoscopic, Baji Quan Bagua Zhang Taiji, Quan Judo Karate Guang Fist Western Boxing, all fused into a seamless, unpredictable torrent of motion. Zhang Xuan felt his comprehension of combat soaring, dodging blows while absorbing the phantom's artistry, sharpening both pain tolerance and reflexes with every strike. From blocking 0 strikes, to 1 then 2 then 3, until gradually he began to counter, then press forward, then dominate. In the dream it was unclear how much time had passed. Zhang Xuan finally defeated his combat instructor, the faceless shadow slowly dissipating like a bubble. Suddenly the surroundings transformed. The pure white space turned into an endless dense forest. He found himself at the edge of the forest, not far away from dozens of fully armed soldiers wielding firearms, all of whom also lacked faces. Before Zhang Xuan could grasp the situation, he saw the faceless soldiers simultaneously raise their rifles and rat-a-tat-tat. Dozens of tongues of fire erupted, and Zhang Xuan was instantly riddled with bullets. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, nearly overwhelming his sanity. Instinctively, he dashed towards the forest, trying to use it as cover from the bullets. Strangely, even though he had been shot to pieces, he moved as swiftly as the wind. He hid behind a large tree, silently pondering, is this round a stealth training or a hunting training? Seeing the prey hiding in the forest, the faceless soldiers immediately began to disperse and search. One of the faceless soldiers slowly approached Zhang Xuan's hiding place, the distance between them shrinking. Zhang Xuan held his breath, patiently waiting for the faceless soldier to come closer, then suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of lethal strikes, all targeting the opponent's vital points. However, the faceless soldier seemed to possess a body of steel, completely ignoring Zhang Xuan's attacks. Raising his gun, he fired, emptying the magazine directly at him. Pain. Excruciating pain. Pain that penetrated the soul. Damn. Zhang Xuan cursed inwardly, turning to flee. He had already guessed that this round was stealth training. What he needed to do was not fight, but to hide. While Zhang Xuan was deep in slumber, the 17 chosen ones of the Anti-Dragon National Alliance were also in. Since receiving orders from the Star-Spangled Nation's National Fortune Command Center, these 17 chosen ones traveled light, hastening their journey by day and hiding in snow shelters at night to escape the cold. After safely traversing nearly 100 kilometers, the group finally ran into trouble. A howling cold wind suddenly carried an unusual stench, alerting everyone. Kane was the first to stop, his rough voice dropping low. Something's not right. He tightened his grip on the military dagger at his waist, his muscles tensing slightly, and the veins in his arms bulging. Even the white vapor he exhaled carried a hint of ferocity. Before his words fell, the snow on both sides of the snow slope suddenly tumbled down, and a dozen agile figures sprang forth like arrows released from a bow, howling as they charged. They were a pack of mutated snow wolves, their bodies far exceeding those of ordinary wild wolves, with grayish-white fur blending into the snow. Their exposed fangs dripped with saliva, which froze into tiny ice particles in the frigid wind. Their beastly eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty green, locking onto the 17 humans invading their territory. It's mutated snow wolves. Someone exclaimed in alarm, attempting to draw their weapon in a panic, but was immediately pounced upon by a mutated snow wolf. Its sharp fangs tore through the heavy cold weather gear, blood gushing out and staining the snow a glaring red. Chaos erupted in an instant. The howling of the mutated snow wolves, the screams of humans, and the clashing of weapons blended into the blizzard, shattering the silence of the wilderness. Kane roared, charging out like a steel tower, swinging his hammer down violently onto the head of a pouncing mutated snow wolf. The sound of bones shattering was clear, and that snow wolf was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily against the ice rock, twitching a few times before going still. But more snow wolves surged in, coordinating seamlessly. Some engaged head-on, while others flanked from behind. Their sharp claws scraped along the icy surface, producing a piercing sound, and every lunge carried a lethal threat. Kane swung his alloy hammer with one hand while drawing a dagger with the other. As the cold light flashed, each strike accurately pierced the vital points of the mutated snow wolves. However, there were too many wolves, and he had also received several deep scratches from their claws, blood soaking through his clothes, yet it did not slow his movements in the slightest. He had already activated the rage power talent, drastically dulling his sense of pain. Ordinary injuries had no effect on his combat effectiveness. Yamamoto's figure darted through the snow, almost ghost-like, concealed amidst the snow and the silhouettes of the mutated snow wolves. When his ninja blade was drawn, it made almost no sound. He did not engage the mutated snow wolves head-on, but seized the moments when they pounced on others to strike precisely. With a gentle cut of his ninja blade, he severed a mutated snow wolf's throat, his movements crisp and clean, devoid of any excess. His expression remained calm, only flashing a hint of sharpness when striking. The act of killing seemed instinctual. Even when a wolf's claw brushed against his shoulder, drawing a trickle of blood, he merely cast a fleeting glance before refocusing on finding the optimal moment to strike. This grueling battle felt like just a minor episode on his path to acquiring collectibles. Victor, on the other hand, was entirely different. He wielded an alloy battle axe, charging in like a mad bull, fiercely hacking at the mutated snow wolves. Each blow was powerful and heavy, splattering snow everywhere, and those struck by the battle axe were either cleaved in two or had their bones shattered. He was soaked in the blood of the mutated snow wolves and his own sweat, yet he grew even more exhilarated, roaring as he swung the battle axe, pushing back the oncoming mutated snow wolves one by one. Even when one mutated snow wolf bit into his back, he merely swung back with his axe, crushing its skull, cursing under his breath, his tone filled with impatience. The chosen ones from the Nordic countries showcased their abilities as well. Some awakened rare supernatural talents, but due to their low spiritual attributes, they could not unleash their full potential and were outperformed by those with lower-level talents. However, the mutated snow wolves were too fierce, and their numbers far exceeded what the group had anticipated. They seemed tireless, charging in waves, quickly depleting the chosen one's stamina, and casualties began to mount. A chosen one from a small nation was simultaneously pounced upon by two mutated snow wolves. Their fangs pierced through his throat, and he had no time to scream before collapsing in the snow, lifeless in an instant, his blood quickly covered by the falling snowflakes. Immediately after, another person had their calf bitten off by a mutated snow wolf, falling to the ground, consumed by the rushing pack of mutated snow wolves, leaving only their chilling cries gradually fading in the snowstorm. Seeing this, Cain did not offer help. Instead, he grew even more frenzied. He shoved aside a companion entangled by a mutated snow wolf, stabbing the dagger fiercely into that wolf's eye, grinning as he said, "Trash. You can't even deal with a few wolves, and you dare to share in the bounty with me." Yamamoto continued to do his own thing, avoiding an attack from one mutated snow wolf. With a swift cut of his ninja blade, he severed the hind leg of another mutated snow wolf. Watching that wolf struggle in pain, he felt no pity and turned to confront the next one. Victor became even more ruthless. To avoid a sneak attack from a mutated snow wolf, he even shoved a companion aside to use as bait. As he watched that companion get killed by a mutated snow wolf, he merely scoffed and continued swinging his battle axe. The battle lasted nearly an hour, the snowstorm gradually subsiding. The corpses of mutated snow wolves piled up like small mountains in the snow, but the chosen ones also paid a heavy price. Out of the original team of 17, only 11 remained, as 6 chosen ones had fallen to the fangs and claws of the mutated snow wolves. The 11 surviving chosen ones slumped in the snow, gasping for breath, each bearing injuries, their eyes filled with exhaustion and relief. At the edge of the swamp, a decaying giant toad lay in the murky water among the withered branches. This is a relatively weak, gregarious creature from another world, wrapped in viscous black mud, its skin covered in toxic glands, weighing only 6 times that of an ordinary person and moving quite slowly, making it a prime target for hunting. The ones eyeing it are Ivan from the Bear Country and Sato Yuki from the Eastern Island Nation. Both have descended into the same area, yet remain unaware of each other's presence. To ensure a successful hunt, both have activated privacy protection with their live streams covered in mosaics, preventing any clear visuals for half an hour. Ivan first thoroughly inspected the surroundings, confirming the absence of other chosen ones, then deliberately hung his coat on a withered tree branch to create a false impression. After completing all this, he buried himself in the swamp mud, exposing only his eyes, and with his crossbow wrapped in waterproof cloth, remained motionless in the murky cold water for near. After completing all this, he buried himself in the swamp mud, exposing only his eyes, and with his crossbow wrapped in waterproof cloth, remained motionless in the murky cold water for nearly an hour, suppressing his breath to the lowest level, his heartbeat barely audible. Sato Yuki was also well prepared, carrying 3 simple spears, sharpened hardwoods with carbonized tips coated in plant toxins, ready to be thrown at a moment's notice. She hid in the reeds 100 meters away, circling the swamp, hesitant to approach, recklessly, quietly moving to the edge of the reeds to adjust her throwing angle. Her footsteps were as light as a cat's, yet she was unaware that the cold eyes in the swamp had been watching her every move. Not far beneath her feet, Ivan's trap awaited her. Sato Yuki seized the moment and suddenly hurled her spear, the sound of the wind whistling as it aimed straight for the giant toad's eye, the only vulnerable spot. If it hit, the toxin on the spear would gradually paralyze the toad. However, the toad had already been alerted by the noise, abruptly spewing a mass of viscous black mud that knocked the spear down. Sato Yuki, undeterred, grabbed her second spear, but as she moved, her foot unexpectedly landed in Ivan's trap. The sharp spikes pierced her calf, instantly staining the mud with blood, and she cried out in pain, staggering. Fortunately, the trap was not deep. She quickly fled to a distance, but little did she know this action placed her in an even more desperate situation. Ivan suddenly leaped from the swamp, his crossbow shooting instantly, hitting the giant toad's left eye with a poisoned wooden arrow. The toad charged at him in rage, simultaneously shooting its tongue toward Ivan. Ivan sidestepped the long tongue with ease, raising his alloy combat knife, plunging it into the toad's throat, striking successfully as a large amount of foul blood sprayed from its throat. Sato Yuki, writhing in pain with blood streaming from her calf, still refused to give up, struggling to lift her short blade to stab at Ivan's ankle. Ivan, however, seemed to have anticipated this. He showed no mercy, dodging the giant toad's counterattack of its enormous tongue, seizing Sato Yuki's knife-wielding hand and flinging her towards the toad. Sato Yuki had no time to react, ensnared tightly by the giant tongue, instantly dragged into the muddy water. Ivan seized the opportunity to shoot another arrow, striking the toad's other eye, then repeatedly stabbed its throat with his knife until he finally killed it. Sato Yuki was not dead, yet Ivan, not bothering to rest, quickly delivered another stab. National Destiny announcement: Ivan Skaliatmankov, the chosen one of Bear Country, has slain the giant toad, completing the National Destiny time-limited task, earning the reward National Destiny Gift Pack X1. Bear Country's National Destiny 1. National Destiny announcement: Ivan Skaliatmankov, the chosen one of Bear Country, has slain Sato Yuki, the chosen one of the Eastern Island Nation Bear Country's National Destiny 1. Eastern Island Nation's National Destiny 1. All members of Bear Country experience a slight improvement in overall quality. All members of the Eastern Island Nation experience a slight decrease in overall quality. In a rocky desert, a bone-spiked sand scorpion weighing up to 400 kilograms curled up among the stones, while Amir from the Pharaoh Country and Zhang Xuan from the Stick Country faced off in secret. Amir hid beside a giant rock less than 10 meters from the scorpion, his breath blending with the wind and sand, unnoticed by the scorpion, as he set a snare trap, luring the scorpion with beast meat. Zhang Xuan, piecing together Amir's setup from subtle signs, quietly laid a falling rock trap, hoping to reap the benefits of both. As the scorpion was lured into the open and charged at Amir, it triggered the snare. Zhang Xuan deliberately threw a stone to create a noise, revealing Amir's position. Enraged, the scorpion struck at Amir. As he dodged, its tail sting grazed him, yet he endured the excruciating pain, stabbing the scorpion's abdomen with a spear, easily piercing through its thick exoskeleton, his strength evidently beyond that of an ordinary person. However, that was all Amir could do. The potent poison from the scorpion's tail had already entered his body, and his strength was rapidly fading. Zhang Xuan was overjoyed, jumping onto the scorpion's back with his alloy battle axe, smashing its mouthparts along with its skull. In the rainforest, a blood-toothed poison ape 7 times stronger than the chosen ones crouched on a tree trunk, while Long Country's Lin Fengxing, Tiao Country's Tom, and Nanyang Country's Akuan lay in ambush. Tom possessed extraordinary dynamic capturing abilities, while Akuan was immune to toxins. Neither had strong combat talents, but due to their nation's high destiny, their physiques were robust. Lin Feng had exceptional perception, and Tom and Akuan had long been exposed to his awareness. Akuan attempted to ambush the poison ape with a spear, but was shot through the back by Tom, who reacted with incredible speed. The poison ape shredded Akuan and then turned to pounce on Tom, resulting in both sustaining heavy injuries. Lin Feng reaped the rewards, completing the task and killing Tom, causing Long Country's national destiny to surge by 2 points, though unfortunately the gift pack yielded nothing of value. Similar scenes were commonplace in the National Destiny slaughter grounds: deserts, ice plains, swamps, rainforests, islands. The sudden time-limited tasks set all chosen ones into motion. Many perished before achieving success, falling victim to other predators before they could find their quarry. Some died from venomous insect bites, others were buried alive in sandstorms, and some fell into rivers devoured by piranhas. Yet others successfully completed tasks and received generous rewards. Whenever someone successfully completed a task or killed a chosen one from another nation, cheers erupted in their live streams. Conversely, every chosen one's death elicited waves of lament from their own nation's stream. It is no exaggeration to say that these so-called time-limited tasks are not benefits or challenges, but the keys to unlocking the era of competition among all chosen ones. The brave who dare to challenge the tasks may perish along the way, but once they succeed, they will bring immense pressure to the other chosen ones. Zhang Xuan, still asleep, was oblivious to all of this, feeling no pressure whatsoever. As night fell, a new teacher arrived in his dream. As the scene transformed, Zhang Xuan found himself in another dense forest. The lion dog in front of him darted into the thicket, disappearing without a trace. Zhang Xuan stood in place for a moment, completely baffled as to what he was supposed to learn this round. The dense forest. Could it be hunting? Hunting a lion dog right at the start. Zhang Xuan felt somewhat speechless, as this thought seemed rather absurd. Suddenly, he noticed some faint golden light spots on the ground. Crouching down to take a closer look, he realized those light spots seemed to form a series of footprints. It was confirmed. This round was indeed about hunting. After several rounds of learning, Zhang Xuan had become quite familiar with the mystical skill of achieving enlightenment in dreams. In this dream, he had to practice through learning to enhance his skill proficiency. This was akin to having infinite time, using that time to grind skills. Only by honing a skill to its pinnacle could he proceed to the next one. During this process, he had to be fully devoted, focusing entirely on the current skill, meticulously summarizing and analyzing without omission. Taking the hunting lesson before him as an example, to complete a hunt, he first needed to locate his prey. Tracking the prey through footprints was the simplest and most direct method. The light spots on the ground served as clues. Zhang Xuan gathered his focus, following the footprints while summarizing patterns. The lion dog's path was quite erratic, but it was not entirely devoid of patterns. With the footprints as hints, the patterns were not difficult to deduce. In what circumstances did it move in a straight line? When did it stick to the edges? When did it exert force with its front paws, and when with its hind paws? Zhang Xuan summarized each point, committing them firmly to memory. Perhaps due to the deep consciousness space of the dream, his memory was exponentially more powerful than in reality, allowing him to retain knowledge after just a single encounter. After walking 100 meters, the path ahead had completely hardened and the footprints had vanished, replaced by golden light spots appearing in the air. Is this a scent? Zhang Xuan stopped concentrating to discern the smells in the air. From the fresh aroma of grass and the damp scent of decaying leaves, he detected a faint fishy odor from the lion dog. The scent was faint, almost imperceptible, and sometimes dispersed by the wind. Fortunately, the golden light spots served as guidance, so he didn't need to worry about losing track. He simply had to carefully discern the changes in the scents in the air. As he continued to practice, Zhang Xuan felt his sense of smell had significantly improved, allowing him to identify more and more scents. Even without the golden light spots, he could keep track of the lion dog. Time passed, and night fell. It was pitch black. He could not see his hand in front of him, nor could he smell anything. However, a sudden rustling sound ahead made Zhang Xuan instantly realize it was time to train his hearing. During his previous studies, his hearing had already been trained, enabling him to discern sounds and their sources effortlessly. However, after a moment of tracking, he realized that discerning sounds only scratched the surface of auditory development. In hunting, a hunter's use of hearing goes beyond just identifying sounds. It also involves detecting changes in the surrounding environment through sound. The sound of prey stepping on branches was one thing, while stepping in puddles produced another sound. Moving in a straight line made a different noise compared to turning. In short, there were many nuances to consider. Zhang Xuan was quite patient, concentrating all his attention and not missing a single change in sound. As he tracked, he traversed puddles, fell into traps, and even tumbled down cliffs. He had navigated through nearly all types of terrain, and he couldn't help but wonder how the lion dog managed to navigate so effortlessly across various landscapes. Finally, dawn broke. Zhang Xuan cornered the lion dog and it deadened. The little creature actually turned around and barked fiercely at him, seemingly ready to fight to the death. A showdown ensued between the man and the dog. Zhang Xuan easily defeated the prey, but the lion dog quickly revived and charged at him once more with renewed vigor. Zhang Xuan was puzzled. Hadn't the hunt already been completed? Why could this little creature still revive? As he saw the lion dog pounce at him again, he had no choice but to strike it down. Thus, one round after another, neither side was willing to back down, leading to an endless cycle. After the lion dog revived for the 12th time, Zhang Xuan suddenly noticed something unusual. The dog's critical spots, such as its eyes and throat, also had golden light spots. Zhang Xuan's heart stirred. Could it be that these golden light spots represent weaknesses? Is the goal of this phase to attack weaknesses? The original purpose of hunting is to obtain food, not to kill for the sake of killing. Fundamentally, it is, since it was for survival, one must avoid injury as much as possible. Therefore, a one-hit kill was the best choice. To verify his guess, Zhang Xuan began to consciously attack the areas marked by the light spots. Finally, after killing the lion dog once more, it did not revive again. However, before Zhang Xuan could celebrate, he found himself back outside the original dense forest, facing yet another wild cat. It's not over yet, and the hunting target has changed to a cat. The difficulty has increased significantly. Zhang Xuan was well aware that although cats and dogs are both small-sized carnivores, their hunting difficulty was not on the same level. The reaction and speed of cats far exceeded those of dogs. Among animals of similar size, apart from their inability to fly, these creatures had no weaknesses. Soon the hunt began again. The process was the same as before: first footprints, then scents, and finally sounds, but the difficulty had escalated considerably. Fortunately, Zhang Xuan had ample opportunities to attempt again and ultimately succeeded in killing the wild cat. Following the wild cat, he went on to hunt wild boars, bears, tigers, pythons, and other animals. Lastly, he joined a group of faceless hunters to learn how to make various traps and weapons, engaging in the scope of knowledge he encountered grew increasingly complex, including identifying poisons, food, minerals, and plants. Zhang Xuan found it incredibly unbelievable that hunting alone required mastery of so much knowledge. In reality, as Zhang Xuan had been sleeping, the official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom had focused most of its attention on other chosen ones. Even so, there were still many viewers concerned about Zhang Xuan. What's wrong with the great Zhang Xuan? Yesterday, he was so full of energy and working hard without sleep. Why is he just lying down today? Yeah, this morning he seemed quite spirited when chopping wood. Why can't he wake up now that he's lying on the bed? The bed hasn't even been heated yet. Isn't it cold sleeping on it? The campfire has long since gone out. I'm really worried he might freeze to death. Should we forcefully wake him up? Forcefully wake him up? Wouldn't that waste communication time? I think it's better to let it be. He's just gotten a bit cocky. After achieving some results, he started to lay back and sleep soundly during the day, without any ambition. Isn't that right? Other chosen ones have already started taking on tasks. How can he still sleep? You upstairs. The great Zhang Xuan has been busy for a whole day and night. Oh, what's wrong with him sleeping a little longer? What about the results? I acknowledge he's indeed worked hard, but he hasn't brought back much return after a whole day and night. It's purely futile effort. Damn, I'm so furious. Are you questioning the great Zhang Xuan? Don't tell me you think he's just walking around with 50,000 in hand. Please mind your language, we're simply stating facts. How could he be just walking around with 50,000? In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, the camera has already panned across the 94 chosen ones' respective celestial zones. The shot returns to the celestial zone where Zhang Xuan is located, and the image shows him still in deep slumber. The host Fan Shu appeared somewhat speechless and forced a smile as he said, "It seems that Comrade Zhang Xuan is truly exhausted, having slept through to now without waking up." As the live broadcast comes to an end, it is time to say goodbye. Next, I invite my night shift partner to take over the hosting duties. See you tomorrow. Good night, everyone. The next morning, Zhang Xuan finally awoke from his slumber. He opened his attribute panel and noticed that his talents had not refreshed. He lay on the ground intending to continue sleeping, but found it impossible to do so. His skills in combat, hunting, stealth, wilderness survival, and cooking had already improved, yet there were many skills he hadn't had the chance to learn. I can't sleep. It seems that the other skills would have to wait until the next time dreaming of the Tao refreshed. In fact, Zhang Xuan had another way to make himself fall asleep, which was to knock himself out, but that was too dangerous. It wasn't the act of knocking himself out that was dangerous, but rather the fact that it would be difficult to wake up once forcibly asleep. If danger arose, there would be no power to resist. Forget it, since I can't sleep, I might as well start hunting. Zhang Xuan opened his eyes, a glint of killing intent flashing in his deep gaze as the prey was about to appear. He needed to set traps in advance. He got up, rolled up the sleeping bag and bare skin from the floor, and then stepped outside the shelter, scooping up some snow to wash his face before starting a fire to cook. Having slept for a whole day and night, he was now famished. In the National Fortune live broadcast room, the night owls who hadn't slept saw that Zhang Xuan had finally gotten up, and they couldn't help but cheer. Wow, the great Zhang Xuan is finally awake. I almost thought he was going to sleep to death. If he continued sleeping, the command center would probably have to wake him up forcefully. The 11 chosen ones from the Anti-Dragon Kingdom Alliance are only a few dozen kilometers away from his area. He needs to prepare early. Prepare early. What can we prepare? With those survival conditions, any preparation is futile. I think it's better to run away early. He shouldn't have wasted time fixing up the shelter. Huh. You Dragon Kingdom folks are truly naive. Run away. Where can your chosen one, named Zhang Xuan, run to? Even if he runs to another map, he would still be besieged. In your Dragon Kingdom's words, clean your neck and wait to die. You're talking nonsense. Our Dragon Kingdom chosen ones only die in battle. We will never wait to die. You scum from the Anti-Dragon Kingdom Alliance can only bully the weak with numbers, utterly shameless. You can also seek allies, why don't you? If you can't find allies, don't blame us for bullying the weak. Ally, that sounds nice, but you're nothing but the dogs of the Star-Spangled Nation. What's wrong with being the dogs of the Star-Spangled Nation? At least our country's national fortune is higher than yours, Dragon Kingdom. Shameless. You're even taking pride in being a dog, haha. The originally pleasant atmosphere was completely ruined by the appearance of a few foreign spectators. The Dragon Kingdom audience was furious but helpless. The reason the Star-Spangled Nation could gather so many countries to target the Dragon Kingdom in the national fortune battle was entirely due to coercive power. Such actions are beyond the capability of the Dragon Kingdom, thus they lag behind. By the time the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom wanted to seek allies, not many countries dared to confront the Anti-Dragon Kingdom Alliance, and many countries even chose to actively join it. Facing dozens of countries with the strength of one nation, the difficulties are easy to imagine. Now the hot weapons in the real world are gradually being eroded, and the national power is severely weakened, leaving them without even the capital to overturn the table, relying solely on the chosen ones to open the situation through the national fortune battle. With the assistance of the divine skill, dreaming of the Tao, Zhang Xuan's culinary skills have already surpassed those of the top chefs in the real world. His knife skills, heat control, seasoning, fishy odor removal, and slow roasting. Countless hours of research and refinement have given him an instinctive ability to identify ingredients, allowing him to devise a cooking plan even for unfamiliar ingredients in the shortest time. As the campfire was reignited, warmth gradually returned to the shelter. The icy world outside, with its biting cold wind, was completely isolated. Zhang Xuan took out the high-quality fresh meat cut from the hind leg of the ice-armored mammoth, pressed it lightly with his fingers to quickly remove the tendons, and sliced it steadily, ensuring uniform thickness without any delays. He then took out a seasoning pack, selecting suitable spice powder to rub onto the meat slices. The meat of the ice-armored mammoth is quite fishy, requiring strong seasonings to mask the odor. By applying the spice powder to the surface of the meat, he could also lock in its own fragrant juices. Next, he neatly arranged the meat chunks at the bottom of the alloy lunchbox. Relying on his extreme control over heat, he adjusted the fire through the addition and subtraction of firewood, slow braising, and roasting. He allowed the meat chunks to gradually change color, the originally firm, fresh meat becoming tender with fats gradually seeping out to form an enticing oil ring at the bottom of the lunchbox, emitting a sizzling sound. In just a few minutes, the rich aroma of meat exploded, thick and savory, neither greasy nor bland, the fragrance instantly filling the entire shelter. Each slice of meat was golden and translucent, appearing somewhat firm on the outside, but incredibly tender when picked up with chopsticks. In terms of presentation, it far surpassed all top delicacies in the world. Compared to the bear meat Zhang Xuan had cooked earlier, this ice-armored mammoth meat was clearly more perfect. He picked up a piece of meat and carefully placed it in his mouth, slowly chewing, the delicious taste overwhelming him. It felt as though he was about to ascend to immortality. The viewers, who had just been arguing with foreigners in the broadcast room, swallowed hard at this scene. Then the bullet comments began to flood the screen, covering it densely. All the viewers were drooling, their stomachs rumbling, and all the fatigue from staying up late to watch survival was washed away. Wow, this looks so delicious. This is wilderness survival, yet it looks more professional than a star-rated restaurant. The great Zhang Xuan is simply extraordinary. Not only is he strong in battle, but his culinary skills flow like a graceful dance. It feels like his cooking is even better than that of top chefs. I'm a top chef, but I feel unworthy to even shine Zhang Xuan's shoes. Showing me this early in the morning makes me drool. I'm famished. Many chosen ones are still eating compressed biscuits, while the divine Zhang Xuan is directly enjoying top-grade roasted meat. Just based on this, he is far ahead. Foreign broadcast room, it's just roasting a piece of meat. What's so impressive about it? The national fortune battlefield is about fighting, not cooking. The Chinese chosen ones are just wasting time with this useless stuff. Damn it, I know it's useless, but why does it look so delicious? I want to eat it so badly. Is this really called culinary skills? It probably just looks good. It can't compare to our Korean kimchi. Why can't the Chinese chosen ones both fight and make such delicious meat? Our national chosen ones can't even cook roasted meat. It's so embarrassing. Ridiculous. What time is it, and you're still thinking about cooking? The national fortune battlefield is fraught with danger. Can cooking help you win against the alien beasts? It's just a waste of time. Capture him, don't kill him, keep him as a chef. Such excellent culinary skills are a waste if he's killed. All the foreign spectators were filled with sarcasm and disdain, claiming that culinary skills are useless in national fortune, yet their eyes and tone could not hide their envy and jealousy. The screen was filled with sour remarks, essentially reflecting their envy and hatred towards Zhang Xuan's extraordinary culinary skills. Having eaten and drunk to his satisfaction, Zhang Xuan stretched, easing his muscles, and prepared to venture out for hunting. He was not short of food at the moment. This trip was primarily to complete a time-limited task. The fortunes of the Dragon Kingdom were too low. He had no capital to slack off. Completing the time-limited task could enhance the national fortune, which would simultaneously improve the overall quality of all Dragon Kingdom citizens, including the chosen ones. Moreover, he could obtain a national fortune gift package. If he were to unbox rare equipment, it could greatly enhance his combat power. The chosen ones from the anti-Dragon Kingdom alliance were approaching, and Zhang Xuan had no intention of missing any opportunity to strengthen his abilities. He gathered a few tough dry branches and, using the techniques learned in his dreams, sharpened them with his alloy war knife, carbonizing them over the campfire, and then polished them to a sharp point. In no time, he crafted 10 sharp wooden spears. These spears could be used for close combat, as well as for long-range throws to harm enemies, compensating for his lack of long-range attack capabilities. Once the spears were completed, Zhang Xuan took out some meat from his spatial ring, leaving enough idle space, and packed the necessary supplies such as a first aid kit, water, and food, carrying only his battle axe and war knife. Gently opening the door of the shelter, a biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed towards him, yet he paid it no mind. After enduring various trials in his dreams, the harshness of the snow-covered highlands felt like mere wind and frost. He walked into the snow-covered forest, his gaze sharp as an eagle, constantly observing the snow for traces of beasts, focusing on capturing the footprints, claw marks, and droppings of strange creatures, while his nostrils flared, discerning the mixed scents of animal musk and fur, with all his senses on high alert. After about an hour of walking, he felt he was already 7 to 8 kilometers away from the shelter. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan's gaze halted on a series of tracks in the snow ahead. There were a series of orderly circular footprints, each with a diameter of over 8 centimeters, with 4 toe impressions evenly distributed, the pads contours full, and 3 faint-shaped grooves visible in the middle, yet there were no obvious claw marks. He immediately stopped, crouched down, and lightly brushed his fingertips over the edge of the footprint. The snow was loose and unglazed, the depth of the footprints uniform, with a stride of about 1 meter and 20 centimeters, and the hind footprints precisely overlapping the inner side of the front footprints, forming partially overlapping traces. Feline walking, digitigrade claws, retractable, large body size, fresh tracks, likely left only 10 minutes. Drawing from the experience gained from the footprints in his dreams, Zhang Xuan instantly deduced that these were the traces of a top predator, most likely a tiger. The stride and size of the footprints were quite exaggerated, as a normal northeast tiger's stride was only about 0.8 to 1 meter. This beast passing through here was probably larger than the largest northeast tiger on Blue Star, weighing at least over 400 kilograms. On Blue Star, such a beast would undoubtedly be at the top of the food chain, but in this arena of national fortune, it could at most be considered a mid-level predator. However, even mid-level predators would pose significant challenges for the current chosen ones. Either roles of hunter and prey could switch at any moment. Zhang Xuan slowed his pace, carefully distinguishing the scents in the air, using the intensity of the aroma to gauge the distance between himself and his prey. After tracking for about 10 more minutes, the footprints in the snow became increasingly clear and the stench in the air grew stronger. I'm only about a kilometer away now, though I can't get any closer. Zhang Xuan immediately slowed down, scanning the surrounding environment, ultimately selecting a spot at a narrow pass in the forest, where the footprints were very dense, both fresh and old, likely a necessary route for the beast to patrol its territory. He took out a shovel and began digging in the snow. The snow-covered highlands had perennial snow, and beneath the loose snow was a thick layer of ice, making excavation quite difficult. Before the trap was even completed, Zhang Xuan's talent was refreshed first. With a thought, he activated his talent and instantly gained a new divine skill. Chosen 1 Zhang Xuan, National Fortune Dragon Kingdom, 31 Physique, 20 Normal Adults, R10 Spirit, 20 Normal Adults, R10 Talent, All Laws Mastery Skills, Absolute Evasion, 16 Child of Destiny, 19 Hardworking, 12 Dream Path, 19 All-Knowing Map. With the refresh of his talent, Zhang Xuan felt a tingling sensation in the center of his brow. He stood the alloy war knife upright before him, using the smooth blade as a mirror, and discovered a crescent-shaped faint scar had appeared in the center of his brow. Is this the skill mark? It doesn't look very obvious. The skill marks I received earlier should be similar. Before Zhang Xuan could think too much, he felt a cool sensation in his brain, and everything in his field of vision became transparent. This change felt akin to using an aimbot in a shooting game. Not only that, but when he focused his attention on the distance, the images would automatically zoom in and enlarge with an effective range of up to 3 kilometers. Looking into the distance, squirrels and tree hollows, snow deer behind rocks, and birds obscured by branches. All animals within 3 kilometers were unable to hide. When he looked down at the ground, the snow and soil seemed to vanish, revealing all buried animals, minerals, and plants clearly. Such a powerful divine skill. Zhang Xuan felt incredibly excited. The perspective zooming ability within a 3-kilometer range was enough to allow him to eliminate all dangers and discover all prey treasure chests and relics. Following the footprints in the snow, he gazed into the distance and spotted a white tiger lying under a tree, licking its fur. So it's a white tiger, an excellent prey. After adapting to the new divine skill, Zhang Xuan did not become overconfident and continued to dig the trap diligently. After more than an hour, he finally excavated an irregular snow pit with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of 1 meter. The bottom of the pit was covered with a layer of packed snow, with the wooden spear tips inserted upwards, arranged in a crisscross pattern at the bottom of the pit, slightly angled towards the entrance of the narrow pass, ensuring that the snow tiger would be accurately pierced upon stepping in. Then he collected nearby dead branches and loose snow, lightly covering the pit's opening, pressing the branches to create patterns consistent with the surrounding snow, and sprinkled a small amount of snow tiger fur around the trap's edge to disguise the artificial traces. Once the trap was perfectly camouflaged, he patted the ice debris off his gloves and took out a piece of bait made from roasted mammoth meat, hanging it on a dead branch on one side of the trap about 2.5 meters from the pit, so that the snow tiger would have to jump to reach it. However, once it jumped, it would inevitably land in the trap. After completing all this, Zhang Xuan quietly retreated, hiding behind a steep slope not far away, using the protruding rocks to conceal his figure, burying himself in the snow with only his eyes exposed to observe. He was not worried about not attracting the snow tiger. Although most wild animals were accustomed to eating raw meat, they would not be averse to cooked meat, and certain omnivorous beasts even preferred cooked meat. Feline animals generally prefer raw meat. However, in low-temperature environments, the scent of raw meat spreads less, while cooked meat, on the contrary, has a far wider range. Thus, using cooked meat as bait would certainly be better than using raw meat. In Zhang Xuan's view, just a few minutes later, the snow tiger began to twitch its nostrils. It had caught the scent of meat. As Zhang Xuan was digging the trap, audiences from various countries in the livestream were discussing fervently. The livestream image seemed to freeze while the barrage of comments flowed like a tidal wave. Finally, the great Zhang Xuan has begun his hunt, but it seems there are no prey around here. How long is he going to wait? Just by seeing some footprints, he concludes that wild beasts will pass by here. He dug such a large trap. What if the prey never shows up? Isn't that just a waste of effort? Moreover, this trap looks unreliable. It's just a big snow pit with a few wooden spears. Isn't that too hasty? Those footprints look terrifying. Analyzing them with AI suggests the creature is bigger than a Siberian tiger. A shallow pit with a few wooden spears. Isn't that just a tickle for it? If you don't understand, stop babbling. The command center hasn't raised any concerns yet. You all are anxious. Do you think you're smarter than the analysts in the command center? The great Zhang Xuan has his reasons for everything he does. All we need to do is support him. Haha, the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom can only do these flashy things. Arcane from Star Stripe Country only needs a knife to hunt large prey. Shut up upstairs. Your Robert from Star Stripe Country was chased by a wild bear yesterday, and you still have the nerve to say that. The mockery from foreign audiences, the confusion of ordinary viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, and the defense from core fans intertwined in the live stream, with everyone's gaze fixed on the screen, waiting to see the outcome of the hunt. In the national fortune-killing ground, the actions of the snow tiger had changed significantly. The rich aroma of cooked meat like an invisible thread firmly caught the snow tiger's attention. It stopped licking its fur, its amber eyes suddenly constricted, and its nose began to twitch rapidly, precisely locking onto the direction from which the scent was coming. Its massive body slightly bowed, resembling a bow ready to launch. Its limbs treaded silently on the snow, showcasing the cat-like stealth abilities to the fullest. The snow tiger's steps were steady yet swift, each step accurately landing on the thicker snow, avoiding the exposed rocks and dry branches as it slowly approached the bait. Its vigilance was extremely high. After taking a few steps, it would stop, turning its head to scan the surroundings, its amber gaze acting like a searchlight, checking for any anomalies around, not letting even the slightest rustle escape its notice. Hidden behind the steep slope, Zhang Xuan observed the snow tiger's every move clearly through the perspective ability of the all-knowing map. He suppressed his breath to a minimum, his chest slightly rising and falling, with a hand gripping a metal battle axe and the other a metal combat knife, both securely fastened to his gloves. As long as the straps remained intact, the weapons could not slip from his grasp. His gaze was fervent and sharp, like a lurking eagle waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The snow tiger soon arrived at the narrow path, its eyes instantly locking onto the mammoth roasted meat hanging from a branch. The golden hue and rich meat aroma sparked a glint of greed in its eyes, and a low growl emanated. It stopped in front of the trap, its tiger eyes scanning back and forth, its nose continuously sniffing, seemingly detecting some unusual scent. But Zhang Xuan was hiding downwind, his scent faint, and the temptation of the roasted meat gradually lulled its vigilance. It took a few steps back, crouched slightly, and then sprang into the air with a powerful push from its hind legs, its massive body accurately snatching the meat. A flash of joy flickered in its eyes, but its heavy body soon fell toward the trap below. Its sturdy hind legs touched down first, but the sensation was very vague, completely unlike stepping on solid ground. Immediately, the snow covering the trap collapsed, revealing the concealed snow pit below. Roar! The snow tiger let out a shrill roar, its eyes filled with astonishment and panic, its body losing control as it plummeted toward the pit's bottom. Instinctively, it waved its sharp claws, trying to grab onto the pit walls of snow, but the snow continued to slide, providing no leverage. Thud, thud. Several muffled piercing sounds rang out as the wooden spears arranged at the pit's bottom pierced deeply into the snow tiger's abdomen and limbs. Blood gushed out instantly, staining the snow at the pit's bottom red. The excruciating pain caused the snow tiger to panic even more. It struggled wildly at the bottom of the pit, its huge body twisting incessantly, claws flailing chaotically as snow and ice shards fell. The wooden spears were forcibly snapped, and the fear of the unknown enemy completely robbed it of its sanity. In the live stream, all the comments froze for a second, then became even more frantic. Damn, it worked. The great Zhang Xuan is amazing. He actually attracted a snow tiger. Where are those foreign mockers from earlier? Come out and take a step. This trap is simply brilliant. My God, this snow tiger is too fierce. Even after being pierced, it can still struggle so violently. Zhang Xuan, be careful. Ha, the traps of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed ruthless. But unfortunately, this snow tiger isn't dead yet. Does your chosen one dare to go in for the kill? Humph, does it even need close quarters combat? Just lie and wait nearby, and wait for it to bleed outright. It's obvious it won't die right away. Once it escapes the trap, it will surely run. At that time, your chosen one might not be able to catch up. Just as the barrage of comments was flying, Zhang Xuan moved. With a battle axe in one hand and a combat knife in the other, he stood up abruptly from the snow pile. Without hesitation, his figure darting towards the snow pit like a cheetah. Taking advantage of the snow tiger's moment of being trapped, he raised his metal battle axe and swung it fiercely at the snow tiger's head. The metal combat knife in his other hand was poised, ready to stab into the snow tiger's heart. The snow tiger sensed the lethal threat, a flicker of madness in its eyes. Ignoring the excruciating pain, it opened its massive maw and lunged at Zhang Xuan's arm. Its teeth were incredibly sharp, gleaming like metal. If it bit down, Zhang Xuan's arm would undoubtedly be severed. However, Zhang Xuan did not dodge. Countless battles in his dreams made him extremely sensitive to attack trajectories. The snow tiger's assault appeared fierce, but in reality, it could not reach his body at all. Swish! Roar! With a dull thud, the metal combat knife struck heavily against the snow tiger's. The snow tiger let out a painful, muffled roar. A gaping wound appeared on its head, and one eye was cut, severely impacting its vision. At the same time, the intense pain caused its body to momentarily stiffen. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xuan thrust the knife viciously forward. This strike was both accurate and swift, perfectly avoiding the ribcage and piercing directly into the heart. Zhang Xuan twisted the knife with force, causing the wound to widen. A surge of even hotter blood spurted out. He quickly withdrew the knife and stepped back, creating distance from the dying snow tiger. As if experiencing a final surge of energy, the snow tiger suddenly leaped out of the trap. If it had been a second faster, it would have had the chance to knock Zhang Xuan to the ground. Unfortunately, countless hunting experiences in his dreams had made Zhang Xuan intimately familiar with the habits of various ferocious beasts, and he had long anticipated this moment, giving the snow tiger no chance. The snow tiger staggered a few steps before finally collapsing to the ground, slowly losing its voice. Zhang Xuan stood before the massive corpse of the snow tiger, his entire being still exuding a chilling aura of murder. The wind and snow howled across the vast, boundless snowy wasteland, with fine ice flakes being swept up by the raging wind and flying through the air, the cold piercing to the bone. The massive corpse of the snow tiger lay sprawled on the snow, blood soaking through the thick layer of snow, congealing into a dark crimson. Zhang Xuan stood quietly before the giant beast's corpse, his expression cold and resolute, with sharply defined features. His short hair was neat and tidy, slightly pressed against his forehead by the cold wind. His sword-like eyebrows were sharp and elongated, and his deep-set eyes held a cold stillness, the pupils as dark as a frozen pond devoid of any ripples. Having just experienced a life-and-death battle, his gaze remained calm and indifferent. A chilling aura of slaughter surrounded him, like that of an ultimate hunter, cold and intimidating. His specially designed anti-stab tactical down jacket was splattered with sporadic bloodstains and showed some inconspicuous damage, yet Zhang Xuan gave off an impression not of disarray, but rather of a fierce and formidable demeanor. This scene left the viewers in the live stream completely stunned, only regaining their composure moments later. Hiss! Master Zhang Xuan is incredible. He really killed that snow tiger. A clean slash and thrust. So precise and effortless. It looks so damn easy, but that was a ferocious tiger. Moreover, it's a snow tiger, even stronger than an adult Siberian tiger. So impressive. I've seen the hunting processes of other chosen ones. Many barely made it out alive to complete their tasks, while Master Zhang Xuan maintained control from start to finish, not losing a single hair. What kind of divine operation is this? I swear I will be a fan of Master Zhang Xuan for life. Never unfollow. One hand wielding a battle axe, the other a battle knife, with dual weapon configuration, his presence is simply overwhelming. This is a true hard man. Look at his eyes. Cold and steady, he didn't change expression after killing the snow tiger. The pressure he exudes is tremendous. Where's that Xiao Haizi, who said the trap was useless and that Zhang Xuan was wasting his effort? He strategized the entire process and executed a close-range kill. He's simply invincible. Which other chosen one possesses such capability? Calm, decisive, fierce, and steady. This is the hallmark of a chosen one from the Dragon Country. This is the ultimate hunter. The audience from the Dragon Country was completely swept away in a frenzy. Everyone felt a sense of pride, with the screen flooded with admiration, praise, and pride. The barrage of comments was dense and scrolling at such a speed that it was hard to see clearly, all filled with frenzied praise for Zhang Xuan. Meanwhile, those foreign viewers who had just mocked and ridiculed fell into a collective silence. Their previously prepared mocking drafts were all deleted. Each of them silently stared at the image of the stern youth standing amidst the wind and snow. Looking at his steady posture, icy brows and eyes, bloodied weapon, and then glancing down at the corpse of the snow tiger crushed beneath him, despite any unwillingness in their hearts, they could not help but feel a sense of dread. In the command rooms of various countries, all analysts wore solemn expressions, their eyes glued to the screen. The trap setup, bait usage, terrain control, close combat, and predicting the beast's desperate counterattack. Every element was executed with utmost precision. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, the warm light sharply contrasted with the cold, snowy scenery on the screen. Host Fan Shu, dressed in a sharp professional outfit, struggled to hide her excitement, slightly raising her microphone, her gaze shifting to the two guests in military uniforms who exuded a calm demeanor. Her voice was clear and infectious. Welcome back to the Dragon Country's live broadcast room. Just now, everyone witnessed the entire process of Comrade Zhang Xuan hunting the giant snow tiger. I believe many of you, like me, still feel your hearts racing. Next, let's invite Colonel Lu Zheng and Colonel Su Wan to share their professional insights on Zhang Xuan's hunting performance. Colonel Lu, please start us off. The camera focused on Colonel Lu Zheng, his gaze fixed on the figure of Zhang Xuan on the screen, his tone sincere and grave. First of all, it must be stated that Zhang Xuan's performance far exceeds the average level of all current chosen ones. When I was at this early stage, if I encountered such a large, ferocious beast, I had no other option but to fight for my life. Everyone saw how clean and efficient his final slash and thrust were, and must have thought that as long as the snow tiger fell into the trap, it would be easy to kill it. However, in reality, such large, ferocious beasts not only have extremely tough skin, but also possess an indomitable vitality. Ordinary people with sharp blades might not even be able to cut through its skin. Even if it were seriously injured, it could still possess the ability to retaliate against any carbon-based life form within a short time frame. Comrade Zhang Xuan's slash and thrust reached their peak in both accuracy and power. Only through countless trials and tribulations could such a feat be achieved. But he is only 20 years old this year. I can hardly imagine how much rigorous training he must have undergone at this age to reach such a level. Perhaps this is what talent truly is. Additionally, every detail of his hunting process, from discovering the snow tiger's tracks, choosing the narrow pass to set the trap, to using the mammoth roast as bait and hiding his presence in the downwind, each step was evidently well thought out. Fan Shu nodded repeatedly and turned her gaze to Colonel Su Wan beside her smile gentle. Colonel Su, you have also survived in snowy environments and excel in close combat. What highlights do you think are worth noting about Zhang Xuan's close-quarter confrontation? Colonel Su Wan, looking delicate yet sharp-eyed, exuded a commanding presence in her military uniform. She focused intently on Zhang Xuan's weapon-holding posture on the screen, her tone carrying evident approval. His psychological fortitude is extremely strong, and he is very skilled in weapon usage. Everyone can notice that when the snow tiger was stabbed and went into a frenzied counterattack, even leaping out of the trap, the explosive power of a dying beast was enough to throw any survivor into chaos. Yet Zhang Xuan remained completely unshaken, not flinching or dodging, accurately predicting the snow tiger's attack trajectory. Only a seasoned veteran who has experienced countless battles could possess such a strong combat instinct. Furthermore, his dual weapon configuration of battle axe and battle knife was utilized perfectly. Su Wan gestured to demonstrate the slashing and stabbing motions. The battle axe is relatively heavy, which can suppress the snow tiger's explosive power. Striking the head, even if it cannot break the skull, will still cause a disorienting effect on the target. The battle knife, on the other hand, is sharp and can deliver precise lethal strikes. His combination of striking the snow tiger's forehead and piercing its heart was swift, accurate, and fierce, perfectly avoiding the snow tiger's ribs and striking its vital points, showcasing the strengths of both weapons. This not only requires immense strength, but also necessitates precise judgment. If an ordinary chosen one were in his place, they would likely suffer serious injury or even death from the snow tiger's retaliation. The barrage in the live stream erupted again, and combined with the two colonels' commentary, the viewers' admiration deepened. So it turns out that every step taken by Master Zhang Xuan was meticulously calculated. No wonder it was so effortless. Both colonels are veterans, their insights are so professional. This is a true top-tier hunter. On one hand laying traps, on the other predicting counterattacks with such strong psychological fortitude. Master Zhang Xuan is truly remarkable. Fan Shu looked at the scrolling comments and cheerfully asked, Colonels, based on your personal experiences, what advantages do you think Zhang Xuan has for survival in the snowy wilderness ahead? Or rather, what does he need to be cautious about? Colonel Lu's expression grew slightly serious, his tone grave. The advantages are obvious. His hunting experience, psychological resilience, and weapon handling are all top-notch. As long as he maintains stable performance, survival should not be a problem. As for what to be cautious about, I cannot think of anything at the moment, as he has performed better than I did. Colonel Su Wan remained silent, her eyes fixed on the screen. Through today's observations, she had confirmed her suspicions. Zhang Xuan's talent was absolutely extraordinary. Now she was not worried about whether Zhang Xuan could survive. She was more concerned about whether this anomaly would attract the attention of the Fate Overseer. The announcement of national fortune, the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Xuan, has slain the Snow Domain Cloud Tiger, completing the time-limited national fortune task and earning a national fortune gift pack. National fortune of the Dragon Kingdom 1. Congratulations to the chosen one Zhang Xuan for hunting down the Snow Domain Cloud Tiger 1, triggering a 10,000-fold return, which has been allocated to the official reserve area of the Dragon Kingdom for unified management. The Snow Domain Cloud Tiger is the scientific name of that snow tiger. Zhang Xuan was somewhat surprised. Not only did he complete the time-limited task, but he also triggered a 10,000-fold return, which is indeed a cause for celebration. Suddenly, a gift box fell from the sky and landed heavily on the snow in front of him. This is what is known as the National Fortune Gift Pack, arriving via airdrop. Without hesitation, Zhang Xuan opened the gift pack only to find a skill scroll inside. In the National Fortune Arena, skill scrolls obtained from treasure chests or gift packs are random. Upon opening, one can randomly acquire a skill. What skills one can learn depends entirely on personal luck. It could range from ordinary skills like cooking, hunting, and combat, to extraordinary skills like Fireball, Blink, and Sky Slash. The range of randomness is very broad, and acquiring useless skills is common, while obtaining extraordinary skills requires exceptionally fortunate luck. Zhang Xuan took off his gloves, picked up the skill scroll, and used it with a thought. He initially held little hope, yet the subsequent National Fortune prompt brought him a surprise. National Fortune prompt: congratulations on using the random skill scroll and acquiring the Arc skill. Arc consumes stamina and mental energy to activate a biological electric field, forming a high-voltage arc that briefly paralyzes the enemy upon impact. In an instant, it felt as if a certain instinct had been awakened. Zhang Xuan felt a tingling sensation in his body, as if a power was waiting to be unleashed. He raised his right hand toward the front, and as his brain heated up slightly, a lightning bolt as thick as his thumb shot from his palm, landing on a nearby dead branch. Crack! Boom! The dead branch struck by the lightning instantly caught fire, and the orange flames flickered in the cold wind. Zhang Xuan was astonished. Wasn't it supposed to only briefly paralyze the enemy? It ignited the dead branch. That voltage must be at least tens of thousands of volts. He seemed to think of something and quickly opened the attribute panel to check. Chosen 1 Zhang Xuan. National fortune ownership Dragon Kingdom, 31. Physique 20 average adult is 10. Spirit 20 average adult is 10. Talent master of all arts. Skills absolute evasion 16 child of destiny 19 endurance 12 dreaming to enlightenment 19 all-knowing map lightning power epic. After seeing the attribute panel, Zhang Xuan realized, so it was the passive effect of my talent. I almost forgot about that. His talent master of all arts has 3 effects. The active effect is used daily and the extra effect also activates daily. Only the passive effect has never activated because he had not learned a skill before. Originally the arc was just a rare skill, but after the enhancement from his talent, it directly upgraded to an epic skill. Lightning Power Epic can instinctively control the power of lightning, significantly enhancing lightning resistance. The fewer words, the greater the matter. The skill description lacks specific effects, but this does not mean there are no skill effects. On the contrary, it indicates that this skill has great potential for growth. It possesses all the capabilities that lightning should have. As long as the basic conditions are met, perhaps creating spherical lightning is not a difficult task. Zhang Xuan was immensely excited. Lightning power is powerful. The master of all arts talent is even more impressive. As long as he opens more treasure chests and learns more skills, dominating the national fortune arena is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Zhang Xuan realized he could no longer waste time. The all-knowing map that refreshed today was very suitable for treasure hunting, and he should seize this opportunity to quickly explore the surroundings and collect more treasure chests. He tidied up a bit, leaving the Cloud Tiger's corpse unattended, and set off on his journey again. On Blue Star, countless livestream cameras focused on the sky where Zhang Xuan was located. Official live streams from various countries, major media live streams, and some small streamers trying to ride the wave. Countless viewers were discussing the scene of Zhang Xuan just releasing lightning. Wow, did you all see that? The great Zhang Xuan just generated lightning with his hands. Do you need to say that? We aren't blind. Wow, that's incredible. A lightning bolt as thick as a thumb directly struck that little sapling. Currently most chosen ones haven't even seen a skill scroll, yet the great Zhang Xuan has already learned an extraordinary skill. Isn't that invincible? Not necessarily invincible. Among this round of chosen ones, many have awakened extraordinary talents. I've seen someone generating flames with bare hands. Yes, I also saw someone generating lightning, but that person only released a small arc similar to an ancient electronic lighter, completely incomparable to the lightning released by the great Zhang Xuan. The great Zhang Xuan is still leading by a wide margin. Even so, we can't say the great Zhang Xuan is invincible. After all, using extraordinary skills consumes a lot of stamina and mental energy. With his current physique and spirit, he probably can't use it many times. Overall, having an advantage is good, but we can't be careless. All live streams in the Dragon Kingdom were filled with joy, and the admiration of the Dragon Kingdom citizens for Zhang Xuan deepened. In contrast, other countries' live streams were filled with despair. Damn it. Why? Why is that Zhang Xuan? First he opened a divine medicine, then triggered high return rates repeatedly. Now he even got a skill scroll. Did he save the world in his past life? Or is he the favored son of the national fortune master? No, he didn't save the world in his past life. He is saving the world now. The Dragon Kingdom was on the verge of decline, but because of him the Dragon Kingdom may rise again. He is a true savior. What savior? He just has slightly better luck. Just wait. Once our Eastern Island chosen ones get skill scrolls, they will soon surpass him. We can't let him grow any further. He must be killed quickly. Otherwise, if he rises, given what our country has done to the Dragon Kingdom, he will surely eradicate our chosen ones. Damn it. Why hasn't our country's chosen one completed the task yet? They are so useless. Don't worry, Kane and the others are almost there. That Zhang Xuan is doomed. Even if he has extraordinary skills, so what? With his current physique and spirit, how many times can he unleash them? No matter how you look at it, 11-1, the advantage is with me. Well said. Once Zhang Xuan is killed, the Dragon Kingdom will return to its former self, and the national fortune arena will still be dominated by us. The people of the Dragon Kingdom will not have a chance to rise again. In the end, this world is still dictated by our star-spangled country. The anti-Dragon Kingdom alliance, led by the star-spangled country, simultaneously looks down upon the Dragon Kingdom, belittling it while also seeing it as a significant threat, unwilling to give the Dragon Kingdom any chance to rise. The command centers for national fortunes in various countries are studying how to target Zhang Xuan. In the Dragon Kingdom's command room, facing off against this situation, all analysts and observers led by the chief strategist monitor the chosen one's day and night, ready to provide intelligence support for Zhang Xuan at any moment. The chief commander gazed at Zhang Xuan's silhouette and asked in a deep voice, "Where are those 11 chosen ones from enemy nations? How far are they from Comrade Zhang Xuan?" A nearby analyst hurriedly replied, "Report, Commander. The 11 enemy chosen ones are 44 kilometers away from Comrade Zhang Xuan and are expected to arrive in 18 hours. Aside from those 11, which nation's chosen one is closest? The commander inquired again. Besides those 11, the closest is a chosen one from a small nation 16 kilometers away from Comrade Zhang Xuan. This person has been out of supplies for a day and is currently in a very difficult situation, not capable of engaging in battle. The commander nodded, continue to monitor. Only issue warnings when the enemy enters within 10 kilometers of Comrade Zhang Xuan. The body of the snow tiger lay silently in the snow like a massive piece of trash with no value. Although the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream were somewhat regretful, they understood Zhang Xuan's actions. Zhang Xuan's food supplies were so abundant that even his shelter could no longer accommodate them. In this situation, whether or not to take the meat from the snow tiger was inconsequential. An invisible field of perspective expanded violently from his center, covering a radius of 3,000 meters, all falling within his perception. The snow-covered ground, frozen rock layers, dense thickets, and hidden trenches buried beneath the snow. All obstructions were rendered ineffective. Zhang Xuan's gaze was calm as he walked upon the vast snowfall, the cold wind howling around him, a thin layer of snow already settling on his dark tactical down jacket. This was the depths of the snowy plateau, where heavy snow could fall at any moment, and the ambient temperature frequently changed, making it impossible for anyone to fully adapt here. After walking several hundred meters, Zhang Xuan suddenly stopped at a low ice-covered rock crevice. This crevice was perfectly concealed by thick snow, making it undetectable even to ordinary chosen ones passing by 100 times. Yet under the perspective of the omniscient map, the scene within the crevice was laid bare. Zhang Xuan quickly approached, took out a spade, and broke through the hard surface of the snow, revealing the narrow rock crevice. Inside lay an old camouflage backpack containing supplies, a bag of compressed high-calorie jerky, a bundle of nylon climbing rope, a palm-sized magnesium block, and a multifunctional watch with a compass. Zhang Xuan swiftly stored all the supplies in his spatial ring and continued on his way. The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. What's going on? How did the great Zhang Xuan discover something so well hidden? Has he awakened a perspective ability? Oh no, the great Zhang Xuan has truly activated a cheat. Will the National Fortune Overseer punish him? You said the Dragon Kingdom's contestants don't use cheats. This has to be a perspective cheat, or how could he possibly find something there? We want to report this. Please, National Fortune Overseer, intervene. Strictly punish this despicable. Haha, don't be foolish. This is the National Fortune battlefield. Where is the reporting window? If you find anything, please let me know. I want to report it too. Exactly what do you mean by cheats? That must be some kind of skill. We just haven't seen how to obtain it. After advancing a bit further, Zhang Xuan stopped again, took out his spade, and began to dig. After digging for over 10 minutes, he unearthed a deep snow hole, where surprisingly, there was a dark silver ore beneath the snow. This metallic ore was not in contact with the soil beneath the ice layer, clearly not a local specialty. Zhang Xuan speculated that this should be a resource lost by the chosen ones from the previous 2 sessions. He put on gloves and picked up the dark silver ore. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom's chosen one Zhang Xuan for collecting dark silver ore 1, triggering a 10,000-fold return now allocated to the Dragon Kingdom's official reserve for unified control. The sudden National Fortune announcement left Zhang Xuan momentarily stunned, but then his heart surged with joy. Holy crap, it's actually dark silver. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, the viewers went wild. Holy crap, it's actually dark silver. And it's a 10,000-fold return. Oh, we're rich, we're rich. Today is a good day. Zhang Xuan is amazing. He actually managed to acquire dark silver, such a super strategic resource. The viewers from other countries were green with envy. Even before the first National Fortune battlefield ended, a chosen one had brought back a damaged, extraordinary weapon from the battlefield, which was forcibly purchased by the Star-Spangled Nation. Coincidentally, a chosen one from the Star-Spangled Nation had brought back a piece of dark silver, and after research, it was discovered that the extraordinary weapon was made from dark silver, which was successfully repaired after some attempts. When the second National Fortune battlefield opened, that extraordinary weapon was brought by a chosen one to the battlefield, displaying terrifying power. Later, that extraordinary weapon was damaged again in battle, and its wielder was killed by a beast from another world. Yet even so, the power of the extraordinary weapon left a deep impression. Countries began to consciously collect extraordinary weapons and dark silver, but unfortunately the harvest was minimal. By the end of the second National Fortune battlefield, only a handful of people brought back damaged extraordinary weapons. Su-Wan was one of the chosen ones who brought back an extraordinary weapon, but unfortunately the Dragon Kingdom did not obtain any dark silver, making it impossible to repair that weapon. Now the Dragon Kingdom acquired dark silver through Zhang Xuan, and it was a staggering 10,000 pieces. This was enough to repair 10,000 super weapons. How could the people of various countries not be jealous? In the National Fortune command room, the chief commander said excitedly, "Quick! Immediately transport this batch of dark silver to the laboratory. This is amazing. That weapon finally has hope for repair." Zhang Xuan stored the piece of dark silver in his spatial ring and continued to move in a certain direction. In his eyes reflected various resources, ores, medicinal materials, relics of predecessors' ruins. Nothing beneath the snowy plains could escape his gaze. However, he had yet to find the treasure chest he was looking for within a radius of 3,000 meters. Centered on himself, there was not a single treasure chest. What is that? Zhang Xuan spotted an underground hollow just beneath the rocks at the edge of his vision. Inside the hollow, there was a glowing mineral resembling a cluster of crystals. Zhang Xuan hesitated not for a moment, quickly making a decision. No matter what it is, let's collect it first. In the national fortune-killing field, anything hidden so deeply cannot possibly be worthless. He gripped the engineer shovel tightly and rushed towards the rocky area, fiercely digging at the entrance of the underground cavity. After clearing the floating snow, a hard layer of ice emerged. The engineer's shovel clashed against it, producing a crisp, clang sound, while shattered ice flew everywhere. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the various national live streams were utterly confused. What has the great Zhang Xuan discovered again? Why isn't he hunting and is instead digging a pit? Could he be digging a trap? It doesn't seem like a trap. Digging a trap should be done straight down, but he's digging at an angle, more like he's making a hole. He must have found some treasure. He seems very determined. In the National Fortune Command Center of the Star-Spangled Nation, General Mike Howell's expression darkened. Although he had not yet seen how far Zhang Xuan had dug, he felt an ominous premonition arise within him. The young man on screen was always full of surprises, undoubtedly the biggest variable in this national fortune-killing field. Mike Howell sensed that Zhang Xuan was very likely to be a key figure in the rise of the Dragon Nation. After more than an hour, Zhang Xuan finally dug open an entrance large enough for a person to enter, completely clearing the path to the underground cavity. A strange red light illuminated his face, making him appear considerably more mysterious. He put away the engineer's shovel, bent down to crawl into the entrance, and was immediately awestruck by the scene before him. The entire underground cavity was as large as half a football field, with the walls and floor densely covered in crystalline red crystal clusters, some piercing skyward like swords, others blooming like flowers, emanating a soft, strange wave. A faint, warm aura filled the air. Taking a breath made him feel refreshed, and the fatigue within him dissipated significantly. This is no ordinary crystal. Zhang Xuan quickly approached, reaching out to touch one of the crystals. A peculiar energy surged into his body through his fingertips, warming him and dispelling the chill within. His face showed no sign of joy. The fact that these crystals could transmit energy through the air indicated they possessed some form of radiation, the nature of which, beneficial or harmful, remained uncertain. If it was beneficial radiation, that would be fine, but if it was harmful, he would have to be prepared to sacrifice himself for it. Taking a deep breath, he broke off a chunk from a cluster of crystals. Nothing happened. He tossed the crystal onto the ground and went to pry off another. The audiences from various countries held their breath, quietly watching this moment. This type of crystal had never been discovered before, and everyone wanted to know what it truly was. Zhang Xuan collected crystal after crystal, and finally the national fortune announcement appeared. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation's chosen one Zhang Xuan for collecting Life Crystal Epic 1, triggering a tenfold return now allocated to the official reserve area of the Dragon Nation for unified management. As the national fortune announcement echoed, Blue Star erupted in chaos. In the Dragon Nation's live stream, viewers went wild, flooding the screen with comments and obscuring Zhang Xuan's figure. Heavens! An epic-grade mineral. I've only heard of life crystals in various games and novels. Anything related to life is extraordinary. This mineral is definitely a strategic resource, perhaps even granting immortality. Now our Dragon Nation is truly taking off. Zhang Xuan is incredible. He can find such things. He truly is the child of destiny. In the command room of the Dragon Nation's national fortune, the commander suddenly stood up, fists clenched, his voice trembling with excitement. Good. Comrade Zhang Xuan is doing great. Immediately notify the laboratory to study the life crystal with all their might, first determining its specific effects. Once there are results, report back immediately. We need to provide feedback to Comrade Zhang Xuan as soon as possible. He needs to know the specific effects of the life crystal. In contrast, the command centers of other nations were grim, their leaders glaring at the screen, with gritted teeth, furious at Zhang Xuan. Mike Howell slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Damn it! What is going on with this Zhang Xuan? Why can he always find hidden resources? Immediately instruct the 11 chosen ones to accelerate. They must eliminate him before he collects all the If all the crystals are collected, they will have no hope of triggering a return again unless they wait for the next national fortune-killing field to open and someone can find this batch of life crystals again." An analyst hesitantly said, "Report, sir, our chosen ones are still 32 kilometers away from Zhang Xuan. Even if they rush with all their might, they won't catch up to him in time to collect the crystals." "No explanations, I want results." Mike Howell angrily replied, "Notify them to let our chosen ones go at all costs, even if they have to sacrifice half their resources." Zhang Xuan did not stop. Instead, he quickened his pace, collecting the energy crystals that were easy to gather in the underground cavity, storing them in his spatial ring. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation's chosen one Zhang Xuan for collecting Life Crystal Epic 1, triggering a tenfold return now allocated to the official reserve area of the Dragon Nation for unified management. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation's chosen one Zhang Xuan for collecting Life Crystal Epic 1, triggering a 100-fold return now allocated to the official reserve area of the Dragon Nation for unified management. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation's chosen one Zhang Xuan for collecting Life Crystal Epic 1, triggering a 1,000-fold return now allocated to the official reserve area of the Dragon Nation for unified management. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation's chosen one Zhang Xuan for collecting Life Crystal Epic 1, triggering a 10-fold return now allocated to the official reserve area of the Dragon Nation for unified management. The national fortune announcements rang out from time to time. The viewers from the Dragon Nation had grown numb, while those from the anti-Dragon Nation alliance had completely lost their minds. Bastard. Stop. Don't collect any more. Those are our resources. What are our chosen ones doing? Hurry up and stop him. Damn it. Are our chosen ones from the Eastern Island Nation all useless? Why can't they find the life crystals? The Dragon Nation does not deserve to possess life crystals. They must hand over all life crystals. What a good idea. The authorities should pressure the Dragon Nation. We absolutely must not let them research a method to use life crystals. You shameless fools, that is the resource returned by our Dragon Nation's chosen ones. What right do you have to make decisions for the Dragon Nation? Haha, who told you the Dragon Nation is weak? The weak do not deserve to possess high-end resources. The life crystals must be handed over. Perhaps influenced by public opinion, or perhaps prompted by their own intentions, the anti-Dragon Nation alliance actually demanded that the Dragon Nation officially surrender the life crystals. They thought the Dragon Nation would compromise as before, but reality gave them a resounding slap. A spokesperson for the Dragon Nation immediately announced, "The life crystals are treasures obtained by our chosen one Zhang Xuan at the risk of his life. They are precious properties of our nation, sacred and inviolable. Any nation or individual attempting to seize the life crystals will be the sworn enemy of the Dragon Nation. From this day forth, our Dragon Nation will prepare for the worst, ready to face destruction. We hope all nations take note." Zhang Xuan's movements were as swift as lightning, the brilliance of the spatial ring flickering, while the life crystals in the underground hollow diminished at a visible rate. Unsure of how many life crystals he had collected, when he reached out again to touch a crystal, his fingertips did not feel the familiar warm flow. That peculiar energy capable of dispelling chill and nourishing the body had vanished without a trace. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the crystal he had just broken off. It was still a translucent red, indistinguishable from the previous life crystals, yet placed in his palm it felt only cold, devoid of any energy fluctuation. What is going on? Zhang Xuan murmured to himself, quickly walking towards another cluster of crystals, reaching out to touch and break them, but the result was the same. What is going on? Zhang Xuan murmured to himself, quickly walking towards another cluster of crystals, reaching out to Zhang Xuan, not willing to believe it, touched every crystal he could reach, discovering that these crystals had turned into ordinary red crystals, lacking life radiation, lacking energy transfer, no different from the common crystal ores found on Blue Star. A thought stirred in his heart as his gaze swept across the entire underground hollow. At this moment, the majority of the life crystals had already been collected by him, with the remaining ones being worthless, ordinary red crystals, except for the center of the hollow, obscured by a dense cluster of crystals from which a faint glow seeped through the gaps, contrasting sharply with the surrounding ordinary red crystals. Could the problem lie there? Zhang Xuan began to break off the ordinary crystals in front of him, clearing a path towards the center, while proceeding the scene at the center gradually coming into view, causing him to hold his breath. It was an egg the size of a fist, entirely a light golden color, its surface covered in fine silver patterns resembling some ancient totem, emanating a faint yet soft golden halo in the dim underground hollow. Surrounding the egg were remnants of faint life energy fluctuations identical to the previous life crystals, but purer and more subdued. Zhang Xuan slowly crouched down, extending his finger gently towards the mysterious egg. Before his fingertip could touch the eggshell, he felt a warm breath rushing towards him, richer than the aura of the life crystals, flowing into his body through his fingertip, making all his meridians feel unblocked. He did not rashly touch it, but instead observed the egg with a serious expression, gradually forming a conjecture. So that's how it is. Zhang Xuan whispered, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. It's not that these crystals themselves possess life energy, but this egg, its energy radiation, is what turned the ordinary red crystals around it into epic-grade life crystals. With the appearance of the mysterious golden egg in the sky scene, the live streams across various countries on Blue Star erupted into chaos once again. What is that? An egg? My God! Master Zhang Xuan actually found an egg at the center of the crystal mine. It looks extraordinary. No wonder the subsequent crystals turned ordinary. The secret lies within this golden egg. The previous life crystals must have been influenced by the energy of this golden egg. Epic-grade crystals were already outrageous, and now there's a mysterious golden egg. Master Zhang Xuan's luck is simply against the heavens. Zhang Xuan cautiously cradled the mysterious golden egg, remaining silent for a moment, yet the national fortune announcement did not come, and a hint of disappointment surfaced on his face. He stared at the golden egg, gradually falling into contemplation. Since it's an egg, it should be edible, right? Just then a communication request suddenly came from the National Fortune Command Center. Zhang Xuan quickly connected, and a translucent communication screen appeared before him. The liaison officer Yi Tang solemnly said, "Hello, Comrade Zhang Xuan, the matters we are about to discuss must remain confidential. Please enable privacy protection." Zhang Xuan did not hesitate, directly activating privacy protection, then said, "Comrade Yi Tang, I have enabled privacy protection. Please convey the superior's instructions." Yi Tang took out a document and began to carefully relay. "Comrade Zhang Xuan, based on the urgent assessment and analysis by the Research Institute's expert group, we have detected some effects of the life crystals and are now reporting relevant information to you. The known effects of the life crystals are twofold. First, they accelerate wound recovery and are effective when carried on one's person. Second, they slowly enhance physical constitution, though this effect has not been verified over a long term. If there are any new discoveries later, the command center will continue to relay information to you. Additionally, the 11 chosen ones of the Anti-Dragon Kingdom Alliance are currently only 31 kilometers away from your coordinates and are expected to arrive in your area within 12 hours. The commander asked me to tell you that the Dragon Kingdom will always be your strongest support. Please prioritize your own safety at all times. As long as you are alive, we have a future." The two did not engage in any pleasantries. Once the important matters were discussed, the communication was hung up. Since daily privacy protection has a time limit, Zhang Xuan immediately turned off privacy protection after the call. He stared at the mysterious golden egg in his hand, feeling somewhat hesitant. Just now, he had wanted to store it in the spatial ring but failed. "I suppose I should take it back and cook it." Zhang Xuan thought this way in his heart, then crawled out of the underground hollow via his previous route, then changed direction, planning to return to the shelter by taking a detour and see if there were any treasure chests along the way. On the way back, he passed the mysterious ruins where he had previously found a treasure chest. Utilizing the omniscient map, Zhang Xuan could clearly see the internal situation of the ruins. The area of this mysterious ruin was not large, at most the size of a football field. Judging from the architectural structure, it resembled an alchemical tower from certain games, and there were some magical puppets which should originate from some magical civilization. Zhang Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Ruins of magical civilizations often contained some magic books and scrolls which he could learn after obtaining them. However, he could not enter the ruins yet, and he was not sure he could deal with those magical puppets. For now, he could only dream about it. After another half hour of walking, he finally returned to the shelter. Having been busy outside for most of the day, he was already starving, so he eagerly set a pot of water to boil and placed the golden egg he had cradled all the way in. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were all confused. What is going on? What is Master Zhang Xuan doing? What the heck? Is there any need to ask? Clearly he is boiling an egg. God, what kind of genius idea is this? Such a precious egg, and he intends to boil and eat it. This is wasteful. Such a divine object should be brought back for the Research Institute to study. How can he cook it? Exactly. I am a biologist. Even if he wants to eat this egg, it should be eaten raw. Cooking it might cause a loss of a significant portion of its nutritional value. Is this really just a matter of nutrition? That could very likely be an egg capable of nurturing life crystals. If successfully hatched, it might give birth to a divine beast. But what if what hatches is a man-eating ferocious? Master Zhang Xuan's approach is not wrong. Hatching this egg carries certain risks, so it is better to eat it before it hatches. Perhaps it could greatly enhance his physical constitution. After drying for a whole day and night, the stove in the shelter was finally usable. Zhang Xuan added firewood and lit it, causing the indoor temperature to rise rapidly. The flickering flames licked the alloy lunchbox, and the snow water gradually began to bubble. As the temperature rose, the bubbles became denser, eventually rolling and boiling the steam, blurring Zhang Xuan's eyebrows and eyes. He squatted by the stove, resting his chin on one hand, his gaze fixed intently on the pale golden egg in the pot, a hint of anticipation lingering at the corners of his mouth. After all, it was a divine object capable of radiating life energy and nurturing epic-level life crystals. Consuming it would surely be more effective than any potion. In the live broadcast room, the viewers' debates continued, even more intense than before, with countless comments nearly covering the entire screen. Help! Zhang Xuan is really daring. The fire is already burning. He is determined to cook that egg. The people from the Research Institute must be going crazy, right? Such a precious, unknown biological egg is just thrown into the pot. I support Zhang Xuan. After all, he found it. He can handle it however he wants. It's better than hatching a ferocious beast that might bite him. Is it possible that this egg can't be cooked? After all, it's a divine object. How can it be treated like an ordinary chicken egg that cooks easily? As soon as this comment appeared, it was drowned out by countless others, mostly mocking the original poster for overthinking, yet no one expected that this statement would prove to be prophetic. Zhang Xuan waited by the stove for more than half an hour. The water in the pot had long since boiled vigorously, steam escaping from the cracks in the pot lid, filling the entire shelter with heat, yet the golden egg in the pot remained unscathed. The silver patterns on its surface under the immersion of boiling water not only did not fade, but instead began to shimmer with an even fainter golden light, as if the high temperature of the boiling water had not inflicted any harm on it, but was instead nourishing it. What's going on? Zhang Xuan frowned and lifted the pot lid. A wave of scalding steam rushed toward him. Cautiously, he tapped the golden egg with alloy chopsticks. The moment the chopsticks touched the eggshell, it felt as if they struck an incredibly hard piece of fine iron, leaving not a single mark and producing a crisp sound. Can't be cooked, Zhang Xuan murmured, deciding to fish out the golden egg. As soon as the golden egg left the boiling water, the steam on its surface instantly evaporated, remaining dry and warm, as if the half-hour immersion in boiling water had been an insignificant baptism for it. The viewers in the live broadcast were stunned. The barrage of comments paused for a few seconds before erupting again. What the heck? It really can't be cooked. What is this egg made of? Diamond. I told you. How could a divine object be cooked so easily? Zhang Xuan must be feeling awkward now. Awkward? At least now we know this egg can't be cooked. Perhaps it requires a special method to open. Zhang Xuan couldn't see the barrage of comments. He held the golden egg and walked aside, placing it on a stone used as a stool, his expression becoming serious. If it can't be cooked, then let's try a different method. He took out an alloy battle knife from his spatial ring, raised it high, and struck down hard at the golden egg. With a sharp clang, the blade came crashing down on the golden egg, producing a piercing metallic clash. Sparks flew. However, the expected scene of the golden egg shattering did not occur. Instead, the alloy battle knife was rebounded, causing Zhang Xuan's arm to feel a slight numbness. Looking at the golden egg, its surface remained as smooth as before, not a single scratch left behind. So hard. A flicker of surprise flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes as he tried a few more times. No matter how much force he used, the alloy battle knife striking the golden egg only produced a crisp sound, unable to inflict any damage. Not willing to give up, he picked up the golden egg and walked to the entrance of the shelter, slamming it down hard against the giant stone. Bang! The golden egg slammed heavily onto the giant stone, creating a small dent, yet it bounced back, rolling to the side, still intact. Even the surface's glow did not diminish in the slightest. Zhang Xuan, feeling somewhat exasperated, summoned a bolt of lightning to strike the golden egg. The egg merely quivered lightly, absorbing the lightning entirely. Zhang Xuan's expression changed slightly. A thought struck him. It can actually absorb lightning. Could it be that lightning is needed for hatching? He shook his head helplessly. With his current physical and mental strength, he could only unleash lightning a few times. Even if he wanted to hatch it, he lacked the ability. Moreover, without knowing the type of creature, rashly hatching an unknown biological egg was an extremely dangerous endeavor. It seems this thing can't be eaten for now. Since the golden egg couldn't be eaten, he would have to switch to meat. Zhang Xuan casually tossed the golden egg aside, took out a piece of wolf meat from his spatial ring, cut it into small pieces, and boiled a pot of water, again adding the meat and seasonings to stew. Before long, he produced a pot of delicious broth. The viewers in the live broadcast, watching the exotic beast meat sizzling in the pot, and then glancing at the unscathed golden egg on the stone table, had extremely mixed feelings. Ha ha ha, I can't breathe from laughing. Zhang Xuan worked hard for half a day, and in the end, he still had to eat meat. I feel sorry for the golden egg. For 3 seconds, it was boiled, chopped, and smashed, yet it remains completely unharmed. This hardness is just absurd. You all laugh at Zhang Xuan, but at least he can still eat meat. What about us? How long has it been since we had meat? Damn. Hearing you say that makes me feel like a clown. By the way, the 11 chosen ones from the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance must be arriving soon, right? When is Zhang Xuan planning to evacuate? As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly grew tense. Everyone understood that the 11 chosen ones working together were a force to be reckoned with, and no matter how extraordinary Zhang Xuan had performed before facing the siege of 11 people, survival was not guaranteed. Zhang Xuan quickly finished the entire pot of meat. He stuffed firewood into the heated bed and set it ablaze, laying down grass, weeds, and bare skin. Then he lay on the bed resting while formulating a counterattack plan. That's right, a counterattack plan. There was no way he would run away. Zhang Xuan had already reached a peak in combat, hunting, and stealth skills that mortals could not hope to achieve. He could not simply abandon the shelter without a fight. This was neither his style nor in his best interests. The chosen ones from the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance came from different countries with varying strengths, but together they formed a formidable force that should not be taken lightly. He definitely had to utilize the advantages of timing and terrain, and in addition, he needed to employ some device. Zhang Xuan recalled the trap-making methods he had learned while practicing hunting in his dreams, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If you want to hunt me, then let me show you what a true hunter is. After recuperating from the physical and mental exhaustion caused by unleashing lightning, Zhang Xuan completely emptied his spatial ring. He stood up, gripping his alloy battle axe, and pushed open the wooden door of the shelter, diving into the biting cold wind of the snowy domain. He did not venture far and stopped in the nearby forest surrounding the shelter. The vegetation in this snowy forest consisted entirely of cold-resistant tree species suitable for high altitudes. Among them, the spruce trees had straight and sturdy trunks, dense and solid wood with extremely long growth cycles. They were freeze-resistant and crack-resistant with high hardness, making them the most durable wood in the area, suitable for crafting axe handles, spear shafts, wooden shields, and trap frameworks capable of withstanding harsh cold winds and violent collisions. Amidst the vast spruce trees, there were also some highland junipers and square-twig cypress. These trees had dense and resilient wood with twisted and interwoven grains, offering excellent toughness and resistance to breaking. They were also high-quality materials for crafting weapon grips and protective wooden frames. Additionally, the forest was sporadically dotted with alpine poplars and plateau birches, which were significantly inferior. Their wood was relatively soft and porous, cold-resistant, but not pressure-resistant. In low temperatures, they were prone to becoming brittle and cracking, bending and breaking under slight force, making them unsuitable for withstanding the impact during combat, only suitable for chopping as firewood. There were also ground-hugging rhododendron shrubs and creeping cypress with thin and soft branches that could barely hold the frozen earth beneath the snow, not even qualified for making simple wooden spears. Zhang Xuan approached a spruce tree with a trunk as thick as a thigh and over 10 meters tall, raised his battle axe, and began to chop. As the axe blade struck down, wood chips and snow flew, and the dull sound of chopping echoed through the forest. After felling the tree and removing the branches, he uniformly cut it into neatly measured wooden stumps over a meter long, all of which he stored in the spatial ring. Then he activated privacy protection and began to set traps. After several hours of busy work, Zhang Xuan finally stopped, having nearly exhausted the privacy protection time. The sun had already set and twilight enveloped the snowy mountains and forests. Zhang Xuan turned back towards the shelter, secured the wooden door, stoked the fire, and leaned against the wall with his eyes closed, conserving his energy, waiting for the hunting and counter-hunting showdown to commence in the latter half of the night. At this moment, in the Dragon Nation's Fortune live broadcast room, the number of online viewers had surpassed previous records. Almost all citizens of the Dragon Nation knew that today 11 chosen ones from enemy nations were about to arrive in Zhang Xuan's vicinity to launch an attack. The host Fan Shu wore a grave expression full of concern. Dear viewers, the situation is extremely dire. The anti-Dragon Nation alliance, consisting of 11 chosen ones, has already approached the vicinity of Zhang Xuan's shelter and will soon launch a coordinated ambush in the latter half of the night. Beside him, Colonel Lu Zhang had a serious demeanor, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Tonight, the snowy plateau is overcast with extremely poor visibility at night and snow obscuring their tracks, making it most suitable for ambush, which is highly disadvantageous for us. Among the 11 chosen ones, the most concerning was the assassin Yamamoto from the Eastern Island Nation. This individual's killing skills had reached their peak, and his physical condition was at least above 17 points. Once he found an opportunity to strike, death was nearly guaranteed. The state apparatus was in motion. No one could escape scrutiny. The profiles of the 11 chosen ones from enemy nations had long been sent to the National Fortune Command Room in the live broadcast. At this moment, Colonel Lu Zhang analyzed and introduced each one, quickly peeling back the layers of the 11 enemy chosen ones. Colonel Su Wan furrowed her brows tightly, her tone heavy. Zhang Xuan's individual combat strength and hunting stealth abilities are top-notch, but 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. If the enemy splits up to restrain him and encircle him, once he gets entangled, the variables become too great. The only advantage now was that Zhang Xuan was familiar with the terrain and had activated privacy shielding to set up traps, leaving the enemy unable to discern his cards. However, the specially made down jackets worn by the chosen ones from various nations are quite similar, all equipped with stabbing resistance. If the traps set by Zhang Xuan are still of the kind used to hunt snow tigers, then the situation would be dire. With those wooden javelins, it's nearly impossible to kill anyone. The barrage in the live broadcast room was filled with comments, and the hearts of the national audience were hanging in suspense, the screen filled with tension and unease. Sigh. With the strength of the great Zhang Xuan, as long as he stabilizes his growth, he will eventually elevate the Dragon Nation's fortune. Unfortunately, the enemy nations are not giving us any time. There's nothing to be done. The national fortune battleground is a matter of life and death. The great Zhang Xuan has stood out too much. The anti-Dragon Nation alliance fears his growth. He should retreat. Just hiding for a while could drag them down. They have been chasing all the way, and there's hardly any Indeed, they discarded most of their supplies to complete their mission quickly. They can't hold out for long. I don't understand why the great Zhang Xuan is being so stubborn. He still cannot bear to abandon the shelter. To say the least, he should give up the shelter at this time. Give up the shelter. If he had given up the shelter earlier, he wouldn't have found the life crystal and that egg today, nor would he have hunted the snow tiger. Talking here is useless. He can't see us. It's truly worrisome. Far away in the capital city, the Dragon Nation's Fortune Command Center was brightly lit, and everyone was on edge. The commander stood with his hands behind his back in front of the electronic map, his gaze fixated on the green, representing the shelter in the snowy mountains, the atmosphere around him oppressive to the extreme. A group of data analysts quickly retrieved the combat power profiles and past battle records of the chosen ones from various nations, and data flowed rapidly across the screen. Report to the commander: the enemy is faster than we anticipated. Those 11 chosen ones have all reached within 3,000 meters of the shelter, lying in wait, preparing to strike when the wind and snow are at their worst in the latter half of the night. The command centers of various nations are coordinating in real time and have finalized an encirclement tactic, planning to engage in a frontal restraint and flank maneuver. The commander stated in a deep voice: monitor the footage closely. If a critical situation arises, activate the emergency contact alert immediately. We must believe in Zhang Xuan's notifications, but we can never let our guard down. In the Star-Spangled Nation's Fortune Command Center, Mike Howell wore a cold smile, his gaze similarly fixed on Zhang Xuan's shelter. The command room was bustling with light, and the higher-ups and analysts leaned back in their chairs wearing expressions of disdain and cold laughter. A kid from the Dragon Nation lucky enough to be the first to find the treasure chest and obtain a physical enhancement potion. Knowing our people are arriving, he still hasn't run away, truly seeking death. With 11 elite chosen ones from various nations teaming up to kill him, even if he has some skills, he won't be able to escape. He did have a few moments of prominence before, but it was merely luck. Now it seems he is nothing but a reckless fool. Dragon Nation people are always like this, claiming every inch of land is vital. This works on Blue Star, but it won't work in the National Fortune Battleground. Collecting resources. We should do as we are now, leveraging the fine traditions of our ancestors and directly robbing them. This is much safer than fighting against those otherworldly ferocious beasts. A commander crossed his arms, a dismissive sneer on his lips. Once the ambush starts in the latter half of the night, we will soon capture Zhang Xuan, seize his shelter, and take his resources: life crystal and that mysterious golden egg. The room was filled with contempt and certainty. In their eyes, Zhang Xuan was already a possession destined to fall under the encirclement of 11 nations. In the depths of the snowy mountains, the night grew increasingly thick. Heavy clouds obscured the bright moonlight, plunging the world into darkness, with only the cold wind swirling the snow, howling past the treetops, making a mournful sound. The entire forest was eerily silent, with only the howling of the wind and snow remaining, as if heralding the imminent bloodbath, playing the prelude to the battle. The 11 chosen ones of the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance had taken their positions and were gathering together to discuss their battle plan. A chosen one from a small nation could not help but lower his voice, looking at Kane beside him, his tone tinged with barely perceptible unease. Lord Kane, should we first set some ambushes around and try to lure him out before attacking? What if he has set traps in the shelter? If we rashly charge, and we might suffer losses. Kane chuckled derisively, his tone full of mockery and disdain. What? Are you worried? Do you really think that a kid from the Dragon Nation could hide explosives in his shelter? Another chosen one nearby quickly leaned in, his voice lowered further with a hint of caution. There may not be any explosives, but judging by his previous performance, he will definitely have set some traps around the shelter. It's better to be cautious. Oh, we don't want to trip ourselves up. Yamamoto leaned against a large tree, still standing alone outside the group, showing no interest in the so-called tactics. Victor scoffed. Traps. We are fully armed. Not to mention, this specially made down jacket on us is enough to withstand most attacks. To think that wooden and stone traps could withstand us is truly a fool's dream. Kane impatiently said, don't think too much. You all must not forget that we've been eating compressed biscuits for days, and we're about to run out. Only by killing Zhang Xuan can we survive. So I hope you all will go all out. At anyone who slacks off is being irresponsible towards their life. Now everyone disperse and execute the plan. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately saying nothing more, and began to take action. 11 dark shadows, using the cover of night and accumulated snow, crouched low, moving with such lightness that not a sound was made, quietly dispersing around the shelter, with the closest being only over 300 meters away. They formed a semi-encirclement, quietly lying in wait in the snow, their eyes fixed on the small cabin that was dimly lit, cold, killing intent flickering in their depths. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the National Fortune Command Room sent another instant communication request. This time Zhang Xuan hesitated for a moment, chose not to answer, and directly hung up. He surveyed the area around the shelter. The 11 chosen ones from enemy nations had nowhere to hide, and their locations were all clear. The moment of hunting begins. Start. In the Xingtiao Nation's National Fortune Command Center, 5-star General Mike Howell sat upright at the head of the table, his gaze like a hawk fixed on the battlefield display. His fingertips drummed the desk as he spoke, cold and resolute. Everyone attention. Activate the highest clearance. Establish a tactical advisory cell for the Anti-Long Coalition and open real-time communications with the 11 chosen ones. Monitor the battlefield continuously and command operations in real time. Expend all available communication time if necessary. Zhang Xuan must be taken alive or dead. The order issued, the command room erupted into motion. Officers from multiple nations linked up swiftly, capturing battlefield movements through live feeds. Tactical commands were relayed with precision via instant channels into the ears of each enemy chosen one. The higher a nation's fortune, the longer its chosen ones can remain in contact with the real world. This anti-Long coalition, willing to exhaust long-accumulated communication time to slay Zhang Xuan, revealed how unflinching their resolve truly was. Zhang Xuan yanked open the wooden door. A blast of cold wind and stinging snow rushed in. He instinctively hunched his shoulders, a flicker of panic crossing his face. He had no time to close the door properly before stumbling out into the snow, sprinting toward the stand of spruces where he had been chopping wood by daylight. 300 meters west of the shelter, a lurking enemy, Chosen One, was the first to notice Zhang Xuan's movement. He lowered his voice and reported, "Target spotted. He's running, heading for the spruce grove to the east." The 11 Chosen Ones had already withdrawn their translucent video feeds, keeping only voice channels open. Make Hawayer's voice sounded in the void, laden with unquestionable authority. "All units pursue. Maintain formation, do not scatter. He is feigning weakness to lure you. Beware of traps. Drive him into a forested corner and close the pincer to execute him." At the command, the 11 shadowy figures that had been lying still sprang to life. Like arrows loosed from a bow, they dashed through the night and snow toward the direction Zhang Xuan had fled. Their steps were frantic and breaths ragged. Depleted supplies had frayed their temper, promises from their nations inflamed their greed. They obsessed over how to kill Zhang Xuan, disregarding their own safety. Only a few retained caution and reason. Most had become thoughtless instruments of murder. The instant Zhang Xuan entered the spruce grove, his pace abruptly slowed as he flitted nimbly between thick trunks. Snow lay deeper among the trees, branches interlaced. Moonlight was muffled by heavy clouds and canopy, making the gloom within even denser than outside. Relying on intimate knowledge of the terrain and the precise guidance of his all-knowing map, he moved deftly among the trunks, sometimes deliberately snapping a twig to feign panicked flight, sometimes slowing to let pursuers glimpse his back, always keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far, neither to be overtaken nor fully escaped. "Don't run. You won't get away," a Chosen One named Bertan shouted as he closed in, his voice thick with contempt. "With your pathetic skill, you think you can slip past our hunt." Bertan hailed from Mo Nation. His constitution was a formidable 14, and he had awakened the speed aptitude. He moved faster than the others and had already stepped free of the encircling formation. Make Hawayer's voice crackled again through the comms, edged with impatience. "Bertan, shut up. Maintain formation. Do not advance alone." Zhang Xuan did not look back. He feigned a stumble, as if exhausted. His foot slipped, and he nearly fell into the sight sent the pursuers into a frenzy. One by one they accelerated and charged, the formation loosening. Command could not fully restrain their greed and haste. They were precisely falling into the trap Zhang Xuan had long since prepared. "Now," Zhang Xuan mouthed silently. He shifted his foot with a sudden precise misstep and slid behind a stout spruce with a lithe movement. Then he plucked the knotted climbing rope tied about the tree and cast it aside, drawing a wooden spear from his spatial ring and hurling it at Bertan. A keen whistling rent the air as the rope sliced through it. On the other end, a heavy wooden stake freed by its knot swung like a hammer and thundered toward Bertan's back. Bertan was focused on evading the thrown spear and paid no heed to the falling stake. With a dull crash, it struck his back. Even the specially made stab-resistant down jacket could not blunt such brutal blunt force. The jacket caved in instantly. He gasped and spat blood from the corner of his mouth. Like a kite with a broken string, his body collapsed heavily into the snow. Zhang Xuan flashed forward like wind, the blade rising and falling in a single motion. Bertan's head was severed. A solemn voice of the National Fortune System boomed. "National Fortune announcement: Longwo's Chosen One Zhang Xuan has slain Mo Nation's Chosen One Bertan Shermisi. Longwo National Fortune 1. Mo Nation, National Fortune 1. The comprehensive quality of all Longwo members slightly increases. The comprehensive quality of all Mo Nation members slightly decreases." Longwo's Fortune livestream erupted instantly, comments flooding the screen in a frenzy of cheers and excitement. By contrast, Mo Nation's stream fell into a stunned silence. Its viewers reacted as if mourning a great loss. The sudden turn of events and the National Fortune announcement froze the pursuers in their tracks. Their previous contempt and greed were instantly replaced by shock and fear. "Trap! Of course there's a trap," one Chosen One cried, eyes darting wildly across the trees as if searching for hidden snares. "He primed traps long ago. We fell right into it. What's there to panic about? Even if there are traps, as long as you don't act like Bertan and rush for glory, nothing." In the Xingtiao Command Center, General Make Hawayer's face darkened. He slammed his hand down on the table and barked, "Adjust formation immediately. All personnel remain vigilant and sweep for nearby traps. Advance steadily and close the encirclement." After the reprimand, the pursuers steadied somewhat. They split into 3 groups and began cautiously searching for traps, their steps measured and wary instead of reckless. Hidden behind a trunk, Zhang Xuan watched the enemy through his all-knowing map. A cold arc of amusement lifted one corner of his mouth. "So you think that will keep you safe? How naive." On the left flank, a 3-man squad led by Waikichuo of the Donyo Nation crossed a patch of seemingly smooth snow when suddenly a wooden spear flew from a distance. The trio dodged, but the snow beneath one of them collapsed. Before he could react, he plunged into a hidden pit. Before he could struggle free, a ripping sound came from above. The bundle of wooden stakes suspended in the trees slammed down, striking his skull with a crushing force. National fortune announcement: Longwo's chosen one Zhang Xuan has slain Ho Nation's chosen one Jayabulai Iyer. Longwo national fortune 1. Ho Nation national fortune 1. The announcement left Waikichuo and the remaining teammate frozen with dread. They halted and scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Make Howare roared over the comms, beware of chained traps. Do not be distracted by his thrown spears. They cannot pierce your jackets. In a brief span, another comrade fell. The 9 survivors grew even more cautious, frightened into tiny steps, each movement tentative lest they trigger another hidden death. In Longwo's National Fortune Command Center, Commander Shu exhaled and allowed a trace of relief to soften his eyes. Well done. Comrade Zhang Xuan has performed admirably. Keep a close watch on the battlefield and carefully calculate the enemy's privacy protection time. The moment their protection ends, provide information support to Comrade Zhang Xuan at once. From the start of the fight, the 11 enemy chosen ones had activated privacy protection, while Zhang Xuan had already exhausted his privacy protection while setting his traps. Thus, at this moment, the external information support was entirely asymmetric. The Longwo command could not feed Zhang Xuan precise enemy positions. Fortunately, Zhang Xuan possessed the divine skill all-knowing map and was not disadvantaged in that regard. Conversely, although the enemies roughly knew Zhang Xuan's location, their caution over traps prevented them from charging in for a final fight. A mournful wind sighed through the grove, snow bowed the spruce boughs. Pale moonlight filtered through the gaps, painting the snow with a cold spectral sheen. The 9 remaining chosen ones hunched and paired up, warily advancing in tiny steps. Their eyes were fixed on the snow and nearby trunks, probing each footfall, fearful of stepping into another concealed death. This snow layer is odd. It's been disturbed by hand. A Northern European chosen one crouched and used his short knife to pry away the top layer of snow. Beneath, he exposed a length of hemp rope loosely knotted between tree roots, the very snare Zhang Xuan had set. The rope led up to a high branch above. All eyes lifted, chills running down their spines. Among the dark crowns, a cluster of stakes hung precarious and bound together, held only by that rope. If someone tripped the snare, the knot would give, and the stakes above would come crashing down like a hail of wood. Another chain trapped. The snare was merely the trigger. The falling stakes were the true killers. Kyan observed for a moment and said gravely, "Stand back. This trap must be dismantled." At the command, everyone stepped away. Kyan pressed his body to the trunk and slashed the rope through with a hollow thud. The stakes dropped to the ground. This first breach encouraged the others. They spread out and began to scour the surrounding woods by moonlight. Before long, pits hidden beneath snow, suspended toppled logs, and tangled snares around trunks were discovered and dismantled one by one. So that's all. Just these crude contraptions. Hardly worth fearing. Bertan and Jayabulai were careless. So that's all. Just these crude contraptions. Hardly worth fearing. Bertan and Jayabulai were careless and paid the price. Most of the traps have been cleared. With no ambush left, where can Zhang Xuan hide alone? Murmurs rippled through the ranks. The earlier panic that had flurried them like startled birds dissipated, replaced by renewed murder in their hearts and swelling arrogance. They were certain Zhang Xuan had exhausted his reserves. Without his traps, a lone man could never withstand a 9-man. In the Xingtiao National Fortune Command Center, General Make Howare watched the feed of the chosen ones clearing traps with a tightening of satisfaction. He tapped the desk again, and his cold voice carried through every comm. Most traps have been cleared. No need for excessive caution. Form up in threes, advance in triangular formations, narrow your search, and force Zhang Xuan out of the woods. He has lost his ambush advantage and has already spent most of his stamina fleeing. Commit everyone and execute him on the spot. The authoritative order dropped. The 9 chosen ones immediately reformed their ranks. 3 abreast, each unit covering the other's flanks, their eyes cut across every spruce trunk and every hollow of snow. Their steps were steady and relentless as they tightened the ring toward Zhang Xuan's hiding place, a chilling intent to kill enveloping the entire grove. Viewers in Longwo's National Fortune livestream watched the enemies dismantle traps and close ranks, and their hearts clenched anew. Oh no! The traps have been found and cleared. 9 enemies are advancing together. What can Zhang Xuan do now? Don't force a fight. First, find cover in the terrain. Deep within the spruce grove, Zhang Xuan stood motionless behind a thick trunk obscured in the tree's dim shadow. He had the triangular formation, their routes, and their spacing mapped out in his mind. Listening to the approaching crunch of boots in the snow, he showed no hint of panic. Instead, a cold, fierce smile flickered across his eyes. Only 2 kills so far. Not bad. After all, they were merely wooden stakes. The real spectacle is yet. Zhang Xuan's supplies were quite limited. The climbing ropes brought from Blue Star and those collected earlier had already been used up. It was highly likely that there would be no more traps ahead. Mike Howell stared intently at the live broadcast screen, his gaze sharp as an eagle locking onto Zhang Xuan's. He is moving, heading towards a narrow pass behind. The terrain there is tight and easy to defend, but difficult to attack. It's best to deal with him before he reaches the pass. Although Cain and the others knew that they were unlikely to encounter more traps, the previous experiences had left a shadow in their hearts. Their speed had improved considerably, yet they could not stop Zhang Xuan from passing through the narrow pass. Fuck! Mike Howell cursed angrily, but there was nothing else he could do. After all, the Chosen One was not his soldier and could not be commanded at will. The narrow pass was less than 3 meters wide with steep rock walls on either side heavily laden with snow, and behind it was a muddy expanse of an ice lake. Zhang Xuan stood firmly at the pass, wielding a battle axe in his left hand and a battle knife in his right, refusing to budge an inch. Before long, 9 enemies arrived at the narrow pass, the two sides confronting each other from 5 steps apart. The Chosen One from the Star-Spangled Nation, Cain sneered. Zhang Xuan, I've heard a lot about you. I'm not interested in talking to a dead man. Bring it on, you worthless fools. Zhang Xuan stood by the narrow pass, his expression cold. He gripped the alloy battle knife in reverse with his right hand while his left hand held the heavy alloy battle axe, both weapons gleaming with a chilling cold light under the moonlight. Cain was furious, taking the initiative to strike first. He shouted fiercely, gripping his alloy dagger tightly, and charged toward Zhang Xuan, the blade cutting through the cold wind with a sharp force aimed straight at Zhang Xuan's face. Behind him, Yamamoto and a Chosen One from the Squid Nation followed closely, attacking from the left and right simultaneously, giving Zhang Xuan no chance to evade. Facing the descending dagger, Zhang Xuan remained unperturbed. To him, Cain was full of flaws. He casually sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blade, then executed an upward slash with his right hand, holding the alloy battle knife, accurately striking Cain's wrist. The force of Cain's downward strike, combined with Zhang Xuan's upward slash, amplified the impact of this seemingly inconspicuous blow. Even with the stab-resistant down jacket, he could not withstand the force. His wrist went numb, and a sharp pain shot through his brain, causing the alloy dagger in his hand to clatter to the snow, his entire arm nearly losing feeling. Before Cain could react, Zhang Xuan had already closed in. He raised the alloy battle axe high with the back of the axe facing down and slammed it hard onto Cain's knee. A crisp crack echoed as the kneecap shattered. Cain let out a piercing scream, his body instantly losing support as he collapsed to the snow. The arrogance in his eyes was replaced by intense pain and fear. He tried to struggle to his feet, but found that his legs would no longer obey him. The down jacket at his knee was dented, and the pain radiated throughout his body. Zhang Xuan's killing move was far from over. It seemed he had anticipated Cain's reaction, as the alloy battle knife in his right hand was now positioned right at Cain's throat, appearing as if Cain had intentionally presented it. With a muffled thud, the tip of the alloy battle knife pierced through Cain's throat, following the line of his jaw. National Fortune announcement: the Chosen One of the Dragon Nation, Zhang Xuan, has killed the Chosen One of the Star-Spangled Nation, Cain Smith. National Fortune of the Dragon Nation 1. National Fortune of the Star-Spangled Nation 1. Overall quality of all members of the Dragon Nation slightly improved. Overall quality of all members of the Star-Spangled Nation slightly decreased. Before the announcement sound faded, a cold gleam suddenly shot towards Zhang Xuan from the side. Yamamoto had quietly circled around during Zhang Xuan's kill of Cain, holding a poisoned short blade aiming straight at Zhang Xuan's heart. In the live broadcast room, Dragon Nation viewers gasped collectively, the barrage of comments flooding the screen. Watch out behind you. Yamamoto is such a coward, actually going for a sneak attack. Mike Howell suddenly stood up, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes, shouting, well done. Kill him. But they all underestimated Zhang Xuan's vigilance and his combat skills. Just as the short blade was about to touch his down jacket, Zhang Xuan suddenly sidestepped and kicked Yamamoto in the groin. The power boost from his formidable physique, totaling 20 points, was terrifying. Even a hasty strike possessed a force that no ordinary person could withstand. Although Yamamoto's physique was not low, he was struck in a sensitive area, and the intense pain surged to his brain, causing him to lose all ability to think. The strength in his hand instantly plummeted. The poisoned short blade pierced Zhang Xuan's body, yet it failed to even tear a single fiber of his clothing. Before Yamamoto could adapt to the pain, Zhang Xuan had already turned around, raising the battle axe high and precisely smashing it against Yamamoto's forehead. National Fortune announcement: the Chosen One of the Dragon Nation, Zhang Xuan, has killed the Chosen One of the East Island Nation, Yamamoto. National Fortune of the Dragon Nation 1. National Fortune of the East Island Nation 1. Overall quality of all members of the Dragon Nation slightly improved. Overall quality of all members of the East Island Nation slightly decreased. With 2 Chosen Ones killed in succession, both with a single strike, the remaining 7 enemies were thoroughly thrown into panic. Particularly the Chosen One from the Squid Nation, who had followed Cain and Yamamoto into battle, trembled in fear, his legs going weak. He had originally thought that with their numerical advantage, even if Cain and Yamamoto performed averagely, they could easily take down Zhang Xuan. However, the scene before him completely shattered his courage. Zhang Xuan stood in the center of the narrow pass like a god of death from hell, his gaze devoid of warmth, as if he had just slain not 2 Chosen Ones, but merely 2 ants. Run, run fast. The Chosen One from the Squid Nation could no longer hold back, screaming as he turned to flee from the narrow pass, not even daring to pick up the weapon he had dropped. His voice carried extreme terror, instantly breaking the psychological defenses of the other chosen ones. The remaining members no longer cared about cooperation, turning to flee like madmen behind the Squid Nation, chosen one desperate to escape, fearing that if they were a moment slower, they would become Zhang Xuan's next victims. Zhang Xuan stood at the narrow pass, watching the enemies fleeing in panic, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, eyes flashing with disdain. Thinking of escaping. Too late. He hesitated not at all, sheathing the battle axe and gripping the alloy battle knife, his figure shooting forth like an arrow entering pursuit mode. Although the area outside the narrow pass was dense forest, Zhang Xuan possessed the divine skill of omniscient mapping, leaving the 7 enemy chosen ones with nowhere to hide. Their minds had been clouded by fear, running scattered and far apart, which conveniently provided Zhang Xuan with the opportunity to pick them off one by one. Zhang Xuan moved swiftly, stepping on the thick snow, making a crunching sound, his gaze locking onto the Squid Nation chosen one running at the front. The Squid Nation chosen one, hearing the footsteps closing in behind, was terrified to the point of losing his mind, running desperately forward, repeatedly chanting, "Don't chase me." Yet his speed could not match Zhang Xuan's. In mere moments, Zhang Xuan caught up with him. With his left hand raising the battle axe high, and without a moment's hesitation, he brought it down directly. The Squid Nation chosen one didn't even have time to look back before being struck on the back of the head by the axe, instantly losing consciousness. National Fortune announcement: the chosen one of the Dragon Nation Zhang Xuan has killed the chosen one of the Squid Nation Elias Cohen. National Fortune of the Dragon Nation 1. National Fortune of the Squid Nation 1. Overall quality of all members of the Dragon Nation slightly improved. Overall quality of all members of the Squid Nation slightly decreased. After slaying the Squid Nation chosen one, Zhang Xuan did not pause. He turned his gaze toward the next slowest chosen one, accelerating once more. In the live broadcast room, the Dragon Nation audience erupted in cheers. So cool. The comeback of the god of Xian has begun. Well done. Let these foreign scum know the might of our Dragon Nation's chosen ones. Mike Howell, on the other hand, sat slumped in his chair, his face pale, muttering, "Impossible," as he watched the scene of Zhang Xuan hunting down the enemies on the screen, filled with despair. In the snow, screams rang out one after another, each accompanied by the sound of the National Fortune announcement, and the National Fortune of the Dragon Nation continued to rise. Zhang Xuan was like a reaper gliding through the snow, with each strike claiming the life of an enemy, and none could withstand a single blow from him. Those fleeing chosen ones attempted to resist, only to be easily slain by Zhang Xuan. Some tried to hide, but were spotted by Zhang Xuan at a glance, ultimately unable to escape death. As night deepened, the snow was stained with blood. Zhang Xuan stood among a pile of corpses, the blood on his battle knife frozen by the cold wind, leaving behind a trace of eerie red. Boring, he muttered to himself in boredom. I can't even get my adrenaline up. Within a short span of time, there were 11 consecutive announcements from the National Fortune Overseer. The authoritative voice of the Overseer pierced through the barriers of all dire maps, resonating in the minds of every surviving chosen one. It was as if a massive stone had been thrown into still waters, stirring up towering waves in the hearts of all chosen ones. Each individual, relying on the mere fragments of words from the National Fortune Overseer, desperately imagined the prowess of Zhang Xuan, the Dragon Kingdom, chosen one, who could crush all before him. In the lowlying fog-choked forest where rotting leaves blanketed the ground, each step was accompanied by a sticky, slippery sensation, while the nose was assaulted by an unshakable stench of decay and poison. The chosen one from the White Elephant Kingdom, Jin Xingyu, was tiptoeing carefully, avoiding the poisonous plants rooted beneath the rotting leaves, his long staff pressed firmly against a nearby dead tree, secretly relieved to have evaded a lurking venomous lizard. With a thud, the long staff jabbed into the pile of rotting leaves, black liquid splattering all over him without him noticing. His eyes widened, lips trembling. Kane Smith, the powerhouse from the Stars and Stripes, who could break a steel pipe with his bare hands, actually fell. Before he could collect himself, more kill notifications followed in quick succession. A chill instantly surged from his spine throughout his body, and Jin Xingyu instinctively shrank his neck, a single thought lingering in his mind: what kind of monster is this Zhang Xuan? In less than half an hour, he had consecutively slain 11 chosen ones. Is he even human? The cold wind swept across the steep slopes where the ground was covered with thick, hard ice, and one could easily slip into bottomless crevices. The biting wind cut against the face like a knife. The chosen one from Gallia, Lucy, huddled behind an ice rock, rubbing her freezing red hands. Just as she found a sheltered corner from the wind, the announcement information doused her in cold water. Her face was pale, her body trembling slightly, and she murmured, "Kane is a top-tier Special Forces soldier. That Yamamoto is also a top assassin. How did they die? Zhang Xuan is way too powerful." Her teammate Pierre crossed his arms and trembled, his voice filled with fear. "We can only pray not to encounter him, otherwise we won't even have the right to resist." In the primeval forest where dense foliage obscured the sun, towering ancient trees blocked out the light, vines hung down, and wild fruits scattered among the trees, hiding edible insects and wild vegetables beneath the fallen leaves. The chosen one from the bullfighting kingdom, Fernando, crouched under a fruit tree, plucking wild fruits, his fingertips still smeared with juice. When the announcement suddenly rang out, the wild fruit fell from his hand with a thud, and his alloy battle knife instinctively crossed in front of him. His brows furrowed, his expression gravely serious. So many chosen ones attacked him, yet he killed them one by one. This is a dimensional strike. Looking at the wild fruits and the mountain spring beside him, he felt a bitter pang in his heart. While he struggled for survival, others had already begun a massacre. The gap was simply too vast. Every dire situation, every chosen one bore different expressions, yet all were shrouded in the same fear. The voice of the national fortune overseer gradually faded, but the name Zhang Xuan became an inescapable shadow for everyone. They had never seen Zhang Xuan's appearance, nor had they witnessed him strike, yet based solely on those few announcements, it was enough to conclude this Dragon Kingdom chosen one was the nightmare of all chosen ones, the most untouchable presence in this realm of despair. Leaf Fan from the rainforest, Su Chun from the Gobi, Lu Rian from the islands. Compared to chosen ones from other countries, the emotions of other Dragon Kingdom chosen ones were even more complex. With the significant enhancement of national fortune, their physiques had improved considerably as well. Wow, Zhang Xuan is amazing. 1 vs 11, super god level added. I feel unprecedentedly powerful, as if I could take down a bull. Thanks to the super rocket gifted by Zhang Xuan, I can finally go confront that wild bull. Huh, Zhang Xuan is incredible. I really want to team up with him. I'd be willing to help with even minor tasks. Invincible. With Zhang Xuan around, our Dragon Kingdom is bound to rise. On Blue Star, the Dragon Kingdom was in and up. On the streets and alleys, originally hurried people stopped to gaze at Zhang Xuan's towering figure in the sky. Cheers erupted, some waved their arms excitedly, some embraced and wept, while others lit firecrackers. The celebratory sounds drowned out all other noise. Zhang Xuan, Zhang Xuan. The shouts gathered from all corners of the city, forming a deafening ocean. In all the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast rooms, the bullet screens had already drowned everything. Wow, wow, wow. 11 kills. 11 kills in half an hour. Zhang Xuan is simply a cheat. Isn't that Kane guy the ace special forces soldier from the Stars and Stripes? He got taken out in an instant. Zhang Xuan is too fierce. I was worried that Zhang Xuan would be unsafe alone, but now it seems the real concern is for the other chosen ones. National fortune skyrocketing. I feel full of strength. Zhang Xuan is awesome. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. An elder at home leaning on a cane stared at the words Zhang Xuan on the screen, tears glistening in his murky eyes, murmuring, well done, no wonder he is the chosen one from our Dragon Kingdom. Now we have hope. Young people gathered together excitedly discussing Zhang Xuan's strength. Some pulled up old footage of Zhang Xuan slaying beasts, replaying it repeatedly, mumbling, he's a deity now, and this is a true powerhouse. Even the children, who were originally filled with fear of the national fortune crisis, clenched their small fists and shouted loudly, go brother Zhang Xuan. In stark contrast to the revelry in the Dragon Kingdom, the streets of the Stars and Stripes were filled with corpse collectors, the atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe. The streets of the Stars and Stripes had already been populated with a great number of homeless people whose frail physiques had been tormented by various diseases. With the sudden decrease in national fortune, their immunity plummeted and many froze or starved to death overnight. The middle and lower classes were not much better off. Kane Smith, as the most elite special forces soldier of the Stars and Stripes, was their hope, a symbol of invincibility in their eyes, yet now he was easily slain by Zhang Xuan from the Dragon Kingdom, leaving no trace of resistance. This was nearly a lethal blow to the people of the Stars and Stripes. In the live broadcast room of the Stars and Stripes, the bullet screens were in disarray, filled with curses and panic. Trash. Kane is just a piece of trash. He couldn't even defeat a kid from the Dragon Kingdom. It's over, our national fortune is doomed. That monster Zhang Xuan, no one can defeat him. Quickly send other chosen ones to encircle and eliminate him. We can't let him develop any further. Bullshit. The facts prove that this strategy won't work. Now we must focus on developing and can't waste time running around anymore. We still have an advantage, we can't keep wasting it. The streets of the East Island were filled with wails. Yamamoto, as the top assassin of the East Island, was greatly relied upon, yet now the announcement of his demise at the hands of Zhang Xuan pierced the hearts of every audience member from the East Island like a sharp knife. Lord Yamamoto, how could you die? Zhang Xuan from the Dragon Kingdom, I will kill you. Some screamed madly, yet could only rage helplessly at the sky. In the East Island's live broadcast room, the bullet screens were equally dense. Damn, how could Zhang Xuan be this strong? Lord Yamamoto is a top assassin. Why did he lose to Zhang Xuan? That demon Zhang Xuan will definitely come to kill our chosen ones. What should we do? Bastard. That Zhang Xuan must have issues. Why hasn't the National Fortune Overseer punished him yet? We still have 93 chosen ones alive on the East Island. Hopefully among these 93, someone can rise, otherwise no one can match Zhang Xuan. There will be. Our East Island is destined to rise. That Zhang Xuan is just a trivial obstacle. He can do it, our chosen ones can definitely do it too. Hang in there. Some citizens of weaker nations had completely lost hope. Their chosen ones were inherently weak, barely surviving in a dire situation. Upon learning of Zhang Xuan's overwhelming power, they all fell into extreme panic. Certain countries had always followed the stars and stripes waving flags, and even publicly targeting the Dragon Kingdom, seeking survival through such means. Now that a powerhouse like Zhang Xuan had emerged from the Dragon Kingdom, they were very worried that the Dragon Kingdom would send Zhang Xuan to harvest their own chosen ones. Some shut off their live broadcasts and locked themselves in their rooms afraid to watch the national fortune slaughterhouse. Some clung to their families weeping bitterly, while others gathered together praying for Zhang Xuan of the Dragon Kingdom to show mercy and not target their chosen ones. As the echoes of the national fortune announcement gradually faded, the name Zhang Xuan, however, was deeply etched in everyone's hearts. For the viewers of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Xuan represented hope, pride, and the symbol of the Dragon Kingdom's rise. For viewers from other countries, Zhang Xuan was a nightmare, fear, and an insurmountable chasm. They had no idea what other miracles this Dragon Kingdom chosen one would create, nor did they know if their own country's chosen ones could evade Zhang Xuan's brilliance and survive in this realm of despair. Zhang Xuan's name had become the most revered and feared symbol on Blue Star. With the explosive rise of the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, an invisible yet majestic force of national luck swept across every inch of the land, gently transforming its appearance and nourishing every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. The first rays of sunlight in the morning broke through the clouds and bathed the earth, causing people to pause as they opened. The haze that often enveloped the city has completely dissipated, revealing a clear blue sky as pristine as a carefully polished sapphire, free of any impurities. The distant green mountains stood out clearly, with even the varying vegetation on the slopes faintly visible. In the green belt along the street, the long dead lawn sprouted dense new shoots, while the roadside phoenix trees unfurled tender yellow buds. In the crevices of the walls, a few unknown wildflowers quietly bloomed, gently swaying in the breeze, radiating vitality. The changes in the outskirts were equally astonishing, where patches of sea buckthorn and camel thorn grew from the yellow sands at the edge of the desert, that stubborn green gradually spreading deeper into the arid land. The withered protective forests regained their vitality, with tall trunks stretching out their branches and leaves guarding. The long-abandoned wasteland began to sprout sparse wild grasses, with the occasional unknown small birds landing on the grass, pecking at the seeds, their crisp chirps breaking the daily silence. Rivers and lakes also shed their previous murkiness. The water in the moat was clear enough to see the bottom, with a few small fish swimming joyfully, and the coastal sands were clean as ever, with the waves gently lapping at the shore, intertwining with the calls of seagulls to form a pleasant scene. The improvement in air quality was particularly evident, as masks that were once a necessity when stepping outside were now casually placed in pockets. The fresh and moist air filled the nostrils, carrying the fragrance of grass and the scent of earth, free from the dust and foul odors of the past, making the chest feel exceptionally clear and breathing increasingly smooth. Air quality monitoring data from various regions met standards across the board. Even industrial cities that had long suffered from smog had completely freed themselves from pollution, with the sky remaining a clear blue. The physical changes among the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were equally remarkable. 70-year-old Mr. Zhang, who had long been plagued by arthritis and high blood pressure, would become breathless after just a few steps. On rainy days, the pain in his joints would keep him awake at night. Now, however, his joint pain had significantly eased, allowing him to walk easily in the community without crutches, even bending down to pick up fallen leaves. Office workers had shaken off the back pain and discomfort from prolonged sitting, and even after working late into the night, they woke up the next day full of energy, feeling no fatigue. The street fitness areas were packed with people exercising, as the endurance and explosive power of the youth significantly increased. Even those who rarely exercised actively joined in, feeling the surge of strength within their bodies. People's senses became increasingly sharp. Many no longer needed glasses to clearly see signs 100 meters away, and their hearing noticeably improved, allowing them to hear the rustling of leaves in the wind from afar. And this was only half of the peak period of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. After the excitement, the National Fortune Command Centers from various countries began to analyze the close combat skills displayed by Zhang Xuan. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, host Fan Shu was in a great mood. She smiled and asked Colonel Lu, "Colonel Su, you also witnessed Comrade Zhang Xuan's battle process. Do either of you have any suggestions for him?" Colonel Lu shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Suggestions? It's I who should learn from Comrade Zhang Xuan. His close combat skills are as free as a celestial horse, and it is no exaggeration to say that I feel that every move of the enemy is anticipated by him, even utilizing the enemy's strength. Look at his first strike against Kane Smith. That slash was an upward thrust, which is commonly known to have the flaw of insufficient power, making it quite limited in lethality. Yet at that moment, Kane Smith was launching an attack on him with full force, and the combination of the upward and downward strikes created a terrifying force. His subsequent moves were also flawlessly connected, whether striking the knee or piercing the throat below the chin, almost all happening simultaneously, flowing seamlessly, without the common mistake of using excessive force that fighters cannot avoid. The subsequent battles perfectly validated this point. My only evaluation of him is a martial sage of the human realm, killing without needing a second strike. Fan Shu then turned her gaze to Su Wan, asking expectantly, "Colonel Su, do you have anything to add?" Su Wan gently stroked her hair, pondering. What Colonel Lu said is already quite clear. I have nothing to add regarding close combat, but I must remind Comrade Zhang Xuan that anything can happen in the national fortune-killing field. Among the more than 2,000 chosen ones, there will surely emerge a group of lucky individuals who may obtain certain powerful skills. Against such chosen ones, close combat techniques may not be effective, so he must be cautious. Avoid when necessary, and be sure to protect yourself. Fan Shu smiled and said, "All right, thank you both guests for the wonderful commentary. Now let's see what the other chosen ones are doing." After the battle ended, Zhang Xian's heart had returned to calm. He strolled through the snowy highlands, diligently cleaning the battlefield, taking the time to glance at his attribute panel. Chosen 1, Zhang Xian. National fortune belonging Dragon Kingdom, 43. Physique, 24. The average adult is 10. Mentality, 24. The average adult is 10. Talent, all-encompassing. Skills, absolute evasion, 16. Child of destiny, 19. Hardship endurance, 12. Dreaming, to prove the Tao, 19. All-knowing map, thunder power epic. In recent days, there have been Dragon Kingdom chosen ones completing national fortune time-limited tasks, but unfortunately, some have fallen, causing the national fortune to fluctuate without stabilizing. Only today, after Zhang Xuan killed 11 enemy chosen ones, did the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom surpass the 40 mark. My physique has improved again. Hunting will be even easier from now on. Thinking this way, Zhang Xuan walked over to the bodies, methodically removing their equipment one by one. The chilling alloy military dagger, the alloy spliced spear, the alloy serrated knife. A total of more than a dozen weapons of various sizes, all representing the pinnacle of forging technology from various countries, with some materials likely superior to the alloy battle axe in Zhang Xian's possession. The alloy serrated knife, for instance, is a weapon that can function both as a knife and a saw, proving to be very useful for Zhang Xian. He wiped these weapons clean and stored them all in his spatial ring. The 11 enemies also carried some compressed biscuits, high-energy energy blocks, portable dehydrated vegetables, and sealed jerky, which he carefully collected. In dire straits, resources are extremely scarce, and food is a crucial core resource. These rations were sufficient to support Zhang Xuan in surviving for several days in extreme environments. In addition to weapons and food, there were also high-strength, wear-resistant climbing ropes, anti-slip traction ropes, and binding ropes, totaling 6 bundles, all of top brands, sturdy and powerful, suitable for building shelters, setting traps, and climbing steep slopes. There were also medical kits, magnesium rods, solid alcohol, and other miscellaneous supplies, all of which Zhang Xuan carefully collected. In a short while, the entire battlefield was cleared with all useful resources retrieved. The once chaotic battlefield was left only with useless corpses, with no traces of the fierce battle to be seen. Zhang Xuan dug a large snow pit to gather the bodies for burial, then turned back towards the shelter. The sky was already beginning to brighten, and his talent was about to refresh. Zhang Xuan returned to the shelter and gazed upon the vast quantities of frozen meat occupying most of the space. His brow furrowed with a sudden sharp pang of headache. There's far too much meat. It's impossible to consume it all. I must devise a way to process it properly. No matter how exquisite the ingredient, prolonged storage in a freezer inevitably dulls its original flavor as internal moisture crystallizes and separates. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment. Perhaps he could afford a few days of leisure and seize this opportunity to cure or preserve the meat into dried or salted varieties. For now, however, a restful nap came first. When he awoke, daylight flooded the shelter and his talent had fully recharged. Zhang Xuan silently activated his talent and waited, but no unusual sensation stirred within his body. He opened his attribute panel and found nestled among his skills a newly acquired passive ability titled Willing Bait. Willing Bait passive: fishing in any river, lake, or sea will invariably yield a catch. Upon reading the description, Zhang Xian's brows drew together in quiet contemplation. For an avid angler, this was indeed a divine ability. Yet he stood in the snow-capped plateau of the National Destiny Arena, where then were rivers, lakes, or seas to be found. The icebound lake he discovered during earlier combat had long since dried up, its surface now a thick, motionless expanse of solid ice utterly devoid of flowing water. After brief reflection, Zhang Xuan decided to seek assistance from the National Destiny Command Center. He retrieved a piece of animal hide and, using a charred wooden stick, inscribed his request before placing it before him. Within moments, an observer relayed Zhang Xuan's request to the chief commander. The commander frowned deeply and murmured, "He seeks rivers, lakes, or seas. Why would he make such a request?" One analyst ventured cautiously, "Could it be Comrade Zhang Xuan simply wishes to eat fish?" Another analyst countered firmly, "Impossible. Comrade Zhang Xuan's actions are never arbitrary." His expression just now was distinctly unsettled, as if confronted by something profoundly unexpected. The chief commander shook his head, eyes flashing with keen resolve. Regardless of motive, Comrade Zhang Xuan is a national hero of Longhua. He seldom makes requests, and now that we have the chance to support him, we must spare no effort to fulfill it. Search immediately. Cross-reference all map terrain and locate every river, lake, and sea. Before long, an analyst pointed to the digital map and reported, Commander, confirmed an icebound lake lies 12 kilometers due south of Comrade Zhang Xuan's shelter. The commander nodded. Contact Comrade Zhang Xuan at once and transmit the intelligence. The National Destiny Command Center operated with astonishing efficiency. The entire process from request to delivery took less than 10 minutes. 12 kilometers, roughly an hour's walk. First, resolve the equipment issue. One cannot fish without a... Zhang Xuan recalled the alloy battle spear he'd seized earlier, a multifunctional weapon. During training, instructors had briefly demonstrated its concealed features. Unmodified, its shaft was designed to double as a fishing rod. He retrieved the spear, unscrewed the blade, and confirmed his suspicion. The interior housed a telescoping rod. With each segment extended, it measured approximately 7 meters, ideal for most wilderness angling scenarios. Being nationally issued gear, its craftsmanship was unquestionably flawless. Satisfied, Zhang Xuan retracted the rod and set out toward the distant ice lake. After over an hour's trek, he finally reached the lake, an expanse of staggering breadth dwarfing the desiccated ice sheet near his shelter. His hearing, exceptionally acute, detected the subtle, gliding motions of fish beneath the ice even before his boots touched its surface. Drawing his alloy battle axe, he began chiseling a hole into the frozen crust. Within 15 minutes, he carved a square aperture 30 centimeters wide. From his pack, he withdrew a collapsible tent, formerly owned by Kane Smith. Compact enough for solo use, perfectly suited for ice fishing. Once the tent stood firm, he assembled the rod, threaded the line, and baited the hook. As the line slipped beneath the ice, he rested the rod gently across his knees, arms folded, gaze locked unwaveringly on the float. The float remained still. Zhang Xuan felt no impatience. Ice fishing demanded patience, and his bait, mammoth meat, was likely unprecedented fare for these subglacial dwellers. 3 minutes later, the float dipped twice, barely perceptible tremors delicate as breath on glass. Instantly, Zhang Xuan leaned forward, his right hand closing softly around the rod fingertips, sensing the faintest tug along the line. A moment later, the float plunged downward, dragged entirely beneath the surface. The line snapped taut, the rod bent sharply, its tip curving deep under immense underwater resistance. It's here. Calm and deliberate, Zhang Xuan applied gentle upward pressure with his wrist, exerting just enough force to maintain control, neither allowing the fish to break free nor rushing the ascent. Beneath the ice, the creature fought with terrifying strength, haste wrist snapping the line outright. Gradually increasing his tension, he coaxed a silvery fish, nearly half a chi in length, up through the hole. Its scales glittered with frost crystals, catching sunlight like shards of cold fire. Its tail thrashed violently, scattering droplets that froze instantly upon impact with the ice. Zhang Xuan recognized it instantly, the snowfield's native coldwater species, the Schizothorax, famed for its dense lean flesh, an exceptional culinary prize. Previous arenas had documented numerous ice lake species in official field guides. Swiftly, he grasped the fish, removed the hook, and set it aside to freeze solid before storing it within his spatial ring. His first success bolstered his confidence. Rebaiting the hook, he lowered the line once more into the icy app. Within 2 minutes, the float quivered again, this time more vigorously, bobbing up and down, repeatedly signaling a substantially larger catch. Zhang Xuan held his breath, waiting patiently, until the float vanished completely and the line grew rigid, then struck with decisive, controlled force. This time the resistance doubled, perhaps more. The rod arced dramatically, bending nearly into a perfect... After a minute of tense stalemate, the underwater struggle weakened. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xuan surged upward and broke the surface with a second Schizothorax, longer by nearly a full chi, its belly gently swollen, its weight exceeding 2 jin. Broader, sturdier, and gleaming with iridescent luster, it eclipsed its predecessor in both size and splendor. Thereafter, fish rose steadily from the depths. Not only Schizothorax, but also tame and freshwater eels, carnivorous frogs, ice-plain giant shrimp, and crystal crabs, most endemic to the National Destiny arena itself. Yet Zhang Xuan grew quietly restless. He had expected more from willing bait, a divine talent after all. Why settle for mere common fish? Meanwhile, in Longhua's live-streaming broadcast, veteran anglers watched spellbound. Holy, Zhang Xuan is reeling them in like clockwork. In just minutes, he's already landed 30 jin. This lake teems with life. Every fisherman on Earth envies us. Why does it seem Comrade Zhang Xuan isn't quite satisfied? He's caught this much, and still looks unimpressed. A master's mind truly defies comprehension. I've made my decision. Next arena, I'm volunteering. Just for the fishing. Count me in. Me too. Staring into the frigid, mirror-still waters, Zhang Xuan's thoughts drifted, suddenly alighting upon a phrase: the river of time is still a river, and the boundary sea remains a sea. The river of time is indeed a river, and the sea of realms is truly a sea. Upon recalling this phrase, Zhang Xuan's heart began to race as he thought to himself, if my speculation is correct, then the divine skill willingness hooks is simply extraordinary. He decided to reel in his line, pack up his things, and return to the shelter. After getting back to the shelter, he set up his fishing rod again. Since there wasn't enough room inside, he opened the door of the shelter and extended the fishing rod outside. Then he imagined himself sitting by the Sea of Realms starting to fish. Meanwhile, the viewers in various countries' live streams were utterly confused. What is Zhang Xuan doing? Fishing in the void. What kind of perplexing behavior is this? Fishing alone against the world for eternity. Holy crap. To think that Zhang Xuan has also started to show off, but this display is rather lackluster. I don't believe he can catch anything under these circumstances. The people of Long Country, always lack a pragmatic spirit. This Zhang Xuan has only just achieved a trivial success and is already putting on airs. What is the purpose of this? TSK. He killed 11 chosen ones from enemy nations. He must be going insane with joy. What are you GDX barking about? Zhang Xuan is a hero of our Long Country. Who are you to question him? Get back to your own live streams. I know you're all anxious, but please hold on. Let me tell you some good news. One of our chosen ones from Star Stripes country has just found a treasure chest and opened an extraordinary skill. He can perform spatial jumps, or as you call it, teleportation. Although a few people from our Star Stripes country have died, our national fortune is still as high as 106 points, more than double that of your Long Country. What? How is that possible? Dying 2 people, yet the national fortune increases instead of decreases. It's true. The chosen ones from Star Stripes country have been hunting neutral nation, chosen ones in other regions. These shameless scoundrels are too despicable. Aren't they afraid of being jointly attacked? Damn it. To raise national fortune like this, all countries on Blue Star should unite to attack Star Stripes country. The people of Long Country can only rage in impotence. You could do this too. No one says you can't. Unite to attack our Star Stripes country. You Long Country can ask around to see if any nation dares to do so. At least we would leave them a sliver of hope. If it's really, as you say, directly opposing us, then we will have to unleash a massacre. The atmosphere in the live stream grew tense. The audience from Long Country clearly did not expect Star Stripes country to recover from its slump so quickly and raise its national fortune again. This is certainly not good news. Just then, Zhang Xuan's fishing rod suddenly twitched, and the viewers in the live stream felt their hearts leap into their throats. Holy crap! What's going on? The line hasn't even touched the water, yet the fishing rod moved. Why does it feel a bit eerie? Could there be a ferocious beast outside? Could it be a ferocious beast biting the hook? It might also just be a bird passing by that bumped into it. Trust science, those mystical things don't exist. Still believe in science. Then explain how the national fortune killing field exists. Science is a process, not a result. Things that cannot be explained have value for scientific research. It's not difficult to deny their existence outright. Look, I can't believe it. The fishing rod is bent. This is at least over 10 kilograms. No way. The barrage is my shield, don't scare me. In the shelter, Zhang Xuan was equally excited. He never expected to actually catch something. From his perspective, the outside was originally empty, the fish hook floating in midair, swaying back and forth, but suddenly the void rippled, and then the fish hook seemed to be swallowed by something, disappearing without a trace, leaving only the fishing line taut. Zhang Xuan gripped the fishing rod tightly, tentatively applying force, feeling that the resistance on the other end was not great before beginning to pull with greater strength. Splash! The sound of water echoed through the void as a large object was pulled out, appearing out of thin air. What the hell? Zhang Xuan was dumbfounded. Is this a television? On the other end of the fishing line, dangling from the hook, was an old, square, bulky television. The viewers in the live stream from various countries were also stunned, as if their CPUs had burned out, unable to recover their senses for a long time. What is this thing? A monitor? Upstairs, you can't be from the generation born after 2000, right? You don't even recognize this. This is clearly an old, bulky, black and white television from the 1960s. Holy crap. Catching this thing is already absurd. How did Zhang Xuan manage to fish it up without even submerging the hook? 666. Zhang Xuan isn't even pretending anymore, and yet you still say you're not cheating. Haha, you people from Long Country are really amusing. After finally finding a way to cheat, you ended up with a piece of junk. This thing is only fit for being in a museum in our Star Stripes country. What uses it? TSK. You're killing me with laughter. Let's disperse. This Zhang Xuan is purely a joke. There's nothing worth watching here. In the live stream, the hosts Fan Shu and 2 colonels who were still on duty looked somewhat speechless. With dark circles under his eyes, Fan Shu chuckled dryly. Zhang Xuan is indeed full of surprises. Perhaps next time he will catch something else. The focus is not on what he catches. Lu Zhang let out a breath, slowly saying, but on his fishing method, it's clear that he knows what he's doing, yet he isn't certain about what he can catch. The origin of this ability. Suwan suddenly interrupted, saying, Colonel Lu, this issue is not suitable for discussion here. Lu Zhang realized this and quickly closed his mouth, refraining from saying more. However, it was already too late, or rather it no longer mattered whether he spoke or not. The foreign high-ups were not fools. Many had already grasped the key issues. At the National Fortune Command Center of Star Stripes country, Mike Howell watched in disbelief as Zhang Xuan fished a television out of thin air. His mind initially blank, then he quickly realized the existence of the problem. With a grim expression, he shouted, "Observers and esteemed analysts, can you tell me where this ability to fish a television out of the air comes from? Look me in the eye and tell me." One red-haired observer, very stubborn, stood up and said seriously, "Respectful General, I can assure you this skill does not come from a treasure chest or a mission gift pack." Mike Howell was very dissatisfied with this answer, nearly pressing his face against that observer, stating each word clearly. "This is obviously an extraordinary skill, and yet you tell me it does not come from a treasure chest or a mission gift pack. Then tell me what other way can extraordinary skills be obtained?" "General, I don't know." In the face of questioning, the red-haired observer's mind was a mess. "But this matter certainly has traces to follow. We can find answers from his performance in the past few days." This was originally a delaying tactic, but after speaking, this observer truly thought of a clue. He carefully recalled Zhang Xuan's performances over the past few days, his thoughts becoming increasingly clear, and while pondering, he said, "On the first day his evasion was astonishingly high. Neither the snow bear nor our chosen ones could inflict any harm on him. Not even the terrifying blood mosquito of the snowfield could bite him, which was obviously strange." Mike Howell also fell into deep thought, his tone softening significantly as he said heavily, "Continue." The red-haired observer finally regained his composure, continuing. "On the second day his luck was terrifying, as if he had slept with the goddess of luck. Whatever he did seemed to have divine assistance. The chance of a millionfold return is exceedingly low, and the national fortune of Long Country is also very low. Under such circumstances, he should absolutely not trigger the millionfold return, yet in reality, he not only triggered it, but did so every time. Don't you find this strange?" Mike Howell was somewhat excited, grinning as he said, "It is strange. I found it strange at the time. On the third day I knew that his stamina became extraordinarily abundant, working from morning till night, without stopping except for meals. How could an ordinary person have such stamina?" After a pause, he frowned again. "But what about the fourth day?" "On the fourth day, he slept all day, hardly doing anything." The red-haired observer had already pulled up the live broadcast footage displaying a split-screen comparison of Zhang Xuan's performances over the days, quickly revealing an expression of sudden realization. He excitedly said, "General, please look. This is his behavior pattern from the first 3 days, and this is his behavior pattern after the fourth day." Other observers and analysts were also carefully observing. A bald observer slapped the table and said, "Right. Zhang Xuan's behavior pattern in the first 3 days was very ordinary. His walking and sitting postures had no particular traits, but after the fourth day, look at his walking posture, his hands close to his weapon, and his steps have changed. This is a posture ready for battle." The red-haired observer agreed. Yes, so there is only one truth. He did not change on the fourth day, or rather that change occurred in his dreams. His eyes were rolling while he slept, which is a sign of dreaming. Then on the fifth day, he seemed to gain the ability of X-ray vision, able to see treasures hidden underground through the snow and frozen earth. Moreover, our chosen ones clearly activated privacy protection, so Long Country's official channels could not convey messages to him. Yet he still managed to detect our people, which proves he has acquired an extraordinarily terrifying investigative ability. Mike Howell said with a serious face, "Today he has gained yet another ability, the ability to fish items out of..." But where did these abilities come from? Everyone fell into thought. Yes, they have clarified his changes, but where do these changes stem from? The red-haired observer suddenly asked, "Did you see him use a talent?" "Talent? Didn't the data say that his talent is an evasion enhancement?" The bald observer said instinctively, but he realized something was amiss after he finished speaking. If Zhang Xuan's talent is indeed evasion enhancement, how do we explain the changes he underwent in the following days? The crowd turned to the red-haired observer as if seeking confirmation. The red-haired observer shrugged and said helplessly, "Eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, no matter how incredible, must be the truth. Perhaps Zhang Xuan's talent is not evasion enhancement, nor is it extraordinary luck, and certainly not clairvoyance, but rather one super skill every day?" Hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise. "Hiss, if this is truly his real talent," Mike Howell murmured, "what can we use to stop him?" The red-haired observer thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "Your Excellency, that talent is not invincible. Not all skills are suitable for combat. For instance, like today, we can find a time when he is at his weakest." Mike Howell's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he praised, "You are right, Mr. Draco Weasley. From today onward, I appoint you as a senior advisor and welcome you to my team." Upon hearing this, Draco Weasley excitedly said, "Esteemed Your Excellency, Draco Weasley is willing to serve." The National Fortune Slaughter Field. Zhang Xuan took the old television set off the fishing hook and extended the fishing rod outside the shelter to continue fishing. The Realm Sea, the place of turbulence among the myriad realms. Fishing in the Realm Sea holds infinite possibilities. One might catch an unparalleled divine herb, or perhaps a world-destroying beast, or even a supreme artifact. Zhang Xuan did not believe his luck could be good enough to catch a divine herb, nor did he think it could be bad enough to catch a world-destroying beast. As long as he could catch some useful treasures, he would be satisfied. After a short while the fishing rod transmitted a slight tug. The tremor was not strong, but it was very clear and distinctly different from when he caught the television. Immediately after, a subtle ripple appeared in the space outside, like a calm lake disturbed by a stone, spreading faint white ripples in the void, disappearing in an instant. Zhang Xuan's heart stirred. A barely noticeable expectation flashed in his eyes as he gently tapped the fishing rod, easing his strength, and slowly pulled upwards. As the fishing line gradually tightened, a grayish object was pulled from the void, landing on the ground of the shelter with a thud, instantly calming the spatial ripples as if nothing had happened. Zhang Xuan looked down and couldn't help but feel disappointed. The expectation on his face faded in an instant, leaving only sheer disappointment. What lay before him was a worn-out ceramic bowl, its rim incomplete, the body covered in cracks stained with an unknown dark brown dirt. Upon closer inspection, a putrid odor assaulted his senses. It was not fit for holding water or food, let alone as a decoration. In the livestream room, some fishing enthusiasts let out friendly laughter. Wow, look at what the great Zhang Xuan has caught. It looks like the lid of an abyssal demon jar. What the hell is an abyssal demon jar? Have you read too many novels? It's not impossible after all. It's void fishing. Anything could happen. Who dares to say that the lid of an abyssal demon jar isn't like this? Why does the great Zhang Xuan always catch trash? Catch something good. Another piece of trash. Zhang Xuan kicked the ceramic bowl, his tone filled with helplessness, casually tossing it into the corner, stacking it with the broken television, rebaiting the hook, and extending the fishing rod outside again. Disappointment aside, he did not lose heart. Fishing in the void, just catching something, was already good enough. Oh, what more could he ask for? This time the waiting duration was significantly longer than before. Just as Zhang Xuan was preparing to do something else, the fishing rod suddenly sank sharply, the force so strong that it almost pulled him forward. The fishing line taut and vibrating with a buzzing sound, as if it were about to snap at any moment. The trembling at the end of the fishing rod was intense and wild, as if something was struggling furiously. Meanwhile, visible ripples appeared in the void outside, a series of faint golden patterns spreading through the space, accompanied by weak energy fluctuations. Even the surrounding wind was stirred into a bit of chaos. It's here. Zhang Xuan's gaze sharpened, his muscles tensed, instantly gripping the fishing rod tightly. He braced himself against the force and engaged in a tug-of-war with whatever was in the void. The force was fierce and brutal, occasionally sending violent tugs. He gritted his teeth, his arms' veins bulging, applying force bit by bit, and his anticipation grew stronger. Such a wild force, coupled with the clear spatial fluctuations, could not possibly be trash. It was highly likely a solid good item. After half a minute of deadlock, the struggle on the other end of the fishing line gradually weakened, and the golden ripples became calmer. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xuan exerted a powerful pull, yanking the fishing line upwards. A faint golden stream shot out from the space, landing on the ground with a crisp sound, surrounded by a faint golden glow, bringing a hint of warmth, while the void's ripples slowly dissipated upon the moment it landed. Zhang Xuan focused his gaze and instantly brightened. The disappointment on his face vanished, replaced by sheer delight. What appeared was a palm-sized heart-protecting mirror, its surface smooth and reflective, with intricate patterns engraved on the frame, emanating a soft golden light warm to the touch, looking quite unusual. Seeing this heart-protecting mirror, the viewers in the livestream room were instantly dumbfounded, especially those fishing enthusiasts, feeling as if their worldview had been completely overturned. This is outrageous. After all that effort, he actually pulled up a heart-protecting mirror. Exactly. Just now the fishing rod was bending and straightening, just like when reeling in a fish. I thought I had caught a living creature, but unexpectedly, it was an inanimate object. Isn't void fishing supposed to catch something alive? Isn't there a possibility that the heart-protecting mirror is not merely an inanimate object, but rather a sentient treasure? If this heart-protecting mirror is indeed a treasure, then the great Zhang Xuan would have hit the jackpot. What the hell? A treasure? What are you Dragon Country people thinking? That's just something from your fantasy novels. How could it possibly exist in reality? I can't explain this to a foreigner like you. Just watch closely. Zhang Xuan picked up the heart-protecting mirror and examined it carefully, but he couldn't discern any secrets. He guessed it should be a treasure, but how to use this treasure was the key issue. Could it be that I need to drop blood to recognize it as my master? Forget it, don't worry about it for now. Let's continue fishing. Perhaps I can catch more good things. However, good fortune seemed to last only a moment. In the next two casts, he was met with utter disappointment, as if the earlier surprise had been nothing but an illusion. The first time the fishing rod trembled slightly, a faint ripple appeared in the void outside, almost imperceptible, and what he pulled up was a bundle of worn-out burlap, coarse and full of holes, sticky, with grime tearing apart at a tug. It was not even suitable for warmth, let alone for cleaning. The second time was even more absurd. The fishing rod only trembled once, and a few fragmented ripples appeared in the void, pulling up a rusty nail, its body covered in rust, short and thin, not even capable of reinforcing the shelter, let alone piercing the hide of a fierce beast. Zhang Xuan glanced at it and directly tossed it into the garbage pile, his expression sinking once more. The space outside remained calm, the wind gently blowing, and Zhang Xuan's mood fluctuated like a roller coaster. He patiently repeated the actions of baiting, casting, and waiting, never relaxing the force in his fingertips. As night fell again, many viewers in the live stream room had already left to watch other chosen ones, leaving behind a group of devoted fishing enthusiasts. Zhang Xuan activated his wild fishing mode. He built a fire inside the room, roasting fish, while he continued. Just as he was about to lose his patience from the repeated disappointments, the fishing rod suddenly trembled violently, the force surging abruptly, far more frenzied than when he caught the heart-protecting mirror. The pulling sensation was rough and fierce, almost dragging him out of the shelter. The fishing line became taut, instantly producing an ear-piercing buzzing sound, as if it would snap at any moment. The void outside erupted with swirling silver-white ripples, the patterns twisting and surging violently, no longer gentle ripples, but rather like a lake stirred by a fierce wind, heaving dramatically. Even the surrounding wind was swept up in this ferocity, turning wild and bone-chilling. Zhang Xuan's heart tightened. He instinctively gripped the fishing rod tightly, his knuckles turning white, his muscles tensing instantly, and his feet firmly planted against the rock wall of the shelter, barely stabilizing himself. Seeing this scene, the fishing enthusiasts who remained in the livestream room became excited again. "Oh my god, it's a big one. Quick, someone come. The great Zhang Xuan has hooked a giant. Damn it, he almost got pulled out. What the hell is this? Could it be an ancient ferocious beast? Shut your crow mouth. If he really hooked an ancient ferocious beast, then the great Zhang Xuan would be in serious trouble. Whether it's an ancient ferocious beast or not is hard to say, but it does indeed look quite fierce. Great Zhang Xuan, if it gets too dangerous, cut the line quickly. You mustn't take risks." Zhang Xuan did not dare to recklessly exert force to pull. He could only slightly ease his pull along with the wild force. Even so, he was starting to struggle. Fortunately, the creature seemed to be nearing exhaustion, and Zhang Xuan was already able to reel in the fishing line. But just as the creature was about to be pulled out, a chilling ferocity swept over him, bringing a bone-chilling aura and a feeling of impending doom, instantly constraining his breath, sending chills up his spine, and making his blood seem to freeze. Simultaneously, the spatial fluctuations became erratic. The ripples twisted and tangled together, black mist spilling out through the gaps in the ripples, intertwining with the ferocious aura spreading in all directions. Zhang Xuan's expression changed drastically, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This was definitely a deadly and malevolent object. If he fully pulled it up, not only would he be in danger, but the entire national fortune slaughter field would likely not be able to withstand it. Without any hesitation, he exerted force in his wrist, using all his strength to violently snap the fishing line. With a crisp sound, the fishing line broke instantly. That malevolent object broke free from its restraints and regained its freedom. The spatial fluctuations and the ferocious aura quickly dissipated, leaving only the lingering chill in the air, leaving Zhang Xuan feeling cold and apprehensive. The fishing enthusiasts in the livestream room breathed a sigh of relief amidst their disappointment. Good grief, black mist was coming out. It truly was not a good thing. Looks like void fishing is extremely risky. I really want to see what that thing was. It looked too terrifying. It's even fiercer than a shark. TCH, what's a shark? I feel like in front of that thing, even a blue whale would be a little shrimp. No matter what, it's good that a disaster was averted. In the Dragon Country's National Fortune Command Room, upon seeing Zhang Xuan encounter a high-risk event, the commander quickly dispatched a liaison to inquire and breathed a sigh of relief only after learning that the crisis had passed. In the Star-Spangled Country's command center, Mike Howell looked disappointed, lamenting, "What a pity he didn't manage to pull that creature up, though otherwise we wouldn't have to worry about him anymore." After a pause, he smiled and said, "Clearly his talent has a very high degree of uncertainty. It is not all advantages, and the abilities gained through talent are not entirely beneficial." Although a high-risk event occurred, Zhang Xuan still did not lose heart. He cast his rod again and again, pulling up a chaotic array of items. Not to mention the junk, there were quite a few usable items as well. A set of sofas, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a belly band for the Holy Maiden Yaguang, a bottle of solar water, 2 treasure chests. If it weren't for those 2 treasure chests, even if Zhang Xuan were a fishing enthusiast, he might not have been able to hold on till now. As the sun gradually rose, the fishing rod sank again. The drowsy Zhang Xuan immediately perked up, gripping the rod tightly, ready to engage in a struggle. In the next moment, the fishing line suddenly snapped taut, and that piercing sound of the line cutting through the air rang. Zhang Xuan widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the void ahead. As the void rippled, strands of golden light emerged from the gaps in the ripples. "Oh my god! Another big catch! And it's something good. A golden legend." In the live streaming room, the sleepy fisherman perked up. "Brothers, quickly call for support in the group. Another big catch is here. Golden. It must be a treasure. It's already shining with golden light, even before being pulled out. This is no ordinary treasure. Master Zhang Xuan, hold steady. We cannot let it run away. Goodness, it's worth waiting all night without eating. I really did wait for it. Wow, Look at Master Zhang Xuan struggling. This thing has quite a bit of strength. I wonder if it will come loose. Shut up. We must pull up such a valuable catch. It absolutely cannot come loose. Exactly, you crow's mouth, be quiet. The high-ranking officials in the command room of various countries also became tense. The entire dragon country hoped that Zhang Xuan would catch something good, while other countries hoped he wouldn't, and even wished for him to catch a bad omen instead, which would then swallow him whole, ensuring their own safety. As the news spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, soon everyone who hadn't stayed up to watch the live stream knew that Zhang Xuan had caught a big one. Regardless of their status, many jumped out of bed to look up at the sky. At this moment, the gaze of almost all important figures worldwide was focused on the area of the sky where Zhang Xuan was unaware of this. Beads of cold sweat had formed on his forehead, and his palms were also clammy. On one hand, it was indeed strenuous to contend with whatever was on the other end, and on the other, he was extremely nervous. The cooldown time for his talent was approaching again, and he was unsure if he could reel it in before his skill refreshed. Woo-woo. The fishing line sliced through the air, emitting a piercing hum. A great force surged forth, causing Zhang Xuan to stumble. He quickly steadied himself while adjusting his strength, trying not to be pulled away while engaged in this tug-of-war. After a whole night of exploration, he had completely grasped the rules of this void fishing. Regardless of what was on the other end, as long as it bit the hook, it had to be treated as a fish. As long as he executed the correct method of reeling in the fish, there would be no possibility of it coming loose. Zhang Xuan occasionally applied more force, and at times eased off, patiently tugging on the object opposite him. As seconds ticked by, the cooldown for his talent drew closer. The struggle from the other end of the fishing line became weaker. It seemed the opponent's stamina had been exhausted. Faster. Hurry up. Zhang Xuan gradually increased his strength, probing the opponent's limits as he slowly dragged it towards himself. Finally, he seemed to hear a splashing sound, and a glimmering object was pulled out. It's out. It's out. Quick, let's see what it is. What is that? Why does it look like a big eyeball? What do you mean? Look, that's just a big eyeball. But this eyeball is way too big. Darn. Why do I feel like this thing shouldn't be looked at? Looking at it is making me a bit drowsy. Me too, we feel this way even from a distance. Isn't Master Zhang Xuan's experience even more intense? Could there be some danger? Yeah. Quickly remind Master Zhang Xuan to be careful. The audience in the live stream room felt a mix of curiosity and tension as they saw what Zhang Xuan had caught. Zhang Xuan felt the same. Looking at the large eyeball in front of him, he couldn't help but wonder, this thing seems alive, but it doesn't seem to add any combat power. Just then the cooldown for his talent finally ended, and he naturally activated it, refreshing a new divine skill. Chosen 1, Zhang Xuan, National Luck, Dragon Country 43, Physique 24, Normal Adults are 10, Spirit 24, Normal Adults are 10, Talent All Laws Connected Skills Absolute Evasion 16, Child of Destiny 19, Hardworking 12, Dreaming of Enlightenment 19, Omniscient Map 16, Willing to Hook 19, Iron Will Lightning Power. Epic Iron Will passive maximally enhances consciousness resistance, and no matter what kind of mental attack is suffered, it will not lead to a collapse of the souls. Will. This skill, although it's very powerful, it seems useless at this stage. Zhang Xuan took a quick glance before shifting his focus back to the large eyeball. He picked up the large eyeball and unexpectedly found that he could see its introduction. The other items he had caught previously had no information. Eye of God. Holding this item will grant divine insight, automatically identifying all items touched. Placing it on the forehead allows for fusion with a chance to gain extraordinary abilities upon successful fusion. Eye of God. Could it be the eye of a deity? Or a divine artifact forged by deities? Zhang Xuan was extremely excited. Any item related to the divine could never be trash. Not to mention the identification function that comes with the Eye of God. Just the chance of gaining extraordinary abilities upon fusion alone was enough to indicate its rarity. Zhang Xuan forcibly suppressed his urge to fuse it and took out the heart-protecting mirror to attempt identification. There were no dazzling effects or noisy prompts. The heart-protecting mirror simply showed some faint and indistinct text. Xianguang Mirror damaged. Celestial Artifact Automatic Repair Function disabled. Spirit Gathering Function disabled. Spatial Magic Circle damaged. When carried, if subjected to a fatal attack, it will activate to protect the owner. Remaining spiritual power can be used 3 times. Remaining space in the treasure is 666 cubic meters. Unbound state can recognize the owner with blood. It's actually a celestial artifact. Zhang Xuan's breath quickened, feeling a pang of regret. A perfectly good celestial artifact was damaged. Otherwise, he would have soared to invincibility. But on second thought, if that celestial artifact hadn't been damaged, he might not have been able to reel it in. Even as it is, this celestial artifact is extremely precious. The protective function can still be used 3 more times. Even after that, it can serve as a storage tool. The space ring he had received earlier had a volume of only 27 cubic meters, while this Xianguang mirror, despite being seriously damaged, still had an internal capacity of 216 cubic meters, which is 8 times that of the former. Zhang Xuan hesitated not at all and directly cut his finger to drop blood for recognition. In an instant, he felt a faint connection with the Xian Guang mirror. He sensed that this celestial artifact seemed to be conveying a certain desire, though it was unclear what exactly it craved. Then he used the Eye of God to identify all the items caught from yesterday to today. After confirming there were no treasures overlooked, he pondered a crucial question. The question was, should he fuse the Eye of God? The introduction said that only successful fusion would grant extraordinary abilities, meaning there was a possibility of failure. It was hard to say what would happen if he failed. He might lose the Eye of God. If he waited until the Child of Destiny refreshes and then fused, he would definitely succeed. But when would he refresh the Child of Destiny? What if he never managed to refresh it again in the future? Would that mean he wouldn't fuse it at all? Zhang Xuan took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes, silently telling himself, in the great contest of the world, how can one seek stability in everything? If it's time to fight, then one must fight. With this thought, he decisively pressed the Eye of God to his forehead. As it approached his brow, the Eye of God seemed to come alive, trembling and struggling, attempting to break free from Zhang Xuan's control. Zhang Xuan felt a pang of panic and wanted to discard the Eye of God, but before he could act, it transformed into a golden liquid and flowed towards his eyes. Pain. Too much pain. It was an excruciating torment. The burning sensation, accompanied by intense agony, relentlessly assaulted Zhang Xuan's mind, making him feel as though his eyeballs were about to explode. Countless pieces of knowledge surged into his brain like a stream of data, causing his head to throb painfully. In the next moment, he let out a groan and collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the big shots in the National Fortune Command Room and the livestream audience were all thrown into disarray. Zhang Xuan has fainted. What's going on? What the hell? That thing doesn't look fierce at all. Why is this happening? Look, Zhang Xuan's eyes are glowing with golden light. Has he absorbed the big eyeball? It's too early to draw conclusions. We must wake him up quickly, only then can we know what exactly happened. The issue is, given his current state, we may not be able to wake him up. In this situation, even if we find out what happened, we cannot assist him from another world. Haha, your Dragon Nation's savior seems to be in a bit of trouble. But don't worry, he's just unconscious. He might die soon, and then it will be too late to worry. TSK. This savior doesn't seem too capable. Your Dragon Nation's fortune hasn't even reached half of ours. He can't hold on much longer. You GDX people, get out of our Dragon Nation's live stream. Zhang Xuan is just resting for a while. Don't celebrate too early. When he wakes up, he will surely eradicate you all. In the Dragon Nation's National Fortune Command Room, the commander clenched his fists tightly, eyes fixed on the figure on the screen without blinking. How long until we can analyze the vital signs? An analyst quickly responded, it has been analyzed. Based on the rise and fall of the chest and other subtle reactions, Comrade Zhang Xuan's life signs have not been significantly affected. The current change seems to primarily impact the brain, or more precisely the soul. The effect on the soul. What could it be? It seems he hesitated earlier. Could it be because he knew there were risks involved? Yet in the end, he still proceeded. It seems this will bring him great benefits. The analyst solemnly stated, based on Comrade Zhang Xuan's previous micro-expressions, your deduction is very close to the truth. He likely did not know what kind of risks would arise, and this current situation is beyond his expectations. Send a communication request to Comrade Zhang Xuan every 10 minutes to ensure we establish communication the moment he awakens. Meanwhile, other countries' National Fortune Command centers were also focused on Zhang Xuan. Most high-ranking officials did not wish for him to wake up. Led by the Star-Spangled Country, the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance eagerly wished for Zhang Xuan to die immediately. Trapped in the battlefield of national fate, Zhang Xuan showed no signs of awakening. The sensations of his physical body seemed to be completely isolated by an invisible barrier. Zhang Xuan found himself trapped in a haze of chaos, his consciousness as heavy and vague as cotton soaking in warm water, lacking even the strength to raise a hand. He did not know where he was. He only remembered the last moment of consciousness when he was merging with the Eye of God. When his consciousness returned, the surroundings were shrouded in a hazy gray-white, with no sky, no earth, and no light or shadow, only boundless void. He tried to move his fingers, but felt no sensation. Even the sense of his own body was gradually dissipating, as if his soul was peeling away from his flesh, floating in this chaos. At that moment, a faint buzzing sound quietly arose, not from his ears, but resonating deep within his sea of consciousness, like countless tiny insects crawling, or ancient incantations murmuring softly, indistinct, yet carrying an inexplicable majesty, causing him to catch his breath. His vision gradually became clearer, and he saw countless tiny points of light floating in the gray-white void. Those points of light emitted a dark golden sacred luster. Upon closer inspection, they resembled tiny cells. Each cell was inscribed with twisted and intertwined divine power patterns, and as the patterns flowed, countless images flashed by. Grand scenes of collapsing plains and tearing voids, shadows of ancient ferocious beasts, and mutated spiritual plants, along with a blurred figure standing atop the shattered void, surrounded by violent divine power, its appearance unclear, yet exuding a majestic aura that overlooked all living beings. The images came swiftly and departed, just as quickly surging into his sea of consciousness like a tide, bringing with them a tearing pain. He wanted to evade, wanted to close his eyes, but found that even the right to control his consciousness was slipping away. He suddenly realized that those floating points of light were the divine cells of the eye of God, and those images were the memories of the deity contained within this divine object. It turned out that the eye of God could discern all things not because it possessed special abilities, but because it housed the memories of an entire deity. The buzzing grew louder and the pain in the depths of his sea of consciousness intensified. The divine cells no longer floated aimlessly, but began to coalesce into a dark golden torrent of divine power, gradually spreading through his soul's pathways into the core of his consciousness. At the same time, a scorching, yet domineering divine power surged forth distinct from any aura of his own, entwined with ancient divine thoughts penetrating every inch of his flesh and blood, as if intending to completely transform his physical body, imprinting the mark of the deity upon him. He suddenly saw that in the void the blurry figure standing atop the shattered void moved. With no extra motions, it simply raised its hand slightly, and an irresistible pressure swept over him. Zhang Xuan felt as if he were gripped by an invisible hand, feeling as small as dust. Even breathing became. Within that pressure lay an arrogance that looked down upon all, an ancient and unchanging solitude, and a hint of a lingering obsession. A deity's will that had never dissipated, lying dormant deep within the divine cells, waiting for an opportunity to seize a new life. The fragmented whispers rang out again, and this time Zhang Xuan understood clearly. It was not an incantation nor the chirping of insects, but a cold and ancient voice that resonated deep within his soul. Offer your body, glory, rebirth. The truth exploded in his consciousness like thunder, instantly dispelling all chaos and numbness. He finally understood that he had been deceived from the very beginning. All the information provided by the eye of God was true, but it had deliberately concealed the most deadly point. That this eye of God was never a lifeless object, it was a vessel for the fallen deity's remnant soul, carrying its undying will, and he was the perfect host chosen to enable its rebirth, the stepping stone for its return to the world. Fear seized him in an instant. He wanted to struggle to resist, but found that his soul had already been firmly bound by that divine will, unable to muster even a trace of divine thought. The blurry figure slowly approached, the dark golden divine power in the void growing more intense, and the pressure increasingly overwhelming. He could distinctly feel that his soul was being gradually torn and crushed by the divine will, on the verge of being completely erased, as that divine will was about to replace him. But just as his consciousness was about to be extinguished completely, an inexplicable, overwhelmingly powerful force suddenly erupted from the deepest part of his soul. This force was mysterious and chaotic, yet bore an undeniable majesty, directly ignoring the pressure of the divine, while forcibly gathering his fragmented soul and resolutely safeguarding his last flicker of life. Is this the effect of iron will? Zhang Xuan revealed a sinister smile. It seems I won't die. Today one of us must die. Since you cannot kill me, then let it be you. Zhang Xuan's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity, and he lunged directly at the colossal divine shadow, resembling a moth drawn to a flame. This divine being had long since fallen, leaving behind only a muddled remnant of instinctual will, devoid of complete consciousness, thought, or strategy, merely embodying the arrogance, exclusivity, and devouring nature inherent to divinity. The hazy giant shadow swayed slightly, like a colossal beast disturbed from slumber, bewildered, and the void instantly surged with dark golden divine power, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that poured forth without any form or intent, simply a pure hierarchical oppression akin to a person inadvertently raising a foot and crushing the ants that block their path. In that moment, Zhang Xuan's soul was shattered and torn apart by this mindless divine power, his consciousness fragmenting piece by piece, nearly dissolving completely in this realm of awareness. At a critical juncture, that mysterious force secretly shielded his essence, slowly gathering and reshaping his fragmented soul, allowing him to coalesce once more from the brink of annihilation. Zhang Xuan gritted his teeth, disregarding the excruciating pain of his soul tearing apart, and charged once more towards the divine shadow. Once, twice, three times. The fallen divine's lingering consciousness remained muddled and ignorant, responding only with instinctual bursts of divine power. Each time, it was struck brutally, crushing the minuscule awareness that dared to offend it. It remained as proud as in life, disdainful of the offenses from the weak, mechanically repeating its acts of rejection, crushing, and slaughtering. Each time it erupted, it would shed and disperse a significant amount of fragmented soul essence, scattering throughout Zhang Xuan's mental realm. And in this cycle of destruction, rebirth, and relentless assault, Zhang Xuan endured the torment of his soul, quietly pondering the intricacies of the will's combat. He gradually realized that although this divine being's residual will was overwhelmingly powerful, its intellect was dim, merely a primal outpouring, utterly unaware of its own dissipating soul essence. Amidst this unending struggle, Zhang Xuan slowly grasped the key, penetrating the mysteries of will. No longer charging headlong in a futile resistance, he took advantage of the opportunities presented by his soul's repeated remolding, boldly beginning to absorb the soul essence that fell from the divine shadow scattered all around. The divine shadow was solely focused on obliterating Zhang Xuan's, while seemingly oblivious to its own condition. As Zhang Xuan continuously devoured its soul essence, he became increasingly powerful. It was nothing short of miraculous. Under normal circumstances, a mortal consuming divine soul essence would ultimately be assimilated by the divine will. The disparity in both quantity and quality was too great. The divine soul essence vastly outclassed that of mortals. For a mortal to consume divine essence was akin to willingly contracting a supervirus destined to become a breeding ground for the virus, with no chance of digesting it, relying solely on their immune system. Yet Zhang Xuan possessed the divine skill iron will, a technique he initially deemed useless, which unexpectedly unleashed incredible power within his mental realm. Not only did it allow him to be reborn time and again under the divine will's oppression, but it also aided him in overcoming assimilation, gradually digesting the divine soul essence. As the balance shifted with the amount of consumed soul essence, increasing, Zhang Xuan's will also grew stronger. The divine shadow seemed to finally sense a threat, letting out a silent roar of anger as it once again tore Zhang Xuan to shreds. Zhang Xuan had long since grown accustomed to the pain of his soul shattering. He let out a cold laugh, standing firm, without flinching, and bit down on the divine being's palm as it swung towards him, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Immediately afterward, he transformed into countless fragments, only to be restored by that mysterious force. "You vile grandson. Grandpa is back again." "Huh?" Zhang Xuan laughed heartily, brazenly provoking the divine being. It was unclear how much time had passed before the divine shadow struck again. However, after an extended tug-of-war, the battle between their souls finally began to change. The divine power, now considerably diminished, once again struck Zhang Xuan, but he was merely blasted into 8 pieces, not shattered like before. The power representing the divine skill iron will did not manifest, yet he instantly restored himself to perfect condition, relying solely on his soul essence. His eyes burst forth with intense combat spirit as he murmured, "If the enemy can advance, so can I." From this moment on, the roles of offense and defense shall be reversed. A new round of battle began. This time Zhang Xuan finally took the initiative, pouncing on the divine shadow, continuously biting, tearing, and consuming. The divine being's fragmented consciousness lacked the protection of iron will, and each bit of its soul essence absorbed diminished its essence. It grew increasingly weak, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Finally, Zhang Xuan's form matched that of the divine shadow, his formless soul capable of changing shape at will. He opened his mouth wide, swallowing the divine shadow whole. As time passed, the divine shadow was digested bit by bit, ultimately merging completely with Zhang Xuan. In the command room of the Dragon Nation. Since Zhang Xuan fell unconscious, the liaison officer Yi Tang had sent a communication request every 10 minutes, attempting to awaken him through this method, but she had received no response. Suddenly, an observer saw Zhang Xuan's finger move, and he excitedly shouted, "He's moving! Comrade, Zhang Xuan's finger has moved!" The entire command room came alive, everyone wide-eyed, fixated on the screen. The commander remained silent, yet his eyes brimmed with anticipation. All analysts believed that as long as Zhang Xuan remained alive, he would surely reap unimaginable benefits. Though worried, the commander felt an inexplicable premonition, as if convinced that Zhang Xuan would awaken and emerge with an even more invincible presence to dominate the national fate. Moments later, a divine golden light suddenly emanated from Zhang Xuan, and his eyes shone like light bulbs. In various live streaming rooms, countless viewers were shaken to their core upon witnessing this scene. What the hell? What's happening to the great Zhang Xuan? Is he about to ascend? Wife, come quickly to see the deity. What exactly is that? It looks like a giant eyeball. How can it cause such a stir? Has the great Zhang Xuan successfully merged? I'm so anxious. I can't wait. Great Zhang Xuan, please awaken soon. Great Zhang Xuan, please awaken soon. We need you. In the command center of the Star-Spangled Nation, Mike Howell clenched his fists, his face pale, murmuring, "Go in peace. Do not awaken. I will send you the finest coffin, though you may not need it. May Satan bless you." As if hearing everyone's call, signs of Zhang Xuan's revival became increasingly evident, first with subconscious movements of his hands and feet, and then his entire body began to tremble slightly. At one moment, the golden light surrounding him suddenly turned to dust, vanishing without a trace. Then he abruptly sat up. The fusion was complete. Zhang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting haze giving way to sharp clarity. Then, without delay, he summoned his attribute interface. Chosen 1, Zhang Xuan. National Fortune Affiliation, Long Kingdom 43. Physique 66, average adult 10. Spirit 108, average adult 10. Innate talent, Omniversal Mastery. Skills, Absolute Evasion 16, Son of Destiny 19, Endurance 12, Enlightenment and Dreams 19, Omniscience Map 16, Willing Hook 19, Iron Will Lightning Affinity, Epic Divine Eye Mythic. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, his heart pounding wildly. After just one slumber, my attributes surged so dramatically. My physique nearly tripled. Divine I mythic passive automatically discerns truth from illusion and pierces through all deceptions. Though this divine ability manifested instantly upon integration, Zhang Xuan felt no disappointment. What was destined would arrive in its own time. He could sense it, a vast dormant power coiled deep within his body, raw potential. Given the right moment, this latent force would inevitably ignite into something far greater. Zhang Xuan dismissed the interface and prepared to rise and stretch. Judging by the light beyond the shelter, it was morning. He had slept for over 20 hours, long enough for even his innate talents to near renewal. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan awaken, fully alert, radiating vitality, the entire Long Kingdom collectively exhaled in relief. He's finally awake. Great Sage Zhang Xuan seems even stronger now. Look at his gaze. It's sharper, fiercer than before. Truly different. Even through the screen, I feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Is that an illusion? I feel nothing. Neither do I. Look outside, the shelter's perimeter. It's a snow bear. During the fusion of the divine I, Zhang Xuan had emitted intense thermal energy, melting stored meat inside the shelter and releasing a pungent coppery scent of blood. Drawn by the scent, a snow bear wandering nearby had closed in. With both physique and spirit vastly enhanced, Zhang Xuan's perception had sharpened several-fold, and he sensed the beast the instant it appeared. I wonder, can I slay this snow bear barehanded with my current strength? With that thought, he resolved to test his newfound might. He stowed his weapons in his spatial ring, ready for instant retrieval, then strode barehanded out of the shelter. Viewers across every live stream stared, utterly bewildered. What is Great Sage Zhang Xuan planning? Why did he put away his weapons? Is he really going to fight the snow bear unarmed? Has he lost his mind? That's a snow bear. Even an ordinary one boasts impenetrable high titanic strength and brutal resilience. And this? A mutated snow bear born of the national fortune realm. How could anyone dare face it empty-handed? No, Great Sage, wait. Retrieve your weapons. Even with enhanced physique, this is reckless. You're the hope of the Long Kingdom. Oh no, did he just wake up disoriented? If anything happens, our national fortune will plummet again. Could it be he's absolutely certain of victory? After all, his physique and spirit had each multiplied several times over, and he bore the mythic tier divine eye. This faint counterargument vanished beneath a tidal wave of anxiety. From livestream viewers to command center analysts, every citizen of the Long Kingdom clenched their fists, held their breath, and fixed their eyes, unblinking, on the lone figure stepping out of the shelter. Meanwhile, in foreign live streams, the mood was starkly different. Mockery and scorn erupted in waves, especially from Starstripe Nation and East Island Nation audiences, who spared no malice. Starstripe Nation's chat scrolled with disdain. Zhang Xuan is absurdly arrogant, thinking he can take down a snow bear barehanded. Did he sleep himself stupid? That's him, the Long Kingdom's hope. A reckless fool charging headlong to his doom. Just wait. Within 60 seconds, he'll be torn limb from limb. We'll savor the Long Kingdom's despair. East Island Nation's stream overflowed with venomous mockery. Yosh. What a fool. The Long Kingdom's imbecile dares underestimate a mutated snow bear from the realm. How laughably presumptuous. Could it be his body hasn't fully recovered? Is he trying to prove himself, to rally the Long Kingdom's morale? If so, he'll surely be devoured by that bear, and meet only pulverization. The Long Kingdom has always been weak. Without Zhang Xuan, it will collapse utterly, and soon kneel beneath East Island's feet. Our glorious renaissance is inevitable. Bonsai. Spectators from other nations gathered en masse, not in support, but in schadenfreude. Few believed Zhang Xuan could possibly overcome the mutated snow bear drawn by blood alone. At that very moment, Zhang Xuan stepped beyond the shelter's threshold. Icy wind laced with swirling snowflakes lashed his face, but he paid it no mind. His gaze, sharp as a falcon's, locked unerringly onto the snow bear in the distance. The beast stood over 3 meters tall when upright, its massive frame sheathed in thick snow-white, fur muscles rippling beneath like sculpted marble. Crimson eyes burned with predatory hunger, saliva dripping from bared fangs as a guttural rumbling growl vibrated deep in its throat. It had already marked Zhang Xuan as prey. Zhang Xuan felt no fear, only a sudden electric thrill igniting in his chest, his blood surging with fierce anticipation. He could feel it clearly, power churning within him, roaring for release. A battle fierce and unfiltered. With a low, resonant shout, he exploded forward, feet driving into the frost-hardened earth, his form blurring into a streak of motion, leaving only a ghostly afterimage behind. The snow bear roared, a deafening, earth-shaking bellow, and reared its colossal forepaw, slashing downward with hurricane force aimed straight at Zhang Xuan's skull. That blow could shatter stone. A direct hit would pulp a mortal brain instantly. Long Kingdom viewers froze mid-breath, some instinctively covering their eyes, unable to bear witnessing Zhang Xuan's demise. Starstripe and East Island viewers smirked, eagerly awaiting the carnage. Then, silence. Facing the bear's thunderous strike, Zhang Xuan's eyes narrowed, and he raised his arm, catching the descending paw bear. Before the beast could react, he clenched his fist, knuckles whitening with strain, muscles swelling across his arms and torso as he channeled every ounce of his formidable power into that single point of impact. No flourish, no artifice. Only pure, unadulterated physical supremacy. Boom. A muffled, bone-deep impact echoed across the tundra. Zhang Xuan's fist crashed into the bear's chest with such force that the monstrous creature staggered backward, fur bristling violently. Beneath it, dark bruises bloomed across its hide. The bear shrieked in agony, its crimson eyes flaring brighter with fury, now fully enraged. It swung its claws again, faster and wilder, tearing through the air with shrill, whistling shrieks. Attacks so dense they seemed impossible to evade. Yet Zhang Xuan's reflexes now far surpassed human limits. With spirit exceeding 100, his reaction speed and predictive intuition had undergone a quantum leap, and augmented by absolute evasion, every strike missed by a hair's breadth. He wove between blows like a shadow, fluid, untouchable, striking back with surgical precision. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact resounded like a war drum. Zhang Xuan's fists rained down like meteors. Every blow delivered with full force, knuckles cracking against thick fur, the concussive energy punching deep into flesh and organs, drawing raw, ragged cries of torment from the beast. His assault held no embellishment. Each strike landed with lethal accuracy on vital points: chest, abdomen, skull. Brutal, efficient, a symphony of sheer physical dominance. Long Kingdom viewers had long since shifted from dread to disbelief to ecstatic fervor. Holy hell, unbelievable. Is this great sage Zhang Xuan's true strength? Savage. Gods above, bare-handed, dominating a snow bear. His physique is terrifying. Where are those mockers now? Step forward. This is our chosen one. This is the Long Kingdom's might. Exhilarating. Watching him crush that beast makes my blood boil. Long Kingdom shall prevail. Zhang Xuan shall reign supreme. The chat exploded, reversing entirely into a torrent of cheers and praise. From elders to children, every citizen of the Long Kingdom roared his name in unison. In contrast, Starstripe and East Island streams fell deathly silent. Mockery evaporated, replaced by slack-jawed shock. Chat dwindled to near nothing. Scattered messages trembling with disbelief. Impossible. How can this be? How is he this strong, unarmed against the snow bear? Faked. There's got to be trickery. How could the Long Kingdom's chosen one surpass ours? Kyuso, this isn't real. Is the snow bear that we... What is Zhang Xuan? Some kind of monster? They refused to accept that the man they'd mocked possessed such overwhelming power, that the Long Kingdom's chosen one had achieved what they dared not even imagine. On the battlefield, the end drew near. The snow bear was spent, no longer fearsome, only broken. Its chest caved inward, blood frothing at its jaws, its gaze dull and unfocused, every movement sluggish and labored. It stared at Zhang Xuan, not with hatred but with primal terror, desperate only to flee. Zhang Xuan gave it no chance. He lunged, vanishing in a blur, reappearing instantly behind the beast. His hands clamped onto its thick nape, every sinew tensing as he unleashed his full might, and with a thunderous roar he lifted the colossal creature off the ground. The bear unleashed one final desperate howl, thrashing wildly, but could not break free. Zhang Xuan's gaze turned glacial. With a surge of titanic strength, he slammed the beast headfirst into the frozen earth. Then he mounted its broad back and drove blow after blow into its massive skull, until the monstrous beast lay still, lifeless, its final breath gone. Zhang Xuan rose slowly, brushed dust and crimson spatter from his palms, and stood tall, eyes piercing, aura commanding like a demon sovereign risen from the abyss. So this is my current strength. Formidable, yet still insufficient. Bang. General Mike Howell's palm slammed heavily on the table, his entire demeanor resembling that of an His gaze was fixated on the screen, locked on the young face with black eyes and hair, as he bellowed. Why? Why has he come back to life? Tell me, you must tell me why. Ladies and gentlemen, we can clearly see that his power has evidently grown significantly. Just yesterday we thought we had found his weakness, that his peculiar talent might have vulnerabilities. Ooh, I accept it. But now take a look again. In just this short span of one day, how much has his power grown? Can you tell me, will we be able to wait for the day he weakens? Can we reach the other side? The entire command center fell into a hushed silence, no one daring to make a sound. Whether observers or analysts, everyone pretended to be busy with their own matters. Some shuffled documents repeatedly, some stared intently at their fingernails, while others gazed at the large screen, their souls seemingly wandering to who knows where. Seeing these scenes, Mike Howell's anger deepened, but he suddenly regained his composure. Like a volcano on the brink of eruption, he trembled slightly as he said, "Is this how you repay the taxpayers and the chosen ones? Enjoying favorable treatment and rare resources, yet when the nation needs you, when the chosen ones require your assistance, you are utterly helpless. Do you intend to wait until the country's fortune has plummeted to a certain level, until disasters strike, before you become anxious? Tell me. Look into my eyes." Hearing the term disaster, all observers and analysts felt their hearts tremble in unison. They had grown accustomed to the terror of disasters descending upon the nation due to a decline in fortune. Tsunamis, earthquakes, superviruses, asteroid impacts. The types of disasters are varied. Some do not discriminate based on your identity, they come for your life. Thinking of those terrifying disasters, the looks in the eyes of the observers and analysts cleared up a bit as they turned their gaze to the figure on the screen, their expressions growing grave. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom's fortune is still very low, seemingly posing no threat to the Star-Spangled Country, but as long as this man exists, the Dragon Kingdom's fortune will eventually rise. If he continues to grow stronger, the survival space of the Star-Spangled Country's chosen ones will gradually shrink, and in the final great battle, they will inevitably confront each other. A battle between the two sides is unavoidable. If the Star-Spangled Country's chosen ones are unable to defeat him, and over 90 of them are annihilated, the nation's fortune will plummet below the threshold. At that time, everyone in this command center could very well perish. The crowd finally began to rack their brains, searching for ways to restrain Zhang Xuan. Seeing this, Mike Howell shut his mouth. The Star-Spangled Country's fortune could still hold, and he was willing to give his subordinates some time. Zhang Xuan had already delayed for 2 days. Although his strength had significantly increased, his exploration range had not expanded in the slightest. He had not found any anomalies, opened no treasure chests, nor obtained any skill scrolls. In contrast, the Star-Spangled Country's chosen ones, since the start of this round of fortune slaughter, half of them had found treasure chests, while several others had discovered rare fruits that enhanced their physique, and several had completed time-limited tasks multiple times. Benefiting from the nation's fortune, they all had good luck. Whether opening treasure chests or national fortune gift packs, they were able to procure decent items, with only a few finding worthless trash. At this stage, the Star-Spangled Country still held a significant advantage. Mike Howell had already thought of ways to weaken Zhang Xuan, but the timing was not yet ripe, so he was willing to give his subordinates a chance to perform. An analyst suddenly spoke up. "Your Excellency, from Zhang Xuan's displayed strength, it seems rather difficult for us. Perhaps we could consider a beauty ploy." Mike Howell's heart stirred, and he asked with a stern face, "Beauty ploy?" "Yes, a beauty ploy." After Zhang Xuan skinned and dissected the snow bear he had personally killed, he tidied up the shelter a bit. The various spoils from earlier needed to be processed along with the frozen meat stored in the shelter. With the eye of God, he no longer had to worry about missing out on treasures. Zhang Xuan went through all the items one by one, discarding all useless trash, while storing the useful ones in his space ring or Xianguang mirror. Once the shelter was clean, his talent cooled down. He activated his talent again, and as a wave of heat surged within him, a new skill appeared in his skill panel. Dual casting passive. When casting attack-type spells, there is an 80 chance to trigger dual casting, a 40 chance to trigger triple casting, a 20 chance to trigger quadruple casting, a 10 chance to trigger quintuple casting, and a 5 chance to trigger sextuple casting, a 5 chance to trigger decuple casting, a 1 chance to trigger infinite casting. When dual casting is triggered, consumption increases correspondingly, and if consumption is insufficient, the casting is interrupted. After reading the skill description, Zhang Xuan was greatly shocked. He never expected to have unlocked a reinforced version of the Blue Fatty's dual casting. This was a genuine mage divine skill. Any mage, as long as they were not shunned by the heavenly Tao, would undergo a complete transformation into a spell artillery once they acquired this skill. Once dual casting was triggered, it was equivalent to eliminating cooldown and chanting times. As long as the blue mana bar was sufficient, it could unleash terrifying output. Zhang Xuan thought carefully. This should be the first powerful divine skill he unlocked. Although lightning power was an extraordinary ability, it should also be considered an attack-type spell. As long as he could trigger dual casting, the lightning he unleashed would shift from instantaneous attacks to sustained electric shocks, and the increase in power was unimaginable. In the early stages of the National Fortune Killing Grounds, opening treasure chests is the fastest way to enhance combat power. Whether it yields equipment or skills, it allows an ordinary chosen one to gain a significant advantage. However, Zhang Xuan can no longer be considered an ordinary chosen one. Even in terms of basic attributes, he already crushes other chosen ones. In this situation, there is no rush to open the 2 advanced treasure chests in hand. He can easily wait until the next time the Child of Destiny appears before opening them, ensuring he obtains the best rewards from the chests, thus maximizing benefits. After considering for a moment, Zhang Xuan ultimately decided not to open the 2 treasure chests for the time being. He waved his hand to store the chests in his spatial ring and turned to leave the shelter, stepping carefully as he walked northward. Just a day later, he strolled once again across the snowy plains, yet everything felt different. The unfamiliar environment seemed to suddenly become familiar. He could recognize the purpose and effects of everything around him with just a glance. After walking about half a mile, his gaze suddenly froze as he bent down to clear the thick snow beneath his feet, revealing a few plants growing close to the ground with thick gray-green leaves. These plants were covered with a layer of fine white fluff resembling a type of plant he had previously collected but could never identify. However, the leaves were broader and the fluff denser, clearly a variant resulting from the environmental mutations of the National Fortune Killing Grounds. The identification function of the Eye of God was instantly triggered and relevant information automatically surfaced in his mind. He then began to explain, his voice not loud, but clear, transmitted through the sky curtain to the command room of the Dragon Kingdom. Attention, command room. This mutated plant in my hand resembles the jellyfish snow rabbit of the real highlands, but after mutation, its form has changed significantly, named mutated fluff bead grass. He gently plucked a leaf, bringing it to his nose to sniff, and continued, this plant is edible. Its leaves and roots are rich in starch and vitamins with a dense texture. It can be consumed raw, and cooked gives an even better taste. It is cold-resistant and drought-resistant, suitable for large-scale cultivation in snowy environments. Its growth cycle is extremely short, taking only 7 days to mature, making it an excellent emergency. Hearing this, the commander paused slightly and quickly instructed the analyst beside him, quick, note this down, take pictures to establish a file, and send it to the Agricultural Research Institute for relevant experiments. The analyst immediately began recording, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Zhang Xuan carefully dug out a few mutated fluff bead grasses along with the frozen soil of their roots and stored them in his spatial ring, reminding, when collecting, be sure to preserve the roots. Its root system is well developed, ensuring a high survival rate after transplantation. Also, do not touch the fluff on the leaves casually, although non-toxic, it can cause slight itching. Having said that, he straightened up and continued northward. After walking a bit further, he spotted a patch of light purple flowers on a snow slope ahead. The flower stems were slender, and the petals were as thin as cicada wings, gently swaying in the cold wind, looking exceptionally delicate, resembling the green yarrow of the real highlands, yet the petals bore tiny black spots, clearly another product of mutation. Zhang Xuan's gaze sharpened as he moved closer, pointing at the light purple flowers, saying, this is another mutated plant, likely a variant of the highland green yarrow named purple spotted poisonous yarrow. The entire plant is toxic, especially the black spots on the petals, which contain a potent neurotoxin more toxic than the aconitine found in reality. Contact may cause skin redness and numbness, and ingesting even a small piece of petal can lead to dizziness, difficulty breathing, arrhythmia, and may be fatal in severe cases. He crouched down and gently prodded a petal with a twig, continuing to explain, be careful to distinguish it from the mutated fluff bead grass we just encountered, as they share a similar growing environment and can easily be confused. However, the leaves of the purple spotted poisonous yarrow are narrower, and its petals have purple-black spots. This is the most obvious characteristic. Additionally, its toxin is heat-resistant and cannot be destroyed by conventional cooking. Once ingested, there is no specific antidote available. One can only delay the onset of toxicity by inducing vomiting. Command room, please ensure to remind personnel who may enter the snowy region in the future to avoid contact and consumption. Inside the command room of the Dragon Kingdom, staff immediately marked the document with a red warning label stating highly toxic, no contact, while compiling images and characteristics of the purple spotted poisonous yarrow into a booklet, simultaneously sending it to all relevant departments to prevent any incidents of miscollection or ingestion. Zhang Xuan collected some purple spotted poisonous yarrow, planning to take the time to craft a batch of poisoned arrows which might come in handy during future hunts. Continuing onward, about a quarter of an hour later, he discovered several plants with needle-like leaves of a vibrant green color nestled in a rock crevice. The plants were short, tightly pressed against the rocks, somewhat resembling the rock beard of the real highlands, but with tougher leaves and small red fruits growing at the tips. This is a variant of the highland rock beard named red fruit rock beard, which possesses medicinal value. Zhang Xuan carefully plucked one from the rock crevice, stating both the leaves and red fruits can be used in medicine. They are warm in nature and have the effects of dispelling cold, relieving pain, and stopping bleeding, making them useful for treating frostbite, external bleeding, and the common wind cold headaches encountered in snowy environments. He crushed a red fruit and dark red juice flowed out, as he said the medicinal effect of the fruit is the strongest. It can be directly applied to frostbite or wounds, providing quick pain relief and promoting healing. The leaves can be dried and ground into powder and taken with warm water to dispel cold and warm the body, preventing wind cold. In the command room of the Dragon Kingdom, staff from the medical department immediately sprang into action, detailing the medicinal effects, usage methods, and precautions of the red fruit rock beard. The commander nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. The variety of resources returned by the chosen ones is simply overwhelming. The experts at the Research Institute cannot keep up. Comrade Zhang Xuan gives us the answers directly, saving us countless efforts. An analyst hesitated. Commander, Comrade Zhang Xuan has not previously conducted any research related to plants. The data he provided has not been verified. The commander waved his hand. This is clearly his new ability. It should not be wrong. Besides, we have already obtained results for some plant data. We can compare and verify. Moreover, with Comrade Zhang Xuan explaining publicly, the enemy country will also benefit. You see this matter. The commander remained unconcerned, saying meaningfully, the enemy may not believe we have such good intentions. If they don't believe it, it's fine, but if they do, they might suffer the consequences later. Hee. Although he did not elaborate, the analyst's eyes flickered with understanding as he admired the commander deeply. Zhang Xuan collected some red fruit rock beard and stored it in his spatial ring. Looking up towards the distance, he noticed a dark mass in the sky resembling a cloud at first glance. However, when he focused his attention, he discovered a flock of dark birds beneath that cloud. Chasing cloud dark crows, they love to chase flames and dark clouds, and their blood is a high-quality natural fuel. Good stuff. It seems my Cullinan is ready to be opened. In the distance amidst the snow-covered ground, a previously unseen mutated plant caught Zhang Xuan's eye. Its leaves were a dark red, and small yellow flowers bloomed at the top. A glint of excitement flashed in his gaze as he quickened his pace towards it. Luohan Shun. After consumption, it significantly enhances one's constitution, effective only for the first time. It can be used in medicine, strengthening the foundation and greatly increasing resistance to the cold. Zhang Xuan felt a surge of joy. This was his first discovery of a precious medicine that could enhance his constitution. In the national fortune-killing field, there were actually many similar precious medicines, but most of the chosen ones could not recognize them. They could only trigger a return through collection, and after their respective nations researched their effects, they were then informed. My constitution has already reached 66 points. I wonder if this will still be effective. Filled with a faint expectation, Zhang Xuan took out his engineer shovel to begin collecting the Luohan Shun. This Luohan Shun is a mutated variety of ginseng, with only the root and stem having medicinal effects. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation's chosen one Zhang Xuan for collecting Luohan Shun 1, triggering a 100-fold return, which has been placed into the Dragon Nation's official reserve area for unified control. Zhang Xuan grabbed a handful of snow and carefully washed the Luohan Shun clean before directly biting into it. While eating, he explained the effects of the Luohan Shun to the public. The Dragon Nation's live broadcast room erupted again. It's actually a precious medicine that enhances the constitution. I wish I could take a bite. Zhang Xuan has triggered a return again, but the multiplier is a bit low, only 100 pieces. Who can eat that? There's no way around it. The more precious the resource, the harder it is to trigger a high multiplier. For a precious medicine that can enhance the constitution, triggering a 100-fold return is already quite good. If we give these 100 Luohan Shun to the next batch of chosen ones, they will undoubtedly have a greater advantage. But I wonder how effective the enhancement is. This precious medicine should be the first time it's been collected. By the way, does Zhang Xuan really have no issues publicly disclosing this information? There are many spies lurking in the live broadcast room. What is there to worry about? Precious medicines are generally rare, and the information on ordinary plants has little impact. What does it matter if they know? If they have the capability, let them try to find it. Moreover, who says the information disclosed by Zhang Xuan must be true? Baka. You Dragon Nation people are too cunning, resorting to such despicable tactics of deception instead of being honest. Do the people of the Dragon Nation want to create traps for us through such means? We, the Star-Spangled Nation, will not be easily fooled. You are the ones who are judging the hearts of gentlemen with the hearts of villains, yet you come to blame us Dragon Nation people. Shameless. In the command center of the Star-Spangled Nation, Mike Howell's expression was grim as he gritted his teeth and said, "How many chosen ones do we have left in the snow-covered highlands?" An analyst hurriedly replied, "General, we have only 2 chosen ones left in the snow-covered highlands, and they are quite far from Zhang Xuan. Send the information to them." Mike Howell tapped the table, pointing at the large screen displaying the Luohan Shun. Pay attention while exploring outside. Once found, consume it immediately and report the effects. Draco Wesley, now promoted to the general's aide, reminded, "General, this could be a plot by the Dragon Nation. Zhang Xuan's constitution clearly exceeds 60 points, and some harmless toxins to him might pose a deadly threat to our chosen ones." In the previous 2 rounds of the national fortune-killing field, there were quite a few chosen ones with a constitution reaching 60 points. Observers and analysts from various countries could easily infer Zhang Xuan's constitution value through comparison. Mike Howell waved his hand and said, "We don't have any samples, so we can't research this for now. Even if someone finds that thing, it may not trigger a return. We have no other choice but to gamble that what he said is true. Our national fortune exceeds 100 points, and even if we lose the gamble, the impact won't be significant." Similar conversations took place in many countries' command centers. Some nations chose to take the gamble, while others opted to wait and see. All nations unanimously issued orders to their chosen ones to search for the Luohan Shun. Every type of precious medicine has the potential to grant the chosen ones greater advantages. No country dares to fall behind, for falling behind means being beaten. After consuming the Luohan Shun, Zhang Xuan felt a chill in his stomach, but moments later this chill was replaced by a surge of warmth. He opened his attribute panel again and discovered that his constitution had directly increased by 1 point. The effectiveness of this medicine is absurdly strong, he muttered to himself. If an ordinary person eats this, they could at least gain 3 points in constitution in a short time. This inference is not without basis. The enhancement of constitution must be accompanied by changes in the microscopic structure of the body. The lower the constitution, the easier it is to enhance, while the higher the constitution, the harder it is to improve. Zhang Xuan speculated that his constitution would continue to increase until the effects of the medicine completely wore off. Besides the enhancement of constitution, he also felt that his resistance to the cold had significantly improved. After merging with the Eye of the Gods, although his constitution had greatly improved, he could still feel the chill of the snow-covered highlands. But now that sensation was gone, or it felt as if he had transitioned from winter to spring. It seems I can take off my down jacket. From now on, the snow-covered highlands will be my domain. He looked up at the sky, where the group of cloud-chasing demon crows was already quite close. Zhang Xuan's heart stirred. Do they like to chase clouds and flames? Then let's start a fire to lure them down. Due to the erosion of the national fortune-killing field, the physical laws of the real world have been disrupted. Many natural minerals have changed properties, explosives can no longer be manufactured, and nuclear weapons have also become ineffective. Even oil has degraded, leading to very low combustion efficiency. Once the existing fuel is exhausted, planes, tanks, and cars will come to a complete standstill. The blood of the cloud-chasing demon crows is a high-quality fuel. If he could catch a batch and trigger a return, it might alleviate the domestic energy crisis. If he could domesticate this miraculous creature, the Dragon Nation might completely resolve its energy crisis. Although the hope was slim, Zhang Xuan still wanted to give it a try. He went to the nearby woods and began chopping down trees. In a short while, he felled a large tree and then took out fire-starting tools and solid fuel from his spatial ring. After some effort, he successfully ignited the large tree. However, a single tree didn't burn fiercely enough, so he chopped down several more trees to burn together. The branches still contained moisture, producing a lot of smoke when burned. Nevertheless, the cloud-chasing demon crows noticed the flames on the ground. The leader let out a shriek and then led the flock to swoop down. Zhang Xuan hid in the snow pile and did not act immediately. The information provided by the Eye of the Gods indicated that the cloud-chasing demon crows were a very weak, extraordinary creature. However, Zhang Xuan did not dare to fully trust this intelligence, as the term very weak was relative to deities, and he did not think he could be compared to them. Flying above the bonfire, the leading cloud-chasing demon crow flapped its wings and unleashed dozens of wind blades, slicing the burning wood below into countless pieces. Zhang Xuan was somewhat surprised. The power of the cloud-chasing demon crow's spell is actually this formidable. Zhang Xuan quietly felt relieved, thankful for having steadied himself, and observed the situation from the shadows. The power of the chasing cloud demon crow's spells was beyond imagination, and with their overwhelming numbers, if they focused their attacks, even his enhanced physique would not withstand it. He furrowed his brow, assessing the situation. Although the wind blades of the chasing cloud demon crows were formidable, their fury extinguishing effects were very poor. The burning wooden debris, despite being sliced into many pieces, only burned more fiercely. The snow on the ground melted away, forming a dense mist that gradually enveloped the area, only to be dispersed when the chasing cloud demon crows flew overhead. The viewers in the live stream were puzzled by this scene, completely unaware of what Zhang Xuan intended to do. What is going on? Why is he starting a fire for no reason? What is Master Zhang Xuan doing? Clearly, he intends to hunt these blackbirds. I speculate he must know some information about them, which is why he set the fire. Did you see how these blackbirds seemed enchanted, desperately trying to extinguish the flames? It appears these blackbirds are also a vital resource. Their meat must be delicious and perhaps even enhance physical strength. Otherwise, Master Zhang Xuan wouldn't go through the trouble of luring them down from the skies. But these blackbirds are clearly not easy to deal with. A wind blade can slice through a tree as thick as a basin. Oh, it's too risky. Tisk tisk, it seems the savior from the Dragon Kingdom truly likes to take risks. I just came from another live stream where the Chosen One was roasting marshmallows in the wild and ended up diced into pieces by these blackbirds' wind blades. That scene was brutal. I don't think Zhang Xuan can escape that fate either. If that's the case, I'm looking forward to that spectacle. You foreign folks just love to pour cold water on things, always mocking Master Zhang Xuan. Haven't you been slapped enough? Just watch, Master Zhang Xuan will surely succeed. Exactly, don't try to gauge Master Zhang Xuan with your shallow understanding. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom in the live stream began to clash with the foreign viewers once again, while the host Fan Shu glanced at the two guests and asked with concern, Colonel Lu, Colonel Su, do you think Comrade Zhang Xuan can successfully hunt those blackbirds? Colonel Lu leaned back in his chair, slightly leaning forward as he furrowed his brow, and said, I've never seen these blackbirds before, but from their size, their combat power is formidable. Their wingspan appears to be at least 3 meters larger than the biggest raptors on Blue Star. Their beaks and claws are also extremely sharp, posing a threat to ground creatures comparable to a snow tiger, relying solely on their physical strength. Moreover, these blackbirds can unleash wind blades, indicating they are extraordinary creatures, which far surpasses the snow tiger in that regard. He paused, his expression growing more serious. Furthermore, their numbers are simply overwhelming. If they discover Comrade Zhang Xuan, his situation will be extremely perilous. Comrade Zhang Xuan is indeed taking a risk. In my view, he should avoid provoking such a large, aerial, extraordinary group. Colonel Su sat elegantly beside him, appearing quite relaxed as she smiled, and said, I believe Comrade Zhang Xuan will surely succeed. Fan Shu curiously asked, Colonel Su, did you discover something? Could you share it with everyone? Colonel Su shook her head. I haven't discovered anything, but based on Comrade Zhang Xuan's past performances, he never undertakes actions without assurance. Since merging with that large eye, he seems to have gained the ability to discern, so he must know the weaknesses of those. In this situation, as long as the method is correct, it's not impossible to successfully hunt the blackbirds. The only uncertainty is how many he can catch. Fan Shu's worries visibly eased upon hearing this, and she smiled, saying, in that case, let's wait and see. In the National Destiny Killing Ground, Zhang Xuan observed for a moment, and suddenly took out a metal combat knife from his storage space, swinging his arm to throw it. The metal combat knife spun through the air towards a chasing cloud demon crow, emitting a whooshing sound. With a muffled thud, the metal combat knife struck precisely into the chest of the chasing cloud demon crow, which let out a piercing screech and tumbled into the nearby fire. Before it even hit the ground, dark blood began to pour down. The blood landing on the firewood was like adding fuel to the flames, igniting the fire that was almost extinguished into a roaring blaze, with the tallest flames reaching over 3 meters. Subsequently, the corpse of the chasing cloud demon crow caught fire, as well the intensity of the flames comparable to that of a low-quality electric vehicle spontaneously combusting. The other chasing cloud demon crows, seeing this, immediately panicked, flying over one after another from the fire, flapping their wings to unleash wind blades. However, this method was very limited in extinguishing the flames. Not only did it not reduce the fire, but it also sliced the corpse of the chasing cloud demon crow into countless pieces, spreading them everywhere and further expanding the area of the fire. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, what a deadly weakness, it's just like moths to a flame. A dozen or so chasing cloud demon crows noticed him, and having seen him kill their kind, rushed towards him, leaving their main group. He quickly turned and ran towards the nearby woods, maintaining a moderate speed to lead them deeper into the thicket. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom in the live stream felt their tension rise as they watched. From their perspective, the chasing cloud demon crows were clearly faster than Zhang Xuan and would catch up to him in no time. But just then they saw Zhang Xuan suddenly turn around and raise his hand to shoot out a pillar of blazing white lightning. Crack! The lightning struck the foremost chasing cloud demon crow, instantly bringing it crashing down. To the viewer's astonishment, after striking down one chasing cloud demon crow, the lightning did not dissipate, but instead turned towards another chasing cloud demon crow behind, followed by the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. After consecutively striking down 6 chasing cloud demon crows, the lightning gradually faded, and the remaining chasing cloud demon crows scattered in panic, daring not to pursue Zhang Xuan any longer. Holy crap, what did I just see? Master Zhang Xuan's ability can actually be continuously released. He doesn't even need to gather energy. His lightning power is terrifying. Such large blackbirds, after being struck, just fall asleep without even a chance to resist. This is unscientific. It's well known that the greater the power of an ability, the more energy it requires. How can Master Zhang Xuan continuously release his abilities? How is this even possible? Zhang Xuan was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that casually releasing a bolt of lightning would trigger 6 layers of spellcasting. This luck is beyond imagination. Seeing the other chasing cloud demon crows fleeing back to their group, Zhang Xuan did not pursue them. He approached the few chasing cloud demon crows that had been struck down by the lightning, and after observing for a moment, discovered they were not dead. He quickly took out climbing ropes to tie them up securely. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one Zhang Xuan for capturing chasing cloud demon crows unconscious 6. Triggering 10,000 times return already delivered to the Dragon Kingdom's official reserve area for unified control. Upon hearing the announcement of national fortune, Zhang Xuan immediately revealed a hint of a smile. Compared to corpses, living beings hold far greater value. With these few cloud-chasing demon crows, the Dragon Kingdom could attempt to cultivate them. Once successfully cultivated, it would mean possessing an endless supply of fuel. The only pity is that humans cannot consume the meat of the cloud-chasing demon crow, otherwise the residual value of this creature could be perfectly utilized. Since the return of living beings has already been triggered, there is no need for these cloud-chasing demon crows to remain alive. To prevent them from waking up and escaping the ropes, Zhang Xuan raised his iron fist and struck each one dead. He then briefly explained the preferences, characteristics, and uses of the cloud-chasing demon crow. In the National Fortune Command Room, the commander and numerous observers and analysts were utterly shocked by Zhang Xuan's explanation. What? The blood of this blackbird is actually high-quality natural fuel. This is unbelievable. The fact that fuel flows through a living organism is unscientific. It's still somewhat scientific. After all, under the right conditions, even water can burn. The National Fortune killing field is inherently strange, and while it's miraculous that blood can be used as fuel, it is not entirely incomprehensible. No wonder Comrade Zhang Xuan dared to risk hunting these blackbirds. He is helping our Dragon Kingdom solve the energy crisis. The commander decisively ordered, immediately notify the relevant departments to establish a project to build a cloud-chasing demon crow farm, overcome cultivation technology, and quickly expand the breeding scale. The viewers in the live broadcast were also stunned, each one echoing like a parrot, either saying 666 or awesome. Zhang Xuan has indeed succeeded, and he even triggered a 10,000-fold return of living beings. Who says he was taking risks? This is clearly restocking. Oh, I love Zhang Xuan. Now those dozens of supercars in my garage can finally be put to use. Wake up. How do you have dozens of supercars? At best you have dozens of bicycles. In the live broadcast rooms of Star-Spangled Nation, East Island Nation, Kangaroo Nation, etc. Damn. Why has this important resource been discovered by their Dragon Kingdom? Our Star-Spangled Nation has abundant energy processing experience. Those blackbirds should be handed over. Let the Dragon Kingdom hand over those blackbirds. They do not deserve to enjoy such high-end resources. If the Dragon Kingdom successfully cultivates them, their aircraft and tanks can be reused, and the whole world will be threatened by the Dragon Kingdom. What the hell? Do you foreigners suffer from paranoid delusions? Why is it always the Dragon Kingdom threatening you? Are you little aphids? Do you think a breath from the Dragon Kingdom would kill you? These underdeveloped foreigners are truly laughable. If you want to be pirates, just say so, and stop saying the Dragon Kingdom threatens the whole world. Your ancestors were pirates. Is that where your piratical genes come from? If you want cloud-chasing demon crows, let your chosen ones catch them. Don't keep coveting our Dragon Kingdom's resources. We are merely offering some reasonable suggestions. You Dragon Kingdom people shouldn't slander us. Your existence is already a significant threat to us. Hell, what nonsense. Just because you are incompetent, does that mean others must be as inept? Regardless, you Dragon Kingdom must hand over the strategic resources, otherwise prepare for sanctions. GNMB, you think you can just impose sanctions? Go ahead and try. Zhang Xuan, who had obtained 6 cloud-chasing demon crows, was not satisfied. He used the same method to hunt over 200 more cloud-chasing demon crows before stopping. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill more, but rather that his mental energy was insufficient. Triggering multiple spells left him with barely enough mental energy, even though he had over 100 points. He then hid in a snowbank, quietly watching as the other cloud-chasing demon crows extinguished their flames and flew away before he began to bleed out his spoils one by one. Without a container, he could only use the Xian light mirror as a fuel barrel. The dark blood flowed onto the Xian light mirror and immediately vanished, as if it had flowed into another world. Ultimately, these more than 200 cloud-chasing demon crows provided approximately 2 cubic meters of high-quality fuel. Based on a consumption of 15 liters per 100 kilometers, this 2 cubic meters of high-quality fuel would be enough for a Cullinan to travel over 10,000 kilometers. Considering the adverse environment and the fuel mismatch, the lifespan of the vehicle might be affected. It was estimated that after traveling over 10,000 kilometers, that Cullinan would likely need to be scrapped. After processing the more than 200 cloud-chasing demon crows, the sky had completely darkened. Thick clouds covered the sky, and a snowstorm seemed imminent. Zhang Xuan began his return journey. He did not take the same path back, but chose a different direction, circling back to the shelter from an unfamiliar area, finding some resources along the way. Most of them did not trigger returns, and those that did had low multipliers, and not all were useful. He wasn't surprised by this. In fact, this was the norm in the national fortune-killing field. The ruler of national fortune is not a charitable ambassador. He is supreme, cold, and merciless, and has no regard for the lives of sentient beings. Whether it is the chosen ones or the nations behind them, to him, they are merely toys. The return triggered by the chosen ones is simply a maintenance measure he devised to keep the toys motivated to survive. As soon as Zhang Xuan returned to the shelter, heavy snow began to fall outside, and the temperature started to drop rapidly. He closed the door, filled the heated bed and stove with firewood, and lit them. The temperature inside the shelter began to rise quickly and soon became warm. Zhang Xuan took off his heavy specialized down jacket and lay on the heated bed, pondering what to do next. Now he had a rich supply of food. He wouldn't go hungry in the short term, even if he did not hunt. It seemed that besides hunting the chosen ones, there was nothing else to do. No rush to hunt the chosen ones. Today is already the 8th day. The early developmental stage will conclude before the 10th day, and after that a more brutal survival mode will commence, where everyone must avoid the poison circle and head to the central area. That will be the time for a bloodbath. Zhang Xuan opened the kill leaderboard. First place, Dragon Kingdom Zhang Xuan, kill count 12. Second place, Star-Spangled Nation Gibbs Carter, kill count 7. Third place, Bear Country Stanislav Golshnitsky, kill count 7. Fourth place, Dragon Kingdom Lu Rian, kill count 6. Fifth place, East Island Nation Kita Ichiro, kill count 5. Sixth place, John Bull James Thorne, kill count 4. Seventh place, Dragon Kingdom Yifan, kill count 3. Eighth place, A3 Nation Shivani Rao, kill count 3. Ninth place, Dragon Kingdom Su Chen, kill count 3. 10th place, Gaul Nation Marcus Bornat, kill count 3. Outside the shelter, the cold wind wailed. Zhang Xuan lay on the heated bed, taking a long time to fall asleep. Perhaps due to the excessive consumption of mental power, he slept all the way until noon the next day. His talent had long since cooled, and he immediately activated the talent Refresh Divine Skill. A wave of dizziness accompanied by a sharp pain in his eyes and another divine level skill appeared on his attribute panel. Chosen 1 Zhang Xuan. National luck long country 44. Physique 70 normal adults are 10. Mentality 108 normal adults are 10. Talent master of all arts. Skills absolute evasion 16 child of destiny 19 hardworking 12 dreaming to enlightenment 19 omniscient map 16 willing to hook 19 iron wool 13 multicasting 13 following the clue lightning power epic eye of god mythical. After a night of absorption, Zhang Xuan had completely absorbed the effects of the 6-fruit cold ginseng, and his physique had increased by 2 points. Following the clue. What a bizarre skill. Following the clue active after casting it manifests the causal thread and can trace back to the source of causality, allowing the user to implement a plunder on the target. It's actually an active skill, and it costs nothing. Zhang Xuan was puzzled and didn't quite understand the skill description. How do I use this skill? Just as he was feeling confused, suddenly some information appeared in his mind. This information seemed to have always existed in his brain, but it was forgotten memories that resurfaced with a little recollection. Empty your mind, concentrate to sense malice. Imagine that you can see the causal thread. Then imagine that you can take something from the other party. Zhang Xuan curled his lips. The method of using this skill was too mysterious, almost like a joke. He closed his eyes and operated according to the instructions. In the dimness, it felt as if his soul had left his body. Although his eyes were closed, he could see everything. Soon he noticed colorful threads extending from himself into the distance. Is this the causal thread? Why are the colors all different? Thinking this way, Zhang Xuan focused on a green thread. In an instant, it magnified infinitely, transforming into an extraordinarily wide and long passage. Before he could think too much, a scene appeared ahead. A chosen one was hunting in the rainforest, wielding an alloy battle axe and a steel spear, staring intently at a white-tailed deer that was about to move. He wore a set of green camouflage clothing with the emblem of the long country on his chest. Zhang Xuan had this outfit too, worn underneath a specially made down jacket, which had a certain color-changing function. It would appear earth-colored in the desert, sky blue near the sea, blue and white in the snow, and green in the rainforest. Zhang Xuan suddenly realized that the green causal thread represented good causes and good effects, meaning it indicated an ally. This person seems to be called Yi Fan. He doesn't seem to be doing too well. As fellow chosen ones, Zhang Xuan and Yi Fan had crossed paths at the training camp. Although they hadn't interacted much, they were somewhat familiar with each other. Zhang Xuan did not disturb Yi Fan. With a thought, his consciousness returned to his physical body. Then he shifted his focus to a deep black causal thread in a certain dense forest area of the national luck battlefield. Here there was no thick accumulation of snow, only a layer of dry fallen leaves and humus covering the ground, soft and crunching underfoot. Towering ancient trees rose from the ground, their branches interwoven, blocking out the sun, and a faint smell of blood mixed with decaying leaves lingered in the air. This was the hunting ground of Gibbs Carter, the top-ranked chosen one of the Star-Spangled Nation. Gibbs was tall and robust, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging all over his body, wrapped in a heavy beast skin coat, soaked with beast blood and filth. The clothing from Blue Star was long gone, and his bronze skin was exposed, showcasing strong lines and an intimidating presence. His talent was called Super Defense, a rare extraordinary defense. Under the enhancement of this talent, the claws of ordinary mutated beasts and the weapons of typical chosen ones could hardly penetrate his flesh. During the previous timed mission, while other chosen ones cautiously selected their prey, Gibbs easily killed 3 beasts with his unbeatable super defense, and even drew a magic steel great sword from the National Luck gift package. The magic steel great sword was incredibly sharp and had a slight armor-piercing effect. Combined with his immense strength, his combat power doubled. In these 8 days, Gibbs had also hunted 7 chosen ones, firmly securing the second place on the leaderboard, closely trailing Zhang Xuan. At this moment, Gibbs leaned against a sturdy ancient tree trunk, casually playing with the enchanted great sword in one hand, its blade reflecting a chilling glow in the dappled light of the forest. He slightly lowered his gaze, his heavy breathing sweeping away the tiny dust particles in front of him. With his gray-blue eyes fixed intently on the depths of the forest, his ears twitched, precisely capturing the subtle sounds of fallen leaves being stepped on, and a cruel smile crept onto his lips. Finally, here the mutated moose, its meat is delicious, and its blood can slightly enhance physique, just perfect for a kill and a meal. A moose the size of a giraffe wandered through the woods. It seemed to have sensed danger, paused for a moment, and then turned. Gibbs snorted coldly and strode after it. While his speed wasn't the fastest, he excelled in endurance. No matter how the mutated moose twisted and turned, weaving between the trees, he always locked onto his target. On the way, he crashed through several obstructing low trees and vines with his shoulder and cleaved through them with the great sword. The trunk snapped, and the vines broke apart, sending splinters and dry leaves flying, exhibiting brute force. After chasing for a long time, the moose gradually exhausted its strength and slowed down. Gibbs suddenly lunged, bringing down the great sword, and the moose was instantly decapitated. Seeing this scene, the audience from the Star-Spangled Nation collectively gasped, "Ah, Gibbs is invincible. He is truly amazing." Compared to Gibbs, that Zhang Xuan from the Long Country is not manly at all, relying only on luck and some underhanded tricks. When he meets Gibbs, he'll know who the real powerhouse is. He absolutely cannot break Gibbs' defense. Gibbs only needs one sword to slay him. Haha, the survival mode is about to begin. They will definitely cross paths. I bet Zhang Xuan will be begging for mercy on his knees. As if hearing the cheers from the live stream, Gibbs raised his foot and stepped on the moose's massive head, his eyes revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty glint, murmuring, Zhang Xuan from the Long Country, who has killed 11 chosen ones. I really look forward to meeting you. I hope you can break my defense. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a lightness in his hand. Turning his head, he found that the magic steel great sword in his hand had vanished without a trace. He couldn't help but look dumbfounded. What the heck? Where's my magic steel great sword? Where's my sword? How could my great sword just disappear without a trace? What on earth is going on? A chilling sense of horror enveloped Gibbs, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as anxiety surged within him. In that moment, he thought of ghosts of Satan, of God. Who else could stealthily take away a great sword that he was holding? The viewers in the Star-Spangled Nation's live stream were also dumbfounded. Oh no. Where did Gibbs' enchanted steel sword go? Did it enter some spatial equipment? When did he acquire spatial equipment? Did I miss some exciting content? No. Clearly not. Look, Gibbs is just as confused now. I saw it clearly. That enchanted steel sword was just in his hand, but suddenly it vanished. Why did this? Could that sword be a limited time item? Did it disappear when the time was up? It might also be like in some online games where the durability of the equipment ran out, causing it to disappear. Impossible. The National Destiny Arena has never had such a precedent. This must be a special event. The viewers in the live stream were in a heated discussion, all utterly baffled by the bizarre scene. A sword so large that even an ordinary person would struggle to wield it vanished without a sound, and even the person holding it had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, a viewer who was following multiple live streams shouted, "Fuck. Quickly go check the Dragon Nation's live stream. That enchanted steel sword has ended up in Zhang Xuan's hands. It's true, I'm having a hard time believing it too. Then let's go check it out." The viewers in the Dragon Nation's live... It's true, I'm having a hard time believing it too. Then let's go check it out. The viewers in the Dragon Nation's live stream were equally bewildered. What is the great Zhang Xuan doing? Sitting there motionless, is he meditating? He might be cultivating internal energy. What the hell, cultivating internal energy? What internal energy is there in the National Destiny Arena? Cultivating magic would be more like it. Who said there's no internal energy in the National Destiny Arena? Don't forget, someone previously opened a skill scroll that resembled internal energy. Whoa, look, the great Zhang Xuan suddenly has a sword in his hand. Where did that sword come from? Was it obtained earlier? Perhaps it was put into a spatial ring and he didn't notice. Just then, countless viewers from the Star-Spangled Nation surged into the live stream, having bypassed the walls. Fuck. Shoot. Gibbs' sword is indeed in the hands of this Dragon Nation person. How did this happen? Why is Gibbs' sword appearing here? Could it be two identical swords? No way. Did you see the broken beast skin strap near the hilt? That was to prevent it from slipping from Gibbs' grip, but it broke during use, leaving only a small piece still wrapped around the hilt. That damn thief. He actually stole Gibbs' enchanted steel sword. But the question is, how did he do it? They are so far apart. How could he inexplicably steal Gibbs' sword? Is that reasonable? Definitely unreasonable. This is cheating. This Dragon Nation person is cheating. Where's the National Destiny Overseer? Hurry up and punish him. The viewers from the Dragon Nation initially didn't understand the situation, but after watching for a while they grasped what had happened. Whoa, amazing. So it turns out the great Zhang Xuan stole Gibbs' enchanted steel sword from thousands of miles away. 666. Watch your words. What do you mean stole? This is a rightful return. It originally belonged to the great Zhang Xuan, otherwise how could it be in his hands? This great sword is clearly a treasure that recognizes its master. It came back to the great Zhang Xuan with just a wave of his hand. Exactly. The great Zhang Xuan lost an enchanted steel sword before, and he finally got it back today. Oh, what a joyous occasion. Oh my god. You Dragon Nation people are so shameless, actually turning right and wrong upside down, justifying theft. Hehe, do you Star-Spangled Nation people still have the face to say such things? Go take a look at your own museum. How many historical artifacts actually belong to you? When it comes to theft, you Star-Spangled Nation are the biggest thieves. Back when the East Island Nation conducted cruel human experiments on our citizens, most of the research data was taken by you Star-Spangled Nation. If it weren't for that, how could your medicine have advanced to the forefront of humanity? Nonsense. The reason our medicine is advanced is that our technology is advanced. Hehe, how can you talk about science without experimental evidence? Admit it. You Star-Spangled Nation are indeed a nation of robbers. The viewers from the Dragon Nation and the Star-Spangled Nation argued incessantly in the live stream, while Zhang Xuan stared at the enchanted steel sword in his hand, deep in thought. Did I really just steal an enchanted weapon? It really was simple and brutal. He had only made a simple attempt and did not expect to actually gain something from it. With just a thought, a weapon weighing 5 or 6 pounds appeared in his hand, clearly involving the laws of space. Moreover, after using it, Zhang Xuan discovered that the causal line was mainly connected to this enchanted weapon in his hand. This meant that the causal relationship between him and Gibbs primarily revolved around this weapon. Is it because this weapon poses a threat to me, making it the focal point of the causality? Gibbs' confidence comes from thinking this way. Zhang Xuan once again extended his consciousness along the causal line. He found the causal line belonging to Gibbs and noticed that it was thinner, but its color had darkened quite a bit. With Gibbs' powerful weapon gone, Zhang Xuan couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He carefully searched and soon found another target. The second causal line was thick and dark, even more noticeable than the one belonging to Gibbs. Clearly something was off. The one Zhang Xuan had previously chosen was the most conspicuous one. It was evident that the owner of the second causal line had just obtained some important resource. Realizing this, Zhang Xuan did not hesitate and directly extended his consciousness along the causal line. On the other end of the causal line, a rather shabby-looking chosen one from the East Island nation was hugging a redwood treasure chest, wearing a foolish grin on his face as he stared blankly. Yoshi, I Kitayama Ichiro am indeed blessed by the great Amakusa. I've found another treasure chest. Gaha. The National Destiny Overseer does not provide automatic translation features. However, perhaps due to the connection of consciousness, Zhang Xuan strangely found he could understand what Kitayama Ichiro was saying. My talent is chakra. Before entering the National Destiny arena, I practiced ninjutsu and have already created the great fireball technique from Naruto. Last time I opened a treasure chest and got a top-grade ninja sword. If I can get an invisibility skill scroll this time, I can truly become a ninja. Hearing this, Zhang Xuan was suddenly alarmed. From the tone, it seemed that Kitayama Ichiro was quite lucky. If he truly drew the invisibility scroll, that would be troublesome. Zhang Xuan revealed a righteous smile. Become a ninja. Don't even think about it in your next life. Hand it over. Like Gibbs, Kitano Ichiro felt a lightness in his hands, and then the wooden treasure chest vanished without a trace. His expression froze in a foolish manner, his small eyes filled with confusion as he muttered, no way. Am I too excited and hallucinating? How did the treasure chest suddenly disappear? Who cast an illusion on me? Someone please undo it. Bastard. At the East Island's National Fortune Command Center, the high-ranking officials had just received news from the Star-Spangled Nation and were preparing to warn Kitano Ichiro, but they were one step too late. Seeing Kitano Ichiro still dazed and frozen in place, Commander Maikawa's face turned pale with anger. He personally issued a call request and shouted furiously, Kitano Ichiro, you fool, your treasure chest was snatched by Zhang Xuan from the Dragon Kingdom. This is not an illusion. Kitano Ichiro was instantly dumbfounded, incredulously saying, no. This is impossible, I never even saw him. How could he have stolen my treasure chest? I don't believe it. This must be an illusion. Maikawa roared, Baka. You idiot, that's the fact. He possesses a strange ability that allows him to steal items from a great distance. Mr. Gibbs from the Star-Spangled Nation was also robbed of a steel-enchanted sword. You idiot, that's the fact. He possesses a strange ability that allows him to steal items from a great distance. Mr. Gibbs from the Star completely vanished. Maikawa snorted coldly, get a grip. It's just a treasure chest, so what if it's lost? It's not like you won't find another one in the future. Katanakin. The reason I'm personally calling you isn't to discourage you, but to remind you that you are the hope of our East Island. You must not succumb to despair. If you get another treasure chest, open it immediately and use what you can right away. You must not give Zhang Xuan the chance to steal again. Alright, I've said enough, and I won't waste any more communication time. After hanging up, Kitano Ichiro quickly regained his composure from the blow of losing the treasure chest and said grimly, Zhang Xuan, so it was you, that bastard. Just wait, I will never let you go. As Zhang Xuan snatched another treasure chest, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom erupted in cheers. Zhang Xuan did a great job. He should rob the little ghost. This is a huge profit. Not only did he acquire an enchanted weapon, but also a treasure chest. He has strengthened himself while weakening the enemy. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. But I'm curious, what exactly is Zhang Xuan's ability? How can he steal the enemy's treasures from such a distance? Curious. You shouldn't be curious, you should be fearful. Your chosen one, Zhang Xuan, must have cheated, and he will definitely be punished by the Master of National Fortune. At that time, your Dragon Kingdom will also be implicated. An outside analysis suggested that Zhang Xuan's talent might have issues as it allows him to obtain all sorts of strange abilities. If that's the case, then that's simply amazing. Huh. But will he face punishment from the Master of National Fortune, as those foreigners say? The National Fortune Killing Field is not a human-made online game. How could there be loopholes? The Master of National Fortune is omniscient and omnipotent. The fact that he has not made any statement means that Zhang Xuan's actions are completely compliant. The so-called punishment is merely the conjecture of those foreign idiots. They like to speak of sanctions at every turn, as if the Master of National Fortune would act the same way. They are just too naive. Thinking deeper, perhaps Zhang Xuan possesses such a miraculous talent because he is favored by the Master of... You Dragon Kingdom people should stop fantasizing. The Master of National Fortune will definitely punish him. Just wait and see. This is unfair. You Dragon Kingdom people are truly shameless. Zhang Xuan should be made to withdraw from the National Fortune Killing Field. Haha, I love seeing you powerless and furious. Let's wait and see. In the Dragon Kingdom's official live broadcast room, host Fan Shu smiled as he read the comments, saying it seems everyone is very optimistic. Comrade Zhang Xuan has brought immense confidence to our people. Lu Zheng sighed. Now that I think about it, Comrade Zhang Xuan's talent is indeed strange. Why didn't I think of it before? At this point, he suddenly noticed Su Wan's calm expression and couldn't help but ask, Comrade Su Wan, did you get? Su Wan chuckled and replied, candidly, I did think of it long ago, but at that time I had some reservations and didn't say it out loud. Now that the outside world has speculated it, there's no longer any need for concealment. Fan Shu excitedly said, following Comrade Zhang Xuan's development trend, perhaps we have a chance to rise again in this round of national fortune-killing field. Do the two of you have any suggestions for the upcoming strategic plan? Lu Zheng looked at the big screen, gently tapping the table in front of him, and pondered. The survival mode is about to be activated. At that time, everyone will need to get moving, and the chances of the chosen ones encountering each other will greatly increase. We currently have two paths to take. The first is for Comrade Zhang Xuan to hunt the enemies while others ensure their survival. The second is to take the risk of gathering and act together, which would increase hunting efficiency, allowing Comrade Zhang Xuan to help others complete tasks and achieve mutual growth. In reality, there is a third path concentrating all resources to make Zhang Xuan an invincible powerhouse. But this path would be too unfair to other chosen ones in the Dragon Kingdom, and proposing it might cause significant negative effects. Lu Zheng had reservations, and thus was unwilling to voice this third path. However, Su Wan had different thoughts. She reined in her smile and said sternly, in fact, there is also a third path concentrating all resources to make Comrade Zhang Xuan an invincible powerhouse. Lu Zheng suddenly looked at Su Wan, clearly not expecting her to propose this viewpoint. Fan Shu frowned and worriedly said doing so would be too unfair to the other chosen ones. I don't think the command center would issue such orders. Lu Zheng nodded, then shook his head. Indeed, this approach is too extreme. It would mean putting all the stakes on Comrade Zhang Xuan alone. Su Wan said softly, if Comrade Zhang Xuan continues to develop smoothly, other countries will have no choice but to take this path. Even if we don't take it, other countries will. When countries choose their chosen ones, they all consider family factors. For the sake of their families and national security, they certainly wouldn't resist such extreme methods. Upon hearing this, everyone inside and outside the live broadcast room fell silent. Once the survival mode begins, the density of treasure chest refreshes will greatly increase, and all chosen ones will experience rapid growth. Those who survive to the later stages will possess extraordinary powers capable of rivaling the top mutated creatures in the national fortune-killing field. However, to grow, they must compete with others. The purpose of the Master of National Fortune is very clear. He aims to raise a gu. In this situation, forcing the chosen ones to offer the treasure chests they find to nurture others is equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Unless absolutely necessary, very few countries would do this. Zhang Xuan's overwhelming performance could very well force other countries onto this irreversible path. In the National Fortune Command Center, the chief commander, along with numerous observers and analysts, heard Su Wan's viewpoint. In fact, the possibility that Su Wan mentioned had already been considered by the National Fortune Command Center. However, as Fan Shu said, the National Fortune Command Center would not make such an extreme choice unless absolutely necessary. The chief commander wore an expressionless face, and in his deep gaze there was a trace of barely perceptible chill. He understood well that if the enemy truly concentrated all resources on one person, it would pose a significant threat to Zhang Xuan. Yet the national fortune-killing field lacked a trading system, making it extremely difficult to gather resources, especially since there were people from the enemy country monitoring from the outside, able to communicate with the chosen ones in real time. Thus, during the process of gathering resources, they could encounter ambushes at any moment, and not only would the plan be difficult to execute, but the hard-earned resources might also fall into the enemy's hands. In the national fortune-killing field, Zhang Xuan opened the treasure chest in his hand, and indeed obtained a skill scroll. Invisibility Scroll grants the ability to learn the invisibility skill upon use. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Xuan chose to use it directly. In the next moment, a new skill appeared in his skill bar, and the method for using invisibility was imprinted in his mind. Moreover, under the effect of the talent all-encompassing, the originally rare invisibility skill was forcibly upgraded to the epic level Deep Invisibility. Deep Invisibility Epic active. Enter a state of deep invisibility upon use. Do automatically reveal when attacking. Mask sent heartbeat and reflections, continuously consuming stamina and mental energy. So the invisibility skill really was unlocked. That Beiyi Ichiro has some tricks up his sleeve. Zhang Xuan felt fortunate that he had intercepted it. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how many chosen ones from the Dragon Country would fall because of this skill. No matter when invisibility is a powerful skill. In the absence of counter-invisibility measures from the enemy, being invisible represents absolute initiative. After using it twice in quick succession, Zhang Xuan felt a bit of drain on his mental and physical energy, indicating that this divine skill was not entirely without cost. However, compared to the skill's effects, this consumption was almost negligible. He thought for a moment, stood up, and attempted to cast deep invisibility. With a distortion in the air, his figure gradually vanished. It wasn't transparency, he was completely gone. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the audience was all astonished by this scene. Where did Zhang Xuan go? Why did he suddenly disappear? What a surprise. Obviously, he became invisible. Just now I was watching Yichiro's live stream, and that guy said that if he could unlock invisibility, he would completely turn into a Naruto, and then the master snatched his chest. Unexpectedly, when the chest reached the master's hands, it still unlocked the invisibility skill. This is indeed a bit absurd. Generally speaking, for the same treasure chest, if one person unlocks a certain item, when it reaches another person, there is a high possibility it will unlock something else. The probability of opening the same item after switching people is extremely low. For Zhang Xuan to unlock invisibility, it can only be said that Yichiro's luck is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that he guessed the beginning but not the end. He purely made a wedding dress for Zhang Xuan. You shameless people from the Dragon Country, quickly return the invisibility skill to Yichiro. Little devils, go back to your East Island. Are you brainless? How can a skill that has already been used be returned? Even if it could be returned, it wouldn't be possible to give it back to you, so just give up on that. Hurry up and let your Yichiro find a treasure chest. Our Zhang Xuan is still waiting for him to repay. The audience from East Island saw the replies from the Dragon Country audience, each of them fuming with rage, but they could only seethe with anger, unable to do anything to the Dragon Country audience, and many simply left the live broadcast room, opting for the out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. Zhang Xuan stepped out of the shelter, feeling the various changes brought by deep invisibility. He felt as if he was enveloped by a mysterious force. Every cell in his body seemed to have turned to glass, allowing light to pass through unobstructed while still feeling the wind. Walking through the snow, he turned back to look and saw clear footprints on the ground. It seems that this deep invisibility has significant limitations. It cannot completely eliminate physical weight, nor can it eliminate air resistance. It is useful when remaining stationary, but once in motion it can be easily detected by enemies with sharp senses. Though he thought this way in his heart, Zhang Xuan was still very happy. What more could he ask for with a skill he obtained for free? Moreover, these two drawbacks could actually be easily mitigated as long as he was fast enough. Even if the enemy saw the footprints or sensed the air fluctuations, they wouldn't have time to react. After canceling invisibility, Zhang Xuan returned to the shelter and continued to use his skills to rob opposing chosen ones until his mental and physical energy dropped to a dangerous range before stopping. At this stage, the chosen ones had nothing particularly valuable on hand, and those who had skills had learned them long ago. Apart from the exquisite steel-enchanted greatsword and the redwood treasure chest, he had initially snatched. Zhang Xuan only managed to steal some low-tier equipment afterward. Among them, the most valuable was a repeating crossbow, which belonged to a chosen one from the Asan country, and the quiver contained 7 steel crossbow bolts. Aside from that, the rest were all alloy weapons. These weapons were of little use to Zhang Xuan, but for those chosen ones who were already struggling, losing their weapons would only make their situation even more difficult. In summary, this wave of actions severely weakened the strength of the chosen ones from the enemy country. After resting for a while, Zhang Xuan's gaze suddenly fell on the mysterious golden egg in the corner. Even with the eye of God, he still couldn't figure out the origins of this golden egg. It wasn't that he couldn't identify it, but the identification description was vague. Mutated python egg, a python that consumed vast amounts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, laying this egg after condensing its life essence upon passing away naturally. The description clearly stated that the python that laid this egg was dead and that it passed away naturally rather than in battle. However, no corpse of the python was found at the place where the egg was discovered. Oh, where did the deceased python go? Was it eaten by another mutated beast? Or was the so-called natural death actually a form of rebirth? Zhang Xuan shook his head, picked up the exquisite steel-enchanted greatsword, and stopped overthinking. He thought to himself, this exquisite steel-enchanted greatsword should be sharp enough to split this egg right. He dug a pit in the ground, wedging the mutated python egg in place, then raised the greatsword high and swung down with all his might. Crack! The moment the exquisite steel-enchanted greatsword made contact with the mutated python egg, the formerly solid shell suddenly cracked. Clear egg liquid oozed out slowly from the crack, and an intense aura of life instantly spread out. Zhang Xuan was momentarily stunned, then felt his stamina and mental energy rapidly recovering. In just a moment, his physical condition returned to its peak state. He quickly embraced the golden egg and began to lick it. Slurp! The clear egg liquid flowed down his throat into his belly. An endless vitality erupted violently, coursing from his stomach to his limbs. Every cell felt as if it had come alive, frantically devouring the essence of life. At this moment, he couldn't care less about hygiene. Having something to eat was already a blessing, leaving no room for picky choices. Zhang Xuan felt as if he had been thrown into a pot of boiling water. Every inch of him was hot. He took off his specially made down jacket, then his camouflage suit, even removing the inner camouflage vest, revealing his well-proportioned muscular physique. Fortunately, he retained a shred of consciousness and didn't take off his big shorts. Yet even so, the live stream erupted into a frenzy. Wow. Zhang Xuan's physique is amazing. I want to marry him. Sister, draw your sword. Zhang Xuan is mine, only one of us can stay. Damn, such a big outline, I feel so self-conscious. This physique, while not as exaggerated as the muscle beast, inexplicably exudes a sense of power. You guys, can't you focus on something more serious? Didn't you see? He just ate that mysterious golden egg. So what if he ate it? It's just an egg, what's the big deal? Easier said than done. That egg can give birth to so many life crystals. Who knows what creature laid it? Eating it without testing the danger. Isn't that playing with fire? This kind of thing doesn't need our concern, as Zhang Xuan has his own plans. There's only one egg, who knows when it will hatch. What if it's a peerless, ferocious beast? If it hatches, Zhang Xuan will be the first to be in trouble. It would be better to eat it and be at ease. Look, Zhang Xuan is emitting golden light, now similar to when he fused with the big eyeball. Is his physique going to impress? It's just an egg, yet its effect is so powerful. The faces of everyone in the Anti-Dragon Alliance's command centers and the live stream turned green, countless people cursing while watching. Bastard. That egg is a treasure, it should belong to all humanity. How could he just eat it so casually? Too despicable. Is this Dragon Country person a reincarnation of a starving ghost? Why does he eat everything? If we could study that egg, we might discover a genetic serum that allows all humanity to evolve together. He is a criminal obstructing human evolution. All Blue Star people should condemn him. That egg is from our Pickled Vegetable Nation. I'll return it to us. Pickled Vegetable Nation, just go back and properly brine your vegetables. Why come out to stir the pot? In the Stars and Stripes Command Center, Mike Howell's face turned ashen. When he previously ordered the 11 chosen ones to encircle Zhang Xuan, he had already decided to seize that egg back, but alas, the plan failed. Yet he did not give up. He kept thinking of ways to devise a new plan. However, before the new plan could be implemented, Zhang Xuan had already eaten the egg. The most ironic part was that the tool used to break the egg came from their Stars and Stripes chosen ones. MRFK. Mike Howell cursed angrily. How dare he do this? With such immense vitality, isn't he afraid of bursting? The red-haired aide Draco Wesley comforted him. General, you really don't need to be angry. The actual manifestation of vitality is still the alienation structure of biological molecular bonds. He absorbs that vitality, and his own evolution is inevitable, and this evolution process is more important to us than that egg because it perfectly fits the human body. Therefore, we haven't lost the opportunity for evolution by losing that egg. As long as we obtain his corpse or cell samples, we still have the chance to research results. Upon hearing this, Mike Howell calmed down immediately and nodded. So you're saying it's a good thing if he becomes stronger? Draco Wesley shrugged. The premise is that we can kill him. We must obtain samples before he becomes invincible. Mike Howell sneered. Your concern is reasonable. Then let's start the hunt early. Order the Alliance nations to assemble at the coordinates of our chosen ones once the survival mode begins. Next, the quality resources obtained along the way will be prioritized for our chosen ones. Those who disobey will die. In the cave sanctuary, Zhang Xuan had swallowed all the egg liquid. He felt his eyelids were incredibly heavy, much like a struggling student cramming for exams. He persevered and persevered, but ultimately couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep on the heated brick bed. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. He slept until dawn. The Dragon Country viewers in the live stream were at a loss for words, while other chosen ones hunted for resources daily. Exhausted from their efforts, Zhang Xuan casually slept soundly every few days, and he just so happened to become stronger upon waking. Who can reason with that? With a comfortable sigh, Zhang Xuan woke from his slumber. He felt tight all over, and upon closer inspection found that he seemed to have shed a layer of skin, with dead skin tightly clinging to the new skin, much like wearing a bodysuit. He hurriedly activated privacy protection, peeled off the dead skin, and washed his body with snow water. During the process, he tested his arm with an alloy battle knife, and it left only a white mark which quickly vanished. When he tried with a magically enchanted steel greatsword, it also took considerable effort to cut through the skin, and the wound healed rapidly. This defense and recovery speed are simply invincible. While putting on his clothes, Zhang Xuan opened the attribute panel to check the changes in his data. Chosen 1 Zhang Xuan. National Luck Dragon Country, 46. Physique, 122 normal adults, are 10. Spirit, 117 normal adults, are 10. Talent, Mastery of all laws. Skills, Absolute Evasion, 16 Child of Destiny, 19 Hardworking, 12 Dreaming of the Tao, 19 Omniscient Map, 16 Willing to Hook, 19 Iron Will, 13 Multiple Casting, 13 Following the Trail, 19 Thunder Power Epic Eye of God Mythical Deep Stealth Epic. Space Ring, various meats, assorted items. Mystical Mirror, 1 Cullinan, 2 cubic meters of high quality, natural fuel, various weapons. This round of physique increased significantly along with a considerable boost in spirit. However, Zhang Xuan could sense that immense vitality still resided within him, needing time to digest slowly, just like the residual divine power from fusing with the Eye of God, all transforming into potential. Now he could conclude that the mutated python was no ordinary creature, but rather a unique variant. This identification result from the eye of God is quite unreliable. To deities, a dragon may merely be a slightly larger python. He must be cautious in the future. He cannot. Upon waking, not only had his body undergone tremendous changes, but Zhang Xuan's talent had also cooled once more. As usual, he did not hesitate and directly activated his talent. However, this time the reaction of his body was exceptionally intense. Ugh, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but groan perplexed. Why does my skin feel so itchy? So itchy. He wanted to scratch, but every part of his body itched, and he had no idea where to scratch. Moreover, he was concerned about breaking the skin and affecting the formation of his divine skill. After so many days, he had realized that the divine skills refreshed daily were related to the functions of various parts of his body. For example, absolute evasion was related to the legs. Without legs, this skill would likely not be effective. Of course, some divine skills might not relate to the body at all, but rather to the soul. The son of destiny dreaming of enlightenment, willing to take the bait, iron will, and multiple casting were all examples. Today's divine skill was clearly related to the skin. Zhang Xuan, with great willpower, forcibly endured, restraining the impulse to scratch and patiently waiting for the change to end. After about a minute, the tingling and itching on his skin finally subsided. Opening his attribute panel, he saw that there was now a new divine skill in the skill bar. Photosynthesis passive absorbs energy from sunlight, infinitely enhancing attributes. What the hell? Getting stronger from sunbathing. Isn't that a superhuman ability? Even though Zhang Xuan had experienced countless storms, he couldn't maintain his composure at this moment. The ability to infinitely enhance attributes through sunbathing was simply a bug. Even a pig possessing this ability could become invincible as long as it didn't die. But soon Zhang Xuan discovered the flaw of this divine skill. He thought, the ability is quite perverse, but I wonder how much can be increased in one day. If it can only increase 1/100th of a point of physique in one day, it would take 10,000 days to increase a single point of attribute. This skill would then be practically useless. Even if I lived until my lifespan ran out, I wouldn't increase much attribute. Based on an average lifespan of 75 years, a person's life maximally spans just over 20,000 days. If one could only increase 2 or 3 points of attributes in a lifetime, this skill wouldn't be considered divine at all. Zhang Xuan speculated that the actual benefits of photosynthesis should far exceed an increase of 1/100th of a point of attribute per day. He couldn't be bothered to guess how much it would be. In any case, he would find out after a day. Announcement: the national fortune killing field has officially entered the survival phase. The speed of treasure chest refresh has significantly increased. The growth rate of heavenly materials and earthly treasures has vastly accelerated. The growth rate of mutated creatures has greatly improved. Starting today, the punitive toxic mist will gradually erode the national fortune killing field. All chosen ones must promptly head to the central area to complete the advancement challenge. The first to complete the advancement challenge will receive generous rewards. Time remaining for advancement challenge, 50 days. The voice of the national fortune sovereign repeated this 9 times, and everyone inside and outside heard it clearly. Next, another announcement followed. Announcement: the second limited time task of this round of national fortune killing field has been initiated. Any chosen one who accumulates 3 kills of chosen ones within the next 3 days will receive a national fortune task gift package. This task can be repeated. This announcement was only repeated 3 times, but the psychological pressure it brought to the chosen ones was no less than that of the previous announcement. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Xuan's mouth, as if he could already see rivers of blood. He had waited a long time. His parents lost their lives due to natural disasters caused by the decline of national fortune. The national fortune killing field and those hostile nations were his targets for revenge. It was precisely because of his obsession with revenge that he could pass the family factor review. Hatred in itself is a powerful force. The national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom has already dropped to a dangerous line. The country needs such extreme and special power. As the survival phase commenced, everyone's attribute panels loaded a mini-map. The mini-map only showed the current location, the central area, and the range of the toxic circle, while the terrain information was a blur. Zhang Xuan glanced at the mini-map. His current location was neither far nor near the toxic circle, and the distance to the center point was the same. He stored everything he needed into the Xianguang mirror and left the shelter where he had only resided for 9 days without hesitation. Su Chun had fully adapted to the arid environment of the Gobi Desert after 9 days of development and had accumulated quite a bit of supplies. The most conspicuous beside him was a wild camel which had a beast skin pouch strapped to its hump containing various weapons and tools. At this moment, both man and beast were hiding under a mushroom rock to cool off. Su Chun lazily chewed on a piece of jerky and occasionally took a sip of water to moisten his throat, appearing quite content. Suddenly, the national fortune announcement rang out, causing him to slow down his chewing. After a moment, he checked his attribute panel and then screamed, "Damn it! What the hell? Why am I on the edge of the toxic circle? Damn! 2,000 kilometers from the center. Is this a joke? Did I destroy the world in my past life? How can I be so unlucky? 2,000 kilometers. Even if he walked 50 kilometers a day, it would take 40 days to reach the central area. Next to Yifan was also a wild beast, a mutated wild donkey, which appeared quite irritable, occasionally opening its mouth to nibble at Yifan. Yifan did not indulge it, slapping it a few times, which made the wild donkey much more obedient. After a while, it began nibbling on Yifan again. Over 200 kilometers. After checking the minimap, Yifan revealed a cold smile. There's plenty of time for hunting. Lu Rian looked at the raft she had painstakingly built, momentarily feeling at a loss. Since the day she arrived on the island, she had been preparing for today. She spent very little time gathering food and used the rest of her time to construct the raft. In the first 2 rounds of the national fortune-killing field, the central area was not located on the island, and she speculated that this round would likely be similar. Thus, in order to reach the central area, she had to find a way to craft a fairy tool. However, fate played a cruel joke on her. The central area of this round of the national fortune-killing field was right beneath her feet. As the survival mode commenced, apart from lucky individuals like Lu Ruyan, the vast majority of chosen ones had already begun their migration journey. The range of the national fortune-killing field was vast, but ultimately had its limits. The toxic circle was approximately 2,500 kilometers from the central area and would shrink to the vicinity of the central area within 50 days. This meant that the radius of the toxic circle must decrease by at least 50 kilometers each day. If a chosen one at the edge of the area cannot migrate at a speed of 50 kilometers per day, then, without any other chosen ones taking action, merely the toxic circle could claim this chosen one's life. 50 kilometers may not seem far, but that is the straight-line distance. The actual distance one has to travel may be much greater. If one finds a means of transportation during the development stage, that would be good. Otherwise, relying solely on 2 legs to cross the toxic circle, the hope is very slim. In the vast snowy forest, Zhang Xuan had already left his simple shelter, which had been his home for 9 days. The heavy custom-down jacket was stored in the Xianguang mirror, and he was now only wearing a camouflage combat suit. With his physical condition deteriorating, the cold of the snowy plateau posed no threat to him anymore. Moreover, his physical defense had surpassed that of the custom-down jacket, rendering its protective effects unnecessary. His steady strides traversed the snow and barren woods with a restrained aura surrounding him, and a hint of sharpness gleamed in his seemingly lazy eyes. The divine skill photosynthesis quietly operated. Even though the light in the forest was not intense at the moment, a barely perceptible warmth seeped into his skin, slowly nourishing his body. Zhang Xuan had no time to delve into the daily increments. The current stage of survival in a desperate situation and a time-limited hunting mission required him to forego leisurely sunbathing. He glanced at the minimap, pondering silently. The survival mode was quite similar to a certain game from Blue Star, focusing on searching, fighting, and retreating, needing to acquire resources while finding ways to hunt down the enemy's chosen ones. The minimap did not display terrain or enemy units. However, the National Fortune Command Center could piece together a clear and reliable complete map through the live broadcasts of each country's chosen ones. If he could receive intelligence support from the command center, the efficiency of hunting down the enemy's chosen ones would be greatly enhanced. Although communication time with the chosen ones would consume time, as long as the national fortune improved, the total communication time would increase correspondingly. As long as he could ensure successful hunts each time, the total communication time would only continue to increase. Zhang Xuan was very confident in his abilities, with an invisibility technique that was akin to a bug, powerful lightning abilities, and the assistance of the Eye of God, who could withstand a sudden attack. He paused slightly and calmly addressed the air, his voice clearly transmitted into the communication channel of the Dragon Kingdom Command Center. Command Center, this is Zhang Xuan. Instantly, the Dragon Kingdom Command Center fell silent. All staff members immediately focused and held their breath, amplifying the sound through monitoring devices. Zhang Xuan's dedicated liaison Yi Tang quickly responded, "Zhang Xuan, please proceed. The command center is on standby at any time. First, my current coordinates are at the edge of the northwest forest in the snowy domain, approximately 1,000 kilometers from the central area. The poison circle shrinks 50 kilometers daily, while 50 days seems ample. Detours in the woods and obstacles from exotic beasts will slow my progress. I need you to integrate the national fortune and publicly outline the terrain contours to plan the optimal migration route for me. If there is a drivable route, that would be even better. Second, monitor the chosen ones from other countries. As soon as any enemy chosen one enters my vicinity within 100 miles, immediately report their position and approximate numbers in real time." Hearing Zhang Xuan's request, the command center was not surprised, as they had been preparing for this all along. The large think tank, after confirming the central area, had already planned routes for each chosen one. Yi Tang orally described the routes for the next 300 kilometers to Zhang Xuan. "Comrade Zhang Xuan, about 15 kilometers northwest of your position, there is a chosen one from the A3 country. His strength is rated as above average, with the talent of rapid recovery, capable of quickly recovering from both injuries and stamina depletion. He lacks distinctive combat characteristics, primarily engaging in close combat with cold weapons, and possesses a self-made hunting bow, but its lethality should be negligible to you. Yi Tang's voice was cool and steady, delivering precise intelligence, and added, this individual is currently resting in a low-lying area of the forest, gathering dry wood to start a fire for warmth. He is alone with no companions around and has not noticed any nearby support, making him an excellent hunting target that will not delay your journey. Zhang Xuan nodded slightly, the last hint of laziness fading from his eyes, leaving only a calm coldness with no hint of killing intent. His aura completely retracted, he seemed to merge with the surrounding snowy forest. Received intelligence confirmed. Contact me if further needs arise. With that, Zhang Xuan ceased further words, lightly turned his steps, and sped toward the northwest direction. He did not deliberately quicken his pace, yet each stride covered a great distance, his form agile and steady, showing no intent to conceal his whereabouts. In just over 10 minutes, he had covered the 15 kilometers. However, upon reaching the destination, he saw no trace of his prey, only a pile of unburnt firewood. He was not surprised the higher-ups of the A3 country were not fools. They were surely monitoring their chosen one closely, and once they detected a threat, they would undoubtedly communicate a warning. The notified chosen one had two choices: either flee this place as quickly as possible or set traps around to attempt a counterattack. Zhang Xuan glanced at the traces around him, a slight contemptuous smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. As a top hunter, he was adept at tracking, and particularly here in the snow, the A3 country contestant would leave clear traces regardless of what actions he took. With just a glance, he could tell that the A3 chosen one had chosen to flee. His footprints were extremely chaotic, appearing somewhat frantic. Since he had already discovered the opponent's tracks, the next step was a contest of speed and endurance. Zhang Xuan speculated that the opponent had likely activated privacy protection since the beginning of their flight. Each activation could last up to half an hour, with a 1-hour cooldown before it could be activated again. During the period of the opponent's privacy protection, the National Fortune Command Center could hardly provide effective intelligence support. As the hunting party, Zhang Xuan should have activated his own privacy protection, but after careful consideration, he ultimately chose not to. He boldly followed the traces on the ground without concealment. After all, he would catch up sooner or later. Why waste time on privacy protection? However, the viewers in the live stream were quite bewildered. Why is the great Zhang Xuan not activating privacy protection while hunting down the enemy's chosen one? Isn't that exposing his whereabouts completely? Exactly. Isn't this just playing hide and seek with the enemy? When will he be able to kill the opponent? Your great Zhang Xuan clearly does not regard that A3 chosen one as a threat. Such arrogance is bound to lead to great loss. Oh, just watch. Regardless, you foreigners have no say in how great Zhang Xuan operates. Based on his physical abilities, that A3 chosen one wouldn't even escape if he were exhausted. That may be the case, but I still think it's better to be cautious. The talents of chosen ones are varied and unpredictable. Who knows what strange effects they might have? It would be unfortunate if he were to encounter an unforeseen disaster. At the A3 National Fortune Command Center, the commander was furious. He shouted loudly, "Did you see that? This bastard, this despicable Dragon Kingdom man does not even regard us at all. He hasn't even activated privacy protection. This is the greatest humiliation to our A3 country. Send a message to Karen, tell him to set traps and kill that despicable Dragon Kingdom chosen one." "What? You want me to kill Zhang Xuan, the chosen one of the Asan country?" Karen wore a look of disbelief, as although he couldn't see Zhang Xuan's performance, he had a rough understanding of Zhang Xuan's strength through the liaison's account. His physical attributes seemed to exceed 100 points, along with various bizarre abilities acquired daily. All of this made Karen feel immense trepidation. When the National Luck Command Center issued an evacuation order, he executed it without hesitation, as he truly did not want to risk his life against a powerful and uncertain enemy. Unexpectedly, it hadn't been long before the command center changed its decision, ordering him to ambush Zhang Xuan, which seemed somewhat absurd. "Listen to me, Karen," the liaison said calmly. "Zhang Xuan is very arrogant. He hasn't activated privacy protection, which means his movements are completely transparent. You can use this to your advantage. We might still have a chance." Upon hearing this explanation, Karen became angry. Zhang Xuan didn't even bother to activate privacy protection, clearly looking down on him. Having made his way through billions of citizens of a Asan country, Karen was not to be underestimated. After much contemplation, a vague plan gradually formed in his mind. He admitted that Zhang Xuan indeed possessed a crushing advantage in attributes, but no matter how high the attributes, he was still a carbon-based life form, a flesh and blood being. As long as he was still flesh and blood, there was a possibility of breaking through defenses. If he could set up a powerful trap, it might not be impossible to kill Zhang Xuan. With this thought, Karen finally made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "All right, I'll do it. The people of Long Country dare to underestimate a Asan country. I will make him pay the price." The liaison smiled with satisfaction. "Go for it, champ. You will definitely succeed." Karen quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze falling upon a steep slope. There the trees were dense, the snow was deep, and nearby were a few fallen dead trees, making it an excellent ambush spot. He rushed to the top of the slope, unloaded his backpack, and took out climbing ropes, a short knife, and a homemade hunting bow, deftly setting up the trap. He firmly secured one end of the vine to the trunk of a fallen tree, and attached a sharp alloy spear to the other end. He set it up this way, and then that way. While arranging, he encouraged himself in his mind, I have a rapid recovery talent. Even if I get injured from his counterattack, as long as I'm not killed instantly, I can heal quickly. As long as he steps into the trap, I can successfully ambush him and definitely kill him. After setting up the trap, he crouched behind the tree trunk, gripping his hunting bow tightly, preparing the poisoned arrows, patiently waiting for Zhang Xuan's arrival. In the Asan Country live broadcast room, the audience instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, staring at the screen, repeatedly murmuring, Karen, go for it. Kill him. Let this bastard who dares to underestimate Asan Country pay the price. Zhang Xuan steadily followed the footprints left by Karen, his expression calm and unhurried, and it didn't take long before he arrived at the ambush point set by Karen. He glanced around and saw through all of Karen's arrangements. In the eyes of a top hunter, all traps leave traces. There is absolutely no perfect trap in the world. A crude trap with almost no merits. Zhang Xuan casually commented, then avoided the triggering area, found the structural weaknesses of the trap, and easily dismantled it. He stored the climbing rope and alloy spear into the Xian Guang mirror, then looked towards Karen's hiding place. Come out. Your trap is useless, and the tools belong to me now. No need to hide anymore. Karen was already stunned. He did not expect that the trap he meticulously designed could not even slow down Zhang Xuan's pace, and before it could serve any purpose, it was dismantled. Seeing no way to avoid it, he simply walked out from his hiding place. Long Country man, even if you break my trap, I will never admit defeat. Karen roared, launching the first attack, drawing his bow, and shooting an arrow in an instant. Zhang Xuan showed no signs of surprise. He slightly shifted his body and easily dodged the incoming wooden arrow, which thudded into the trunk behind him. His gaze was indifferent as he watched Karen rush towards him, making no unnecessary movements. With a single hand, he struck out like lightning, directly grabbing for Karen's wrist that held the knife. His speed, like a flash of lightning, showcasing the precision and ferocity of a top martial arts master. Karen's pupils constricted suddenly. He instinctively tried to dodge, but simply couldn't keep up with Zhang Xuan's speed. He had long feared Zhang Xuan's physical prowess, but he never expected the opponent's movements could be this fast, leaving him no opportunity to evade. Gritting his teeth, he used his other hand to strike fiercely at Zhang Xuan's face, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. I have rapid recovery talent. Even if you injure me more, I can heal quickly. I will endure. However, Karen was unfazed. His recovery talent was still operating, and the pain in his wrist was rapidly alleviating. Gritting his teeth, he used his other hand to strike fiercely at Zhang Xuan's face, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. I have rapid recovery talent. Even if you injure me more, I can heal quickly. I will endure this to the end. Endure? You are not qualified for that. Zhang Xuan's expression showed no fluctuations, casually striking out with a palm while lifting his knee. Karen's arm was hit, and another crack echoed as his ribs broke in several places. He lost his balance and fell into the snow, unable to resist any longer. He lay in the snow, covered in injuries, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he still glared fiercely at Zhang Xuan, despair creeping into his heart. You dare to kill me. The other chosen ones of Asan Country will definitely avenge me. Without a word, Zhang Xuan grasped Karen's neck with one hand, applying slight force to crush the latter's throat. Crack. Moments later, Karen completely lost his breath. At the same time, a nationwide announcement echoed through the realm. National luck announcement. Long Country's chosen one Zhang Xuan killed Asan Country's chosen one. Karen. Long Country's national luck 1. Asan Country's national luck 1. All members of Long Country slightly increased in overall quality. All members of Asan Country slightly decreased in overall quality. As the announcement rang out, the Asan Country command center fell into complete chaos. The commander slumped in his chair, his face filled with despair and anger. The Asan Country live broadcast room was filled with wails and curses, vowing to avenge Karen. In contrast, the Long Country live broadcast room erupted with excitement, the bullet screen filled with celebratory messages. Zhang Xuan is amazing. He saw through the trap at a glance and took the opponent's tools, dominating the entire scene. No wonder Zhang Xuan didn't activate privacy protection. He didn't need to hide his tracks at all. The prey locked onto by him cannot escape. Zhang Xuan is invincible. No rebuttals accepted. The survival mode has begun, presenting a monumental challenge to the chosen ones of all nations. No one can guarantee their survival until the end, not even the chosen ones of the Star-Spangled Nation, blessed by great fortune. Faced with multiple attackers, they may very well perish on the path of migration. Many chosen ones have already encountered each other, leading to battles. Some have unfortunately fallen, while others swiftly separated after brief encounters, opting not to fight to the death. The command centers of various countries are gathering intelligence on the chosen ones, yet no battle has garnered more attention than Zhang Xuan's hunt for Karen. After witnessing Zhang Xuan's pursuit of Karen, the faces of observers and analysts from various countries have grown somber. The highest commanders are equally grave, devoid of any joy from gathering intelligence. The gap in strength between them is too vast. Zhang Xuan hardly showcased any power. He didn't even use his lightning abilities. That Karen is truly useless, unable to even force Zhang Xuan to exert himself. It seems that to collect information on Zhang Xuan's combat abilities, we will need to send more people to test him, but this will inevitably raise the luck of the Dragon Nation. The increase in the Dragon Nation's luck is not a significant concern. As long as we can eliminate Zhang Xuan, the Dragon Nation will surely revert to its previous weakened state. At that point, won't we be able to deal with them however we wish? Indeed. The crucial issue now is how to eliminate Zhang Xuan. His strength is too formidable. If we do not eliminate him, our chosen ones will eventually fall under his hand. At this moment, the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance is convening an online meeting. Commanders from various countries are expressing their opinions, viewing Zhang Xuan as a dire threat, wishing to eliminate him post-haste. Colonel Meituan from the Eastern Island Nation ominously stated, "We cannot use our alliance's people to probe. We can drive away chosen ones from other countries, forcing them to encounter Zhang Xuan." The commander from Gaul glanced at Colonel Meituan and replied with a smile, "This idea is quite good, but there is one problem. The Dragon Nation's command center will surely discover our intentions. What if they allow Zhang Xuan to circumvent the chosen ones from other countries and directly attack our chosen ones?" John Bull's commander coldly remarked, "If we do not resolve this issue, our actions will merely provide Zhang Xuan with achievements. With his displayed physical prowess and speed, as long as he is within 100 kilometers, he could very well kill our chosen ones first. After killing our chosen ones, he could then turn to the chosen ones of other nations. If the plan fails, the Dragon Nation's luck may even soar, surpassing the Star-Spangled Nation. At that point, Zhang Xuan would be bolstered by the nation's luck, his overall abilities becoming even more formidable." Commander Hans Kat solemnly stated, "We Hans Kat were not originally part of the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance. If you merely wish for us to share the risk, I must decline. Having dealt with these Western pests for many years, the Hans Kat leadership knows just how unreliable they are. It is common for them to betray allies at critical moments, and scheming against partners is a daily occurrence." Previously influenced by several short-sighted leaders, Hans Kat formed a deep bond with some nations of the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the Luck battlefield, Hans Kat would surely have stood against the Dragon Nation in the third season. However, now Hans Kat is contemplating severing ties with the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance, though it cannot be completely done in a short time. There are simply too many traitors within the ranks, and often even decision-makers cannot act on their own. Currently, there is an opportunity for Hans Kat to completely sever ties with the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance, and that opportunity is Zhang Xuan. The commander of Hans Kat has already made up his mind. After this meeting, he will immediately contact the Dragon Nation, seeking ways to align with Zhang Xuan. As long as they can follow Zhang Xuan and gain some advantages, hunting down a few chosen ones from neutral nations and backstabbing a few from the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance, Hans Kat's luck will greatly improve. The increase in luck will also boost national strength, allowing Hans Kat to break free from the constraints of the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance and return to a path of free development. In the previous 2 rounds of the Luck battlefield, Hans Kat did not deliberately target the Dragon Nation. The commander of Hans Kat believes that as long as he presents the detailed plans of the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance to the Dragon Nation's supreme commander, an initial alliance can surely be formed. In response to the commander of Hans Kat's inquiry, Mike Howell smiled and said, "Mr. Hyde, your concerns are unfounded. We do not wish for Han's Nation to bear the risk. Instead, we aim to bring you along to share in the spoils from the Dragon Nation. If you do not wish to confront the Dragon Nation directly, you may target its vassal states. Baba Yang or Bei Bang are both excellent targets, and Luo Tuan Nation can be included as well." Upon hearing this, the commander of Hans Kat ceased to speak further and began focusing on intelligence gathering. After pacifying the commander of Hans Kat, Mike Howell sternly stated, "What is there to panic about? Even if Zhang Xuan is invincible, he is still human. He is not a god. His stamina and spirit will eventually be exhausted. We do not need to confront him. We just need to wear him down, set traps, and we will eventually exhaust him." He scanned the room, meticulously dissecting the plan. First, set traps in advance, placing numerous traps far from Zhang Xuan. Immediately mobilize all chosen ones in the alliance who are skilled in setting traps and concealing abilities to lay high-density lethal traps at all the mountain passes, narrow points, and supply points he may traverse. Poison thorn formations, paralysis mists, and ability-triggered bombs. We do not seek to injure him. We only wish to delay his progress, exhaust his stamina, and buy time for subsequent actions. Second, use others' strength to eliminate him. Coerce neutral nations with considerable combat strength to have their chosen ones drive away weaker neutral chosen ones, forcibly creating chaos. We do not require them to win. We only ask that they do their utmost to entangle Zhang Xuan. Even if it forces him to use his lightning abilities once and expend a bit of stamina, that would fulfill the mission. Lastly, keep a close eye on Hans Kat. Mike Howell coldly looked at the commander of Hans Kat. "Mr. Hyde, we allow you to refrain from participating in direct actions, but you must promise not to disclose any plans of the Alliance and not to communicate privately with the Dragon Nation. Should we discover any unusual movements from you, the Alliance will immediately concentrate all forces to hunt down Han's cats, chosen ones first before dealing with Zhang Xuan. Feel free to test whether Zhang Xuan's blade is quicker or the Alliance's wrath fiercer. This statement not only provided direction for dealing with Zhang Xuan, but also served as a warning to Han's cat. The commanders in the meeting room exhibited varied expressions, some nodded in agreement, while others still showed apprehension, but no one raised opposing opinions again. This was the only method to avoid a direct confrontation while potentially exhausting Zhang Xuan. The commander of Han's cat lifted his gaze slightly and replied nonchalantly, "I understand Han's cat will not initiate trouble, but we will not sacrifice ourselves for you." That said, he has already made up his mind to leak the plans to the Dragon Nation after the meeting. When it comes to nations, sometimes credibility cannot be upheld, especially when dealing with a group of countries known for their dishonesty. Commander Han's cat's execution capability is formidable. Before long, the command center of the Dragon Kingdom received intelligence from Han's cat and promptly forwarded it to Zhang Xuan. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but scoff, attempting to harm a top-tier hunter through traps, trying to exhaust a hidden one with cannon fodder, hoping to gain development time through various delaying tactics. He couldn't even begin to describe the foolishness of the anti-Dragon Kingdom alliance. In that case, let's see who can develop faster. Zhang Xuan muttered to himself and then stepped onto the tender green grassland. After exiting the snowy plateau, what lay ahead was an endless expanse of subarctic coniferous forest. The surrounding chill suddenly changed in nature, no longer the bone-chilling cold wind that cuts through the skin, but only a cool and refreshing breeze swirling around him. The temperature was much higher than in the snowy region, yet it still carried the unique dampness of the mountains and forests. As far as the eye could see, the endless subarctic coniferous forest stretched to the horizon, with spruces, larches, and firs standing tall and straight. The thick, dark green pine needles layered upon one another, casting a dappled light and shadow throughout the forest. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dried pine needles and decaying leaves, soft and dense underfoot, with occasional clusters of low-growing blueberries and more rhododendron bushes popping up sporadically, adorned with delicate light-colored flowers. A cool breeze swept through the treetops, stirring the sound of pine trees swaying, mingling with the bitter scents of grass and decaying leaves. It was desolate and expansive, presenting a stark contrast to the icy desolation of the snowy region. A cool breeze swept through the treetops, stirring the sound of pine trees swaying, mingling with the bitter scents of grass and decaying leaves. It was desolate and expansive, presenting a stark contrast to the icy desolation of the snowy region. Seeing that Zhang Xuan had finally emerged from the snowy plateau, the viewers in the live broadcast room immediately became excited. At last, the great Zhang Xuan has come out. It feels like the snowy plateau severely limited his performance. The environment of the snowy plateau is too harsh and resources are extremely scarce. Only Zhang Xuan could manage it. Just look at the other chosen ones. They are barely faring better than dogs. Indeed, now that he has left the snowy plateau and come to a resource-rich area with Zhang Xuan's abilities, he will surely fare even better. It's just a pity that the survival mode has begun. He can't stop to develop, otherwise with Zhang Xuan's strength, he might even turn survival into a vacation. Haha, you Dragon Kingdom people are too naive. Having grown accustomed to the snowy plateau life, you can't necessarily adapt to the subarctic life, let alone the other environments that lie ahead. Haha, you Dragon Kingdom people are too naive. Having grown accustomed to the snowy plateau life, you can't necessarily adapt to the subarctic life, let alone the other environments that you always come to sing his downfall, always opposing us. How many times have you been slapped in the face? Doesn't it hurt? Why can't you learn from your mistakes? Sorry, this is my first time in your Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room. I'm not familiar with past events, but I truly don't have high hopes for your Zhang Xuan contestant. He's too arrogant. Although he successfully hunted down the chosen one from the archaic nation, this arrogant personality will eventually lead him to hell. To hell. Even if my brother Xian falls into hell, it must be because there is no ruler among the dragons of hell. Well said. The great Zhang Xuan has conquered heaven. Oh, what hell is there? He will surely trample it. Even if my brother Xian falls into hell, it must be because there is no ruler among the dragons of hell. This phrase quickly became popular throughout the Dragon Kingdom, almost becoming a signature remark for describing Zhang Xuan. In the previous 2 rounds of National Fate Slaughter, all chosen ones on the snowy plateau were annihilated with not a single person able to escape. This round, a small portion of chosen ones survived thanks to thorough preparations. Yet even so, whether that small portion of chosen ones can survive and walk out of the snowy plateau remains uncertain. Mutated ferocious beasts, cold currents, avalanches. Such formidable obstacles await ahead, and during migration death could strike at any moment. So far, only Zhang Xuan has carved a path through thorns and successfully exited the snowy plateau, having accumulated 13 kills of chosen ones there. To say he is the conqueror of the snowy region is hardly an exaggeration. He took out a hunting bow from his spatial ring, strung it, and aimed at a wild chicken. Released the arrow. Swish. With a soft sound, the slender neck of the wild chicken was pierced by the arrow from dozens of paces away, firmly nailed to the ground. This feat stunned the viewers in the live broadcast room. Goodness! The great Zhang Xuan's archery is incredible. At such a distance, he can shoot with such precision using a hunting bow. He's simply a sharpshooter. If I'm not mistaken, this hunting bow should be the one used by the chosen one from the archaic nation Karen, crafted with ordinary materials. Its range and accuracy are quite poor. Yes, that Karen often uses this hunting bow for hunting, but unfortunately he hits the target only 1 out of 10 times, and even when he does, it's like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Zhang Xuan picked up the wild chicken, slit its throat to let it bleed, then skillfully set up a fire pit, boiled water to remove the feathers, and proceeded to gut and dismember it for cooking. Finally, he enjoyed the meal under the blazing sun without a worry about getting sunburned. After leaving the snowy plateau, Zhang Xuan's speed of absorbing sunlight did not noticeably increase. He felt that the rate of energy growth was very stable. Upon reflection, he figured out the reason. Many believe that in the cold environment of the snowy plateau, the sun's energy is weakened. In reality, this is not the case, at least for Zhang Xuan. The ubiquitous white snow on the snowy plateau acts as a natural reflector, preventing most sunlight from being absorbed by the ground, instead diffusing into the snow layer or reflecting elsewhere. In such an environment, he could actually absorb more sunlight. Many people suffer from snow blindness on the snowy plateau, likely for this reason. A pack of prairie hyenas seemed to have caught the scent of chicken soup appearing nearby and circling around Zhang Xuan, seemingly searching for his weakness. Woo! The hyena queen let out a whimper and commanded her underlings to pounce. With over a dozen hyenas, even though Zhang Xuan's physique is extraordinary, dealing with them would require considerable effort. However, he was feeling lazy after just eating and didn't want to move at all. In that moment, as if struck by inspiration, he suddenly howled loudly. Aha! Terrifying energy spread rapidly along the invisible sound waves, instantly reaching all the hyenas. The hyena at the forefront suddenly exploded, its flesh and skin bursting open and falling away from the bones, scattering across the grass. This fate seemed to act like a virus, quickly spreading to the other hyenas. In the blink of an eye, all the hyenas were reduced to wreckage by the terrifying sound waves. Viewers across various live broadcast rooms on Blue Star couldn't help but gasp. What the hell? Is this a skill? How terrifying. Just a howl has instantly killed over a dozen hyenas. It looks like the lion's roar from Stephen Chow's movies. The lion's roar is a roar, but the method of sound production is somewhat different. However, the power is equally terrifying. Hiss. The great Zhang Xuan is becoming less and less human. Less than human. What does that even mean? God. After exiting the snowy highlands, the next stretch was a narrow grassland with relatively flat terrain and few obstacles. Zhang Xuan decided to release the Cullinan from the Xianguang mirror and attempted to start it with fuel. The owner of this vehicle had encountered something unknown. The car key was still in the ignition, the driver's door was wide open, and there were some dark bloodstains inside, even revealing a severed finger in the crevices of the seat. The car body bore faint scratch marks resembling those left by human nails. Through these traces, Zhang Xuan formed a bold guess in his mind. Perhaps this was a vehicle from a zombie apocalypse. Where this car came from was not important. What mattered was whether it could still be started. Zhang Xuan pressed the start button, and the deep resonant roar of the engine instantly shattered the tranquility of the grassland. The 6-cylinder engine ran smoothly, and all the dashboard lights illuminated without any fault indications. This top luxury car was surprisingly intact, successfully igniting. He closed the door with a flick of his hand and gently pressed the accelerator. The massive vehicle surged forward smoothly, tracing a graceful arc across the soft, tender green grassland. Without the rugged, icy plains of the snowy region and the dense cover of coniferous forests, the flat and open terrain perfectly suited the performance of this luxury car. Zhang Xuan released the accelerator, letting the vehicle speed along with the wind pouring in through the slightly open window, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. He expended no effort at all, merely controlling the direction, allowing him to traverse the grassland at great speed, a stark contrast to the prior cautious trekking. Sunlight bathed the car, reflecting a cold, hard sheen. Zhang Xuan leaned back against the comfortable leather seat as the divine skill of photosynthesis continued to operate steadily, slowly generating energy. Even after a long journey, he felt no fatigue. In this situation, compared to the other chosen ones in the national fortune-killing ground, it was a world apart. At this moment, global live streams were broadcasting simultaneously, and the contrast on screen was nothing short of tragic. A chosen one from a certain country, crouched in the crevice of rocks, pale-faced and covered in beast scratches, barely surviving on compressed biscuits, while constantly alert to the sounds around him. The viewers from that country lamented in the live chat, filled with despair. Several chosen ones from another country had only managed to gather together to find that none were faring well, scheming over a small piece of lean meat, with even a female chosen one betraying her team. Many chosen ones from smaller nations found themselves either trapped in harsh terrain or being hunted by mutated beasts, facing peril at every turn. As the viewers watched Zhang Xuan's leisurely demeanor in the Cullinan, they were filled with indignation. It's infuriating. Does he think this is a vacation? This is a national fortune-killing ground. This Dragon Country person is truly despicable. Our country is still under threat from mutated beasts, and he dares to drive a car across the wasteland. Doesn't he fear attracting top predators? This mustn't be disclosed to our chosen ones, or they might break down and resort to suicide. Sai, why is it that this Zhang Xuan can effortlessly obtain food and equipment while easily slaying 11 enemies? The gap between our chosen ones and him is simply too vast. Damn it. Who will go destroy his car? I hate that car. If possible, it would be better to eliminate this guy. Don't worry. He won't be arrogant for long. The anti-Dragon Country Alliance won't allow him to continue thriving. The murmurs of the viewers from various countries rose and fell, interweaving emotions of envy, jealousy, and resentment. In contrast, the viewers from Dragon Country felt proud, watching their chosen one sail smoothly, filled with praise and pride. At that moment in the command room of Dragon Country, the communication control panel suddenly sounded an urgent alert. After a quick check, the staff reported to the commander, "We have received an urgent encrypted communication request from Bear Country. Verification passed. It is a signal with the highest authority from Bear Country's command center." The commander immediately ordered to connect, and the screen displayed the image from Bear Country's command center. In the image, the commander of Bear Country appeared grave with a look of anxiety in his eyes. Before the commander of Dragon Country could speak, he took the initiative to greet his tone-heavy Mr. Zhang. Long time no see. The commander smiled and replied, "It's been a while. Mr. Putov, you still maintain your charm. Congratulations." Putov forced a bitter smile and said helplessly, "Mr. Zhang, I am sorry to intrude, but I have a request. I hope Dragon Country can lend us Bear Country a helping hand." The commander did not hastily agree. He casually replied, "Oh, may I ask what trouble Bear Country is facing?" "Mr. Putov, please speak directly. We will certainly help if we can. It is like this matter is related to Star-Spangled Country." Mr. Putov's tone carried a trace of barely perceptible urgency. "Our chosen one Lev Bardis is currently being besieged by the chosen one Houghton Thorn from Star-Spangled Country." The commander of Dragon Country's command room's expression changed as he said sternly, "I deeply sympathize with the plight of your chosen ones. So what can Dragon Country do for you?" Putov recounted the details of the situation, then took a deep breath and quickly said, "Lev's combat power is already slightly inferior to Houghton Thorn's. The opponent set up traps and ambushes in advance. At this moment, Lev has been injured and is stuck deep in the coniferous forest with significant depletion of stamina and equipment. He can only hold on for another hour at most." After pausing, he continued, "We know that the chosen one Zhang Xuan from Dragon Country possesses extraordinary combat power and is currently in the vicinity. We are willing to offer a generous price. 5 types of drought-resistant crop seeds obtained from the National Fortune Killing Ground, 500 tons of each type. We only ask that Mr. Zhang Xuan can lend his support and rescue Lev. Our two countries have always been on good terms. The anti-Dragon Country Alliance is led by Star-Spangled Country. If Lev encounters misfortune, the forces of Star-Spangled Country will only become more arrogant, posing a threat to Dragon Country in the future. Mr. Zhang, please consider it carefully." The commander of Dragon Country's command room, after hearing this, frowned slightly and exchanged a quick glance with the advisor beside him, saying solemnly, "We have understood your request. This matter is of great importance, and whether to provide support or not must respect the wishes of our chosen one Zhang Xuan. We will immediately relay the situation to Zhang Xuan and provide you with a response as soon as possible." Putov nodded repeatedly and solemnly said, "Thank you. Time is running out. Lev can't hold on much longer." Soon Zhang Xuan received a communication request from Yitang. To save time, Yitang quickly recounted the situation and then reminded, "Zhang Xuan, this is not a coercive request. Your safety and pace of development take precedence. Whether to provide support is entirely up to you." Zhang Xuan lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, the engine still running steadily, the wind from the grassland brushing past his ears. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he gazed toward the coniferous forest indicated by the communicator, falling into deep thought. Not saving him could spare a lot of trouble and allow him to quickly reach the central area to seize the initiative. To save him would require altering his predetermined route, delaying some time, but if he could slay a few chosen ones from the anti-Dragon Country Alliance, that wouldn't be too bad. Moreover, the reward offered by Bear Country was quite sincere. Dragon Country was currently suffering greatly from the erosion of the National Fortune Killing Ground, with most of the arable land in the country troubled by drought. If he could obtain those 500 tons of drought-resistant seeds from the National Fortune Killing Ground, Dragon Country would surely experience a bountiful year next year, and many citizens might not have to go hungry. The most crucial aspect is that by slaying the chosen one, the national fortune is elevated, enhancing one's own strength while weakening that of the enemy. The sound of tapping fingers suddenly ceased, and the hesitation in Zhang Xuan's eyes completely faded, replaced by determination and cold resolve. He spoke solemnly into the video communication panel, his tone devoid of hesitation. "Tell Putov that I will go to rescue. Have their people hold on. But they must hold on. Otherwise, the external benefits will slip away." On the other end of the communication, Yi Tang paused momentarily, then quickly responded, "Received." I will immediately synchronize this to the command center and the Bear Nation. You must pay attention to safety. The number of the Chosen One team from the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance is unknown, and it is set with ambushes, so do not be careless. Additionally, according to the positioning display, you are nearly 100 kilometers away from the coniferous forest where Lev is trapped with over 80 kilometers of dense forest that the Cullinan cannot traverse, so you must proceed on foot. I understand. Zhang Xuan replied lightly, and after hanging up the communication, he gradually pressed down on the brake, bringing the massive Cullinan to a steady stop at the junction of the grassland and the forest. He pushed open the car door, casually took out the Xianlight mirror, and with a thought stored the Cullinan within it before activating the privacy protection. Then he lifted his legs and sprinted, wildly charging into the dense coniferous forest like an arrow released from the branches and leaves intertwined within the forest. The light dimmed, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves that rustled underfoot, but this did not affect his speed in the slightest. He nimbly maneuvered between the tree trunks, avoiding thick branches and low shrubs, his feet touching the ground as lightly as a flying swallow, leaving only a faint afterimage behind, moving at an astonishing speed. For a distance of 100 kilometers, an ordinary Chosen One would need at least 3 to 4 hours to cover it. Even if the road conditions were good enough to drive, it would still take nearly an hour. However, Zhang Xuan, with his extraordinary physique, sped along with only the howling wind and the chirping of birds in his ears, the scenery rapidly retreating behind him, moving faster than a car. His gaze was sharp, constantly alert to the movements around him. The forest of the National Fortune's battlefield was never short of mutated ferocious beasts, especially deep within the coniferous forest where danger lurked at every turn. Sure enough, less than 20 kilometers ahead, a dark shadow suddenly sprang from behind a tree trunk, its gaping maw dripping with a foul stench, charging straight at Zhang Xuan's back. The shadow was robust, covered in black scales with sharp claws glinting coldly. It was a mutated black-scaled leopard, its size comparable to a lion, moving with extreme swiftness, clearly one of the top predators of this forest. Zhang Xuan did not turn around, relying solely on his hearing. He pinpointed the black-scaled leopard's location, his footsteps pausing slightly as he evaded the attack, countering with a powerful punch. The punch whistled through the air, carrying overwhelming force, and struck the black-scaled leopard's head with a resounding impact. Crack! With a crisp sound, the leopard's skull was instantly shattered, black blood splattering forth, its massive body crashing heavily onto the fallen leaves, twitching a few times before falling still. Congratulations to the Chosen One of the Dragon Nation, Zhang Xuan, for slaying a black-scaled leopard one, triggering a 10,000-fold return, which has been allocated to the official reserve area of the Dragon Nation for unified control. A system prompt echoed in his mind, but Zhang Xuan's expression remained unchanged as he casually stored the leopard's corpse into the Xianlight mirror, his footsteps never faltering as he continued to rush deeper into the coniferous forest. To him now, this large, mutated, ferocious beast was merely an ant that could be easily crushed, unable to block his path. Along the way, he encountered several waves of mutated, ferocious beasts. There were massive, mutated wild boars, extremely swift, mutated pythons, and camouflaged, mutated, venomous spiders. Each one was highly aggressive and could pose a lethal threat to other Chosen Ones, but before Zhang Xuan, they were all easily dispatched. From time to time, a return prompt would trigger, and in less than half an hour it helped the Dragon Nation acquire tons of meat. Mr. Zhang Xuan is too formidable. In less than half an hour, he has slain 6 mutated ferocious beasts, and the returns keep getting more generous. Putov exclaimed. He already knew that Zhang Xuan was heading to the battlefield to rescue his fellow Chosen One Lev, but due to Zhang Xuan activating privacy protection, he could not see Zhang Xuan's progress. However, from the frequency of returns, he could infer that Zhang Xuan's speed of movement was incredibly fast. Some predators could not possibly appear in the same area as both sides had territorial boundaries, and once they encountered each other, it would be a fight to the death. With Comrade Zhang Xuan, here our Dragon Nation will surely overcome this crisis. With these returns, the domestic material shortages will be greatly alleviated and many citizens will no longer have to worry about going hungry. Mr. Zhang, the chief commander, looked at the fluctuating data on the screen with a slight smile of satisfaction, his gaze directed towards Zhang Xuan's location, and he spoke solemnly. Continue to closely monitor the enemy's movements and battle conditions, and always be prepared for intelligence support. We must not disrupt Comrade Zhang Xuan's combat rhythm. At this moment, Zhang Xuan was still charging at full speed. His breathing was steady, showing no signs of fatigue, and the energy within him, continuously nourished by photosynthesis, remained at peak condition. The Chosen Ones of the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance were still unaware that a deadly crisis was rapidly approaching their encirclement. Time passed second by second, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had already gone by. Zhang Xuan's pace gradually slowed as he gazed towards the dense forest ahead, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. The signs of battle nearby indicated that he was nearing the encirclement set by the Chosen Ones of the Star-Spangled Nation. His extraordinary spirit and 5 senses allowed him to hear the sounds of fighting and shouting from a distance, as well as Lev's muffled groans of pain. He slowly restrained his aura, lightened his footsteps, and glided through the tree trunks like a ghost cautiously moving towards the direction of the sounds of battle. The ambush set by the chosen ones of the Star-Spangled Nation was extremely concealed, with traps laid all around. If he was not careful, his presence would be revealed. Zhang Xuan's gaze was sharp as he carefully observed the surrounding environment, dismantling various traps one by one, collecting all useful tools and supplies, inching closer to the core area of the encirclement. The sounds of battle ahead grew clearer, and he vaguely saw several figures entangled in combat among the trees, one of which was a tall figure covered in wounds, blood-soaked clothing. It was Lev Bardis, the chosen one of the Bear Nation, who was currently surrounded by 4 chosen ones from the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance, his injuries increasing and his breath growing weaker, clearly at the end of his strength. Not far away on a tree trunk stood another figure, arms crossed, watching the struggle below with an indifferent expression. It was Horton Thorn, the chosen one of the Star-Spangled Nation. Surrounding them were 6 others from different countries, all belonging to the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance. A glimmer of murderous intent passed through Zhang Xuan's eyes as he locked onto Horton Thorn. The fierce struggle below continued unabated. Lev, drenched in blood, gripped a damaged alloy combat knife, expending the last ounce of his strength to fend off the assault of 4 chosen ones. Each block drained his stamina significantly. His arms had long gone numb. His vision began to blur, and blood continuously spilled from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he could not hold out much longer. He had been hiding all the way, being found, counterattacking, and escaping, then hiding again, only to be found once more. If it weren't for his enemies valuing their own lives and not wanting to push him too hard, he would never have survived to this moment. Haha, Lev, stop struggling, sneered a burly chosen one, swinging a heavy alloy battle axe down onto Lev's shoulder. Give up resisting, and perhaps we can grant you a swift end. Waste, I'm talking to you, stop playing dead. Lev roared in anger, dodging to the side, his alloy combat knife slicing toward the opponent's calf, only to be easily avoided. A powerful punch then struck his chest, causing Lev to grunt as he staggered back a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he heavily leaned against a tree trunk, unable to retaliate any longer. In the rear, Horton Thorn slowly spoke, his tone filled with arrogance and disdain. Lev, your strength is quite decent. Unfortunately, you are all alone now. No one can save you. Surrender early, and perhaps you can maintain some dignity. Otherwise, you'll die a very ugly death. Just then, Zhang Xuan walked over slowly, his footsteps light and soundless. It was only when he stood a dozen meters away from the encirclement that he smiled and said, "No one can save him." What a sudden voice, causing everyone to freeze instantly. The 4 chosen ones surrounding Lev immediately halted their movements and turned to look at Zhang Xuan, their eyes filled with vigilance and astonishment. Horton Thorn abruptly turned around, locking his gaze on Zhang Xuan, his brows knitted tightly, his tone laced with a hint of doubt and contempt. Who are you? Dare to meddle in matters of our Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance? You're seeking death. Dragon Nation Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan replied nonchalantly, his tone devoid of any ripples. Zhang Xuan. Horton Thorn was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke, his mocking tone filled with derision. FCK. So it's you, the lucky dog? I thought who it was, just relying on a bit of luck, picking up a broken vehicle and killing a few chosen ones, and you dare to be arrogant in front of us. You're too arrogant. A chosen one from the East Island immediately echoed, his tone sharp and sinister. Yost, my informant told me that this Zhang Xuan relies entirely on the favor of the national fortune, having killed some of our Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance's chosen ones. Today I finally have the chance to take revenge for them. My informant also said he has high attributes and advised me to avoid him. Another chosen one from a small Eastern European country scoffed, tightening his grip on his weapon, his tone fearful, yet trying to sound fierce. I didn't expect him to come right to us today, just perfect for killing him. Not only can we weaken the Dragon Nation's fortune, but we can also make a name for ourselves in the fortune-killing arena. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Horton Thorn's smile faded, his gaze turning cold as he stared intently at Zhang Xuan, threatening. Zhang Xuan, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Lev is undoubtedly going to die today. If you dare intervene, you'll accompany. The Star-Spangled Nation has always preferred to use its little brothers as pawns. Although they belong to the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance, the intelligence held by the chosen ones of the Star-Spangled Nation is clearly different from that of other countries in the Alliance. Horton knew how formidable Zhang Xuan was. His informant provided very detailed intelligence. Therefore, he was quite wary of Zhang Xuan, much more so than he appeared. The other chosen ones present had vague information because the Star-Spangled Nation had pressured their countries, prohibiting them from providing detailed intel to avoid fostering a war-averse sentiment. Leaning against the tree trunk, Lev's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope upon hearing Zhang Xuan, but when he saw that Zhang Xuan was alone against 7 opponents, that glimmer of hope instantly dimmed. He weakly said, Mr. Zhang Xuan, you should leave quickly. They are numerous and you are no match for them. Don't sacrifice yourself for me. In Lev's view, no matter how strong Zhang Xuan was, he couldn't possibly deal with 7 chosen ones from the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance at once. Moreover, Horton's strength was among the top tier of all chosen ones. Zhang Xian's lone arrival was undoubtedly seeking death. Zhang Xian surveyed Horton and the others, a slight smile appearing. Since I'm already here, it wouldn't be right not to have a fight. Come at me all at once. I'm in a hurry. Seeking death. Horton Thorne was completely enraged, roaring as he barked at the chosen ones beside him, his tone furious and flamboyant. All of you attack. Kill him. As soon as the words fell, two chosen ones immediately rushed forward, one wielding an alloy long knife, the other carrying an alloy war hammer, charging towards Zhang Xian. With a fierce momentum, the glint of blades and the shadows of hammers intertwining, bringing a fierce wind that pressed directly towards Zhang Xian's vital points. Compared to the previous 11, the strength of these two was even greater. The fortune-killing arena had many opportunities, and most chosen ones' strengths would improve every day. Only those particularly unlucky ones would stagnate. It was precisely for this reason that these chosen ones from the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance were so confident. Horton and the others spread out, noticing Zhang Xian surrounded. Their expressions were indifferent, their eyes filled with disdain, believing that these two chosen ones were enough to deal with Zhang Xian and that they didn't even need to intervene. Lev clenched his fists tightly, his heart in his throat, filled with worry. He was even prepared to witness Zhang Xian's fall with his own eyes. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. Faced with the assault of the two, Zhang Xian stood still, his body unmoving. He casually raised his hand and effortlessly seized the two alloy weapons attacking him. With a light push forward, the handles of the weapons collided heavily against their respective owners' chests. Crack! With a crisp sound accompanied by the screams of the chosen ones, the chests of the two instantly caved in, their bodies flying backward like kites, with broken strings crashing heavily against the tree trunk, losing their breath on the spot, with no chance to struggle. In merely 2 seconds, two chosen ones from the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance were easily slain by Zhang Xian, dying swiftly and cleanly, without a trace of hesitation. Horton Thorne's expression changed dramatically, his pupils constricting, his eyes filled with disbelief, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. He knew Zhang Xian was strong, but he never expected him to be this powerful. Two chosen ones whose strengths were not much less than his had initiated the attack, yet they couldn't even withstand a single move, being instantly killed in one blow. At this moment, Zhang Xian hadn't even drawn his own weapon. The remaining 5 chosen ones from the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance were all trembling in fear, their faces pale, their earlier arrogance completely vanished. Looking at Zhang Xian was akin to seeing a devil, filled with terror and horror, and their steps involuntarily retreated. How is this possible? A chosen one from a small Eastern European nation stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief. How could he be so strong? This is impossible. Horton Thorne abruptly snapped back to awareness, his face darkening, as if dripping with storm clouds. A shock blazed unmasked in his eyes as he locked his gaze upon Zhang Xian, his voice hoarse and laced with incredulous panic. Fuck. Just how much power have you been concealing? This is impossible. How could you possibly be this strong? Your chief. Lev, leaning against the tree trunk, stood utterly dumbfounded, forgetting the searing agony racking his body, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes blazing with disbelief. He blinked hard twice to confirm he wasn't hallucinating. The man before him, the Dragon Nation's Zhang Xian, possessed terrifying, overwhelming strength. In an instant, he had slain 2 opponents without even drawing a weapon, a feat that dwarfed Horton's capabilities by leagues. Mr. Zhang Xian, he's truly this formidable. Lev murmured to himself, his earlier dread dissolving instantly into rapture and profound reverence. He knew he was saved, and the Bear Nation would lose no national fortune points today. Zhang Xian brushed his palms together, his tone unruffled, as if he'd just crushed 2 insignificant insects rather than 2 chosen ones. I told you all to attack together. Why didn't you listen? His voice remained calm, but to Horton and the others it struck like the sharpest blade, piercing straight through their pride and lodging deep within their hearts. Horton trembled violently with rage, a flicker of madness flashing across his eyes. He knew, if he failed to eliminate Zhang Xian today, not only would Lev remain unsaved, but every one of them would perish here, and the Anti-Dragon Alliance would suffer irreparable disgrace. Everyone attack now. Horton Thorne roared, surging forward, first raising his weapon and slashing down with savage force toward Zhang Xian. I refuse to believe you can hold off 5 of us alone. Triple strike. The remaining 4 chosen ones gritted their teeth and charged alongside him, swinging their weapons into the encirclement. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Xian's eyes. Horton's weapon shimmered faintly with white light, unmistakably a transcendent skill drawn from a treasure chest. Yet his expression remained unchanged. With a subtle sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Horton's blow. Transcendent skills varied widely. Horton's triple strike merely amplified the lethality and fluidity of ordinary attacks. To Zhang Xian, a peerless master of martial arts, even the most devastating, seamless strikes of ordinary fighters brimmed with fatal openings. As he dodged the triple strike, he casually loosed a bolt of lightning. With a thunderous crack, Horton screamed and collapsed to the ground. Once Horton fell, Zhang Xian paid him no further heed. Darting with uncanny agility, he evaded every assault while countering with devastating precision. each strike radiating immense lethal force. One chosen one lunged at Zhang Xuan, only to be sent flying by a single kick. His legs shattered on impact, he lay motionless, life extinguished. Another attempted a stealth strike from behind, driving an alloy short blade toward Zhang Xuan's spine, only for Zhang Xuan to thrust two fingers like a sword, shattering the man's throat and ending him instantly. The last two lasted no longer. Their talents appeared unremarkable. Indeed, they failed to manifest any discernible combat effect. Boom, crack, screams, wails echoed relentlessly through the forest. National fortune announcement: Zhang Xuan of the Dragon Nation has slain Horton Thorn of the Star-Striped Nation. Dragon Nation's national fortune increases by 1. Star-Striped Nation's national fortune decreases by 1. All citizens of the Dragon Nation experience a slight enhancement in comprehensive quality. All citizens of the Star-Striped Nation experience a slight decline. National fortune announcement: Zhang Xuan of the Dragon Nation has slain Watanabe Heretic of the Eastern Island Nation. Dragon Nation's national fortune increases by 1. Eastern Island Nation's national fortune decreases by 1. All citizens of the Dragon Nation experience a slight enhancement in comprehensive quality. All citizens of the Eastern Island Nation experience a slight decline. National fortune announcement: Zhang Xuan of the Dragon Nation has slain Bonds Barca of the Maple Leaf Nation. Dragon Nation's national fortune increases by 1. Maple Leaf Nation's national fortune decreases by 1. All citizens of the Dragon Nation experience a slight enhancement in comprehensive quality. All citizens of the Maple Leaf Nation experience a slight decline. Announcements rang out in rapid succession, sending global live streams into absolute pandemonium. Chat scrolls surged like tidal waves, each line saturated with raw, unfiltered emotion from nations worldwide. In the Dragon Nation stream, the already fervent atmosphere exploded to its zenith. Crimson chat flooded the screen, dense, unbroken, pulsing with jubilation and pride. Holy hell, is Master Zhang Xuan that godlike? Taking on 5 at once like it's child's play. Triple strike. A joke before Master Zhang Xuan. That sidestep, absolutely breathtaking. National fortune 5. Comprehensive quality, uplifted. May Master Zhang Xuan forever protect our Dragon Nation. I was actually worried Master Zhang Xuan might be overwhelmed, but clearly I overthought it. The Anti-Dragon Alliance. They've come here only to offer their heads. Who dares claim our Dragon Nation's chosen ones are weak? Step forward. Is that failure Horton worthy of being called the Star-Striped Nation's strongest? Master Zhang Xuan, forever unmatched. Please, Master Zhang Xuan, keep striking. Eradicate every wretch in the Anti-Dragon Alliance. Many netizens captured screenshots of the announcements, overlaid them with the phrase, Rise of the Dragon Nation, and shared them feverishly. Comments overflowed with uniform praise. Master Zhang Xuan's might is awe-inspiring. Victory for the Dragon Nation is inevitable. The Star-Striped Nation stream descended into utter silence, then erupted into a torrent of fury and despair dominated by black and gray chat. Fuck, Horton, that useless fool. 5 against 1, and he still couldn't defeat a single Dragon Nation citizen. Worse, he led the charge. It's over. National fortune reduced again. Comprehensive quality diminished too. Is the Star-Striped Nation doomed? Cheating. It must be cheating. That Dragon Nation man used illicit means. There's no other explanation for such strength. Damn Zhang Xuan. I'll kill him myself. The Eastern Island Nation stream was even more harrowing, filled with wails and venomous curses. Heretican, how could you fall so easily? You were our Eastern Island Nation's last hope. Bakairu, Demon Zhang Xuan, daring to slay our Eastern Island Nation's chosen one. You will pay dearly. National fortune decreased again. At this rate, we'll soon be dragged down to the Dragon Nation's level. The Anti-Dragon Alliance is nothing but a pack of pig teammates. That idiot Horton doomed us all. Why? Why are our Eastern Island Nation's chosen ones so weak? Why are the Dragon Nation's chosen ones so overwhelmingly powerful? Viewers flooded the chat with vicious curses, yet none could reverse Watanabe Heretic's death or the irreversible loss of national fortune. The Maple Leaf Nation stream echoed with similar lamentations, its citizens' morale collapsing entirely. Compared to the Star-Striped and Eastern Island Nations, the Maple Leaf Nation possessed fewer people, weaker chosen ones, and consistently low national fortune, relying heavily on allies where every point was precious. Bonds Barca, now fallen, had ranked among the Maple Leaf Nation's most gifted chosen ones. His death thus dealt a catastrophic blow. Bonds, you've disappointed us terribly. We placed such faith in you, yet you couldn't withstand even a... What manner of monster is Zhang Xuan of the Dragon Nation? His power defies human limits. The Anti-Dragon Alliance stands no chance against the Dragon Nation. Let's withdraw immediately, or risk total annihilation. We're finished, utterly finished. The Maple Leaf Nation will sink into obscurity. Meanwhile, the Bear Nation's stream rang with jubilation, chat ablaze with gratitude, admiration for Zhang Xuan, and relief for Lev's rescue. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Xuan. Thank you, Dragon Nation, for saving Lev and rescuing our Bear Nation. Mr. Zhang Xuan is incomparably mighty. defeating 5 foes single-handedly. This is the true strength of the Dragon Nation. Lev is safe. Our Bear Nation won't lose a single point of national fortune. From now on, the Dragon Nation is our Bear Nation's closest ally. Any who dare harm the Dragon Nation, we Bear Nation will oppose them first. Master Zhang Xuan is simply magnificent. Please, Dragon Nation, lend us Master Zhang Xuan briefly to cleanse our Bear Nation's enemies. Lev's family wept uncontrollably in the stream, bowing repeatedly toward the screen in profound gratitude for Zhang Xuan's life-saving intervention. Neutral nations, those who had refused to join the anti-dragon alliance, watched in stunned silence torn between awe and cautious observation. My God, Zhang Xuan of the Dragon Nation, is his power truly this terrifying? 5 chosen ones slain in an instant. Its sheer crushing dominance. The Dragon Nation's national fortune keeps rising. Clearly it's ascending, and we must cultivate strong ties. The anti-dragon alliance has suffered total ruin. 5 chosen ones eliminated, national fortune devastated. They'll never dare provoke the Dragon Nation lightly again. It seems the world's geopolitical order will be reshaped by this one man from the Dragon Nation. Nations hostile to the Dragon Nation, yet too fearful to join the alliance, were seized by panic. Their streams overflowed with anxiety and dread. We're doomed. If Zhang Xuan is this strong, will our nation be next? The Dragon Nation grows ever stronger. We stand no chance against them. We should never have opposed the Dragon Nation. Now it's too late to regret. We must seek peace with the Dragon Nation immediately, or face elimination. At that moment, another system announcement resonated, its tone carrying an unusual rare inflection. National fortune announcement: within an exceptionally short span, Zhang Xuan of the Dragon Nation has defeated 5 chosen ones single-handedly, setting the record for fastest consecutive solo kills in the national fortune arena. Achievement unlocked: Pentakill Frenzy. Reward: Dragon Nation's national fortune increases by 2. All citizens of the Dragon Nation experience a significant enhancement in comprehensive quality. Unlock exclusive national talent: Dragon Blood. Dragon Blood: all citizens of the Dragon Nation experience dramatically improved digestion when consuming flesh of mutated ferocious beasts or spirit herbs. In the forest, Zhang Xuan gazed at the 5 cold corpses on the ground, his expression remaining calm, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood that had occasionally splattered on his fingertips, turning his gaze towards Lev, who was leaning against the trunk of a tree, and asked in a still calm tone, "Can you still walk?" Lev came to his senses and hurriedly struggled to get up, grinning as he replied, "I won't die, I brought medicine." "Then we shall meet again, and I wish you good luck." Zhang Xuan nodded slightly, said no more, and turned to walk deeper into the forest. Watching Zhang Xuan walk away, Lev looked up at the sky and said gratefully, "Brothers, you all saw it. This brother from the Dragon Country saved my life. Without him, I would have been killed today by the scum of the Anti-Dragon Country Alliance." The existence of the Anti-Dragon Country Alliance is a disgrace to humanity, and the ambitions of the Star-Spangled Nation threaten the future of all countries. I advise those nations in the Anti-Dragon Country Alliance: if you continue to follow the Star-Spangled Nation, there will only be 2 outcomes. Either you succeed in laughing to the end, but ultimately become fodder for the Star-Spangled Nation's rise, or you will be crushed by the heroes of the Dragon Country and completely exit the arena of national fortunes. I believe the latter is far more likely than the former. Lev's final words plunged many into deep thought, especially the citizens of the Anti-Dragon Country Alliance, who seemed to have an epiphany, faintly sensing the threat from the Star-Spangled Nation. According to the style of the Star-Spangled Nation, if one day the external enemies are completely eliminated, this country, created by various criminals, will surely extend its wicked hand towards its allies. Are Horton and the others useless? 6 against 1, and they still took so long. A certain observer shamefully replied, "Sorry, General, we miscalculated." Are Horton and the others useless? 6 against 1, and they still took so long. A certain observer shamefully replied, "Sorry, General, we miscalculated Zhang Xuan's speed of movement." As you know, 100 kilometers is already very far, especially in dense forests where movement speed is definitely limited. No one knows how he did it. His physical attributes might be higher than we estimated. In the previous rounds of the National Fortune Arena, there were individuals who eventually piled their physical attributes to over 200 points. Excluding enhancement talents related to strength and speed, the power and speed of chosen ones of the same rank do not differ much, so physical attributes can be inferred from external performance. However, Zhang Xuan possesses the experience of a top hunter. Calling him the god of hunting is not an exaggeration. No matter the environment, he can minimize its impact. This is the result of countless exercises and dreams. Outsiders do not know this, so they naturally fail to consider this aspect of influence. Mike Howell said with a darkened face, "Immediately release an announcement stating that Lev's words are slander against our Star-Spangled Nation and demand the Bear Nation to issue an apology. Otherwise, the Star-Spangled Nation and its allies will impose sanctions on the Bear Nation." The efficiency of the Star-Spangled Nation staff is very high, and the Foreign Ministry's announcement quickly informed However, in the face of the Star-Spangled Nation's threats, Commander Plutov of the Bear Nation showed complete disdain, publicly stating, "Hasn't the Star-Spangled Nation been sanctioning us all along? What else do they plan to do for sanctions? To be honest, I've already gotten used to it. Hopefully they can play some new tricks." Unaware of the turmoil on Blue Star, Zhang Xuan continued to advance towards the central area according to the route replanned by the command room. While on the move, he collected treasure chests and various heavenly materials. After the survival mode was activated, the refreshed density of treasure chests and heavenly materials had indeed increased significantly. In just one day, Zhang Xuan found 3 treasure chests and 2 types of exotic fruits. The 2 types of exotic fruits enhanced his physical attributes, being among the most common heavenly materials. After harvesting them, he consumed them directly, increasing his physical attributes by another 3 points. The 3 treasure chests were opened directly. The first chest contained a military tent and an enchanted dagger. The second chest yielded a fireball spell scroll, and the third chest revealed a pair of fine gold bracers. Enchanted dagger, a dagger enhanced with sharpness and tearing runes capable of causing penetrating and bleeding. Fireball spell scroll, learn the fireball spell upon use. Fine gold bracers provide a certain degree of wrist defense. The equipment in the National Fortune Arena is very powerful, but unlike equipment in games, it does not have specific values and can only mitigate a portion of attack and defense with the actual effect, depending on the situation. Zhang Xuan stored the enchanted dagger in his spatial ring, equipped the fine gold bracers directly, and then opened the fireball spell scroll. The learning process was the same as the arc he had obtained before. The moment he opened the scroll, he naturally grasped the method of casting the fireball spell, and under the effect of his talent of universal mastery, the quality was directly upgraded by 1 level, transforming from the rare skill fireball spell to the epic skill flame power. Tisk, can the fireball spell also be rated as a rare skill? Zhang Xuan mused while stroking his chin. It seems that skills with fixed casting methods are all rare skills. Only skills like lightning power and flame power, which have more flexible casting methods, are rated as epic skill. As night fell, Zhang Xuan found an open area to set up his Cullinan, preparing to spend the night in the vehicle. This Cullinan is a 5-seater with the rear seats able to fold down, connecting to the trunk, offering a spacious interior. Sleeping on the seats is far more comfortable than in a tent. In the subarctic coniferous forest, the density of mutated ferocious beasts is high, and various beast roars can be heard throughout the night. Yet Zhang Xuan is completely unconcerned. Even though he sleeps lightly, he treats the sounds as if he hadn't heard them. He slept until the sun was high in the sky, well past the cooldown of his talent. To his surprise, he found he could still absorb sunlight. Glancing at his attribute panel, he discovered that the divine skill photosynthesis was still active and had not disappeared due to the talent cooldown. Zhang Xuan was overjoyed, and after careful thought, he understood the reason. It seems that this photosynthesis belongs to the lower tier divine skills, so it only requires 1 mark to synthesize into a complete permanent skill. Photosynthesis can allow him to grow endlessly stronger, but it requires a lot of time. I counted carefully from yesterday until now, excluding the benefits from national fortune growth and the consumption of heavenly materials, my physical attributes have only increased by 1 point. In other words, photosynthesis can only increase physical attributes by 1 point each day. In a year, it can only increase by 365 points. And if there are many rainy days, it may not even increase that much. In the long run, this skill has a very high growth ceiling, but the premise is that one must live long enough. Compared to other methods, this yield is clearly not worthy of the title of divine skill, so it is not surprising that it only requires 1 mark for synthesis. No matter how you put it, photosynthesis is undoubtedly a blessing. Zhang Xuan activated his innate talent and instantly acquired a new divine skill. He glanced at his attribute panel, chosen 1. Zhang Xuan national fortune belongs to Long Country, 59. Physique 152, an ordinary adult is 10. Spirit 121, an ordinary adult is 10. Talent mastery of all techniques, skills, absolute evasion 16. Child of destiny 19. Hardworking 12. Dreaming of the Tao 19. All-knowing map 16. Willingness to engage 19. Iron will 13. Multiple casting 13. Follow the clue 19. Lightning power epic Eye of God mythical deep stealth epic photosynthesis instantaneous travel. Zhang Xuan's eyes widened and his breath became heavy. Is this the skill of instantaneous travel? But I wonder how much it consumes. He steadied his mind, locking his gaze on a hillside several kilometers away. The terrain there was flat, perfectly positioned at the furthest point of his sight, making it an ideal spot to test his divine skill. With a thought, he silently activated the instantaneous travel skill, feeling no significant depletion of spiritual power. Even the fluctuations in his physique were minimal. It was as if he was enveloped by a gentle spatial force, and in an instant the scenery before him twisted and overlapped, and the next moment he was firmly standing on the hillside. The consumption is so low. Zhang Xuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He raised his hand and tried again, this time teleporting directly to a giant rock 1,000 meters away, still feeling no noticeable consumption. The value on the spiritual power panel barely fluctuated by 1, quickly replenished by the energy from photosynthesis. Thinking it over, it made sense for the consumption to be low. The reason a divine skill is deemed divine is that it defies logic and breaks the rules. For a deity, such instantaneous movement might be as simple as a thought. For an ordinary person to achieve this, they would need to master spatial laws and possess the power to break space. This is a requirement as daunting as climbing to the heavens. If one could achieve this, they would be considered a deity. Anyone who reaches that realm could do it regardless of the skill itself. This means that mastering instantaneous movement through such a means is quite ordinary. If it is such an ordinary thing, why bestow upon it the title of a divine skill? However, if one cannot reach that realm, yet can achieve instantaneous movement at a minimal cost, then it becomes quite extraordinary. Only such a capability deserves the title of divine skill. It is like many martial arts and novels that claim to be divine skills, but for many they are utterly unattainable. What kind of divine skill is that? The ability to transform the rotten into the miraculous is what truly earns the title of divine skill. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but grin. With this instantaneous travel, whether for travel, avoiding danger, or launching surprise attacks, he would be like a tiger with wings. The scene just now was synchronously broadcasted in the world livestream, right before the eyes of audiences from various countries. In the long country livestream, viewers were all left dumbfounded. What the hell? What was that just now? Did I see it wrong? Instantaneous travel. It's instantaneous travel. Zhang Xuan actually obtained the divine skill of instantaneous travel. My goodness, just one step and he's miles away without even a pause. That's outrageous. Looks like the consumption is really low. He used it twice in a row and seems completely unaffected. The long country is rising. Zhang Xuan is forever legend. With this divine skill, who could ever harm him again? The national fortune value is going to rise. It definitely will rise. The long country will prevail. The comments were flooding and all filled with excited shouts. In contrast, the various live streams of the Anti-Long Country Alliance had exploded, filled with grievances and curses that nearly overflowed the screen. In the live stream of the Star-Spangled Country, viewers were furious, their comments scrolling wildly. Cheating. Zhang Xuan is definitely cheating. How could he suddenly gain the divine skill of instantaneous travel? It's so unfair. The master of national fortune must be biased towards the long country. Why does Zhang Xuan get such a divine skill? I refuse to accept this. It must be that the long country pulled some strings, tampering with the chosen one's attribute panel. Damn Zhang Xuan, damn long country, they will be eliminated sooner or later. In the live stream of the East Island country, it was a scene of wailing and fury, with some smashing their screens and others frantically typing. What the hell? Zhang Xuan, how could he have such a bug-level divine skill? The master of national fortune is definitely too biased. Our East Island country's chosen one can only obtain ordinary skills, while that Zhang Xuan gets such divine skills. There must be some insider information. The national fortune slaughterhouse might just be the work of the long country. You're right. Countries around the world should unite to eliminate the long country. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. We demand the master of national fortune to re-evaluate Zhang Xuan's attributes. In the live streams of the Anti-Long Country Alliance, the scene was identical. Viewers were enraged, cursing Zhang Xuan for cheating and the master of national fortune for bias. Some even initiated petitions to revoke Zhang Xuan's status as the chosen one, but all of this was in vain. Zhang Xuan stood atop the giant rock, gazing at the distant mountains and forests, a confident smile spreading across his lips. With instantaneous travel, he could reach the central area at a faster pace. Arriving early at the central area would allow him to set up in advance and better utilize the environmental advantages. If he could turn the central area into a home ground, would the chosen ones of the Anti-Long Country Alliance have any chance to survive? Having previously killed those 6 chosen ones and completed 2 national fortune tasks, I received 2 national fortune gift packs. Never mind, I'll open them when I get to the central area. With a thought, Zhang Xuan activated instantaneous travel again. His figure flickered and vanished from atop the giant rock. Time after time, he was simply miraculous. In just a short while, he had covered 200 kilometers. His physical and spiritual energies were already over half depleted, but with the aid of photosynthesis, their recovery speed was very fast. It wouldn't be long before they were fully restored. It seems if I work hard, I can reach the central area today. In the command center of the Star-Spangled Country, Mike Howell wore a look of utter disbelief. Damn it. How could this happen? How could he suddenly gain such a divine skill? 1 minute. Do you know how long? That's right, it's 60 seconds. In just 60 seconds, he actually teleported 200 kilometers. Mike Howell roared loudly. Our chosen ones had laid a web of traps ahead of him, countless traps waiting for him to pass through, consuming his stamina bit by bit, but now his stamina was clearly depleted greatly, yet none of our traps were triggered. After a pause, he continued. You tell me, how do we deal with this situation? How do we kill an enemy who can teleport infinitely? In the face of Mike Howell's questioning, almost no one could provide an answer. At the critical moment, it was that man who stepped forward, Draco Weasley. This red-haired youth always seemed to have some clever ideas in his mind. His wise little eyes were fixed on Zhang Xuan on the big screen as he confidently said, Your Excellency, no matter how formidable someone may be, they will have weaknesses. Zhang Xuan's strength is indeed tremendous, but that may not necessarily be a bad thing. What if we could use him to our advantage? Mike Howell frowned slightly and scoffed. Use him to our advantage. That sounds simple, but how do we make him work? He is in the realm of national fortune, and we have no means to reach him. Even if we wanted to offer him money, we can't deliver it to him. Draco Weasley respectfully said, Your Excellency, since money cannot reach him, we can resort to beauty traps. He picked up a tablet from the table, and after a dazzling series of operations successfully brought up several live streams. The main characters in these live streams were all beautiful women. Some appeared vibrant and seemed quite capable, while others looked rather disheveled, clearly not faring well. Your Excellency, please look, these are all female, chosen ones from our anti-Dragon Nation alliance. Their appearance is hardly inferior to that of movie stars. If we can have them seduce Zhang Xuan, it might produce certain effects. Draco Weasley revealed a knowing smile and said slowly, Of course, if we let them approach Zhang Xuan directly, it would be akin to sending them to their doom, so we need some strategies. Mike Howell seemed to realize something, and a subtle expression appeared on his face as he asked in a deep voice, What do you Draco Weasley cleared his throat and smiled. We can have them pretend to be in danger, and then. The live stream of the Dragon Nation cut to the host Fan Shu and two guests who were also stunned. Colonel Su, it seems that Comrade Zhang Xuan's new ability is indeed somewhat extraordinary. Could such power lead to certain unknown serious consequences? Fan Shu asked with some concern. In fact, this question was also on the minds of most citizens of the Dragon Nation. They hoped for Zhang Xuan to excel, but worried that he might face punishment, ultimately implicating the Dragon Nation. After all, the ruler of national fortune is supreme, and no one knows what it truly thinks. If Zhang Xuan's rise to power were to provoke the ruler of national fortune to unleash a disaster, the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties, and no one could guarantee survival in such a calamity. Lu Zhang stroked his chin and shook his head. There's no need to worry about this. To the ruler of national fortune, all chosen ones are mere ants, mere toys. From the experiences of the previous 2 rounds of national fortune battles, the map where the Blue Star chosen ones currently reside may just be a beginner's map. There might be even higher level maps ahead. He seemed reluctant to elaborate further. Fan Shu appeared to know something as well, and she prudently did not ask further. Suddenly Su Wan exclaimed, Quick switch to Lu Ruoyan's live stream. She is in danger. The director reacted quickly, and the next second the live stream of the Dragon Nation switched to Lu Ruoyan's perspective. On a desolate, deserted island strewn with jagged rocks overgrown with weeds, the salty sea breeze whipped sand against Lu Ruoyan's face, leaving a few shallow red marks. Her clothes had long been torn by branches, her hair was disheveled and stuck to her forehead, and her breathing was somewhat rapid, clearly indicating that she had been struggling on the deserted island for some time. Not far behind her, 3 figures were in hot pursuit, their footsteps heavy and hurried, accompanied by crude curses. They were the chosen ones from the anti-Dragon Nation alliance who had arrived first in the central area. Jack from the Star-Spangled Nation, Misaki the ninja from the East Island Nation, and Kim Jisoo the fighter from the Korean Nation. The 3 had fierce expressions, wielding alloy weapons as they relentlessly pursued. Dragon Nation's little beauty, don't run. Surrender quietly, and perhaps we can leave you with a whole corpse. Jack roared, swinging his alloy sword. His physique far surpassed that of ordinary chosen ones. When he ran, he crushed the underbrush like a small mountain, leaving crushed plants in his wake. Misaki was agile, her steps light. Wielding a short blade dipped in the poison of the island's plants, her eyes were sinister as she followed closely behind Lu Ruoyan, searching for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Kim Jisoo, skilled in combat, walked steadily, each step precisely landing on the footprints left by Lu Ruoyan, determined not to let her escape. Lu Ruoyan gritted her teeth, not daring to pause for a moment. She was acutely aware that her physique was far inferior to that of these 3. If they caught up, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. I cannot let them catch me. She silently chanted in her heart, her eyes becoming increasingly resolute as she suddenly activated her talent, speed enhancement. In an instant, a surge of fiery power erupted from her limbs, her stamina visibly depleting as her figure suddenly became blurred. Her speed tripled like a fleeting shadow, skillfully weaving through the rocks and weeds, creating distance from her pursuers. The wind howled past her ears as stones flew up beneath her feet. Lu Ruoyan could clearly feel her stamina rapidly waning, a dull pain radiating from her chest, but she dared not slacken her pace. She knew that this triple speed was merely temporary. Once her stamina was exhausted, she would face utter despair. Damn it! How did she suddenly become faster? Jack yelled in frustration, exerting all his strength to increase his speed, yet could only watch helplessly as Lu Ruoyan's figure grew ever more distant, his eyes filled with unwillingness and malice. Misaki's brows furrowed, her eyes growing darker as she slightly raised her short blade. Seizing the moment Lu Ruoyan turned a corner, she suddenly launched a poisoned flying needle aimed directly at Lu Ruoyan's back. Thanks to her keen reflexes brought by the triple speed, Lu Ruoyan vaguely sensed the danger behind her. Instinctively, she sidestepped to evade the flying needle, grazing her shoulder as it flew past, embedding itself in a nearby boulder immediately, emitting a wisp of black smoke indicating its deadly toxicity. Cold sweat poured down Lu Ruoyan's back as she dared not look back, forcing herself to run forward with all her might. The depletion of her stamina began to weaken her legs, and her breathing became increasingly difficult. Every second she maintained this triple speed brought an immense physical burden. In the Dragon Nation's live stream, the audience was already in an uproar, their hearts in their throats. Go Ruoyan, damn those anti-Dragon Nation scoundrels for overwhelming her with numbers. The triple speed consumes too much stamina. Can Ruoyan hold on? Zhang Xuan, hurry and help Ruoyan. Don't you have teleportation? The barrage of comments surged with worry and anger, and Fan Shu's voice trembled slightly as she said, Comrade Lu Ruoyan's talent is speed enhancement, but the cost is double stamina consumption. At this rate, her stamina will soon be depleted, and we must find a way. Lu Zheng's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Lu Ruoyan's figure on the screen and said solemnly, Lu Ruoyan is clever. She is using the terrain of the deserted island to buy time. But there are 3 of them, and their strength is not to be underestimated. She won't be able to hold out much longer. Now we can only hope for Zhang Xuan to arrive in time. Su Wan tightly clenched her fists, her anxious gaze fixed on the screen as she repeatedly muttered, Hold on, Lu Ruoyan, you must hold on. In the Dragon Kingdom's National Luck Command Center, everyone was busily on edge. Lu Ruoyan's sudden peril tugged at everyone's hearts. The commander asked in a deep voice, Is Comrade Zhang Xuan's location confirmed? Due to Zhang Xuan's rapid movement speed, the command center was unable to determine his position immediately. They needed to compare and calculate a large amount of data to regain an approximate coordinate for him. The analysts were sweating profusely, their fingers dancing over the keyboards like phantoms. Moments later, the team leader suddenly sighed in relief and quickly said, Report to the commander, Comrade Zhang Xuan's coordinates have been recalculated. He is currently near XXXXXXXXX with a maximum error of no more than 2 kilometers. It is estimated that after this rest, he can reach the central area in another 30 minutes. The commander stood with his hands behind his back in front of the large screen, watching Zhang Xuan, who was resting, and Lu Ruoyan, who was being pursued with no expression on his face, yet his heart felt as if it were crushed under a mountain. If we let Comrade Zhang Xuan hurry to rescue Comrade Lu Ruoyan, will it still be in time? The team leader of the analysts pondered for a moment and replied, In theory, it is entirely possible. However, based on Comrade Zhang Xuan's performance, using teleportation does have its costs. If he rushes without considering the consequences, his physical and mental state might drop to the lowest point upon arriving at the battlefield, leaving him with no strength to fight. There is also another issue. The island where Lu Ruoyan is located is more than 10 kilometers offshore. Due to the curvature of the national luck-killing field planet, Comrade Zhang Xuan may not be able to see the island and might not be able to teleport directly to it. This means he would fall into the water midway, which poses an additional risk. Every landing point of Zhang Xuan's teleportation leaves traces. The analysts and observers at the command center can easily summarize the rules and deduce the conditions for his skill release. The commander considered for a moment and waved his hand, saying, Transmit the intelligence to Comrade Zhang Xuan and let him decide whether to attempt a rescue. Yes. On a patch of grass, Zhang Xuan lay back on a beast hide, allowing the sunlight to shower down upon him. Under the effects of photosynthesis, each beam of sunlight that landed on him was absorbed and transformed into the purest life energy. The physical and mental energy he had expended from continuously using the skill inches to miles was rapidly recovering. At that moment, the communicator Yi Tang suddenly sent a communication request. Without a second thought, Zhang Xuan connected the call. Yi Tang's urgent and clear voice came through the communication panel, tinged with unmistakable anxiety. Comrade Zhang Xuan, urgent intelligence. Comrade Lu Ruoyan is being chased by 3 chosen ones from the Anti-Dragon Kingdom Alliance on a deserted island in the central area. Her situation is critical. Coordinates XXXXXXXXX. She can hold out for only a few more minutes. The commander hopes you can attempt a rescue while ensuring your own safety. Zhang Xuan's eyes suddenly widened, the laziness in his gaze vanishing, replaced by seriousness. Memories related to Lu Ruoyan surfaced in his mind. Once a pampered, rich second generation enjoying a life of luxury, she did not indulge in a comfortable lifestyle, but instead volunteered to become a reserve chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, training diligently day after day, shedding all her delicateness. Her skin tanned, her hands calloused, and with her tenacious will she ultimately stood out as one of the chosen ones. She once said during her training in the reserves, I don't want to be a protected young lady. Oh, I want to be someone who can protect the Dragon Kingdom. This statement has remained fresh in Zhang Xuan's memory. He raised his hand to open his attribute panel, his gaze resting on the Dragon Kingdom's national luck value. 59, not particularly high. If Lu Ruoyan were to be killed, the national luck of the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly decline, and his physical and mental state would also decrease. More importantly, Lu Ruoyan was a chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom and a comrade in arms. He could not stand idly by and watch his teammate be hunted to death by enemies, nor could he let the Anti-Dragon Kingdom Alliance succeed. I will go save her, provide me with direction at all times. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Xuan spoke firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He stood up, gazing into the distance. Although he could not see the island over 10 kilometers away, he had made his decision. No matter if he fell into the water midway or consumed a large amount of mental energy, he would reach Lu Ruoyan before anything happened. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan on the deserted island was already facing a desperate situation. Her physical strength had long been exhausted, and she could no longer maintain the triple speed enhancement. Stumbling, a poison needle was embedded in her calf, the toxins spreading through her blood, making her dizzy and weak all over. Jack, Misaki, and Kim Jisoo had already caught up, forming a triangular formation that cornered Lu Ruoyan to the edge of the cliff on the island. Below the cliff were tumultuous waves, almost 100 meters high, and a fall would mean certain death. Run. Why aren't you running? Jack sneered, stepping closer, the alloy combat knife in his hand, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Little beauty of the Dragon Kingdom, just die obediently. Misaki's eyes were cold, the poisoned dagger pointed straight at Lu Ruoyan's throat, her tone frigid. Surrender, and you might die a little more painlessly. Kim Jisoo stood silently beside them, his body tense, ready to strike at any moment, leaving Lu Ruoyan no opportunity to escape. Lu Ruoyan clung to the rocks at the edge of the cliff, gritting her teeth. Despite feeling weak and poisoned, her gaze remained resolute, showing no signs of submission. I am a chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if I die, I will never bow to you, scum. She slowly raised her hands, two alloy short swords crossed over her chest, fully prepared to fight to the death. Jack was enraged by Lu Ruoyan's attitude, roaring as he swung the alloy knife down towards her head. At this critical moment, the space before Lu Ruoyan suddenly twisted, and a balanced figure instantly appeared. It was none other than the arriving Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan was drenched, looking rather disheveled, but his expression was quite relaxed, even a bit lazy. He glanced at Lu Ruoyan and smiled, saying, "Sorry I'm late." Lu Ruoyan felt a wave of relief wash over her and couldn't help but smile. "No, you arrived just in time." Though the three chosen ones from the anti-Dragon Kingdom alliance had never seen Zhang Xuan, the moment they laid eyes on him, they recognized him. Zhang Xuan. Jack's raised alloy knife never fell, not because he didn't want to, but because a hand as strong as steel had firmly grasped the knife, making it impossible for him to move even an inch. In the next second, a thick purple lightning struck out, accurately hitting his face. Jack didn't even have time to scream before his head was reduced to charcoal. The sudden change left Misaki and Kim Jisoo stunned, their fierce expressions instantly replaced by shock. They never expected Zhang Xuan to suddenly appear here. How did you come here? Misaki's face turned pale as she instinctively took a step back, her eyes filled with fear. Zhang Xuan slowly said, "The Master of National Luck treats me well and has let me encounter a little brat." After recovering from their shock, the two chosen ones from the anti-Dragon Kingdom alliance quickly turned and fled. However, two bolts of lightning struck first and hit the two of them in an instant. They had no power to resist, and their internal organs felt as if they were being boiled in hot water. Accompanied by intense pain, they both lost their life force. The kill announcement rang out 3 times in succession, and the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom rose from 59 points to 62 points. Although this was not Zhang Xuan's first time killing the chosen ones from enemy nations, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom in the live stream couldn't help but cheer loudly. Zhang Xuan has come just in time. Awesome. Woo. Sister Lu Ruoyan has finally been saved. Thank you, Zhang Xuan. Ha! Those 3 scum from the anti-Dragon Kingdom alliance were so arrogant just now, but now they are silent. As soon as Zhang Xuan arrived, you were all done for a bunch of trash. This is how foreign trash behaves, fearing power but lacking virtue. They bark like dogs as long as they have a bit of strength. It's okay, Zhang Xuan will naturally teach them a lesson. All enemies will ultimately be crushed by him. In the live stream of the country of the 3 chosen ones, there was a wail. Damn. We were so close. If only we had killed Lu Ruoyan, it would have been worth it, even if we died. The national fortune dropped a little again, and the environment would worsen. 3 useless fools. They could have easily dealt with that woman. Why waste time talking? Is this our chosen one? So pathetic. That Zhang Xuan came too quickly. No one expected him to appear suddenly, otherwise Lu Ruoyan would have been dead for sure. It's useless to say anything now. Oh, I just hope the other chosen ones can perform better. In the command room of the Star-Spangled Country, Mike Howell and others exchanged glances, feeling at a loss. Draco Weasley was also at a loss. The beauty trap he had painstakingly devised had not even begun to be implemented before it was stillborn. With Lu Ruoyan as the light bulb, how could he execute the beauty trap? Moreover, Zhang Xuan had already arrived on the island, completely taking the geographical advantage, making ambushes impossible for now. After much deliberation, everyone couldn't come up with a good plan and could only urge the chosen ones to develop quickly. On the edge of the cliff on the deserted island, the sea breeze carried a fishy smell and struck her face. Lu Ruoyan swayed slightly, her previously maintained spirit collapsing in an instant. She looked at Zhang Xuan in front of her, her lips moved, wanting to say thank you, but before she could utter the words, her vision suddenly darkened, and the toxins in her body erupted completely, spreading through her blood towards her heart, causing her to fall to the side and lose consciousness. Zhang Xuan acted quickly, immediately reaching out to support her. As his fingertips touched her skin, he felt a bone-chilling cold, and her pulse was so weak it was almost imperceptible. His brows furrowed tightly as he leaned down to quickly examine her injuries, only to find that besides the prominent poisonous needle wound on her calf, there was another poisonous needle embedded in the side of her thigh. From the color of the poisonous needles, it seemed that the toxins were not the same. With both types of poison acting simultaneously, the toxicity was extremely fierce. The rare situation of using poison against poison had not occurred. If he delayed any longer, the consequences would be unimaginable. At present, there were no medical supplies on the deserted island. Zhang Xuan could only take out the antidote he had brought from Blue Star, as well as the antidote herbs he had gathered over the past few days, and attempt to save Lu Ruyan. He recalled the poisoning classification and identification techniques he had focused on during training, lightly dipping his fingertip into the black-purple toxic blood seeping from the wound, bringing it to his nose to sniff, while carefully observing the red and swollen condition around the wound, and simultaneously pressing his fingertip against the skin near the wound to feel the texture response. The toxic blood smelled foul, and the area around the wound showed dark bruising. Moreover, when pressed, Lu Ruyan showed no response, her skin stiff and cold. This was not blood toxin. Blood toxins cause wounds to rapidly rot and blood to clot, which was completely different from the current symptoms, nor was it muscle toxin, which would cause intense muscle spasms rather than skin stiffness and loss of sensation. Based on the symptoms, Lu Ruyan was likely poisoned with a neurotoxin. If not suppressed in time, she could die within it. Zhang Xuan first injected a neurotoxin syringe, then administered 2 types of oral medication, and only then began to process the herbs. The medical knowledge imparted by the training camp leaned towards military medicine, characterized by its simplicity and brutality, with the primary goal always being to keep the patient alive. Thus, the use of medicine was rather bold, with little regard for side effects. Zhang Xuan was the same. The medications he used were not entirely suitable, but now he couldn't afford to be too meticulous. Fortunately, after such a long period of development, Lu Ruyan's physique was already far stronger than that of ordinary people, so it was likely that she would not suffer from any significant side effects. Some herbs needed to be applied externally. Zhang Xuan had no time to think further. He set aside his distractions, activated privacy protection, and then carefully avoided the wound, gently removing the outer pants that were stained with toxic blood and had already been damaged. Quickly crushing the herbs, he squeezed out the dark green juice and evenly applied it to the 2 poison wounds, then swiftly bandaged and secured them with gauze. Within just a few minutes of applying the medicine, Lu Ruyan's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, her complexion shifting from pale to a faint rosy hue, and her breathing became steady and prolonged as the deadly poison was finally completely suppressed. Only then did Zhang Xuan breathe a sigh of relief, rearranging her clothing, turning off the privacy protection, and steadily lifting her up, his gaze directed towards the depths of the island. He could sense that the toxins within Lu Ruyan were only temporarily suppressed. He needed to find a safe place for her to recuperate and completely eliminate the remaining toxins. At this moment, the cliff's edge was too exposed, and other chosen ones from enemy nations could arrive at any time. It was certainly not a place to linger. Let's head to your shelter first. Zhang Xuan whispered, then called for intelligence support across the air. Under Yi Tang's guidance, he headed towards Lu Ruyan's shelter. As he made his way through the rubble and dense forest, Lu Ruyan quietly leaned against him, still tightly clenching her fists in her unconscious state. After about 20 minutes, a secluded forest appeared before them. In the clearing, there was a simple shelter built from thick wood and large leaves. Though crude, it provided shelter from the wind and rain, and simple warning traps were set up around, indicating Lu Ruyan's meticulousness. Beside the shelter was a mountain stream with water flowing swiftly and crystal clear, while piled nearby were the dried fruits and sun-dried seafood that Lu Ruyan had gathered. Zhang Xuan gently placed Lu Ruyan on the dry grass mat inside the shelter, quietly sitting at the entrance, taking out the National Fortune gift pack he had received for completing the kill task. With a thought, the 3 gift packs opened simultaneously. The first gift pack yielded a large assortment of seasonings, which included nearly all commonly used spices of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Xuan's mood brightened. He was nearly out of the seasoning pack he had brought from Blue Star, and this large assortment of seasonings came at just the right time. The second gift pack unexpectedly contained a relic key. Zhang Xuan examined it carefully. The shape of the key did not match the lock hole on the relic gate in the snowy plateau, and he had no idea which relic it corresponded to. The third gift pack yielded a skill scroll. Eye of Reconnaissance Epic consumes mana to place an Eye of Reconnaissance, gaining aerial vision within a radius of 100 meters for 20 minutes, with a maximum of 3 Eyes of Reconnaissance existing simultaneously. Is it actually an epic-level reconnaissance spell? Although there are some restrictions, it could have a significant impact if used. Zhang Xuan felt a surge of anticipation, wondering how this skill would evolve into a legendary one. Without any hesitation, he directly opened the scroll to learn the skill. Then he opened the letter panel to take a look. To his surprise, the epic Eye of Reconnaissance had transformed into the legendary Soul Hunger. Soul Hunger Legendary consumes mana to place a Soul Guardian, gaining true sight within a radius of 100 meters. Each time a Soul Guardian is placed, the mana cost for the next one is doubled. Targets marked by the Soul Guardian in a severely injured state will continue to provide vision until they escape that state. Zhang Xuan's breathing quickened. This skill seemed a bit outrageous. It was essentially a divine technique for pursuing targets. The time limit had disappeared, and the quantity limit was gone as well. Only the mana consumption was exponentially increased. This meant that as long as Zhang Xuan had enough mana, he could completely illuminate the national fortune-killing field. For the chosen ones, being injured was a common occurrence. Nearly all of them survived through various potions, and the severely injured were almost certain to die. Rather than letting them perish in their injuries, it was better to reap the benefits and enhance the national fortune. Severely injured targets marked by the Soul Guardian could hardly escape surveillance. Perhaps this function was the source of the skill's name. It craved the harvest of souls, hence the name Soul Hunger. As for mana, it refers broadly to supernatural energy. Once one learns the extraordinary skill, they can instinctively mobilize the supernatural energy within their body, naturally acquiring mana. Skills such as internal energy, refining chi, and meditation can help enhance mana. The higher one's physique and mental attributes, the more abundant their mana. Zhang Xuan now had both attributes exceeding 100 points and mastered several high-quality skills. His mana quality was far beyond that of ordinary chosen ones. He pondered for a moment and directly placed a Soul Guardian outside Lu Ruoyan's sanctuary. The so-called Soul Guardian appeared as a wisp of black smoke. When severely injured targets entered the monitoring range, a wisp of smoke would automatically emerge to mark them. At this moment, a wisp of black mist marked Lu Ruoyan, and Zhang Xuan felt an additional perspective, enabling him to see everything from her viewpoint. Suddenly, the second perspective vanished. Zhang Xuan was taken aback, then realized that Lu Ruoyan had escaped from her severely injured state, causing the effect of soul hunger to disappear. He entered the sanctuary and saw Lu Ruoyan sitting up looking at him with a confused expression. "You're awake. Don't move around, yet just rest for a while." Lu Ruoyan immediately ceased her struggles, regaining her senses, and gratefully saying, "Thank you for saving me." She noticed that her thigh wound had been bandaged, feeling a strange sensation within her pretty face, slightly flushed. Zhang Xuan smiled, waving his hand. "It was just a small effort. We are all comrades, no need to be so polite." After a pause, he continued, "Tell me about the situation on the island. This is the central area. Have you discovered anything special?" Lu Ruoyan organized her thoughts and softly replied, "This island covers an area of over 100 square kilometers. Originally, there were 6 other chosen ones besides me, but I managed to kill them all." Zhang Xuan nodded slightly. He was not surprised by Lu Ruoyan's combat strength. This woman appeared delicate, but her performance in the training camp was quite impressive, ranking high in the women's group tests. She just lacked physical attributes. After arriving at the national fortune-killing field, as long as one endures the initial days, their physique can quickly improve. With advantages in talent, utilizing traps and strategies, achieving kills is not difficult. While cleaning up the enemies on the island, I also explored the entire island. Lu Ruoyan recalled, in the central area of the island there are ruins with some stone tablets and puppets around the periphery. Those puppets look very powerful, and I didn't dare approach. She shared all the information she had without reservation. Zhang Xuan contemplated for a moment and decided to take advantage of his extraordinary skill, Zhi Qi Tianya, to personally explore the island. Although Lu Ruoyan had described it in detail, her exploration was limited by her strength. Zhang Xuan instructed Lu Ruoyan to rest assured and stay in the sanctuary, avoiding unnecessary outings. He then stepped out of the forest alone, preparing to investigate the entire island himself, focusing on the mysterious ruins. With the teleportation skill, his exploration efficiency was very high. This time the main objective was to familiarize himself with the environment, not to collect treasure chests and precious materials, so some details could be overlooked. Before long, the outline of an ancient and weathered ruin came into view, resembling a temple. The entire ruin was enclosed by mottled blue stone walls covered with obscure and incomprehensible ancient patterns, emanating a sense of ancient wildness. Scattered around the ruins were more than a dozen stone puppets, each guarding a stone tablet. These puppets were made of dark rock blocks, standing over 2 meters tall with dark red crystals embedded in their eyes, silently standing beside the stone tablets, creating an imposing presence. Zhang Xuan hid behind a giant tree in the distance, carefully observing through the shade. According to Lu Ruoyan, these puppets do not move on their own, but have a certain warning range. Once someone steps into their boundary, they will immediately awaken and attack. Zhang Xuan did not want to rashly disturb the puppets and planned to test their strength first. With a thought, he summoned the vast power of lightning, releasing a thick bolt of purple lightning that shot towards the nearest stone puppet. With a thunderous bang, the lightning struck the puppet's hard stone body, causing debris to scatter, yet only leaving shallow scorch marks on the surface, not even cracking a few fissures. The puppet immediately awakened, the dark red crystals in its eyes glowing red, its heavy footsteps thundering as it charged towards Zhang Xuan, swinging its massive stone fists. Zhang Xuan's expression sharpened, and he unleashed several bolts of lightning in succession, combining them with his agile movements to engage in close combat. The puppet was immensely powerful with tough skin and flesh excelling in both offense and defense. A punch or kick against the ground could stir up a cloud of dust and rubble, and its attacks were straightforward, yet extremely domineering. Zhang Xuan struggled to keep up with his agile movements, but after several exchanges he found it impossible to break through the puppet's defenses while his own mana continued to deplete. A direct confrontation won't work. Zhang Xuan concluded in his mind, decisively retreating and abandoning the frontal assault. Since he couldn't win in a heat-and fight, he planned to take an alternate route using Zhiqi Tianya to attempt a direct teleport into the interior of the ruins, bypassing the outer puppet guards. He fixed his gaze on the open space inside the ruins, urging the divine skill, and the power of space instantly enveloped him. But the next moment the scene before him did not shift. An invisible barrier appeared out of nowhere, rippling like waterways, interrupting the flow of spatial power. Zhang Xuan frowned. He clearly hadn't expected that the ruins were protected by a barrier. Unable to break through the puppets with brute force and blocked from teleporting by the barrier, he realized he couldn't step into the ruins within a short time. Zhang Xuan no longer clung to the idea and simply abandoned the exploration of the ruins, turning to wander through the island's forests. The island was rich in resources with countless wild animals and mutated beasts. Zhang Xuan hunted some game and gathered some edible wild fruits and seasoning herbs, not lingering any longer, and turned back towards Lu Ruan's sanctuary. By the time he returned to the forest sanctuary, the sky was already getting late. Lu Ruan's complexion had improved significantly, and she was organizing various supplies in the sanctuary. With a splash, Zhang Xuan took out the game and began processing its skinning and cleaning its entrails. Seeing this, a glint of surprise flashed in Lu Ruan's eyes. She recognized the game. Zhang Xuan was handling a very powerful mutated beast that she could not have hunted in a short time with her strength. Impressive. He didn't even mess up his hairstyle. However, what Zhang Xuan brought out next was truly eye-opening for Lu Ruyan. Heavy armored mountain boar, black-spined lone wolf, stone pattern giant python, and spotted poison lizard. Almost all of the prey were the overlords of the island. Most chosen ones would wish they had 4 legs to run as fast as possible upon seeing these fierce beasts. The heavy armored mountain boar is larger than an ordinary wild boar, with hardened skin like thick armor, protruding tusks that are thick and long, capable of smashing rocks when charging, and a violent temperament with a strong territorial instinct. The black-spined lone wolf has dark fur all over its body, with a raised back, powerful tendons in its limbs, and an explosive speed far exceeding that of ordinary wild wolves. It is hard to ambush as it leads a solitary life, and its biting power is ferocious. The stone pattern giant python has scales with natural stone-like patterns, a sturdy and resilient body, lurking in streams and thickets, skilled in constricting kills, and is much larger than ordinary giant pythons on land. The spotted poison lizard has mottled hard scales on its surface, a robust body, and powerful venom in its salivary glands. It is adept at ground-level ambushes with strong endurance and a high margin for error. According to the food chain in nature, it is almost impossible for such a small island of just over 100 square kilometers to simultaneously host so many top-tier predators. Only in the national fortune killing ground would these top predators be crammed onto such a small island. Because all mutated fierce beasts are refreshed instead of naturally bred, regardless of how many die, the national fortune ruler will continue to release them. This is also the pressure imposed by the national fortune ruler on the chosen ones. If they do not fully exert themselves to hunt the mutated fierce beasts in the early to mid-stage, the density of these beasts in the later stages will surely accumulate to a terrifying level. At that time, the survival difficulty for the chosen ones will further increase. Lu Ruyan could not help but ask Zhang Xuan, "Did you hunt all of these today?" Zhang Xuan, busy with his tasks, casually replied, "I caught some prey on the way back, all of which I haven't tried before. I don't know if they're good to eat." He first dealt with the heavy armored mountain boar, removing its thick skin and cutting out chunks of meat with a mix of fat and lean. After blanching to remove the gamey smell, he placed it into a large iron pot, adding wild garlic and mountain ginger collected from the forest, simmering it slowly to extract the flavors. Next, he cut the tender meat of the black-spined lone wolf into strips, waiting for the fire to blaze on the stove before tossing it in with fresh wild scallions for a stir-fry, fully unleashing the aroma of the meat and scallions. For the stone pattern giant python, he took only the tender middle section, cutting it into uniform pieces and adding it to a clay pot with mountain bamboo shoots and cloud mushrooms, simmering it with clear mountain spring water without piling on spices, relying solely on the ingredients to create a rich broth. For the spotted poison lizard, he carefully removed the poison sacs and toxic glands, keeping only the clean meat. After simple preparation, he skewered it by the campfire, turning it occasionally to infuse it with the smoky flavor from the wood. Before long layers of fragrant aromas wafted through the forest, the red braised mountain boar meat was rich and tender. The stir-fried wolf meat was aromatic. The mushroom and bamboo shoot soup was fresh and fragrant, and the roasted lizard meat was deliciously crispy, complemented by a plate of refreshing cold mountain bamboo shoots, creating a sumptuous wild feast. Although Lu Ruyan had not fully recovered, she had regained some mobility and helped out a bit without causing any trouble. As the two busied themselves, they chatted and shared some of their previous experiences. When Lu Ruyan learned that Zhang Xuan's initial landing point was on the snowy plateau, she was greatly shocked. How far was it from the snowy plateau to the tropical island? Just thinking about it felt exhausting. In the live broadcast, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom felt a surge of superiority upon seeing Lu Ruyan's expression. Huh. Look at how Lu Ruyan seems like someone who has never seen the world. It's so funny. Yeah. She must think Zhang Xuan suffered a lot on the way here. Zhang Xuan suffer? Suffer what? Didn't he just blink and appear on the island? The joys and sorrows of people are not the same. Lu Ruyan's perspective is still a bit superficial. No, Lu Ruyan's perspective is not superficial. It's just that Zhang Xuan is too abnormal. Who else in the previous 2 rounds of the National Fortune Killing Ground could have Zhang Xuan's abilities? After 2 whole hours, this dinner was finally ready. Looking at the delicious dishes on the table, Lu Ruyan was filled with disbelief. After struggling on the island for several days, she could only hastily roast half-cooked beast meat to fill her stomach. She had never imagined that these fearsome beasts, which were enough to make one pale at the thought, could be so neatly prepared and cooked into such enticing delicacies. Moreover, recalling Zhang Xuan's every action in cutting meat, controlling the fire, and seasoning, all done with calmness and grace, he clearly had the skills of a top chef, completely unfazed by surviving in the perilous National Fortune Killing Ground. Even this marble dining table felt out of place with everything around it. Lu Ruyan couldn't fathom where Zhang Xuan had acquired modern furniture. Once all the dishes were prepared, Zhang Xuan gestured for Lu Ruyan to come forward to eat. With a hint of anticipation, Lu Ruyan sat down and picked up a piece of braised mountain boar meat. The meat was firm and tender, with the sauce permeating the texture, rich, yet not greasy, lacking any trace of gamey flavor. Then she tried a bite of the wild scallion stir-fried wolf meat, which was fresh and flavorful with a delightful chewiness. After finishing a bowl of mushroom and meat soup, a warm and delicious sensation spread through her body, dissipating much of the fatigue from her recent escape and her discomfort. With a few bites of delicious food, the shock in Lu Ruyan's heart gradually transformed into genuine admiration. Zhang Xuan's strength was unfathomable. He could easily hunt the top predators, identify poison, and heal wounds, was skilled in outdoor survival, possessed many powerful skills, and now he also had extraordinary culinary skills. Such a steady, reliable, and versatile companion amidst the dangers of the killing ground could not only shield her from life and death perils, but also bring a taste of humanity to the wilderness, causing Lu Ruyan to feel an unparalleled sense of security and respect. After finishing the meal, Lu Ruyan was enveloped in a long-lost sense of happiness. Zhang Xuan clapped his hands, stood up, and said, "I need to step out for a bit. I'll leave washing the pots and dishes to you." Lu Ruyan nodded earnestly. "You can go with peace of mind. I will clean everything up neatly." Zhang Xuan found her response a bit strange, as it sounded a little odd. He did not think much of it, took a step, and instantly appeared several kilometers away. Moments later, he arrived at a beach. This place was easy to attack, but hard to defend, making it an excellent landing site. Since he had already gained the upper hand, Zhang Xuan naturally would not give up this advantage. He activated his powers and placed a soul guardian in a position with a good view. In this way, he would be able to notice anyone landing here at the first moment and take action. After casting the spell, he felt slightly fatigued. Releasing the soul hunger spell consumed a large amount of power. Even with both attributes over 100 now, he could only cast it a few times. He continuously teleported along the coastline, releasing a soul guardian every few distances. When his power was exhausted, he would stop to rest, and when it recovered, he would continue. When releasing the 9th soul hunger after a moment of power surging, nothing happened. Is this the limit? It seems I can only maintain 9 soul guardians at the same time for a short while. I hope they can create some value. It was late at night, and Zhang Xuan had not yet returned. For some reason, Lu Ruyan felt inexplicably restless, like a wife anxiously waiting for her husband to come home, worried about his safety and the possibility of infidelity, feeling a profound lack of security within. Bang! Suddenly a loud noise came from outside, startling Lu Ruyan, who hurried out to check, only to see a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked in the open space outside the shelter. She widened her eyes and blinked vigorously before accepting the reality. Zhang Xuan was standing next to the Cullinan, gazing at Lu Ruyan. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "What's going on with this car? Did you open a treasure chest to get it?" She had never heard of anyone pulling a car from a treasure chest, but aside from that, where could a chosen one possibly acquire a car? Zhang Xuan did not answer. He smiled and said, "Tonight I'll sleep in the car. It's barely enough for 2 people. Do you want to join me?" "Sure." Lu Ruyan did not refuse and boldly said, "I've never slept in a Cullinan before." Although she was previously a rich second generation, her family's wealth had not reached the level of affording a Cullinan. She had long grown tired of the dreadful conditions in the shelter, and now that there was a better option, she naturally would not continue sleeping there. As for sharing a bed with a man, she thought to herself, if it's Zhang Xuan, it's not a problem. Zhang Xuan was somewhat surprised, completely not expecting Lu Ruyan to agree so readily. However, he quickly realized that as a chosen one, they generally lived day by day, treating each day as if it were their last, perhaps having already let go of many things. Besides, they were all under live broadcast being watched by countless pairs of eyes. Otherwise, who knows how far they would indulge. Shyness and ambiguity were the most useless emotions. Zhang Xuan said little more, lying down in the car to close his eyes and rest. Lu Ruyin soon got into the car and laid down beside Zhang Xuan. Both of them slept fully clothed. The atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous, but in reality, nothing would happen. After all, the live broadcast was still on. Once privacy protection was enabled, everyone would know what would happen. Moreover, a half-hour protection time might not even be sufficient. Even so, the live stream was filled with cries, "Oh my God! My goddess is sleeping with Zhang Xuan. My world is no way." Though I admire Zhang Xuan greatly, I still oppose this marriage. They are a perfect match, naturally suited for each other. Who are you, a monster, to oppose? Enough already. Your thoughts are too vile. Goddess Ru Yin simply chose a more comfortable resting environment. Why do you all think she's going to have a baby? That's ridiculous. Exactly. The two of them are comrades. It's only reasonable for them to share a bed. It doesn't necessarily mean something will happen. Why does it suddenly feel like a marriage proposal? By the way, Zhang Xuan is mine, Goddess Ru Yin. Don't even think about stealing him from me. Lu Ruyin had gained much favor from audiences during her excellent performance in the training camp, garnering many fans throughout the Dragon Nation. Seeing Zhang Xuan and Lu Ruyin sleeping on the same bed, many male fans were envious and decided to go to local related institutions to sign up as volunteers, fantasizing about being able to kill fiercely like Zhang Xuan in the National Luck Arena and ultimately winning the goddess' favor. When she woke up, Lu Ruyin was like an octopus entangled around Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan scratched his head and cautiously tried to move Lu Ruyin off him. However, Lu Ruyin was very alert and opened her eyes immediately. The two stared at each other, both momentarily. Zhang Xuan casually said, "It's dawn. What are your plans for today?" "I have no plans, just continue hunting and gathering." After resting the entire night, Lu Ruyin's body had fully recovered, but in the National Luck Arena, there wasn't much that could be done. Excessive busyness would consume physical strength, and encountering enemies, when too fatigued, could easily lead to death. Thus, the chosen ones spent most of their time gathering supplies and resting, rarely engaging in unnecessary activities. The two got out of the car to wash up, and while brushing his teeth, Zhang Xuan activated his talent to refresh his divine skills. As his body underwent another transformation, his skill bar added a new divine skill: indestructible, passive, immune to physical damage, reduces most magic damage and soul damage. Chosen 1 Zhang Xuan, National Luck Affiliation, Dragon Nation, 62, Physique 159, Average Adult is 10, Spirit 123, Average Adult is 10, Talent, Master of all art skills, Photosynthesis, Absolute Evasion, 16, Child of Destiny, 19, Hardworking, 12, Dreaming to Enlightenment, 19, All-Knowing Map, 16, Willing to Hook, 19, Iron Wool, 13, Multicasting, 13, Following the Trail, 19, Within Reach, 16, Power of Thunder, Epic Eye of God, Mythical Deep Stealth, Epic Soul Hunger, Legendary Indestructible Spatial Ring, Various Meats, Assorted Items, Mystic Light, Mirror 1, Cullinan, Natural High Quality, Fuel, Various Weapons. Is it really physical immunity? That's too overpowered, right? Even though Zhang Xuan had unlocked many abilities, he was still shocked by the skill he obtained today. With physical immunity, isn't he invincible at this stage? Suddenly, Zhang Xuan thought of the rock puppets outside the ruins. He mused, those rock puppets have high magic resistance. It seems physical attacks were somewhat effective against them. Yesterday, when he was maneuvering around the rock puppets, the alloy saber managed to chip off some stone fragments. However, the rock puppets were fiercely strong, and Zhang Xuan did not dare to confront them, lacking the confidence to destroy them. Now with indestructible, perhaps he could give it a try. After washing up, the two had breakfast together and then headed toward the ruins. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the ruins. The puppets stood like ancient mountains, still towering before the stone tablets. Lu Ruyin frowned and said, "Master, are you planning to take on these puppets? They are incredibly powerful and can cast magical attacks. Right now, facing such monsters is too dangerous for us." Zhang Xuan smiled lightly and replied, "Not us, just me." Lu Ruyin's eyes widened in shock as she asked, "You want to face these monsters alone?" Zhang Xuan remained non-committal, saying, "Let's give it a try. What if it works?" He stretched his muscles and walked straight toward the rock puppets. The viewers in the live stream felt utterly perplexed. What is Zhang Xuan trying to do? Is he going to challenge those rock? Didn't he just try yesterday? If he couldn't defeat them yesterday, how could he do it today? Could it be Zhang Xuan has a new ability that counters these monsters? Oh my God. Does this mean there's going to be a good show to watch? Zhang Xuan walked alone towards a rocky golem. The scene simultaneously broadcasted to all the national fortune live streams around the globe, instantly tugging at the heartstrings of all parties. The Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance was holding an online meeting, and upon witnessing this, the commanders of various countries couldn't help but show mockery, continuously sneering with eyes filled with hatred and killing intent. In the previous 2 rounds of the National Fortune battlefield, many of the top-tier chosen ones had challenged these relic guardians, yet the outcome was invariably the same, all returning in defeat. Among them, some powerful individuals recklessly launched assaults, ultimately meeting their demise beneath the heavy fists and spells of the golems, not only perishing themselves, but also dragging down their nation's fortune, worsening the environment. Over time, all nations came to an unspoken agreement that the areas guarded by these rocky golems were the ultimate forbidden zones within the national fortune battlefield, and any attempts to act forcefully would only lead to death. In the command room of the Star-Spangled Nation, Mike Howell crossed his arms, his gaze coldly fixed on the screen. This Zhang Xuan is truly arrogant. Just yesterday, he returned empty-handed after a futile probe, and merely after one night he believes he can deal with these monsters. Does he really think his strength can ignore the rules of the battlefield? The five-star general of the Star-Spangled Nation felt quite anxious inside, wishing for Zhang Xuan to be struck down by the rocky golem, while simultaneously fearing that Zhang Xuan might defeat it. Beside him, Draco Weasley nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with indifference. So many strong fighters have been defeated by these rocky golems. With his current strength, wanting to destroy such a monster is nothing but a pipe dream. In the command center of the Stick Nation, several high-ranking officials scoffed, their words dripping with sarcasm. This Zhang Xuan truly overestimates himself. He shows no depth whatsoever. In the previous 2 rounds of the national fortune battlefield, those stone golems were beings that even our nation's top chosen ones dared not provoke, yet he dares to step forward and challenge them, simply seeking his own demise. I predict it won't take long before this Zhang Xuan is killed by the golem. Once he dies, the others from Dragon Nation won't be able to make any waves either. In the command room of the East Island Nation, everyone wore cold expressions, whispering to one another, each word dripping with schadenfreude. Being too hasty will only lead to disaster. The relic golem is both offensive and defensive, with power and spells of the highest caliber. This person going there is likely to have no return. This is just the opportunity to suppress the ambitions of Dragon Nation. If he dies, the entire national fortune battlefield will be dictated by our anti-Dragon Nation alliance. In the commander of the John Bull Nation, he leisurely picked up his coffee, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth, his tone slow, yet each word piercing. Young people are ultimately too impulsive, lacking a clear understanding of their own strength, and fail to gauge the situation. Calm and steady development is the right path. Achieving a bit of success only to become arrogant, death is his only destination. Just wait to see the good show. If nothing unexpected happens after today, no one will be able to stop the march of the anti-Dragon Nation alliance. The commanders from the small nations allied with the alliance echoed in unison, each asserting with certainty that Zhang Xuan's actions were bound to fail, eagerly anticipating Dragon Nation becoming a laughingstock. Not only were the opposing forces filled with mockery and anticipation, but even in the live streams within Dragon Nation, most viewers were tense, not optimistic about Zhang Xuan's actions this time. Don't be impulsive. Those golems are truly too strong. All previous challengers have failed. Isn't it better to develop steadily and accumulate strength? Why must he confront them head-on now? It's too risky. I'm feeling anxious. I truly can't imagine the scene after failure. I still remember the first round of the National Fortune battlefield. On the 60th day, the instructor of the Wolf Fong Special Forces, Lung Feng, went to challenge the rocky golem, and with his formidable strength, he couldn't inflict any harm on the golem, ultimately unable to avoid bloodshed in the National Fortune battlefield. Indeed, though Zhang Xuan's abilities are marvelous in terms of hard strength, he still falls short compared to Elder Lung Feng. I can't fathom how he can defeat the rocky golem. It's not certain. Don't forget Zhang Xuan's talent. Who knows what ability he might have gained today? What if that ability counters the rocky golem? Another blind admirer. Even if he has gained a special ability, how can he be sure that it can counter the rocky golem? From the performance of these rocky golems, they seem to have no weaknesses at all. In the barrage, suggestions and worries occupied the majority, with few of the previously fervent praises. Everyone was well aware of the terror of the rocky golems, doubting that Zhang Xuan could create a miracle. In the command center of Dragon Nation, the atmosphere suddenly turned heavy and oppressive, the entire place silent, all eyes fixed tightly on the giant screen. Commander Zhang's face was grave, his brow furrowed tightly, his heart full of uncontainable worry. The observers and data analysts beside him wore tense expressions, not daring to breathe. A senior analyst spoke in a low voice, his tone filled with concern. Commander, based on the intelligence from the previous 2 rounds, these rocky golems have extremely high physical defenses. When damaged to a certain extent, they will also unleash various elemental spells. Their offense and defense are nearly flawless, and no individual chosen one has been able to defeat them. Countless powerful warriors have perished here. Given Zhang Xuan's displayed combat power, it is nearly impossible for him to defeat these golems. Should we communicate with him? Persuade him to abandon the plan? Another observer quickly added, we can ask Zhang Xuan what ability he gained today. We might be able to provide some useful suggestions. If it truly seems hopeless, we can then persuade him to give up. Otherwise, once a mistake occurs with the golem's terrifying lethality, it could easily lead to an irreversible. Everyone felt a mix of emotions. While they firmly believed in Zhang Xuan's exceptional abilities, they were also suppressed by countless past failures, feeling anxious, but powerless, only able to quietly observe the situation unfold. Not far behind Lu Ru, Yin stood at the edge of the forest, her delicate brows furrowed tightly, her slender fingers clenched together, her pretty face filled with deep concern. Having personally witnessed the ferocious power of the rocky golems, she recalled a strong mutated beast that had approached one, resulting in it being smashed into a pulp with a single strike. She wanted to step forward to dissuade him, but feared triggering Zhang Xuan's rebellious spirit, momentarily hesitated. In the open space in front of the relic, Zhang Xuan remained oblivious to the mockery, doubts, and worries from all corners of the globe, steadily and calmly approaching the rocky golem step by step. He had already obtained some information about the rocky golem through the eye of God yesterday. However, in the understanding of the divine, these rocky golems appeared very weak, merely having a slightly solid body and releasing various spells when subjected to fatal attacks. Such information was evidently not of reference value, and Zhang Xuan could only personally take action to probe. As he drew closer, the previously still and lifeless rocky golem was suddenly awakened, its dark red crystalline eyes shining with a blinding red light, a heavy thud resonating as its massive stone body slowly turned, and this rocky monster took a step forward, charging towards him. Zhang Xuan raised his hand and drew out a cold, gleaming alloy war knife from his spatial ring, its blade shimmering with a hard metallic luster capable of slicing through the sturdy hide of ordinary beasts. However, for the rock golem, such ordinary weapons might not be effective. Whoosh! The iron fist of the rock golem smashed towards Zhang Xuan from 2 meters away, accompanied by a whistling sound. Zhang Xuan's gaze sharpened, his arm exerted force, and the alloy war knife sliced through the air with a whooshing sound, striking fiercely at the neck joint of the golem. The rock golem had no obvious weak points, but its joints were certainly more vulnerable. As a top-tier fighter and hunter, Zhang Xuan quickly discerned that the energy core of the rock golem was located in its brain. If he could sever its head, it would undoubtedly lead to its complete destruction. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding with rock echoed, sparks flew, and the alloy war knife struck fiercely against the golem's neck, leaving only a shallow white mark, while fragments of stone rained down, unable to breach the golem's defenses. At the same time, the robust fist of the rock golem, imbued with tremendous force, was hurtling straight toward Zhang Xuan's chest. The fierce wind generated was enough to easily shatter steel, causing even the air to tremble slightly. This scene tightened everyone's hearts instantly. In the command rooms of the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance, those who had been mocking just moments ago suddenly brightened their faces, revealing expressions of wild joy. In the command center of the Stick Nation, a high-ranking official slammed his hand on the table, laughing heartily. It's coming, it's coming. It's finally about to hit. With this punch, even if he has a strong physique, his bones will shatter, and he will become a cripple. In the command room of East Island Nation, the onlookers had sinister expressions, their lips curling into a gloating smile. Foolish guy, does he think a broken knife can shake the golem? This is the consequence of provoking the forbidden. Just wait and see him be smashed into a pulp. The commander of the John Bull Nation put down his coffee, a trace of smugness flashing in his eyes. As expected, the price of impulsiveness is irretrievable. The Dragon Nation will completely lose this outstanding chosen one now. Mike Howell from the Star-Spangled Nation remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the screen. Seeking one's own demise, this punch is enough to bury the entire Dragon Nation. His body trembled slightly, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. In contrast, the Dragon Nation's side fell into an instant silence, which was soon drowned in waves of worry. It's over. Quickly dodge, great Zhang Xuan. That rock golem's punch speed is so fast. I beg you, great Zhang Xuan, you must dodge. Command Center, think of a way. We cannot let the Great One come to harm. In the Dragon Nation's National Fortune Command Room, everyone stood up abruptly, their faces pale. The Chief Commander clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his throat tightening, and his breathing became rapid. Several analysts were tense, staring fixedly at the screen, silently praying for a miracle. Lu Rian stood at a distance, her face pale with fright instinctively covering her mouth, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. However, the disastrous scenario everyone anticipated did not occur. Faced with the rock golem's forceful punch, Zhang Xuan did not dodge, nor did he raise his hand to block. He actually intended to exchange injury for injury, striking again at the same spot. Clang! The giant fist crashed against Zhang Xuan's chest, producing a clear resounding sound, as if two iron masses had collided. The ground trembled slightly, yet bizarrely Zhang Xuan's body remained completely still, not even the corner of his clothing moved. Looking again at the rock golem after its fist struck, Zhang Xuan fine cracks appeared, sending a flurry of tiny stone fragments flying, as if it had struck an indestructible divine stone. The entire venue fell into silence. In the command rooms of the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance, the previous joy instantly froze on everyone's faces, their smiles stiffened, and their eyes filled with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? A high-ranking official from the Stick Nation suddenly stood up looking dazed. How could he be unscathed? That was a full-force strike from the rock golem. The expressions of the East Island nation's people instantly darkened their tone, filled with incredulity. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is his body made of steel? How could he be completely unharmed? The commander of the John Bull Nation frowned tightly, his face looking extremely bad. Something's not right, something's wrong. He must have awakened some strange ability this morning, otherwise he could never have withstood a blow from the golem. Mike Howell from the Star-Spangled Nation had a grim expression, staring intently at the screen, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it. What on earth is happening? How could he suddenly become this strong? I knew it. I knew something unexpected would happen. Damn it. Draco Weasley muttered. Perhaps this ability has a time limit or requires a price to be paid. Such a powerful skill should not exist in this world. That said, as a top aide, he actually understood deep down. If such an ability truly had a time limit or required a significant cost, then Zhang Xuan would not be able to treat it as a trump card. After all, Zhang Xuan wasn't a fool. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Nation's side, after a moment of silence, there erupted a thunderous cheer. Holy cow! Great Zhang Xuan is amazing. He withstood a punch from the golem without a scratch. My goodness! What kind of divine ability is this? It's too monstrous. I was scared to death just now. Great Zhang Xuan truly has a trump card. Ooh, I worried too much. Huh? Did you see that, you scum from the Anti-Dragon Nation Alliance? Our great Zhang Xuan is invincible. Don't celebrate too early. Such a powerful ability must have limitations. When he can no longer use it, that will be doomsday. If you all are just deceiving yourselves. Do you think great Zhang Xuan wouldn't know about the limitations? You're the only smart ones, huh? In the Dragon Nation's National Fortune Command Room, the tense nerves of everyone suddenly relaxed. The chief commander let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of having survived a disaster appearing on his face. An analyst excitedly said, Commander, it's physical immunity. Comrade Zhang Xuan must have awakened a new ability, physical immunity. Thus, the golem's physical attacks had no effect on him whatsoever. Lu Rian also slowly released her hand from covering her mouth, her anxious expression instantly replaced by shock and joy. Her gaze towards Zhang Xuan, filled with admiration, her worries completely dissipated. In the midst of battle, Zhang Xuan attacked while attempting to comprehend the principles behind the indestructible operation. He felt that although his body had become much tougher, it was not yet invulnerable. The reason he could achieve physical immunity seemed to be through a kind of resonance, absorbing and transferring energy. This sensation felt as if he had merged with the void. Being attacked meant that the void was being attacked. The void is nothingness. Nothingness is the void. Since there was nothing, how could any harm arise? A faint smile curled at Zhang Xuan's lips. The rock golem's physical strikes felt no more than a gentle scratch to him, yet he wondered what effect its arcane attacks might yield. Unrestrained, he gripped his alloy battle saber and charged once more toward the golem, striking blow after blow with ferocious precision at its vulnerable joints. Each swing unleashing colossal force, sending sparks flying and shards of stone scattering like rain. Though its defenses remained unbroken, Zhang Xuan was utterly impervious to its counterattacks. Even repeated crushing blows from the golem's massive fists and stony limbs left him unscathed, his resolve only sharpening with every strike. Time slipped by steadily. Zhang Xuan's swings remained swift and powerful, but the alloy saber battered relentlessly against granite, began warping along its blade, its edge chipped and serrated, stripped of its original keenness. Clang! Another downward slash. The saber finally yielded, buckling and snapping cleanly in two, one-half spiraling away into the dust. Zhang Xuan arched a brow, tossed the fractured hilt aside without hesitation, and drew forth an alloy battle axe from his spatial ring. A heavier, more devastating weapon, his primary armament, brought from Blue Planet. Gripping the axe firmly, he launched another assault. It cleaved through the air with a thunderous howl, crashing down upon the golem with earth-shaking force, each impact shuddering its stony frame and dislodging cascades of rubble. Yet, even this formidable weapon could not endure the relentless punishment of stony and metal. Before long, its edge chipped and dulled, its destructive power waning steadily. Witnessing this, members of the Anti-Lungua Alliance erupted in jubilant relief, their faces twisting into smug sneers. So he merely relies on physical immunity. Let his weapons break and watch him flounder. Exactly. Its defenses are impenetrable, his arsenal will be exhausted soon. Even with immunity, he'll be left helpless, merely absorbing blows. Scoffed a senior official from Dongdao Nation. Delegates from Bangzi Nation nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Longwa's spectators grew anxious. Once more, that golem's body is absurdly resilient. Will Zhang Xuan's weapons hold out? If he breaks them all without slaying it, the loss will be catastrophic. Why doesn't great sage Zhang Xuan wield his enchanted adamantium greatsword? Surely that blade could cleave through this monstrosity. True, the greatsword's power is immense, but its material may not surpass Heightensile alloy. Should it shatter, the cost would be irreparable. Indeed, as many had surmised, Zhang Xuan withheld the enchanted adamantium greatsword precisely out of concern for its integrity. Its lethality stemmed from embedded arcane runes, Yet the rock golem was magically immune. Thus, even an enchanted weapon would deliver only brute force impact, rendering its enchantments utterly inert. And in sheer physical potency, adamantium simply could not rival advanced alloy. Amidst the clamor of speculation, Zhang Xuan seamlessly drew yet another alloy weapon and resumed his onslaught. Immovable as a mountain, unmoved by the golem's fiercest assaults, his sole focus, the rhythmic, unrelenting arc of his blade. The golem's neck had narrowed dramatically, its head now teetering precariously moments from decapitation. At that instant, the golem's crimson crystal eyes blazed with violent radiance, its stony form convulsed violently. It raised its massive stone palms, within which a searing fireball fist-sized and roaring with heat coalesced instantly, before hurtling straight toward Zhang Xuan. That single fireball heralded the opening salvo of a full arcane barrage. Gale blades, lightning bolts, and countless other spells followed in rapid succession, a dense, overwhelming torrent. Firelight and lightning interwove, bathing the entire clearing in an ominous blood-red glow, its chilling aura prickling the skin with dread. This was the golem's final desperate retaliation, triggered when damaged beyond its critical threshold, and its hidden lethal gambit. Countless chosen ones before had been reduced to ash beneath such relentless magical bombardment. The Anti-Longwa Alliance watched hope flaring anew across their faces. Samida, excellent. It's begun casting spells. So what if he resists physical strikes? He cannot possibly withstand arcane assault, cried a Bangzi nation leader, slamming his palm on the table, voice thick with schadenfreude. Yoshi, physical immunity has its limits. These spells are dense, potent, and unrelenting. Even a body forged of steel will splinter under such onslaught, murmured an official in the Dongdao Command Center, a venomous grin playing on his lips. McKee Howell of Starstripe Nation exhaled faintly, then coldly muttered, "Lucky boy from Longwa. I refuse to believe you can survive such a cataclysmic arcane deluge." In Longwa's livestream, the chat flooded anew. No. It's casting spells. Can Great Sage Zhang Xuan withstand them? The barrage is too dense. Great Sage Zhang Xuan, please stay safe. Withdraw. There's no shame in retreat. Victory waits for another day. Too late. The golem's incantation speed is blinding. Inside Longwa's National Destiny Command Center, nerves tightened once more. The chief commander's brow, Lu Rian clenched her delicate hands tightly, her beautiful face etched with anxiety, her gaze locked unblinkingly on Zhang Xuan, now engulfed entirely in arcane fury, her breath suspended. But in the next heartbeat, utter disbelief seized every onlooker. Facing the apocalyptic tide of spells, Zhang Xuan stood motionless, calm, unruffled, neither evading nor shielding himself. The fireball struck his chest and detonated in a blinding flash, yet left no burn, no scorch. Gale blades shrieked across his flesh, grinding with unbearable friction, yet failed to sever a single hair. Lightning cracked down with deafening fury, only to vanish upon contact as though striking absolute insulation. His diamond body immortality granted not only total immunity to physical harm, but also profound resistance to arcane damage. These rudimentary spells were no more than idle tickles, incapable of inflicting even the faintest wound. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating, then erupted into thunderous, ear-splitting cheers from Longwa's side. The chat exploded in real time, a blinding cascade of text. Holy, holy, holy! What divine ability is this? Even spells fail. Unbelievable. Physical immunity was staggering enough, but arcane resistance too. Great Sage Zhang Xuan is ascending to true invincibility. Filthy dogs of the Anti-Longwa Alliance, behold your shattered hopes. Within Longwa's command center, tension dissolved into elation. An analyst's voice trembled with awe. Commander, it's unprecedented. Comrade Zhang Xuan's new ability grants full immunity to both physical and arcane assaults. These foundational spells cannot breach his defenses in the slightest. Lu Rian's anxiety melted away, replaced by profound awe and reverent admiration, her eyes shimmering with starlit devotion as they fixed upon Zhang Xuan. Meanwhile, in the Anti-Longwa Alliance's command rooms, despair blanketed every face, pallid, hollow, lifeless. Their earlier euphoria evaporated like mist, leaving behind only crushing futility. They had never imagined Zhang Xuan could ascend to such a pinnacle, where even arcane devastation left him untouched. Damn it, what kind of ability is this, and how can its duration be so prolonged? The mightier the technique, the greater its toll. Dual immunity, against both physical and arcane forces, is tantamount to godhood. Such omnipotence should be fleeting, its cost prohibitive. Yet none of these laws bind Zhang Xuan. How has he achieved this? Is there truly no way to slay him? What method then could possibly end him? Zhang Xuan drew yet another alloy battle saber, and channeling his full strength brought it down in a decisive arc toward the golem's neck. This time the blade did not rebound. It sliced through the golem's stony flesh as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. With a grating, agonized shriek of stone on metal, the golem's head finally parted from its body. The grand and majestic sound of the national fortune resonated throughout the entire blue star, clearly reaching every corner of every country, whether it was the billions of citizens within the Dragon Country or the high-ranking officials of the Anti-Dragon Alliance all heard it distinctly. National Fortune announcement. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Dragon Country Zhang Xuan for his first kill of a Guardian Puppet 1, increasing the national fortune of the Dragon Country by 10. The overall quality of all members of the Dragon Country has significantly improved. Domestic environmental indicators have significantly improved. The national boundary barrier has been greatly strengthened. At the moment the announcement concluded, the invisible power of national fortune surged like a gentle rain, instantly sweeping over every inch of land in the Dragon Country, quietly transforming everything on this land. In a certain rest home on the outskirts of the capital, 92-year-old academician Lin Wenxuan sat in a wheelchair, his murky eyes gazing out the window. This elder, who had dedicated his life to the aerospace industry of the Dragon Country, had rooted himself in the Gobi Desert during his youth, overcoming extreme harsh conditions, leading the charge in conquering countless core aerospace technologies and single-handedly supporting half of the Dragon Country's aerospace endeavors. However, years of late nights and hard work, along with the erosion of wind and sand, had left him in his later years suffering from cardiovascular diseases and joint pain, bedridden for years, lacking the strength to even lift a hand, and unable to watch the live broadcast of the spacecraft he participated in developing without assistance from family. Yet at the instant the sound of national fortune resonated, a warm current quietly surged into the elder's body, spreading along his meridians throughout his entire being. The originally stiff and painful joints gradually relaxed, the feeling of tightness in his chest instantly dissipated, his murky eyes became bright and spirited, and even his previously slightly hunched back could slowly straighten. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips no longer trembling. A look of incredulity spread across his face as he struggled to stand up from his wheelchair. His steps were slow but steady. "I can walk. I can see clearly." The elder's voice choked with emotion as he gazed at the clear sky outside the window, his eyes brimming with tears. "I can see the country getting better and better. I can stand up again. This life has been worth it." Meanwhile, at a certain outpost on the western border, soldier Li Rue was rubbing his knees, a frown etched on his face. He had guarded the border for 5 years, enduring temperatures below -30°, patrolling and standing guard in the snow, protecting the tranquility of the national border, which had led to severe arthritis from the cold. On rainy days, his knees ached painfully, affecting his ability to walk normally, yet he steadfastly remained at his post without a single complaint. At the moment the power of national fortune descended, the pain in his knees vanished instantly, the once stiff joints became flexible, and the hands that had long suffered from frostbite gradually regained feeling, their skin becoming warm and smooth. Li Rue clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes igniting with fervent light as he saluted the sky with a standard military salute. In a certain southern village, agricultural technician Chun Xiuyan squatted on the edge of a field, looking at the poorly growing rice with a worried expression. She had taken Yuan Lao as her role model, dedicating 20 years to the countryside, fully immersed in agricultural planting, teaching villagers how to farm scientifically. To counteract the reduction in grain production due to the decline of national fortune, she cultivated high-yield and disaster-resistant rice varieties, squatting in the fields year-round, enduring wind and sun, eventually suffering from severe lumbar disc herniation, often unable to straighten her back due to pain, yet she remained steadfast at the agricultural front just to help the villagers harvest a bit more grain. As the power of national fortune quietly descended, the pain in her waist instantly vanished, her once stiff waist became flexible, the feeling of fatigue lifted, and even her gaze became clearer. She stood up and looked at the rice in the field, pleasantly surprised to find that the previously wilted seedlings were now quietly unfurling, their leaves becoming lush and green, and the soil had also become more fertile. A smile of satisfaction appeared on Chun Zeyulian's face as she quickly walked towards the villagers' homes, eager to share the good news. Similar occurrences were happening everywhere in the Dragon Country. Those plagued by insomnia suddenly found restful sleep, waking up the next day full of energy and significantly increased work efficiency. As students who were buried in their studies found their minds becoming sharper, the previously obscure and difficult knowledge points became clear at a glance, and their memory improved greatly. The elderly, who had long suffered from chronic diseases, gradually regained their health, able to step out of their homes and enjoy their senior years. In addition to the overall improvement in physical fitness across the nation, the natural ecological environment of the Dragon Country also underwent visible and significant changes. The small rivers in the Jiangnan region, once polluted by industrial wastewater, instantly transformed from murky to crystal clear, with fish and shrimp joyfully swimming beneath the surface and the withered reeds on the banks sprouting new shoots, while flocks of egrets landed gracefully on the shores, frolicking and foraging. The northwestern desert, once plagued by sandstorms, now quietly sprouted patches of green, drought-resistant sea buckthorn and saxaul grass, growing rapidly, the blowing Sand and dust were thoroughly curbed, and the barren mountains in the distance gradually became covered in greenery, while the previously arid climate turned moist, occasionally welcoming rainfall. The smog that had long enveloped northern cities vanished in an instant. The sky turned a brilliant blue with fluffy white clouds, and the air inhaled into the lungs felt warm and pleasant as citizens emerged from their homes to enjoy the fresh air and warm sunlight. Within the city, the changes were equally surprising. The greenery on the streets thrived, flowers bloomed in succession, unpleasant odors near trash cans mysteriously disappeared, and the streets became clean and tidy. The most crucial aspect was the strengthening and upgrading of the national boundary barrier across the entire Dragon Country. Since the first opening of the national fortune-killing field, protective national barriers materialized at the borders of various countries manifested by national fortune. The higher the national fortune, the thicker and clearer the protective barriers. The lower the national fortune, the lighter and more transparent the barriers. Originally, the protective barrier of the Dragon Country had nearly dissipated, but at this moment it became clear again, like an indestructible shield firmly guarding the entire domain of the Dragon Country. Various industries, under the enhancement of the power of national fortune, welcomed unprecedented development opportunities. Within the Dragon Country, the entire nation rejoiced with cheers echoing through every street and alley. The citizens took to the streets, sharing the changes in their bodies and surroundings with each other, their faces brimming with joy and pride. Everyone was well aware that all these changes stemmed from Zhang Xuan's hard work in the national fortune-killing field, from the elevation of the Dragon Country's national fortune. In the command center of the Dragon Country's national fortune, the high-ranking officials watched the continuously rising data on the screens. 30 increase in the average physical fitness of the entire population, 120 improvement in environmental indices, 50 enhancement in the defense strength of the national boundary barrier, and a projected 40 increase in grain production. Everyone's faces revealed uncontainable joy and excitement as Commander Jiang exclaimed, "Great! So great! Comrade Zhang Xuan has made great contributions to the nation, and the Dragon Country has finally welcomed a true era of prosperity." Meanwhile, in the command halls of the anti-Dragon Alliance nations, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point, engulfed in silence. In the command center of the Stick Country, a high-ranking official smashed the teacup in his hand, his face dark with rage as he gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn it! Zhang Xuan should have joined our Stick Country. Damn it! Who let him go to the Dragon Country?" The people nearby wore expressions of jealousy and unwillingness, watching helplessly as the Dragon Country rose in all aspects, while their own country remained stagnant, and even due to the rise of the Dragon Country, their international status continued to decline, leaving them feeling frustrated yet powerless. In the command room of the Eastern Island Country, the officials wore grim faces, their eyes filled with fear and trepidation. Baka. The Dragon Country is becoming stronger and stronger, and Zhang Xuan's combat power is becoming increasingly unstoppable. If this continues, we will inevitably be crushed by the Dragon Country, and at that time, we won't even have the qualification to resist. Everyone fell silent, filled with a deep sense of helplessness. They had exhausted all efforts to suppress the Dragon Country, yet inadvertently facilitated its rise. Now the national boundary barrier of the Dragon Country had become even more solid, and the physical quality of its citizens significantly improved, leaving them with no opportunity to invade the Dragon Country. The commanders of the Star-Spangled Country, John Bull and others, had equally grim expressions, their brows furrowed, remaining silent. They had originally thought that even if Zhang Xuan could kill the puppet, he would surely pay a heavy price. Yet unexpectedly, Zhang Xuan emerged unscathed and brought such rich national fortune benefits to the Dragon Country, enabling it to completely break free from its past shackles and gradually step into a period of prosperity. This left them feeling deeply disappointed and their spirits noticeably flagging. After a long silence, Mike Howell slowly said, "Everyone, the God-making plan can commence now." At this very moment, across the entire Long Kingdom, national fortune live streams overflowed with torrents of comments, dense, fervent, and surging like tidal waves, each one radiating unbridled excitement, pride, and exultation, vividly capturing the collective euphoria and awe of an entire nation, its emotional intensity so potent it seemed ready to shatter the screen itself. Holy, holy, holy! He actually slew the ultimate boss. Zhang Xuan is beyond legendary. National Fortune 10 isn't enough. We're clearing every single puppet, pushing Long Kingdom's national fortune to its absolute peak. Can you even imagine, friends? My grandfather was still in his wheelchair moments ago, yet the instant the national fortune announcement dropped, he stood up on his own and even walked, steadying himself against the wall. This is the power of national fortune. 1. My mother's chronic lumbar condition vanished out of nowhere. She said the pain disappeared entirely, and she even bent down to do yoga. Zhang Xuan is truly Long Kingdom's blessing. Winters used to choke northern cities with smog, but today I opened my window and saw skies washed immaculately blue, air sweet as nectar. This is the unshakable confidence born of rising national fortune. Filthy remnants of the anti-Long Kingdom alliance. Do you see this? Long Kingdom grows ever stronger. Zhang Xuan is invincible. All you can do is seethe helplessly before your screens. From the moment Zhang Xuan was chosen by heaven, Long Kingdom has risen from the brink of collapse to unparalleled supremacy. He is our nation's divine guardian. We once feared foreign invasion, but now our border wards have strengthened beyond measure, filling us with absolute security. We step outside without a trace of anxiety. This is the might of national fortune, and this is the might of Zhang Xuan. I just went down to the supermarket. My grocer said today's vegetables were exceptionally fresh, plumper than ever before, and prices had even dropped. These are the tangible blessings of elevated national fortune. Charge forward, Zhang Xuan. Slay every puppet. Let Long Kingdom's national fortune surge once more until we utterly eclipse all nations. I'm overwhelmed with emotion. Once I believed our nation still lagged behind, but witnessing these transformations around me, watching Long Kingdom ascend step by resolute step, tears well up unbidden. Thank you, Zhang Xuan. Let the comments flood in. Zhang Xuan is forever peerless. Long Kingdom lives eternal. The torrent of comments brimmed with raw sincerity. Some shared miraculous physical recoveries among family members, others marveled at the planet's sudden environmental renaissance. Many hymned Zhang Xuan's unparalleled deeds, still others mocked the shattered anti-Long Kingdom alliance, each line pulsing with unfiltered, overwhelming feeling. By contrast, the live streams of the anti-Long Kingdom alliance nations lay eerily silent. Mockery and schadenfreude vanished without a trace, replaced only by blank screens thick with despair and dread. In the Korean stream, a viewer broke down. It's not fair. Why does Long Kingdom get such an overwhelmingly powerful celestial chosen? Viewers from Eastern Island nations sank into utter hopelessness. It's over. Completely over. Long Kingdom grows stronger each day. We'll never surpass them again. Zhang Xuan is terrifying. Streams from Starstriped Nation and John Bull Nation drowned beneath waves of negativity. Audiences lamented their own chosen's incompetence, decried their nation's dwindling strength, and yet could do nothing. They knew deep down that under Zhang Xuan's crushing dominance and Long Kingdom's relentless national fortune surge, resistance had become utterly futile. Within the national fortune slaughter ground, upon the open ground before the ancient ruin, Zhang Xuan listened to the celestial proclamation echoing across heaven and earth. His expression remained perfectly serene, untouched by arrogance or agitation, despite the surge of national fortune. He sensed it clearly. His own strength had risen, ever so slightly, under the auspices of national fortune. Though minuscule compared to his pre-existing might, it was real, tangible, undeniable power. True strength is forged incrementally, accumulated patiently, over years, even lifetimes. Compared to Zhang Xuan, Lu Ruyan, who had observed the battle from afar, experienced far greater enhancement. Her innate constitution had been modest, but this surge propelled her forward exponentially. Citizen attribute growth mirrored national fortune growth precisely. Long Kingdom's national fortune had previously stood at 59 points. Lu Ruyan, having consumed rare celestial herbs, had already raised her constitution to 60. Thus this surge granted her a full 1/6 increase, bringing her constitution to 70 points. Her spiritual attribute lagged slightly, yet still reached 46 points, placing her by raw stats alone on par with most Starstriped Nation chosen. Though Starstriped Nation chosen began with higher base attributes, their subsequent national fortune gains were marginal, so their overall attribute growth paled beside that of Long Kingdom's chosen. This is the equilibrium rule of the national fortune slaughter ground. Weaker nations, given the right opportunity, may swiftly close the gap with the strongest. But when such an opportunity will arise remains uncertain. It could manifest in the next heartbeat, or never at all. Master Zhang Xuan, what shall we do next? Lu Ruyan asked eagerly. Will you continue challenging the stone puppets? That intoxicating rush of rapid empowerment enthralled her. 11 stone puppets still stood scattered around the ruin. If Zhang Xuan destroyed them all, Long Kingdom would gain another 110 points of national fortune. Every Long Kingdom chosen's combat prowess would double. At the thought, Lu Ruyan's pulse quickened, yet Zhang Xuan's reply left her faintly disappointed. Not for now. These puppets are too formidable. Without a proper weapon, I might still be striking them tomorrow and not finish them off. Zhang Xuan understood the diamond immortality technique profoundly. It did not augment his physical resilience, but instead wove a mysterious energy circuit within his body. When struck, it automatically channeled incoming force into the void, a flawless deflection mechanism. Hence, even the stone puppet's devastating blows could not displace him by so much as half a step. Thus, diamond immortality conferred no offensive enhancement, only near total immunity to harm. His gaze shifted to the stone steel behind the puppets, where 2 lines of alien script were carved. What is inscribed here? Lu Ruyan noticed the script too and suggested, perhaps the state should attempt translation. These characters may hold clues to the origin of the national fortune slaughter ground. No need to trouble domestic scholars. I recognize this script. Indeed, the script was esoteric, but the divine eye's omniscience proved no exaggeration. After only a brief moment of scrutiny, its meaning crystallized effortlessly within his mind. Chapter 2: Activate the ruin, awaken the formation. transcendence returns. Though the translated phrase contained only 12 words, it sent shockwaves crashing through Zhang Xuan's consciousness. The reason was simple. Though the national fortune slaughter ground had already run 2 cycles, every chosen who returned to their homeland emerged stripped of all supernatural abilities. Survivors from the first 2 cycles had all returned via death exemption artifacts, so everyone assumed their loss of transcendence stemmed directly from having died once. Yet now it appeared something far more profound and deeply hidden lay beneath the surface. Master Zhang Xuan, can you understand these words? What is written on it? Lian, seeing that he had not spoken for a long time, was filled with curiosity and could not help but whisper, her tone tinged with urgency. Is it related to the national fortune slaughter field? Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment, his thoughts shifting as he activated the privacy protection, and then slowly said to Lian, the words on the stone tablet translate to Chapter 2, Unlocking the Ruins, activating the formation Extraordinary Return. Extraordinary Return. Lian's pupils contracted sharply, her face filled with shock as she instinctively lowered her voice. Could it be? Could we bring the extraordinary powers we gained in the national fortune slaughter field back to Blue Star? But the survivors from the first 2 rounds have all lost their abilities. Everyone thought that losing abilities was due to using the death exemption item, but it seems that is not the case. Zhang Xuan spoke steadily, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. It is highly probable that we need to unlock all the ruins on the island and activate the formations within them to unlock the extraordinary return authority, allowing us to return with our abilities. Lian was completely stunned, taking a long time to regain her composure, her tone filled with excitement and urgency. Then let's quickly unlock the ruins. As long as we can bring our abilities back, Dragon Country will no longer fear any nation. We cannot rush. Zhang Xuan shook his head, his expression still calm. This is just a fragment of clues from Chapter 2. There must be more information on the stone tablets guarded by the 11 puppets. Perhaps only by gathering all the information can we uncover the truth. He paused and continued, I will now contact the Dragon Country's National Fortune Command Center and have them coordinate with others to search for the locations of the ruins. In addition, we must find a way to locate the key to the ruins. I do have a key and know the location of one ruin, but the 2 do not match. Moreover, that place will soon be shrouded in toxic mist, making it temporarily unreachable. Lian nodded repeatedly, her face filled with agreement. Right. You think ahead. More people mean more strength. As long as all the chosen ones of the Dragon Country work together, we will definitely find all the ruins quickly. Zhang Xuan, however, was not so optimistic. With only over 2,000 chosen ones, even if everyone worked together, they might not be able to find all the ruins. The Dragon Country has less than 100 chosen ones. How could they possibly dominate all the ruins? Some ruins will definitely be discovered by the chosen ones from other countries, and they may not willingly share their coordinates. Those who obtain the keys may also not willingly hand them over. Thus, unlocking the ruins and activating the formations is bound to be fraught with difficulties. Even if Zhang Xuan's strength is great, he lacks the confidence to accomplish it. However, he did not express any of this. Success or failure would be determined later, but at least now they had a direction to strive toward. He turned off the privacy protection and made a gesture as if to make a phone call, then asked Lian to activate the privacy protection. The 2 were close enough that the privacy protection could cover each other. The command center reacted quickly, immediately having Yitang send a communication request. After Zhang Xuan connected, he wasted no time and stated directly, Command Center, I have discovered a crucial clue on the stone tablet. Translated, it reads, Unlocking the ruins, activating the formation Extraordinary Return. I deduce that it is necessary to unlock all the ruins on the island and activate the formations to allow the chosen ones to return to Blue Star with their extraordinary abilities. Please immediately notify the other chosen ones of the Dragon Country to pay attention to gathering the coordinates of the other ruins, and if they find the key to the ruins from the treasure chests, they must ensure to keep it safe. On the other end of the communication, the Dragon Country's National Fortune Command Center erupted in excitement. The commander's voice trembled with excitement. Extraordinary abilities can actually be brought back to Blue Star. Immediately notify all chosen ones of the Dragon Country to search for information related to the ruins with all their might while ensuring their own safety. After Zhang Xuan finished speaking, he hung up the communication and then asked Lian to deactivate the privacy protection. The viewers in the Dragon Country's live stream were filled with curiosity, and the bullet screen surged again. Just now the master activated privacy protection. He must have revealed some secrets. From the master's expression, it must be a significant discovery. Could it be related to the ruins? No matter what it is, following the master is the right choice. He will definitely not let us down. In the Anti-Dragon Country Alliance's live stream, there was also much confusion. Our commanders from various countries speculated that Zhang Xuan must have discovered the secret of the ruins. They were all anxious, pulling their hair out, yet helpless. Once privacy protection was activated, they could hear and see nothing. After hanging up the communication, Zhang Xuan looked at the remaining 11 rock puppets, his gaze becoming resolute. To unlock this ruin, we likely need to destroy a certain number of puppets. Let's kill one first and see if we can obtain any other information. Lian immediately nodded, handing over all the alloy weapons she possessed to Zhang Xuan. She had killed 6 enemies from opposing countries and had 6 spare weapons on hand. She could not help against the terrifying creatures like rock puppets that were adept in both magic and martial arts, and being with Zhang Xuan meant she wouldn't have to worry about food. Keeping the weapons in hand would be a waste. Zhang Xuan took the alloy weapons and walked straight towards another puppet. Soon he entered the alert range of the puppet's dark red crystal eyes flared with crimson light as it took huge strides towards Zhang Xuan, its massive body exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Zhang Xuan remained nonchalant, allowing all the attacks to land on him. The passive effect of indestructibility was instantly activated, and all physical damage along with most magical damage was nullified without him even flinching his clothing. After a fierce battle for some time, the enormous body of the rock puppet collapsed to the ground, the dark red crystal eyes extinguished in an instant, completely devoid of life. National Fortune announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Country's chosen one Zhang Xuan for his first kill of the guarding puppet. Won a Dragon Country National Fortune 10. The overall quality of all members of the Dragon Country has significantly improved. National Fortune announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Country's chosen one Zhang Xuan for consecutively killing guarding puppets in a short time. An additional reward of spiritual spring has been placed in the capital square. The National Fortune announcement resounded across Blue Star, and the Dragon Country's livestream burst into cheers. But just then a crisp sound came from Zhang Xuan's hand. The enchanted steel greatsword shattered completely due to sustaining too many collisions with the rock, and the blade was covered in numerous cracks, leaving only the bare hilt on the ground. Zhang Xuan looked down at the broken sword in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. He had ultimately underestimated the hardness of the rock puppet. This extraordinary weapon had not been able to withstand the continuous high-intensity attacks and was utterly destroyed. Lian quickly stepped forward, worry etched on her face. Master Zhang Xuan, your sword. It's fine. Zhang Xuan shook his head, tossing the broken sword aside, his tone calm. It's just a broken sword. He had anticipated this, but compared to the information on the stone tablet, an enchanted steel greatsword was nothing at all. Lian revealed a hint of regret on her face. So what do we do now? Without an extraordinary weapon, we cannot kill the remaining puppets at all. Zhang Xuan responded nonchalantly. Let's first see what is on this stone tablet. We can deal with the rest later. It's just an enchanted steel weapon. He did not regard it highly. He currently had plenty of treasure chests in his spatial ring, and as long as he could spawn the Chosen One again, he would have as many weapons as he wanted. Moreover, he had a premonition that the Chosen One would soon appear again. The audiences from various countries on Blue Star were unaware of this, and were saying all kinds of things. The audience in the Longwa live stream felt a deep sense of regret upon seeing Zhang Xuan's great sword shattered. What the hell? The god's sword is broken. That's such a pity. It's okay, the god is so powerful he will definitely find a better weapon. So the sword is broken, so be it. Zhang Xuan has been working too hard these days. It's good for him to take this opportunity to rest for a while. Is Zhang Xuan really that tired? How can I not see it? The live streams from the various countries in the Anti-Longwa Alliance erupted in chaos, with comments flooding the screen. A complex mix of emotions intertwined. There was joy and ridicule at seeing Zhang Xuan's weapon destroyed, deep jealousy over the rising fortunes of Longwa, and frustration and despair regarding their own country's future. Each comment carried a sense of unwillingness and distortion. Good riddance. That broken sword is finally shattered. Zhang Xuan, you have your day now. Without an extraordinary weapon, how can you still be arrogant? Why does Longwa get to increase their national fortune again? Our Bangshi country has no improvement at all. It's so unfair. Without your weapon, even if you can endure damage, you can't kill puppets. This makes me furious. Why does Longwa have strong figures like Zhang Xuan? Thank goodness his sword broke, otherwise we would eventually be crushed by Longwa. At least we can catch our breath this time. Before we praised how powerful Zhang Xuan was, and now he can't even protect his weapon. Without his extraordinary weapon, how can he help Longwa increase its national fortune? Damn it. Finally, I see Zhang Xuan fall flat. Without that sword, you're just a waste who can only take hits. So what if you're immune to damage? You can't handle the remaining puppets, can you? But Longwa's national fortune has increased again, and their chosen ones are getting stronger, while ours are still stagnant. If this continues, we won't have any strength to fight back. I'm both happy and sad. I'm happy that Zhang Xuan lost his weapon, but sad that Longwa has completely risen. We can never catch up. It's so despairing. Don't celebrate too early. Zhang Xuan's strength is already terrifying. We can't compare to Longwa's current power. It's too helpless. Foolish chosen ones of Longwa. So what if you have incredible defenses? Without weapons, once our chosen ones land, damn it. Why does Longwa always produce monsters like Zhang Xuan? Our Xingtiao country is clearly a strong nation, yet we can never suppress Longwa. Why is that? Honestly, I'm really panicking. Longwa is getting stronger, and even if Zhang Xuan lost his weapon, he is still stronger than all our chosen ones. What should we do? Stop deceiving yourselves. Zhang Xuan losing his weapon is just temporary. Longwa's national fortune keeps rising, and if we don't think of a way, we'll soon be surpassed and crushed by them. Thank heavens Zhang Xuan's sword is broken. This is our only chance. He can no longer rapidly kill puppets and help Longwa increase its national fortune. Jealousy is driving me crazy. Why does Longwa get such good luck? Why does Zhang Xuan have so many incredible... Our chosen ones don't even have a decent extraordinary weapon, yet Longwa has a powerhouse like Zhang Xuan. The turmoil from the outside world had no effect on Zhang Xuan. He approached the second stone tablet and gazed at the words inscribed upon it, quickly obtaining new information. Chapter 1: Destroy the puppets. Ultimate trial. Obtain the holy medicine. After destroying the puppets, the ultimate trial will be unlocked. Completing the ultimate trial will grant the holy medicine. Zhang Xuan fell into contemplation once again. I have already killed 2 puppets, but the ultimate trial has not yet begun. It seems that I must defeat all the puppets first. This ruin should be the ultimate trial ground. Holy medicine. Generally, heavenly materials and earthly treasures do not deserve this title. I wonder what this so-called holy medicine can do. Seeing Zhang Xuan lost in thought, Lu Ruyan guessed that he must have made some new discoveries. However, without privacy protection, it was not suitable to discuss this topic, so she wisely chose not to ask. Similarly, witnessing this scene, the commanders of various countries were all anxious. Almost simultaneously, all command centers of the Anti-Longwa Alliance immediately adjusted the live broadcast, enlarging the foreign text on the 2 stone tablets to the maximum. The images were clear enough to see every engraving. Looking at those esoteric, distorted, and strange characters, the commanders from various countries turned pale, filled with anxiety. They all understood that Zhang Xuan must have comprehended these words, and these words likely concealed the crucial secrets of national fortune, ruins, treasures, and other unknown mysteries. If they could not decipher them, they would only fall further behind Longwa. Quick! Immediately gather all linguists, archaeologists, and researchers of foreign civilizations across the nation. At all costs, we must decipher these words in the shortest time possible. Mike Howell of Xingtiao country shouted at the staff, his tone filled with urgency and unwillingness. If Zhang Xuan can understand them, we can too. We must not let Longwa monopolize the secrets. Commanders from Bangxi country Dongwa and Zhanbul also issued the same orders, all anxious like ants on a hot pan, staring intensely at the text on the screen, wishing they could immediately comprehend its meaning. Expert teams from various countries were urgently summoned, rushing to the command center overnight, surrounding the enlarged text image, racing against time to study and decipher it. However, these foreign characters were too ancient and obscure, showing no resemblance to any language or ancient script from Blue Star, lacking any reference basis. Even the top linguists could only be at a loss before the characters, relying solely on guesswork to force interpretations. Before long, experts from various countries submitted their deciphered conclusions, but these conclusions were all over the place, bizarre, and even contradictory, with none that could convince anyone. Various absurd guesses emerged one after another. The expert team from Bangxi country was the first to submit a report asserting with absolute certainty, yet utterly absurd, "Commander, we have deciphered it. The text on the first stone tablet says defeat the strong, seize the treasure, dominate the battlefield, and the second says sacrifice the puppets, gain power, enslave other nations. Zhang Xuan must be planning to sacrifice the puppets to gain greater power and then enslave all our country." Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of Bangxi country exploded instantly, their faces filled with panic, hastily ordering their chosen ones to develop quickly and prepare defenses, yet they felt half convinced. This interpretation was too ludicrous, but they couldn't find any grounds to refute it. The expert team from Dongwa was unique, composed of different specialists like literary scholars, archaeologists, and the archaeologists provided an interpretation. "Commander, we speculate that the first stone tablet says open the ruins, obtain divine equipment, rule Blue Star, and the second says kill the puppets, unlock divine skills, achieve immortality. Zhang Xuan's goal must be immortality and to rule Blue Star. We must stop him quickly." The literary scholars countered, "No, that's wrong. I believe the first one is protect the puppets, gain rewards, return home, and the second is give up the trial, return to the starting point, preserve life." Zhang Xuan's sword just broke. Perhaps he intends to give up the trial. We don't need to be so nervous. The two entirely different interpretations left the commanders of Dongwa in a dilemma. On one hand, there was greed for divine equipment and immortality, while on the other hand, there was fear of Zhang Xuan's strength. For a moment, they didn't know whom to believe and could only urge the experts to decipher again. The expert team from Xingtiao country had a more chaotic interpretation. Some said the stone tablet's text was find companions, gather fragments, activate the artifact, while others said destroy the stone tablet, unleash disaster, annihilate all. There were even claims that submit to the puppets, gain protection, evade crisis, and some absurdly guessed that these words were mere decorations with no actual meaning. A bunch of useless fools. Mike Howell looked at the eclectic deciphering reports, infuriated, and slammed the table. "You can't even decipher a few lines of text. What use are you? Zhang Xuan can understand, yet you can only guess blindly here. If you can't decipher it, all of you get lost." The situation in Zhanbul, France and other countries was no better, with experts sticking to their opinions and arguing endlessly, while the deciphered conclusions were absurd enough to make people laugh. Some said that killing puppets would incur punishment, as Zhang Xuan killing puppets was seeking his own death. Others claimed the ultimate trial was a trap and once opened would bring disaster. Some even suggested that these words were intentionally fabricated by Longwa to confuse them. The command centers of various countries fell into chaos with experts endlessly debating and the commanders anxiously restless caught between their desire for the secrets of the stone tablets and their despair at the fruitless deciphering along with a deep jealousy towards Longwa. They watched as Zhang Xuan grasped the secrets while they could only guess blindly. That sense of helplessness was enough to drive them mad. One commander, unwilling to give up, ordered their chosen ones to quickly head to the ruins where Zhang Xuan was attempting to observe the stone tablet up close and even seize fragments of it. However, their chosen ones were too far away to arrive in time and could only watch Zhang Xuan monopolize all the secrets. The command center of Longwo's national fortune quickly received intelligence from agents, and the high-ranking officials aware of the chaos in other countries revealed gratified smiles. An analyst smiled and said, "Commander, all nations are frantically trying to decipher the stone tablet's text, yet have no clues at all. Only Comrade Zhang Xuan can understand, and this is our advantage in Longwa." The commander nodded, his gaze resting on Zhang Xuan's figure on the screen, his tone calm. "Indeed, this is the confidence that Comrade Zhang Xuan brings us. We don't need to worry about them. Let the experts assist in research, but the focus should still be on reviewing the experiences of other chosen ones and quickly locating other ruins to gather all clues." After leaving the ruins, Zhang Xuan and Lu Ruoyan wandered aimlessly on the island. There is a chance to find a relic key in the treasure chest, and the national fortune gift pack is the same. Now there are almost no other people on the island for them to hunt, so they can only try searching for treasure chests. This island is a standard oval shape with distances of over 10 kilometers, both north-south and east-west. It is neither too small nor too large, but for large beasts the space to roam is very limited. Moreover, the monster respawn rate in the central area of the national fortune killing field is much higher than that in the edge areas. This means that while moving on the island, the likelihood of encountering beasts is very high. When Lu Ruoyan was alone before, she was always cautious and stealthy when going out to find food, even afraid to frequently enter the dense forest. Among the 6 chosen ones she killed, half were severely injured due to attacks from mutated fierce beasts, which ultimately allowed her to take advantage. Now that Zhang Xuan is by her side, Lu Ruoyan can finally walk boldly through the dense forest. Although she remains alert, she no longer needs to be as cautious as before. Suddenly Zhang Xuan stopped, and Lu Ruoyan followed suit. She assumed a combat stance and whispered, "Xian." Zhang Xuan smiled slightly. "It seems we have caught the attention of a little cutie. It can hardly contain itself." Before he finished speaking, a dark shadow suddenly sprang out from the bushes. It was a mutated fierce beast that resembled a lion, measuring about 3 meters in length, with black fur all over its body, and a pair of black feathered wings on its back, each feather gleaming with a cold luster resembling a scorpion lion from a game. Poisonous drool dripped from its sharp fangs, and its crimson eyes locked onto the two. Lu Ruoyan was bewildered. For a creature 3 meters long, how could you call this a little cutie? "What about me? A little cutie?" Before she could think more, the mutated fierce beast let out a roar and lunged at them with terrifying speed, leaving an afterimage. For ordinary chosen ones, they would be unable to react in time and would end up as its meal. Zhang Xuan remained calm, stepping in front of Lu Ruoyan. The Eye of the Divine had already provided information about this mutated fierce beast, the crow lion beast, a low-level alien creature that couldn't even be considered a magical beast, attacking solely with its claws and teeth and incapable of casting any magic. Its only advantage was its speed and extremely sensitive reactions. The crow lion beast's claws slashed fiercely at Zhang Xuan's chest, and its fangs lunged toward his neck. Zhang Xuan's gaze was calm, showing no signs of disturbance. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch to the area just above the crow lion beast's eye. This corresponded to the human temple, making it one of its most vulnerable spots. This punch was incredibly powerful. Though it seemed effortless, it contained all of Zhang Xuan's strength, and the crow lion beast collapsed, its breathing already becoming very faint. National Fortune Announcement: Dragon Kingdom. Chosen 1 Zhang Xuan captured the crow lion beast unconscious, triggering a 10,000-fold return already deployed to the Dragon Kingdom official reserve area for unified control. As soon as the announcement was made, the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room erupted. The comments flooded and filled with pride and fervor. "Wow, Zhang Xuan is amazing. He took down a 3-meter-long mutated fierce beast with just one punch. What does invincibility mean? This is invincibility. 10,000-fold return. This is incredible. Dragon Kingdom Biological Encyclopedia Collection, Progress 1. So what if there are no enchanted weapons? Zhang Xuan's iron fists are the best weapons. His strength crushes everything, yet remains unassuming, truly invincible. While others exhaust themselves to kill fierce beasts, the master does so with ease. This is what a true strong person is." In the command center of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune, many high-ranking officials stood up, their faces filled with satisfaction and joy. The commander spoke passionately, yet calmly. "Good. It seems that Comrade Zhang Xuan's combat power has not diminished much due to the lack of weapons. This is indeed a cause for celebration. In contrast, the atmosphere in the command centers of the anti-Dragon Kingdom alliance was still gloomy and oppressive, filled with jealousy and helplessness. Whales echoed, "Damn it. How could Zhang Xuan be so strong? His body is tougher than fierce beasts, and his strikes are decisive with no flaws at all. Another 10,000-fold return. This Dragon Kingdom person's luck is just too good." Sigh. With the Chosen One as powerful as Zhang Xuan in the Dragon Kingdom, we have no chance of surpassing him. The gap will only widen. In the dense forest, Lu Ruan looked at the fallen crow lion beast, her eyes full of shock, and sincerely said, "Zhang Xuan, you are amazing. To defeat such a powerful beast with just one punch, how did you do it?" Zhang Xuan shook his head slightly and lazily replied, "Such things depend on talent. It's not something you can learn. If he didn't have the talent of universal mastery, he wouldn't have gained the dreamlike proof of the divine skill. Without that skill, no amount of effort would allow him to master such powerful combat techniques. Even with sufficient attributes, achieving his current level of combat skills would be impossible. So ultimately, it really does depend on talent." Lu Ruan's thoughts shifted, realizing that this might indeed be related to Zhang Xuan's talent, and she decided not to ask further. The two handled the corpse of the crow lion beast and then set off again. Without concealing their traces, the two frequently encountered various mutated fierce beasts, such as ironback bears, black-scaled leopards, and six-legged wolves. Although the island is not large, fierce beasts abound. Zhang Xuan almost defeated opponents with a single move. His killing efficiency was terrifying. Of course, most of the time, he first knocked them out, trying to trigger the return. If that failed, he would kill them. For the country, live mutated creatures are much more valuable than corpses. Regardless of whether the natural environment improves or changes, it is being eroded by the national fortune-killing field, and the basic rules will increasingly approach that field. Providing as many live returns as possible can help the country quickly establish a new ecological chain. Lu Ruan, who had gone from shock to complete numbness, looked at Zhang Xuan as if he were a monster. In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, host Fan Shu also exclaimed, "Comrade Zhang Xuan's combat power is simply too strong. Among so many mutated fierce beasts, not a single one could withstand his punch. How is this even possible? If we could spread this combat technique to every Chosen One, the survival rate of our Dragon Kingdom Chosen Ones would surely increase significantly." Major General Lu Zheng shook his head. "It's not that simple. His movements may seem effortless, but they rely heavily on keen perception. You should have noticed that every time he strikes, he responds at the very moment the mutated fierce beast makes its move. This means he has already seen through all its subsequent actions, enabling him to seize the flaw and strike decisively. Being able to do this shows that he understood the structure of the mutated fierce beast at first glance, though only then could he judge its subsequent actions based on changes in its gaze and muscle movements." Major General Su Wan pondered. This combat technique seems to have been mastered after he slept for a day and a night. He must have had many dreams that night, perhaps experiencing countless battles and deaths, to grasp such terrifying combat skills. Fan Shu was left speechless. Even if combat skills acquired in such a way were taught to others, they might not be able to master them at all. This is a life-threatening combat technique. Not only does it require taking the enemy's life, but it also demands one's own life. If one cannot repeatedly pay the price of their life, how can they comprehend the rhythm of life? On a secluded stretch of coastline in the national fortune-killing field, a fierce dispute was unfolding. A coalition against the Dragon Nation centered around the Chosen One of the Star-Spangled Nation, with over a dozen Chosen Ones from various countries gathered here. Their expressions varied. The sea breeze carried a salty tang mixed with the rich scent of gunpowder, and amidst the oppressive standoff, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks felt particularly jarring. John Hopkins, the Chosen One of the Star-Spangled Nation, tall and imposing, held a silver alloy gun, his gaze arrogant as he looked down upon the Chosen Ones from various countries. His tone was cold and domineering. "Everyone, you must understand, Zhang Xuan's strength is increasing, and he has even killed the rock puppets in the central area. If this continues, we will all be crushed by the Dragon Nation with no chance of survival, and the fortunes of our respective countries will completely decline." As soon as he finished speaking, Kintasado, the Chosen One from the Eastern Island Nation, furrowed his brow and stepped forward, his tone tinged with unwillingness and urgency. "Mr. Hopkins, we all know Zhang Xuan is difficult to deal with and are aware of the current situation, but why have you gathered us here? Our countries are all striving to find relics and treasure chests nearby, so every moment counts towards whether we can further enhance our strength, and we simply cannot waste time here." "What do you mean?" John Hopkins scoffed, his tone growing even more domineering, his aura suddenly sharp. "From now on, all treasure chests found by you Chosen Ones from various countries must be handed over, and we, the Chosen of the Star-Spangled Nation, will distribute them collectively. Only by centralizing all resources and forging the strongest combat power can we hope to resist Zhang Xuan and secure our lives, as well as the fortunes of our respective nations." These words struck like thunder, igniting a wave of anger among the Chosen Ones from various countries, with murmurs of dissent and accusations rising one after another. The already tense atmosphere became even more fraught. Hand everything over. John Hopkins, you're dreaming. Eugene, the chosen one from the Bangzi nation, shouted angrily, his gaze sharp as a knife. The chosen ones from our nation have fought hard to find these treasure chests. Why should we hand them all over to you, the Star-Spangled Nation? On what basis do you command all of us? Exactly. On what basis? Louis Lemel, the chosen one from the Gaul Rooster Nation, chimed in, his tone full of dissatisfaction and mockery. Though the Star-Spangled Nation is slightly stronger, it cannot be so domineering and unreasonable. We will search for treasure chests independently and enhance our strength. There is no need to hand over all resources to you and let you dictate our actions. Louis Lemel is right. We can cooperate with you, but we absolutely cannot forsake our own interests, nor can we hand over all the treasure chests we have painstakingly discovered. Arthur Winston, the chosen one from the John Bull Nation, also spoke in agreement, his tone resolute, his sword slightly unsheathed, revealing a glimmer of cold light. This is a joint plan agreed upon by all nations. Your country has already consented. John Hopkins' expression darkened, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he slightly raised his alloy gun, aiming it at Eugene, his tone icy and filled with naked threat. What? Do you dare to resist? Let me remind you, now is not the time for you to argue your case. Either hand over all the treasure chests and follow us, the Star-Spangled Nation, for a glimmer of hope, or be crushed one by Zhang Xuan, leaving no trace behind, and your countries will also face obliteration. You choose. Other chosen ones from the Star-Spangled Nation also raised their weapons, their expressions unfriendly, as they glared at the chosen ones from various countries, a wave of murderous intent enveloping the area. In an instant, the tension escalated to its peak, as if a fierce conflict would erupt at any moment, with blades and swords ready to clash. A chosen one from a small nation couldn't help but say, "We came to the national fortune-killing field out of self-preservation. The country has no right to determine our lives and deaths." John Hopkins coldly replied, "Don't forget your families are still outside. Are you only thinking of yourselves, eh?" Kintasado's eyes darkened, though unwilling he understood that John Hopkins was not wrong. Indeed, some chosen ones have no family, and some do not care about their family's fate, but that is still a minority. Most chosen ones do care about their families and cannot completely ignore the orders of their countries. Furthermore, the Star-Spangled Nation's strength far exceeds that of other nations with powerful chosen ones under their command. If things really escalate, the chosen ones from the Eastern Island Nation would only suffer losses and might even be the first to be eliminated by the Star-Spangled Nation. He pondered for a moment, stepped forward, his tone softened somewhat, but still firm on his stance. John Hopkins, handing over everything is absolutely impossible. Our chosen ones from various countries also need resources to enhance our strength. Otherwise, even if we hand over all the treasure chests to you, the Star-Spangled Nation alone may not be able to resist Zhang Xuan. At that time, we will all be doomed. I propose that we only hand over half of the treasure chests to the Star-Spangled Nation, and the remaining half be distributed among ourselves, concentrating it with our country's strongest chosen ones to enhance their combat power. This way we can centralize some resources while retaining our own strength. Only then do we have a chance to truly confront Zhang Xuan. Kintasado's words instantly garnered unanimous agreement from other chosen ones from various countries. Yes, this proposal is good. Half for you, half for ourselves, which takes care of the alliance, while preserving our own interests. We can cooperate with you, the Star-Spangled Nation, but we absolutely cannot give up on enhancing our own strength. That is our bottom line. Either we proceed on these terms, or we disband, fighting for ourselves. Even if we are crushed by Zhang Xuan, we will never let you dictate us, nor will we hand over the treasure chests we painstakingly acquired. The chosen ones from various countries expressed their stances one after another, their tones resolute. Even when facing the Star-Spangled Nation's threats, they were unwilling to completely relinquish their own interests. They all understood that if they handed over all the treasure chests to the Star-Spangled Nation, they would only become pawns of the Star-Spangled Nation. Once they lost their value, they would be ruthlessly abandoned, and at that point not only would their lives be at risk, but the fortunes of their countries would also completely collapse. John Hopkins looked at the enraged chosen ones from various countries, his face alternating between green and white, his heart burning with anger, yet feeling helpless. He knew that if he pressed too hard, and the chosen ones from various countries disbanded, the anti-Dragon Nation coalition would completely collapse. At that time, the chosen ones from the Star-Spangled Nation alone would not be able to withstand Zhang Xuan, ultimately leading to their own crushing defeat. After a long contemplation, John Hopkins gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Fine. I agree to your terms. Only half of the treasure chests will be handed over, but the remaining half must be concentrated with your country's strongest chosen ones, with no private distribution and no hiding of treasures. If I find anyone hiding treasure chests, don't blame me for being rude. At that time, don't blame me for being unmerciful towards your countries." Upon hearing this, the chosen ones from various countries breathed a sigh of relief. Though still reluctant about handing over half of the treasure chests, they knew this was already the best outcome, avoiding direct conflict with the Star-Spangled Nation while preserving some of their own interests and having the opportunity to enhance their own chosen one's strength. All right, As long as you don't force us to hand over everything, we will do as you say, and we will not hide the treasure. Myeonju Jin's tone softened somewhat, yet still carried a hint of vigilance, staring intently at John Hopkins, fearful he might go back on his word. It's a deal. John Hopkins snorted coldly, retracting his alloy gun, his gaze still arrogant. Now immediately hand over half of the treasure chest you have found, and the remaining half must be given to your country's strongest chosen ones to fully equip them and enhance their strength. We will regroup as soon as possible and continue searching for treasure chests along the coast. Only by concentrating all our strength can we hope to defeat Zhang Xuan and preserve our national fortunes. Though the chosen ones from various countries were reluctant, they could only comply, carefully counting and splitting their found treasure chests in half, reluctantly handing that half over to the chosen ones of the Star-Spangled Nation. The remaining half was quickly passed to their own country's strongest chosen ones, fully equipping them and infusing them with energy, striving to enhance their combat power as soon as possible. John Hopkins stood in place, watching the treasure chests handed over by the chosen ones from various countries. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth, as he secretly calculated that once he gathered enough resources to forge the strongest combat power, he would fully control the anti-Dragon Nation coalition, eliminate those disobedient countries, and ultimately defeat Zhang Xuan alone, making the Star-Spangled Nation the overlord of the Blue Planet. Meanwhile, the chosen ones from various countries, while handing over the treasure chests, remained on guard against the Star-Spangled Nation, each plotting in their hearts. They were only temporarily conceding, and once the opportunity arose, they would reclaim their rightful interests and might even abandon the Star-Spangled Nation at a critical moment to preserve themselves and their own national fortunes. On the deserted island, the afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, elongating the figures of Zhang Xuan and Lu Ruyan. For an entire day, the two had not rested, hunting the mutated beasts on the island while searching for treasure chests. Finally back. Lu Ruyan wiped the sweat from her brow. Xiangu, we found 11 mahogany treasure chests today. Perhaps we can unearth extraordinary weapons from them, and then we can challenge the rock puppet again. Zhang Xuan nodded slightly, yet showed no intention of opening the treasure chests. He had a premonition that he might soon refresh the divine skill Child of Destiny. The divine skills he had previously acquired were mostly passive, yet even passive skills had their discernible patterns. Just like the indestructible diamond and absolute evasion, each had its specific operational principles. Naturally, the Child of Destiny was no exception. This divine skill could communicate with the heavenly Tao in a mysterious way. Whether to appease or deceive, it would certainly have some impact on the heavenly Tao. And this influence, of course, included the timing of its appearance. Since it was the Child of Destiny, it represented unparalleled luck, and it would surely manifest when Zhang Xuan needed it the most. Just like before when he had led the national luck to the battlefield, Zhang Xuan's basic attributes were relatively low, making the influence of luck undeniably significant, hence the Child of Destiny appeared. Now, with a considerable number of treasure chests at his disposal, whether it was for keys or weapons, luck was essential. In this scenario, the probability of the Child of Destiny manifesting would naturally not be low. Lu Ruyan was unaware of this. She was not curious as to why Zhang Xuan had not opened the treasure chests yet, believing that he had his reasons for doing so. Strong individuals need not explain their actions. Returning to Lu Ruyan's shelter, Zhang Xuan took out a pile of beast carcasses from his spatial ring and began to dismember them one by one. These were the mutated beasts he had hunted during the day, such as the crow-lion beast and the split-tooth wolf. Some of the beast meat was tender and rich in extraordinary energy, along with some fresh green wild vegetables collected along the way, juicy and perfect for cooking a delicious dinner. You take a break. Ill-prepared dinner, Zhang Xuan said as he walked to a nearby clearing, skillfully setting up a simple stove and taking out his portable kitchenware. His top-tier culinary talent was showcased vividly at that moment. When processing the game, his movements were brisk and decisive, accurately removing excess tendons and bones, cutting the crow-lion beast meat into evenly sized pieces with seamless technique, showing no signs of delay. While cleaning the wild vegetables, he carefully removed impurities, retaining only the freshest parts. Then Zhang Xuan ignited the firewood, placed the cookware on the stove, and poured in a small amount of fat extracted from the beasts. Once the fat was warmed, he added the cut meat, slow-frying it gently. Soon a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, instantly dispelling the fatigue lingering in the forest. He chopped the wild vegetables and added them to the pot, stirring them with seasoning. After a moment of stir-frying, he added an appropriate amount of water, covered the pot, and let it simmer on low heat. Lu Ruyan sat nearby, watching Zhang Xuan's busy figure as the increasingly rich aroma filled the air. She couldn't help but swallow, her tone tinged with anticipation. "Xiangu, how did you learn to cook like this? I feel like your dishes are even better than those made by chefs at a national banquet." Zhang Xuan smiled faintly, his tone calm. "It's just basic operations. Practice makes perfect, and skill naturally improves over time. This meat contains extraordinary energy. Paired with the wild vegetables, it can replenish stamina and slightly enhance combat power, which is greatly beneficial for you." Before long, the dish in the pot was ready. The meat of the crow-lion beast was tender and flavorful, its color bright, and with a bite it was juicy, without any pungent taste of the beast, instead carrying a faint fragrance. The wild vegetables absorbed the essence of the meat, crisp and refreshing, perfectly balancing the rich and the light. Zhang Xuan served the dish from the pot onto a bed of leaves, simple yet exquisite, the rich aroma wafting in the wind, lingering in the forest. Meanwhile, the live stream from the Dragon Kingdom's national luck broadcast was showcasing this scene in real time, and the comments exploded in a frenzy, filled with envy and lament. Many viewers even salivated as if they could sense the enticing aroma through the screen. What the heck? Am I seeing this wrong? That's in the wilderness. How could Zhang Xuan make such a visually and aromatically pleasing dish? How on earth did he accomplish this? In contrast, what I eat every day is like pig slop. Su Chang, don't you have any shame? I labor every day to cook for you, and you dare say my cooking is pig slop? From today on you can eat wherever you like. I'm not serving you anymore. Wife, let me explain. Oh no, I mean let me clarify. Crow, lion, beast meat stewed with wild vegetables? Just looking at it makes my mouth water. Why am I stuck eating instant noodles while Zhang Xuan is enjoying a feast in the national luck battlefield? It's so unfair. I'm crying from envy. I can already imagine that taste. Tender beast meat, crispy wild vegetables, one bite must be absolutely. While others are grateful for a warm meal in the national luck battlefield, Zhang Xuan is feasting like this. His life is simply too luxurious. Lu Ruyin must be so happy getting to eat the food made by Zhang Xuan every day. I'm so envious. I want to follow Zhang Xuan too. Is there anyone knowledgeable? The meat of the crow, lion, beast contains extraordinary energy, which can enhance combat power. What Zhang Xuan is doing is not just cooking. This is a combat power meal. The live stream's comments kept rolling, filled with messages of crying from envy and seeking feeding, and many viewers pulled out their own meals to compare, feeling increasingly aggrieved, wishing they could immediately cross over to the national luck battlefield to taste Zhang Xuan's cooking. At the Dragon Kingdom's National Luck Command Center, the high-ranking officials watching the screen couldn't help but laugh. The chief commander said with satisfaction, "Talents emerge in every generation, each leading in brilliance for centuries." Comrade Zhang Xuan is not only skilled in martial arts, but also excels in culinary skills. Truly, those with abilities can achieve anything. On the deserted island, Zhang Xuan and Lu Ruyin sat at a dining table made of leaves, picking up simple wooden chopsticks to begin their dinner. The rich aroma of meat melted in their mouths, and the fatigue gradually dissipated with each bite of the delicious food. Lu Ruyin eagerly ate, mumbling, "Xiangu, this is so delicious. This is the best meal I've ever had in my life, thank you." Zhang Xuan smiled faintly, feeling quite satisfied inside. This girl, despite everything, was truly understanding. She had never caused trouble since they met, and was nothing like the legendary Emperor Ruyan. She never asked inappropriate questions, and was quite adept at providing emotional support. What was even more commendable was that she was not a delicate girl, but a qualified warrior. Having such a beautiful teammate made his survival much more enjoyable than being alone. The sun had already risen, and the golden sunlight penetrated through the branches and leaves of the deserted island, illuminating the makeshift camp and dispelling the morning mist and chill. Zhang Xuan slowly awakened from his slumber, his expression still calm and serene, with a hint of languor from just waking up. He habitually opened his attributes panel. Just as he had anticipated, the talent of all-encompassing refreshed again, and the divine skill, child of destiny, was unexpectedly unlocked, radiating a faint golden glow starkly different from the previous dullness. Indeed, it has been unlocked. A barely perceptible smile curved at Zhang Xuan's lips, his tone tranquil, yet unable to conceal a trace of anticipation. He got up, stretched, and scanned the camp. Lu Ruyin had long since risen and was busy skillfully preparing the wild vegetables she had gathered the day before for breakfast. She had clearly been awake for a while, showing no signs of yesterday's fatigue. Noticing Zhang Xuan's gaze, Lu Ruyin turned around with a smile. "Brother Xuan, you're awake. I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't disturb you." Zhang Xuan nodded lightly, and with a thought his storage space opened, revealing a series of treasure chests neatly arranged on the ground. There were dozens of treasure chests, all emanating a subtle, strange glow. Lu Ruyin paused her movements, quickly walked over, and gazed at the piled treasure chests with excitement. "Wow, so many treasure chests. Brother Xuan, shall we start opening them now?" Zhang Xuan found a clean stone to sit on, his expression relaxed and unhurried as he picked up the nearest mahogany chest and gently opened it. "National Luck Notice, congratulations, you have opened the mahogany chest and obtained tracking talisman X3. 3 yellow talismans lay quietly in the chest, inscribed with complex runes warm to the touch, with faint energy fluctuations emanating from them. Tracking talismans, a one-time consumable item that allows precise location tracking of a target by simply reciting their name, even from thousands of miles away, making it a tracking artifact." Zhang Xuan casually stored the talismans in his storage space and continued to open the next treasure chest. Lu Ruyin stood by, her eyes fixed intently on the chests, filled with anticipation. "National Luck Notice, congratulations, you have opened the mahogany chest and obtained perfect evolution potion X1. A bottle of pure white potion gradually appeared, exuding a faint fragrance. Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened. This is a strengthening potion, right? I heard it can enhance physical constitution. It's so precious. Zhang Xuan nodded slightly and handed the potion to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan asked in surprise, Brother Xian, you're giving me such a precious potion. Zhang Xuan lazily replied, I've already used it, and reusing it has no effect. Lu Ruyan upon hearing this expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Xian. As she received the potion, she realized it was not just a strengthening potion, but an even more precious perfect evolution potion, causing her heart to swell with gratitude. She silently vowed to find a way to repay Zhang Xuan in the future. However, Zhang Xuan had no extra thoughts, as if he was merely giving away a bottle of mineral water instead of a rare perfect evolution potion, and he continued to open the next treasure chest. National Luck Notice, congratulations, you have opened the mahogany chest and obtained positioning compass X1. A rustic compass appeared, its needle slightly moving. This was also a one-time item that could input coordinates for a single long-distance teleportation, working wonders when paired with the tracking talismans. National Luck Notice, congratulations, you have opened the mahogany chest and obtained Ice Sword X1. A long sword emanating a chilling light appeared quietly, its blade smooth and extremely sharp, lacking any unnecessary decoration, yet exuding a rich aura of coldness. Zhang Xuan picked up the long sword and weighed it lightly, feeling excellent in his hand, then casually set it aside and opened another treasure chest. National Luck Notice, congratulations, you have opened the mahogany chest and obtained Rejuvenation Pill X5. Rejuvenation Pill, consuming it accelerates the speed of wound healing and recovery of stamina. 5 bright red pills were contained in a delicate porcelain bottle. Zhang Xuan opened it and inhaled deeply, only to find the fragrance overwhelming. The exact recovery effects could only be known by consuming them. National Luck Notice, congratulations, you have opened the mahogany chest and obtained Strengthening Potion X2. National Luck Notice, congratulations, you have opened the mahogany chest and obtained Skill Scroll Ice Arrow Technique X1. A faintly glowing blue scroll flew out and landed in Zhang Xuan's hand, inscribed with the words Ice Arrow Technique. Zhang Xuan unfurled the scroll and a stream of information surged into his mind, stating calmly, Ice Arrow Technique, quite practical, can condense cold energy to attack enemies and slow them down. Once learned, this skill automatically advances to Power of Ice, similar to Power of Lightning and Power of Flame. Now Zhang Xuan had many skills at his disposal, some of which were even in use during combat. Yet he felt that such elemental skills would be immensely useful in the future, so he would certainly learn them when encountered. The National Luck Notices echoed successively, yet they were not chaotic. Most of the items obtained from the mahogany chests were of an online game style and various potions, with a low probability of obtaining enchanted weapons. As each treasure chest was opened, more precious rewards emerged in succession. When Zhang Xuan opened the 6th mahogany chest, a particularly striking golden National Luck Notice appeared. National Luck Notice, congratulations, you have opened the mahogany chest and obtained Relic Key X1. An ancient copper key quietly emerged, inscribed with strange patterns. With the remaining mahogany chests dwindling, he quickly reached the last one, and Zhang Xuan had already gathered 7 relic keys. He casually opened the last treasure chest, having little hope, only to encounter a surprise once again. National Luck Notice, congratulations, you have opened the mahogany chest and obtained Swift Wind Bow X1. Zhang Xuan picked up the long bow, gently pulled the bowstring, feeling excellent in his hand, and a satisfied glint flashed in his eyes. This bow is great, it can shoot arrows of wind without needing to craft arrows myself. Dozens of mahogany chests have been opened, leaving only 2 particularly eye-catching chests. One entirely silver, shimmering brilliantly, the other crafted from gold, resplendent in golden light. Both were high-tier chests caught earlier with the willing to take the bait method. Lu Ruyan gazed at these 2 distinctive chests, unable to take her eyes off them. Brother Xian, these 2 chests seem a bit special. I've never seen any like them before. Zhang Xuan said nothing, first picking up the silver chest and gently opening it. In an instant, a dazzling red light burst forth and a powerful aura swept through the area. Even Zhang Xuan felt a jolt of shock, and Lu Ruyan instinctively took a step back, her face filled with astonishment. As the red light dissipated, a massive axe appeared before them. Its body was a deep crimson, etched with patterns of prehistoric beasts, exuding an imposing presence. Despite lacking any spiritual or magical aura, it radiated an unparalleled weight and sharpness, as if it could cleave through the heavens and the earth. National Luck Notice, congratulations, you have opened the silver chest and obtained a fragmentary immortal artifact of the cultivation civilization, Dominating Primal Axe X1. Zhang Xuan reached out to grip the axe handle, feeling the icy coolness and its extraordinary weight. Even with nearly 200 points of constitution, he had to exert some effort to lift it. He swung the battle axe toward a tree ahead with great force, instantly severing the large tree in half, leaving a smooth and clean cut with not a single splinter in sight. What a sharp axe! A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes. Even without any spirit and magical abilities, it can be deemed a divine weapon. With this dominating primal axe, dealing with those puppets will be much easier in the future. Lu Ruyan, standing beside him, was astonished and speechless for a long time before finally regaining her senses, her tone filled with disbelief. A divine weapon. This is truly a divine weapon. How domineering. Zhang Xuan rubbed the battle axe in his hand, growing more fond of it. The previously opened ice sword and swift wind bow seemed like toys compared to this axe. A fragmentary immortal artifact cannot be considered a divine weapon, but it can be deemed a quasi-divine weapon. He stored the dominating primal axe in his storage space, his gaze landing on the final golden chest, his anticipation reaching a peak. This golden chest was clearly more valuable than the silver chest, and the rewards inside were bound to be extraordinary. Zhang Xuan took a deep breath and slowly opened the golden chest. An incredibly dazzling golden light surged from the gap of the chest, a tremendous wave of energy sweeping across the scene. Even the sounds of the forest seemed to come to a halt. As the golden light dissipated, a pitch-black scroll lay quietly in the chest, its cover devoid of any text, yet exuding a mysterious and powerful aura, as if it contained endless secrets. National Luck Notice: congratulations, you have opened the golden chest and obtained Ancient Demon Technique X1. Lu Ruyan gazed at the pitch-black scroll inside the golden treasure chest, unable to help but ask, Xiangu, is this also a skill scroll? Zhang Xuan shook his head. This is an ancient demonic art scroll. Lu Ruyan exclaimed in surprise. Demonic art? What kind of demonic art? Is it like the star-absorbing art, or the celestial silkworm demonic art? Neither. Zhang Xuan's expression was somewhat peculiar. This demonic art is called ancient demonic art. He picked up the scroll and casually opened it, instantly mastering this ancient demonic art. Unexpectedly, the universal mastery talent actually affected the art, transforming the legendary ancient demonic art into a mythic quality in an instant. Ancient demonic art mythic absorbs negative emotions such as fear, hatred, sadness, and despair, converting them into pure demonic energy. Previously, Zhang Xuan had caught a glimpse of the legendary quality ancient demonic art, having severe side effects, seemingly causing a change in one's heart during cultivation. However, after being upgraded to mythic quality, the side effects were completely erased. Still, as the saying goes, the fewer the words, the greater the matter. Although the introduction of this art was simple, Zhang Xuan felt there were many functions yet to be explored. Lu Ruyan watched Zhang Xuan learn the demonic art with concern, unable to shake off her worries. After all, this kind of art sounded sinister. Would Xiangu turn into a great demon? Zhang Xuan's entire process of opening the treasure chest was exposed to everyone's eyes. Even if they didn't know exactly what he had obtained, they could guess it was no small feat. In the Dragon Country's live stream, the barrage of comments was overwhelming as countless viewers transitioned from initial ecstasy to sheer shock and numbness, utterly captivated by Zhang Xuan's incredible haul. The golden treasure chest has revealed the ancient demonic art. My heavens. The golden treasure chest is definitely a top-tier art. Just looking at it is incredibly mysterious. While the other chosen ones can't even find a mahogany chest, Master Zhang Xuan is getting a golden treasure chest. I ask, how can such a situation lose? Shut up. Stop cheering for him. A broken celestial weapon, the fierce primitive axe, 7 relic keys, elemental skills, elixirs, and an unknown ancient art. This is simply a windfall. While others are barely surviving, Xiangu is picking treasure chests, comprehending divine arts, and obtaining celestial weapons. This gap is no longer a chasm, it's a galaxy-level disparity. The most outrageous thing is his luck. It's simply absurd. I seriously suspect the fate of the nation has given him special privileges. In the command center of the Dragon Country's national fortune, high-ranking officials were glued to the screen, holding their breath until they saw the power of the fierce primitive axe, finally letting out a sigh of relief, followed by uncontrollable joy. Earlier we were worried about how to deal with those puppets. Now, with the fierce primitive axe, those mere rock puppets are nothing to fear. The atmosphere in the command center was lively, with everyone wearing expressions of firm confidence, an unprecedented sense of security enveloping each heart. In stark contrast were the live streams and command centers of other countries around the world. The live stream of the Star-Spangled Nation was already filled with wails, a barrage of despair covering the screen, without a glimmer of hope. This is insane. This is definitely cheating. Why can he continuously open celestial weapons and arts? Where did the silver and golden treasure chests come from? Why can't the other chosen ones find them? We don't even know what the specific effects of the arts are. We have a completely unknown trump card. Do we still have a chance to win? In the command center of the Star-Spangled Nation, the atmosphere was suffocating. High-ranking officials wore grim expressions, staring at the screen, without saying a word, the air thick with a sense of helplessness. John Hopkins had a hard time suppressing the other nations, beginning to consolidate resources and band together, hoping to use collective strength to counter Zhang Xuan. But with just one treasure chest opening, Zhang Xuan had obliterated all advantages of the alliances, creating an unbridgeable gap. Mike Howell slammed his fist heavily on the table, his expression twisted in rage. Damn it. His luck has returned. What can we use to contend with such an enemy? Broken celestial weapons, mysterious arts, a vast array of items. His growth rate is exponential. We can't keep up, well, never be able to catch up. In the East Island nations, Stick Nation, Gallus Rooster, John Bull, and all the other nations opposing the Dragon Country, there was an eerie silence. The East Island nation's live stream was filled with despair. Sato Kenta and the others are still struggling to calculate the distribution of treasure chests along the coast, while he has already obtained celestial weapons and top-tier arts. The gap is so vast it's disheartening. The viewers from Stick Nation were completely demoralized. We fought tooth and nail for half the treasure chest resources, while Zhang Xuan casually opens chests and gets rare extraordinary items. This national fortune competition is now completely out of balance. The commanders and the command centers of various countries all wore gloomy expressions filled with bitterness and helplessness. They compromised, struggled, and made concessions, finally reaching a unified rule, hoping to concentrate resources against Zhang Xuan, plotting for a chance to turn the tide. But merely a night passed, and Zhang Xuan's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. All their calculations, preparations, and patience instantly became the biggest joke of the scene. The high-ranking officials from various countries who had still harbored a glimmer of hope now completely recognized the reality. As long as Zhang Xuan remained in the national fortune battlefield, they would never have a chance to rise. In the forest of the deserted island, while the outside world was tumultuous and other nations were despairing, it had no effect on the two people in the camp. Lu Ruoyan remained deeply worried, anxiously looking at Zhang Xuan. Xian Ge, is there really no problem with this demonic art? I always feel that the demonic art will have some hidden dangers. Zhang Xuan smiled lightly, stood up, and stretched his wrist. Although he had just begun cultivation, the ancient demonic art had already begun to take effect. Even across dimensions, he could sense the fear of the viewers from Blue Planet. However, perhaps due to the vast distance, the emotions of the Blue Planet people were transmitted with little intensity, having minimal effect on cultivation. Don't worry, there are no hidden dangers. Zhang Xuan looked toward the depths of the deserted island. Let's go, let's clear out the remaining 10 rock puppets today. The two set off side by side, walking toward the central ruins. The path was still the same as yesterday, but as they walked, they easily found treasure chests along the way. Lu Run bent down to pick up a mahogany treasure chest hidden in the crevices of tree roots, unable to help but exclaim, Xian Ge, our luck is just too good, right? These places look ordinary, just a casual search reveals treasure chests. As they reached the midpoint, a barren rocky area came into view, completely bare, without any vegetation, hardly a place that seemed to hold resources. But just as the two arrived here, a treasure chest suddenly appeared on a nearby rock. Lu Ruan was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. This is a treasure chest respawning. This luck is just too outrageous. The global audience erupted again at this scene. Outrageous. It's really too outrageous. While others have been wandering the deserted island for ages without finding anything, he walks a casual path and treasure chests appear one after another. Exactly. Now it's great. We don't even need to search. The treasure chests are popping up in front of us, and they say it's not cheating. This must be another trick of Zhang Xuan. In a short distance, the two collected over a dozen mahogany treasure chests, obtaining various elixirs, amplifying potions, and auxiliary items, but they could no longer find relic keys. Zhang Xuan realized that perhaps all the relic keys had already been found, or there might only be 8 relics in total. There was certainly some mechanism at play here, but he had no way of guessing how it worked. In the central ruins, 10 rock puppets standing 3 meters tall quietly loomed, their eyes flashing with a fierce crimson light, emanating a heavy and fierce aura. Due to the frequent stops to pick up treasure chests, Zhang Xuan and Lu Ruoyan took a full hour to reach this place. Zhang Xuan concentrated his thoughts, and the crimson formidable giant axe suddenly materialized in his hands. The fierce primitive axe felt solid in his hands. Even without spiritual power enhancement, it possessed an extraordinary sharpness capable of cleaving through all. The primal patterns on the axe trembled faintly, releasing an ancient and domineering pressure instantly enveloping the entire valley. The nearest rock puppet was provoked, moving with heavy steps that caused the ground to tremble violently, swinging its rocky fist with tremendous force toward Zhang Xuan. All the viewers from various countries outside held their breath, staring intently at the screen. The viewers from the Star-Spangled Nation gritted their teeth and watched. The rock puppet's defense is invincible. Even a broken celestial weapon might not quickly break through its defenses. But the next second, all their speculations were shattered. Facing the rock puppet's onslaught, Zhang Xuan directly leaped up, raising his battle axe with great effort, executing a simple yet powerful strike. There were no flashy moves, just pure sharpness and overwhelming strength. Crack! The crisp and jarring sound of shattering echoed repeatedly. The seemingly indestructible rock armor crumbled before the fierce primitive axe, like thin paper, instantly shattering apart. That rock puppet was actually cleaved in two, its hard rocky body exploding into a pile of rubble in an instant. Inside and outside the National Fortune battlefield, everyone who witnessed this scene was left dumbfounded. Accompanied by the National Fortune announcement, the dust on the relic stone platform slowly dispersed. Scattered fragments of rocks lay quietly on the ground. That once fearsome rock puppet had completely perished, leaving not even a single intact piece of its body. Silence and extreme silence. Whether it was Lu Rian in the national fortune-killing field, or the audiences watching the live broadcast from all over the world, everyone remained frozen in place, their minds blank. After several seconds, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room erupted with a barrage of comments, instantly breaking the silence. I am numb. One axe. It was really just one axe. Everyone remembers how unresolvable these rock puppets were, right? The previous two chosen ones could only flee completely routed. Their stone bodies are comparable to fine iron with maximum physical defense, yet before this axe they fell apart, like paper. Is this the value of a flawed divine weapon? This is a power that exists on a completely different dimension. The gap. This is an absolute disparity in strength. There's simply no contest. The atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom's command center reached a peak. The high-ranking officials stared intently at the screen, their faces unable to contain the wild joy that erupted as all previous worries and concerns vanished. The commander exhaled a long breath, his voice betraying his excitement. Good. Very good. With this precise divine weapon in hand, there will be no threats to Zhang Xuan on this deserted island. We were still devising strategies to deal with the puppets, but it seems that was completely unnecessary. This crushing strength requires no strategy at all. With 9 puppets remaining, they pose no threat at all. Conversely, other countries' live broadcast rooms fell into a dead silence. Countless foreign audiences watched the screen filled with rubble, looking at the calm figure standing on the stone platform, their last glimmer of hope completely shattered. The live broadcast room of the United States was devoid of any rebuttal comments, only filled with despairing wails. It's unfair. This is absolutely unfair. The top chosen ones, trained with countless resources, barely able to hold their ground against the puppets, were instantly killed by him with one axe. How can we compete? No need to compare. The outcome of this national fortune competition has already been determined from today. The atmosphere in the United States command center reached a freezing point, with everyone pale and silent. Their proud combat system, resource advantages, and alliances were utterly fragile before the absolute power. The high-ranking officials of allied countries such as Dongyi and Baokok wore grim expressions, their eyes hollow, filled only with helplessness and despair. The once vast gap in national fortune was now widened to an insurmountable level. Inside the national fortune-killing field ruins, Lu Rian stood beside Zhang Xuan, her beautiful eyes wide as she gazed at the rubble beneath her feet, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Having witnessed Zhang Xuan's battle against the puppet, she knew how abnormal its defenses were. Ordinary blades could barely, yet Zhang Xuan casually shattered it with a single axe. Overwhelmed with shock, deep admiration surged within her. Brother Xuan, you are just too strong, Lu Rian murmured. Zhang Xuan's expression remained calm, gripping the dominant primal axe, his gaze sweeping across the entire stone platform. One rock puppet had already fallen, with the remaining 9 scattered across the platform. Perhaps triggered by some mechanism, or perhaps the previous loud noise and energy fluctuations had startled all the puppets guarding the ruins. In the distance, 2 nearby rock puppets simultaneously turned their heavy bodies, their crimson eyes locking onto Zhang Xuan. As the stone patterns on their bodies began to glow, a heavy sense of intimidation sweeping across the area. This made Zhang Xuan feel as if these puppets possessed thought, not merely being magical dolls. They are quite well behaved. Zhang Xuan chuckled lightly, his pace neither hurried nor slow as he walked toward the next puppet. This puppet was identical in size to the previous one, its heavy rock body standing in the center of the stone platform, like a stone deity, guarding the relic, exuding a heavy pressure. The moment Zhang Xuan stepped into its warning range, this rock puppet instantly went berserk. Boom! Its heavy body charged forward, causing the ground to tremble, stones bouncing, as its massive stone fist, accompanied by a fierce wind, came crashing down with the intent to crush the insignificant human before it into a pulp. The might of this punch, had it been any other chosen one, they would have to flee in panic, not daring to take it heed in. But Zhang Xuan faced it without fear. He stood tall, neither dodging nor retreating, raising the primal axe slightly to meet the incoming giant fist, gently chopping down once more. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only pure sharpness and dominance. Crack! The familiar sound of shattering rang out again. The solid stone fist instantly shattered and exploded, the fierce momentum of the axe continuing through the puppet's body. The entire body of the rock puppet broke apart in response, its massive form collapsing onto the stone platform, instantly disintegrating into a pile of rubble. Another axe. Another instant kill. The entire process was smooth and effortless, with even Zhang Xuan's stance not swaying in the slightest. It can't be blocked. Lu Rian was already completely numb. The global audience outside had also completely lost their composure. The second one. Another axe. What are we even fighting for? This is one-sided slaughter. Those puppets are nothing but clay toys. I finally understand what a dimensional strike means. This is a battle on a completely different level. The fighting continued atop the stone platform. Zhang Xuan continued to move, weaving between the various puppet positions. The remaining rock puppets seemed to sense an extreme danger and began to abandon their positions, converging from all directions. Some puppets swung heavy fists while others charged forward, The onslaught layered over each other, creating an oppressive feeling. Yet against the absolute sharpness of the dominant primal axe, all defenses and attacks were futile. No matter how thick the puppet's stone armor or how violent its strength, as long as the axe's edge passed, it would inevitably shatter. One axe, one puppet without exception. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sounds of explosions echoed throughout the relic valley, stones flying and dust swirling. In just a few minutes, the remaining 8 rock puppets were all crushed and killed by Zhang Xuan. On the vast ancient stone platform, there was no puppet left standing. The ground was covered with shattered rock fragments. The previously deadened and oppressive relic area had fully restored its natural state. The 10 troublesome rock puppets were completely crushed, none enduring even a single axe's might. Zhang Xuan sheathed his heavy axe, standing with his hands behind his back, his clothes neat and untouched by dust, his breath steady, showing no signs of fatigue from battle. From the start of the battle to the annihilation of all puppets, it was as easy as clearing away debris. The national fortune announcement resounded 10 times, each representing an additional 10 points of national fortune for the Dragon Kingdom. With just this wave, the Dragon Kingdom increased its national fortune by 100 points. Inside and outside the national fortune killing field, everything related to the Dragon Kingdom began to undergo earth-shattering changes. The majestic golden light of the national fortune tore through the void like an ocean, cascading down in a grand torrent, completely enveloping every inch of land in the Dragon Nation, spanning 960,000 square kilometers. An earth-shattering transformation abruptly commenced. The first to explode were the major live streaming rooms across the entire network of the Dragon Nation. The already boiling barrage of comments went completely out of control the moment 10 national fortune announcements flooded the screen, with dense text instantly filling the entire view, causing lag screen floods and chaos nearly overwhelming all platform servers. 10 consecutive announcements. A full 10 times increase in national fortune. 100 points of national fortune. My goodness. The last time we got a 10-point increase, the whole nation was buzzing. At this time, it's a direct double blow. I feel so much lighter all of a sudden. My chronic fatigue from staying up late has vanished completely. I'm 500 degrees nearsighted. Just now my vision suddenly cleared, and I can see everything clearly. Awesome. This wave from Xiangu has lifted the entire nation. The whole country is taking off. Look outside. The sky, the air, everything has changed. Countless netizens in the Dragon Nation dropped their phones and computers, rushing to the windows and balconies, looking up at the sky and earth. In the next moment, the entire land of the Dragon Nation erupted with overwhelming gasps of astonishment and laughter. The sky, which had already turned quite blue, became even purer and clearer, clean to the point of resembling a scene from a fairyland. The exhaust fumes from vehicles, industrial pollution, and dust that had long lingered over the city were instantly purified by an invisible pure force, vanishing without a trace. In their place was fresh, gentle air infused with a faint fragrance of grass and trees, filling the lungs and bringing a sense of comfort from head to toe, sweeping away all fatigue, irritability, and oppression. In the streets and alleys, countless citizens paused to look up, their faces filled with shock and joy, with waves of laughter echoing throughout every corner of the city. Pedestrians in the commercial streets stopped in their tracks, marveling at one another with smiles that could not be contained. Residents gathered downstairs, pointing towards the rejuvenated landscape and sky, their cheers ringing out continuously. Street vendors, busy workers, and students alike all paused their activities, immersed in this sudden transformation into an era of prosperity. Look, the trees by the roadside. They've all sprouted new buds. It's clearly late autumn, yet the flowers along the street are all blooming. A flourish of flowers in all seasons, how miraculous. The river water has become clear. That inner river, which was perpetually emerald green, is now crystal clear. The wind blew through the streets, no longer carrying heat and dust, but rather warm and gentle, caressing the skin with a comforting touch. The hard, cold city streets faintly shimmered with a layer of warm jade light, feeling stable and comfortable underfoot, making even the steps feel incredibly light. The suburban mountains and fields underwent a complete transformation. Once ordinary hills and barren slopes shed their ruggedness, taking on a graceful demeanor. Withered trees sprung forth with life, the woods lush and verdant, ethereal mists winding around the hilltops, while clear springs gushed forth from between the stones, glistening in the light, infused with spiritual energy. With the desertification of sand and dust, the dissipation of heat, and the complete eradication of floods and droughts, the entire territory of the Dragon Nation was rapidly evolving towards the paradise described in ancient texts at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the landscape transformed, the populace also gained a new lease on life. The doubling of the overall quality of the citizens precisely impacted every citizen of the Dragon Nation, with no exceptions. In the office towers, the chronic issues of cervical spondylosis, lumbar strain, and shoulder pain that resulted from long hours of sitting melted away in an instant. Stiff joints became relaxed, and flexible fatigue vanished completely, and mental acuity surged. The once obscure and complex work problems could now be unraveled in a glance. Within the campus, countless students clearly sensed their minds becoming clearer and more transparent, with memory comprehension and focus all doubling. Previously difficult knowledge points now seemed easy with a photographic memory, and their mindset remained calm and serene, free from restlessness or aversion to learning. Elderly individuals on the streets saw their gray hair returning to black, wrinkled skin becoming firm, and rosy hunched backs straightening gradually, and chronic conditions like old leg ailments, high blood pressure, and lingering pains fading away completely. They appeared spirited and spry with smiles of serene joy on their faces. Children's physiques rapidly grew stronger, their complexions rosy and vibrant, lively, but not unruly, with increasingly pure and stable temperaments. Young adults were full of vitality and stamina, their physical abilities and endurance doubling with senses keenly attuned. Throughout the nation, all negative emotions dissipated entirely, with irritability, anxiety, depression, and fatigue no longer existing. Instead, there was a spirit of peace, confidence, and enthusiasm. In the city, the sound of laughter echoed endlessly. Neighbors felt an inexplicable warmth towards each other, and passers-by exchanged smiles with mutual looks filled with goodwill and harmony. Every household opened their windows, gazing at the fairy tale-like landscape and feeling their transformed bodies, laughing together as a family, celebrating as a nation. Inside the Dragon Nation's National Fortune Command Center, the atmosphere was one of fervor and joy, completely devoid of the previous seriousness. All monitoring data surged wildly, with National Physical Fitness IQ, Mindset, Social Stability Index, and Resource Abundance Index all doubling, red alerts of good news popping up continuously. The high-ranking officials could no longer maintain their composure, their faces breaking into joyous smiles as the worries that had weighed on them for days vanished without a trace. The commander clenched his fists and laughed heartily, his voice resonating with excitement. Great. What a surge in national fortune. What a national paradise. With the overall quality of the populace doubling, the land has transformed into a blessed realm. This 100 points of national fortune has directly elevated our Dragon Nation to the pinnacle of prosperity. Zhang Xuan. This person is the pride of our Dragon Nation for all eternity. Applause thundered in the command center, with cheers echoing endlessly, and everyone's faces were filled with pride and confidence. In stark contrast to the nationwide celebration of the Dragon Nation, all other countries on Blue Star fell into a deep abyss of despair. The live streaming rooms of various countries fell into silence, with the remnants of previous luck, sarcasm, and malicious comments completely disappearing, leaving only endless days and despair. Foreign viewers gazed at the ethereal mountains and rivers of the Dragon Nation, the clean and clear skies, and the joyous scenes of the populace, observing the radiant and robust citizens whose intellect surged, their hearts filled with a profound sense of powerlessness. It's unfair. So unfair. Our skies are forever gray and filled with pain and ailments, while they have directly transformed into a paradise. Their national quality has doubled. The next generation and the generations to come will only grow stronger. We will never catch up. In the command centers of the anti-Dragon Alliance countries, such as the Star-Spangled Nation, Eastern Island Nation, and Stick Nation, the atmosphere was suffocating. All high-ranking officials wore grim expressions, staring intently at the cross-national monitoring screens, witnessing the earth-shattering transformation of the Dragon Nation and hearing the laughter echoing throughout the internet, leaving their schemes, rivalries, and thoughts of a comeback shattered to pieces. A single nation transformed, surpassing the entire globe. From now on, no country on Blue Star would have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the Dragon Nation. At this moment, Zhang Xuan was also immersed in the exhilarating sensation of a surge in power. Previously, when his strength had increased by 2/5, he felt it barely. But this time it was a doubling. Close to 1.5 times. The vast power surged within him, and Zhang Xuan found himself unable to adapt momentarily. He wanted to vent, but there wasn't a single enemy around. He couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, invincible. Truly lonely. 666. Zhang Xuan is truly a master of awe-inspiring dominance. Indeed, he isn't even putting on airs here. He is genuinely invincible, surpassing even the protagonists of classic invincibility-themed novels. Exactly. Those stone golems were essentially the final bosses. Yet before Senior Zhang Xuan, they couldn't withstand even a single strike. If this isn't true invincibility, then what is? He's broken through completely. Senior Zhang Xuan has utterly shattered the entire national fortune slaughter ground. After briefly losing himself in the intoxicating surge of ascending power, Zhang Xuan regained full clarity. He walked deliberately past each stone, steelily committing every inscription to memory, then methodically organized the knowledge within his mind. Chapter 1: Destroy the Golems, Ultimate Trial, Seize the Sacred Elixir. Chapter 2: Unseal the Ruins, Activate the Formation, Return Transcendent. Chapter 3: Bleed, Yet Refuse Death, Proof of Heroism, Soul Immortalized. Chapter 4: Ascend through the Slaughter Ground, Generations Press Forward, Heaven's Mandate Unpredictable. Chapter 500: Clans Vie for Supremacy, Myriad Nations Clash, Victor Claims Sovereignty. Chapter 6: Ignite the Divine Flame, ascend the divine throne, achieve eternal immortality. Chapter 7 Inheritance of the Flame Force. Chapter 8 Inheritance of the Storm Force. Chapter 9 Inheritance of the Frost Force. Chapter 10 Inheritance of the Earth Force. Chapter 11 Inheritance of the Light Force. Chapter 12 Inheritance of the Shadow Force. Regarding the third chapter, Zhang Xuan speculated that this sentence means after enduring countless bloody battles and slaying formidable foes, one can forge a hero's credential through the trials of life and death, breaking free from the mundane shackles of the mortal realm to attain eternal existence. The fifth chapter is even more explosive. Henceforth, the battlefield will no longer consist solely of human competitors. Powerful beings from other realms will also make their grand entrance, with countless planes and nations clashing together, and only those who stand out will be able to sit atop the highest honors. As for the sixth chapter, it is easier to comprehend. Igniting the divine fire, ascending the sacred throne, breaking free from the cycle of life and death, and reaching the supreme realm of immortality. This should be the ultimate significance of the existence of the national fortune killing ground. The masters of the national fortune aim to create gods. After sorting out the prompts from the first 6 chapters, Zhang Xuan walked straight towards the 7th stone tablet. The remaining 6 stone tablets bear the legacies of 6 elemental powers corresponding to the primary forces of fire, storm, ice, earth, light, and darkness. The 7th stone tablet represents the power of fire. Zhang Xuan lightly touched the surface of the tablet, attempting to accept this power. Hint detected that the chosen one has already mastered the complete power of fire, unable to obtain the firepower inheritance. Zhang Xuan frowned, and then turned towards the stone tablet of storm inheritance. Just as he was about to raise his hand to touch it, a hint of concern suddenly arose in his heart. Opportunities in the killing ground never come without a price. The 6 legacies are presented here, perhaps hiding unknown limitations and hidden risks within. It is unwise to recklessly test the waters. He turned to look at Lu Ruyan beside him and instructed, "You should try touching the stone tablet first to see what the specifics of the inheritance are." Lu Ruyan trusted Zhang Xuan completely without a hint of hesitation. She walked straight up to the ice power stone tablet and gently placed her fingertip on the ancient tablet. With a soft hum, a faint blue glow suddenly burst forth, and the pure chilling essence of ice surged into her body through her fingertip, with the corresponding methods of power control flooding into her mind. In just a short moment, the inheritance was complete. Lu Ruyan was surrounded by a chill, her aura rapidly rising, and the inheritance stone tablet completely lost its glow. Xian Gu, I successfully obtained the ice power inheritance, Lu Ruyan said with joy. Filled with curiosity, she walked over to the earth inheritance stone tablet and reached out to touch it, but this time the stone tablet remained silent, and a cold hint appeared. Hint: each chosen one is limited to inheriting 1 elemental legacy and cannot acquire additional ones. The master of national fortune hints that each chosen one can only accept 1 inheritance. Lu Ruyan frowned. Zhang Xuan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fortunately, he hadn't rashly chosen, or else he would have lost his choice. He glanced at the remaining 5 inheritance stone tablets. He already possessed the powers of water and fire, so he could only choose from among the elements of earth, storm, light, and darkness. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the power of storm. The reason was simple: while the powers of light and darkness might be formidable, he was confident that he did not lack combat power now, and would not lack it in the future. Moreover, the power of storm is not necessarily weaker than that of light or darkness. After making his decision, Zhang Xuan immediately approached the stone tablet for storm power and placed his hand upon it. In an instant, a fierce wind howled, and the majestic and light essence of wind swept in all directions, pouring into his body through his palm, and profound insights instantly filled his mind. Hint: congratulations on successfully accepting the storm power inheritance. A light and unrestrained power flowed through his limbs and bones, as if the atmosphere had become a part of Zhang Xuan's body. With a slight thought, the air currents around him lifted his body, and his feet slowly left the ground. He stood in midair, his garments fluttering with the wind, looking down at the ancient stone platform below, completely breaking free from the constraints of the ground, possessing the ability to soar through the skies. Seeing this scene, all live streaming rooms around the world erupted once again. The Dragon Kingdom's live room was in complete ecstasy, with barrage comments flooding in at such speed that they were hardly visible. He has taken flight. The great Zhang Xuan has actually taken flight. Wife, come see this immortal. My goodness, this is true aerial flight. Not relying on props or skill scrolls, but flying through sheer personal power. While others are still running on the ground battling monsters, our boss has already taken to the skies, crushing dimensions. 1 person, 1 inheritance. Lu Ruyan has already scored big with ice, but Xian Gu's inheritance is even more powerful. While others are still running on the ground battling monsters, our boss has already taken to the skies, crushing dimensions. 1 person, 1 inheritance. Lu Ruyan has already scored big with ice, but Xian Gu's inheritance absolutely unfair. Why should he be the one to gain the inheritance? This is not fair. Flying ability. Since the opening of the national fortune killing ground, no one has ever obtained the ability to fly. He is the first. Ground combat is already invincible, and now he can also fly. Who can harm him in the future? Is this what they call the wings of a tiger? It's simply unsolvable. I am so jealous I could go mad. Why can there be such a vast difference between the chosen? The viewers from the East Island were filled with bitterness and powerlessness in the barrage. Sato Kenta is still cautiously avoiding fierce beasts, competing for low-level resources, while the opponent is already soaring through the skies. This is no longer competition, but a one-sided mockery of dimensional reduction. The audiences from the Stick Nation were completely broken, howling in despair. Why? Why should all the top opportunities fall solely on Zhang Xuan? Perfect evolution potions, immortal weapons, mysterious magic arts, flying abilities. How many treasures does he have? It's over, completely over. With the ability to fly, no terrain or encirclement in the killing ground can restrain him. There will no longer be any possibility of checks and balances. Viewers from France and Britain were equally filled with despair. With the barrage filled with dimness, the gap was already impossible to bridge, and now that he can fly, his mobility is maximized and his combat power has soared once again. In the command centers of various countries, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. The high-ranking officials stared intently at the young man standing in midair, graceful and invincible, their faces pale, fists clenched as feelings of helplessness surged within them like a tide. They desperately banded together, scheming and gaming just to barely gain a slight advantage in the national fortune killing ground. Yet Zhang Xuan, with just a slight move, had surpassed their limits. Within the killing ground, Lu Ruyan looked up at the ethereal Zhang Xuan suspended in the air, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement and envy. Xiangu, you can actually fly. Zhang Xuan opened the attribute panel and discovered that the power of the storm was actually a divine quality skill, even more powerful than the fire power, lightning power, and ice power he had obtained before. He was struck by a thought. Landing on the ground and looking at Lu Ruyan, he asked nonchalantly, Ruyan, what quality is your ice power? Lu Ruyan did not think much and replied directly, legendary quality. Isn't yours different, Xiangu? Zhang Xuan smiled meaningfully, saying nothing as his heart was already filled with joy. Both of them inherited from the stone monument. But while Lu Ruyan's ice power was only of legendary quality, his storm power was of divine quality. Clearly, this was the result of the talent of the all-encompassing method. Zhang Xuan thought, skills obtained through inheritance can also be upgraded. This is simply a cheat. Xiangu, the door to the ruins has opened. Lu Ruyan pointed at the central ruins excitedly, saying, shall we go in now? Zhang Xuan nodded, saying, let's go take a look. He walked towards the entrance of the ruins, and upon getting closer, he realized that it was not a proper door, but a large dark vortex. Before he could enter the vortex, he heard a prompt, Dear Chosen One Zhang Xuan, you are about to enter the ultimate trial ground. This trial is a solo challenge mode. Do you wish to start the challenge now? Zhang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. There was no doubt that this was the ultimate trial recorded in the first chapter of the Stone Monument, as well as a prerequisite for obtaining the sacred medicine and activating the ruins formation. The solo trial meant that Lu Ruyan could not accompany him. Zhang Xuan turned and instructed, Ruyan'll go in and check things out. Stay here and don't move. I understand, Xiangu. You must be careful. Lu Ruyan replied obediently. Zhang Xuan nodded, and without hesitation stepped into the vortex's teleportation portal. Start the trial. Dear Chosen One Zhang Xuan, welcome to the Intermediate Trial Tower. In the next moment, the vortex suddenly erupted with a powerful suction, enveloping his vision in darkness, and a sensation of spinning took over his entire being. Zhang Xuan's figure swayed, and was instantly pulled into an independent secret realm, completely isolating him from all external sounds, lights, and sensations. When he opened his eyes again, the scene had completely changed. A 12-layered ancient tower floated in the air, rising layer upon layer, piercing the gray, chaotic sky. The entire trial tower was built from countless black rocks, the tower's body covered in mottled marks of erosion from time, engraved with dense, mysterious runes. Each layer of the tower was sealed by independent spatial barriers, with the pressure increasing as one ascended, the killing intent restrained and unfathomable. There was no sound of wind, no beast roars, not a hint of life. Only the oppressive silence and the escalating atmosphere of slaughter. The live broadcast across the Blue Star Network instantly locked onto the ancient tower's secret realm, with billions of viewers holding their breath, all eyes focused on the young man standing alone beneath the tower. The Dragon Country's live room was already in an uproar, the bullet comments rolling in like a tide. The 12-layer climbing trial. This is the true ultimate test. The puppets in front were just an appetizer. The trial tower before us is the real challenge. The Stone Monument said there would be sacred medicine. I'm already looking forward to it. Go Zhang Xuan. Crush through all 12 layers. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the overseas live rooms, countless foreign viewers stared intently at the screen, their fingers clenched tight, feelings of sour jealousy and powerless resentment filling their hearts. They knew that if Zhang Xuan passed this ultimate trial, he would undoubtedly gain unimaginable benefits, likely having a profound impact on the future of their nations. Viewers from the Star-Spangled Country couldn't help but express their inner thoughts. The difficulty of the 12 layers of trial increases layer by layer. Even Zhang Xuan cannot pass easily. Maybe he'll die in the trial tower. Exactly, just wait. He will definitely die. It's only a matter of time. I don't believe this Dragon Country kid can keep sailing smoothly. Viewers from the Eastern Island country gritted their teeth in unwillingness. He must die in the tower. He absolutely cannot come out alive. Great Yamada no Orochi, please descend on the trial tower and help us eliminate this enemy. I beg you. Despite such words, no one dared to be certain. No one dared to say that Zhang Xuan definitely wouldn't make it out of the trial tower. After all, that was Zhang Xuan. He was the invincible chosen one who could slay ultimate puppets with a single axe, wielding a mythic-level inheritance, monopolizing the favor of destiny. The first layer of the trial begins. The gray light and shadow dissipated, and the first layer of the tower's space fully unfolded. This was a desolate and silent ancient stone plain, the ground covered with cracked, dark blue ancient rocks with millennia-old stone dust accumulating in the crevices, the air dry and oppressive, devoid of any moisture. The entire space was shrouded in a thin gray barrier. The light dimmed the vision, oppressive, exuding a sense of desolation akin to ancient ruins. Suddenly the ground began to tremble, slightly fine cracks spreading continuously, and a heavy sound of breaking earth resonated from below. 10 stone statues, each 2 men high, slowly rose from the fissures in the rock layers. They were formed from the roughest sandstone, their bodies rigid and stiff, their outlines blurred, lacking distinct facial features, only possessing 2 pitch-black hollow eye sockets devoid of light, exuding a chilling, killing instinct. Each held a rusty stone long knife, the knife blade thick and covered in patterns. They moved in unison, but awkwardly, slowly, encircling him from all directions. There were no flashy moves, no frenzied attacks, only the most primitive and numbed close combat slashes. For ordinary chosen ones, entering the battlefield being surrounded by 10 stone statues would be enough to block their movement, deplete their stamina, and create considerable pressure. But in Zhang Xuan's eyes, these monsters moved slowly, their power weak, and their defenses flimsy, full of openings like children waving toys, posing no threat at all. He was even too lazy to raise a hand, needing neither to use the primordial battle axe nor to invoke the powers of fire or lightning. The divine quality storm power around him gently surged, and the surrounding air instantly came alive, forming countless invisible wind blades, densely filling the entire space before him. Silently, the wind blades swept across. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering rang out as the hard sandstone bodies could not withstand the sharp wind blades, and the 10 stone statues were instantly sliced into countless tiny pieces, falling to the ground without leaving a trace. The entire tower platform was instantly cleared. First layer of the trial cleared. Rewards obtained: Sacred Medicine Detox Pill 3. Detox Pill. After consumption, it grants immunity to the toxic mist in the realm of destiny, allowing movement within the toxic circle. It can actually allow the chosen one to move within the toxic mist of the realm of destiny. So to seek the ruins, one must obtain this detox pill. Zhang Xuan thought to himself. At this stage, many areas within the realm of destiny were already shrouded in toxic mist, and any chosen one entering would undoubtedly perish. Yet those areas covered by toxic mist must also bury some ruins. Zhang Xuan had previously been troubled about how to enter those ruins, but now it seemed that the ruler of destiny had already designed everything. Only those who entered the central area and passed the ultimate trial would be qualified to seek the ruins. A layer of barrier dissipated light and shadow swirling, and suddenly a staircase appeared in the void. Zhang Xuan walked up the staircase and in the blink of an eye arrived in another space. Compared to the desolate dryness of the first layer, the second trial space was noticeably darker, the air cold and damp, with dark moss clinging to the rocky ground, slippery and viscous, making it easy to slip while walking. In the distance, the edge of the tower was shrouded in gray mist, visibility limited, and the atmosphere increasingly eerie and oppressive. 8 robust figures slowly emerged from the fog. These were elite stone statues, their bodies nearly twice as robust as ordinary stone statues, covered in dense and hard black rock armor, with intertwining patterns forming layers that served as a natural defensive armor. In their hands they wielded not dull stone knives, but rather heavy and elongated bronze long knives, their blades infused with a faint gray spiritual energy, carrying a subtle shockwave with each slash. They were no longer clumsy and rigid, their steps were light and swift, capable of coordinating their movements, flanking from both sides and blocking paths, as the 8 elite stone statues synchronized to seal off all escape routes around the tower. The light of the blades flickered, 8 gray beams simultaneously struck down with angles that were sharp and an orderly attack and defense. Had it been the previous Zhang Xuan without the divine skills like indestructible body facing such a well-coordinated and balanced stone statue army, he would have been forced to dodge, helplessly struggling to cope with a single misstep, potentially leading to heavy injuries from the blade's force. But now he could fly. As the air around him surged, he swiftly ascended, hovering steadily 20 meters above the ground. The 8 stone statues swung their bronze long knives, but could not reach Zhang Xuan, each one anxiously pacing below, weak and helpless. Zhang Xuan's gaze was calm, his fingertip raised slightly. The power of the mythic storm surged air currents swirling rapidly, and countless fine wind blades formed from thin air resembling a sky, full of flying frost covering the entire space. The defense of the rock armor, the shock of the long knives, and the formation's blockade all became meaningless in the face of absolute power. The myriad wind blades pierced through the rock armor, tearing apart the stone bodies. The 8 elite stone statues could only hold on for a few minutes before shattering into stone powder scattering in the cold air. The second layer trial was cleared. Rewards Holy Medicine Fire Repelling Pill 3. Fire Repelling Pill permanently increases fire resistance after consumption. Each person can take up to 3. Without hesitation, Zhang Xuan swallowed all 3 fire-repelling pills. The scorching medicinal power flowed into his meridians, quietly transforming his body, granting him permanent resistance to high temperatures, flames, and burn damage. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream erupted in excitement. 2 layers cleared. Still unscathed. The power of the storm is so formidable. Master Zhang Xuan annihilated those trial monsters with barely any effort. Every layer has holy medicines. The rewards are terrifying. Meanwhile, the overseas live stream fell into silence, countless viewers staring at the relaxed and carefree young man on the screen, their hopes gradually fading. The third layer trial began. Zhang Xuan followed the staircase, quickly stepping into another space. The scene suddenly shifted. Winds and sands filled the air, red dust sweeping across the entire expanse, visibility shattered, and underfoot was a soft flowing sea of sand, making it impossible to find stable footing. The entire space was desolate and silent, only the harsh screech of the wind and sand scraped against each other. The oppressive feeling doubled instantly. 6 dark red sandy humanoid figures gradually formed from the swirling sand. They had no fixed form, their bodies were always in a flowing state, the wind and sand passing through them, their shapes flickering and silently encroaching. Zhang Xuan once again unleashed the power of the storm, but found that these sandy beings' bodies were like magnetic powder, impervious to the wind. He took out the dominating destruction axe, and in a flash delivered a powerful horizontal slash at close range. However, the explosive feedback he expected did not occur. The axe blade pierced straight through the sandy body, as if cutting through flowing water, causing no resistance and leaving no trace of a wound. Zhang Xuan's gaze sharpened, a sense of alertness suddenly rising in his heart. In the next moment, the sandy body that had been penetrated showed no signs of damage. Instead, it suddenly erupted, fine sand blades bursting forth around it, a dense barrage of cutting attacks closing in. Zhang Xuan stepped back on the wind, evading the sand blade's deadly assault, his gaze fixed on that sandy creature. He saw the half of the sandy body that he had just completely shredded rapidly flowing back together in the sea of red sand, reassembling. In just 2 seconds, the damaged body was restored to its original state. At this moment, Zhang Xuan finally realized that the trial monsters of this layer were completely immune to physical attacks. Their bodies could disperse and reassemble, making them nearly unkillable. Ordinary melee chosen ones would find themselves in a hopeless situation here. Even if they broke the sandy bodies 1,000 times, the opponent could infinitely resurrect, ultimately being worn down and killed by the endless sand blades. The livestream audience also began to pick up on the clues. What the hell? These monsters can't be killed. Is this physical immunity? These trial monsters in this layer are somewhat like the Sandman from Spider-Man. So can we use water attacks? No, water attacks won't kill the Sandman either, unless soaked for a long time or burned to glass with high temperatures. What about Master Zhang Xuan? He has mastered the power of flames, but can that fire reach the required temperature? It probably won't be easy. The Sandman is just regular sand, but these sandy creatures look extraordinary, likely able to withstand thousands of degrees. This is bad. Master Zhang Xuan won't flip, will he? Overseas viewers were utterly ecstatic, fervently praying for Zhang Xuan to fail. Zhang Xuan finally encountered an opponent. This time he's doomed. Right, these sandy monsters have no weaknesses. Let's see how he kills them. Truly overestimating himself, the National Fortune trial has only been open for a little over 10 days, and he dares to challenge the ultimate trial. If he doesn't die, who will? However, Zhang Xuan remained calm and undeterred. He sheathed his dominating destruction axe and once again soared into the air. The eye of God flickered with light, penetrating the swirling sand to closely observe every sandy creature. Moments later, Zhang Xuan finally spotted the weakness of the sandy monsters, his divine eyes precisely locked onto the faint black core at the very center of each sandy body. This was their source of power for reassembling and surviving. If physical attacks wouldn't work, then he would shatter their essence with elemental energy. Zhang Xuan summoned the swirling purple lightning in his palm, which suddenly erupted. Epic lightning power rained down 6 extremely refined lightning strands, precisely piercing the cores of the 6 sandy bodies. Zzz. The lightning entered their bodies, not destroying the sand grains, but exclusively annihilating their energy. The once infinitely reassembling sandy bodies had their cores instantly shattered by the lightning, and the sea of red sand lost its energy support, scattering and unable to amalgamate anymore. The 6 unresolvable sandy monsters perished within seconds. The third layer trial was cleared. Rewards Holy Medicine Water-Repelling Pill 3, Spatial Ring 1. The Dragon Kingdom audience erupted in thunderous cheers. The anti-Dragon Kingdom Alliance's audience, however, had their smiles frozen on their faces, looking as if they had lost their loved ones, utterly unable to accept this outcome. Zhang Xuan carefully stored the detoxifying pill, donned the secret silver battle armor. The fourth layer of the trial space is yet another new world. In a sealed alloy arena, dark silver steel covers the ground, the thick, cold walls enclosing the space, while tiny metallic fragments float in the air, and a chaotic magnetic field suppresses the airflow, rendering the wind power within this space sluggish. 3 turtle metallic puppets stand at each corner, forged entirely from dense metal, with gilded patterns winding around their joints, wielding alloy shields and battle spears, their crimson mechanical eyes locking onto the intruder, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Zhang Xuan glanced around, making no attempts to probe. He charged his battle axe and struck fiercely at the shield of the nearest alloy puppet. Boom! The sound of a tremendous collision shook the heavens. In the next instant, a bizarre scene unfolded. Zhang Xuan's own hands suddenly burst with a shock. His arm went numb, and an equal force rebounded, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. In contrast, the metallic puppet remained motionless, its shield unscathed. Rebound. Zhang Xuan's eyes narrowed as he instantly grasped the tricky nature of these trial creatures. The barrage of comments in the Dragon Nation livestream filled the screen, the atmosphere instantly tense. Wow, it's actually a counterattack. The great Zhang Xuan was hurt by his own attack. It's over. The battle axe in close combat is completely useless. This monster specializes in brute force. Any close combat chosen one that enters will be instantly killed. This layer's mechanism is too hellish. The great Zhang Xuan's strongest methods are countered. Close-range physical attacks are fully rebounded. Not only that, when Zhang Xuan attempted to fly into the air, he felt a magnetic force emanating from the puppets, drawing him closer to them. Flying in the air is ultimately not as stable as being grounded. He quickly lost balance, wobbling dangerously in the air. The audience could clearly see the perilous situation, and the comments grew increasingly anxious. And there's magnetic attraction. He can't escape, completely trapped on the battlefield. The wind power is suppressed. Close combat rebounds. This is simply a domain specifically targeting Zhang Xuan. Caught in a dilemma, this truly is a deadlock. Zhang Xuan landed on the ground and raised his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning. However, the puppet struck by it not only remained uninjured, but its glow became even more brilliant, the energy of the gilded patterns swirling stronger. It can actually absorb lightning. Zhang Xuan's expression remained calm, but he was contemplating countermeasures. Meanwhile, observers and analysts at the National Command Center were also trying to find the weaknesses of these alloy puppets. The overseas live streams erupted in celebration, with mocking comments flooding the screen. Close combat, long-range kiting, aerial combat are all useless. Zhang Xuan has no tricks left. The 4-layered unsolvable mechanism guarantees that this time the Dragon Nation's chosen one will undoubtedly fail. The previous crushing victories were all due to luck. Now the real test has arrived. Shielding spear attacks, counterattacks, magnetic attraction, absorbing lightning. Zhang Xuan felt as though he was being targeted in every possible way. The 5 metallic puppets slowly advanced their shield wall, encircling him, battle spears poised, gradually compressing his survival space. Their tactics were unanswerable and domineering, the cold mechanical killing intent locking onto Zhang Xuan, giving him no chance to breathe. At the Dragon Nation Command Center, an analyst spoke solemnly. Metallic mechanical constructs are likely afraid of extreme temperatures. I suggest trying high-temperature burning to break the deadlock. This idea coincided with Zhang Xuan's thoughts. Before the liaison could initiate a communication request, everyone saw the live stream suddenly engulfed in flames, with Zhang Xuan and the 5 puppets all submerged in the inferno. With both his physique and spirit breaking through 200 points, Zhang Xuan's supernatural ability also increased by several levels. Originally, the flames he released were just orange, but now they had transformed into a bluish hue, with temperatures nearing 3,000 degrees Celsius. Moreover, due to his mastery of firepower, he had an extremely high resistance to flames, and after consuming 3 fire avoidance pills, he was now almost immune to fire. Although the fire scene felt scorching to him, it caused him no harm. In contrast, the 5 metallic puppets were continuously roasted by the extreme heat, their outer shells rapidly changing color. From silver gray, they gradually turned bright red, the metal around them heating up and glowing, their stiff joints increasingly stuttering, their movement speed visibly slowing. Even so, they did not cease their attacks, still slowly encircling despite the high temperature, their battle spears repeatedly thrusting, holding the last offensive. At the command center, everyone was invigorated. Even the previously serious commander showed a hint of a smile. Effective. The high temperature successfully softened the metallic structure. The energy conduction within the puppet's mechanics must have been affected, significantly reducing energy absorption stability. Maintain the high temperature. Wait for the puppet's core to overheat, and then attempt a cold shock to destroy the internal circuits. The comments across the internet completely turned around, and domestic viewers erupted. It really works. The metal has softened and their movements have slowed down. Awesome. The great Zhang Xuan's battle instincts are still so powerful. He actually found a way to deal with the alloy puppets in such a short time. Wow. The civilian think tank just provided a solution, and there wasn't even time to jot it down in the comments. As Zhang Xuan nimbly dodged the attacks, he calmly observed the color changes on the puppets. Seeing the puppets entirely bright red and translucent, their metallic structures thoroughly softened by the high temperature, and their cores overloaded, he immediately dissipated the flames and unleashed a devastating force of ice. A terrifying chill suddenly erupted. The extreme cold instantly enveloped the entire high-temperature space, the violent clash of hot and cold creating waves of white mist in the air. The surface temperature of the 5 metallic puppets dropped sharply, the ice power crazily seeping into the core mechanical circuits, and gilded patterns through the gaps in the metal widened by the heat. Crack! The sound of densely packed metal fracturing rang out. Zhang Xuan vaguely heard the sound of structures breaking, and a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Now is the time. He raised his imposing ancient axe and struck fiercely at one of the puppets. This time the terrifying recoil did not occur. The struck puppet shattered into pieces like brittle porcelain that had been tempered by high heat. Cheers erupted instantly from the command center, and the major live streams in the Dragon Nation were the same. Succeeded. This is thermal expansion and contraction. In a short time of alternating heat and cold, no material can withstand it. Awesome. Haha. Now those foreign naysayers will be disappointed again. Every time they downplay the great Zhang Xuan, they get slapped in the face. It's hilarious. What can they do besides complain? They can't fight back, nor can they curse. They're just a bunch of pitiful creatures. Go great Zhang Xuan. The victory is just around the corner. Damn it. You people from the Dragon Nation, can't you show us some sympathy? Will there be any leniency? If this continues, our country will really be finished. Excuse me, can we still join the Dragon Nation now? Seeing that the method of breaking the puppets was completely effective, Zhang Xuan immediately replicated it, skillfully darting around the arena and took down the remaining 4 puppets one by one. The ground was strewn with metallic debris, and all threats in the 4th layer were thoroughly eliminated. 4th layer trial cleared. Reward Holy Medicine Fire Avoidance Pill 5, Mithril Battle Armor Rare. Zhang Xuan carefully stored the detoxifying pill, donned the secret silver battle armor, and then ascended the 5th layer was eerie and strange, with the ground pulsating like dark red flesh and blood, the air thick with a foul stench, and countless flesh-like tendrils writhing and swaying from the crevices. For grotesque, bloated flesh creatures loomed in the corners, their bodies piled with rotting tumors, viscous decay dripping continuously, while numerous eyes opened and closed, emanating a fierce aura. Upon witnessing the visage of these monsters, the audience in various live streaming rooms felt dizzy, with many unable to hold back their nausea and vomiting on the spot. What the hell is that thing? So disgusting. What is the fate of the nation doing? Why did the tone suddenly shift? Oh my god. I feel like I'm going to have nightmares tonight. No way, I can't bear to look him leaving first, and we'll come back. A demon. This is definitely the legendary demon. Zhang Xuan is doomed. We. The moment he stepped into the space, an inexplicable anxiety and irritation surged within Zhang Xuan, his emotions subtly agitated. After practicing the ancient demonic arts, he had become acutely sensitive to emotions. At this moment, he could clearly sense that this trial space was filled with various negative emotions: fear, panic, despair. All these negative feelings originated from the outside world, not from him, the trial taker. In other words, these negative emotions were likely coming from the entire fate of the nation's slaughtering ground. Living chosen ones and the mutated creatures hunting each other. Any living being would generate negative emotions, and all the negative emotions from the fate of the nation's slaughtering ground were concentrated here to nurture the trial monsters before him. The 4 flesh creatures were clearly absorbing the negative emotions, and their aura visibly strengthened, with the viscous liquid on their surfaces becoming denser and their writhing speed increasing. The 4 flesh creatures were clearly absorbing the negative emotions, and their aura visibly strengthened, with the viscous liquid on their surfaces becoming denser and their writhing speed increasing. Yet this mechanism held almost no power against Zhang Xuan. He sneered softly as the ancient demonic arts silently operated. All the negative emotions of anxiety, fear, despair, and eeriness that permeated the space were instantly absorbed by him, transforming into pure magical energy that filled his body. The nutrients that the monsters relied on to grow stronger became Zhang Xuan's training resources. With the loss of negative emotional nourishment, the development speed of the 4 flesh creatures immediately stagnated. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xuan raised his hand and unleashed boundless flames, a blazing inferno cascading down instantly, enveloping the entire space. The high temperature instantly carbonized the rotting flesh as the 4 mutated flesh bodies curled and melted in the inferno, completely reduced to ashes. 5th layer trial cleared. Reward Holy Medicine Divine Power Pill 5, Secret Silver Boots Rare. Divine Power Pill increases physical attributes 5-fold within half an hour after consumption. TSK Tisk, another trump card from the bottom of the box. Zhang Xuan stored the Divine Power Pills and put on the Secret Silver Boots. The boots from Blue Star were quite worn out, they might be on the verge of falling apart after a few more days of use. However, these secret silver boots came at just the right time, fit perfectly, and were unexpectedly comfortable. Zhang Xuan stored the rewards and walked up the stone steps to the sixth layer. The sixth layer was shrouded in thick mist, the grayish-white fog dense as mud, compressing visibility to less than 3 meters. The ground was strewn with jagged stones, and the chilling wind whistled through them, producing a ghostly wailing sound, making the entire space dead silent and oppressive. In the depths of the thick fog floated 16 bizarre humanoid phantoms, their outlines slender and gaunt, completely semi-transparent, and of a dull gray color devoid of any tangible flesh. Their heads were smooth and flat, lacking eyes, nose, or mouth, existing only as a misty void. Their limbs were long and twisted, exceeding normal human proportions, with 5 jet-black sharp claws extending from their hands, exuding a chilling aura. They floated silently throughout their bodies, slightly distorting and stretching, with the fog lurking quietly in the dead angles of the mist, harboring hidden malice. The global audience in the live streaming rooms instantly felt their scalps tingle. It's all fog. I can't see where the monsters are at all. These lurking monsters are the worst. Ambushing is impossible to defend against. With so many of them, getting surrounded would be a dead end. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's command center, tension filled the air as all researchers stared intently at the screens, unable to decipher the nature of these fog-like beings, merely observing the battlefield changes. Zhang Xuan's gaze remained calm. He did not rush to unleash his ultimate move, but raised his hand to release a wind blade in a tentative sweep. Swish! The wind blade pierced through one of the phantom's bodies as if slicing into empty space, encountering no resistance and causing no damage. The phantom swayed slightly, then sank into the thick fog, instantly returning to its original state. Zhang Xuan's gaze narrowed slightly, and a judgment formed in his mind. Once again, physical attacks proved ineffective. These fog-like bodies could continuously reshape themselves using the surrounding mist, possessing the ability to regenerate and become intangible. In that instant, the fog-like phantoms surged from all directions, their intangible bodies ignoring terrain obstacles, launching a frenzied ambush from the dead angles of the mist, their freezing claws sealing off all of Zhang Xuan's escape routes. Zhang Xuan's footsteps flashed like the wind, continuously dodging several lethal ambushes, while the divine eye in his gaze flickered, observing the details throughout. After several dodges, observations, and tests, he discovered that these monsters also feared flames, and the fog dispersed instantly upon contact with fire. No need for further observation, he unleashed a sea of flames directly. In almost an instant, the thick fog in the trial space completely dissipated, and the monsters let out mournful. In just a moment, all the monsters turned to black smoke and completely vanished. Sixth layer trial cleared. Reward: Holy Medicine Swift Pill 4, Secret Silver Knee Guards Rare. Swift Pill increases speed 5-fold within half an hour after consumption. Zhang Xuan donned the Secret Silver Knee Guards, rested for a moment, and then stepped up. Seventh layer trial passed. Rewards: Sacred Medicine Essence Pill 3, Secret Silver Belt Rare. Essence Pill significantly enhances mental state upon consumption. A pill that enhances mental state. What a good item. Zhang Xuan wasted no time and directly consumed all 3 essence pills. Upon checking his status panel, his mental attribute had increased by over 30 points, nearly on par with his physical attribute. The 8th layer trial space was a chilling pond with bone-chilling water and pervasive mist. 16 ferocious beasts lurked at the bottom of the pond, resembling fish and beasts possessing streamlined and elongated bodies covered in fine, translucent pale blue eye scales that reflected a chilling light in the dark water. A row of sharp eye spikes lined their backs, and their broad tail fins could whip up waves of icy water. Their eyes, resembling black vertical slits, lay quietly at the bottom of the pond, concealing their presence and waiting for prey. Zhang Xuan frowned. The trial monsters did not attack proactively this time, which meant he had to take the initiative. Otherwise, if neither side struck first, he would be unable to pass the trial. Hiding in the water. Let's try using lightning. Zhang Xuan quickly formulated a battle plan and raised his hands, unleashing a torrent of electricity into the chilling pond. The powerful lightning spread through the water, forming a terrifying electric net that ensnared all the trial monsters hidden within. They could no longer contain themselves and surged violently out of the pond, accompanied by icy water currents that froze the ground upon landing. Zhang Xuan swung his dominant wild axe and charged closer, spinning like a windmill, swiftly tearing all the trial monsters into pieces. 8th layer trial passed. Reward: Sacred Medicine Cold Resistance Pill 3, Secret Silver Bracers Rare. Cold Resistance Pill significantly enhances cold resistance upon consumption. The 9th layer trial space was filled with towering ancient trees, casting the surroundings into darkness heavy with a damp, sinister atmosphere. 20 fierce beasts lurked among the trees, resembling leopards and wolves with agile and elongated physiques, their limbs taut with muscle and explosive power. Their bodies were covered in deep black and dark brown mottled fur, perfectly blending with the tree bark and shadow. Their pointed ears stood sharp, eyes gleaming with crimson cold light, and hidden within their mouths were fine fangs. Their claws were as sharp as steel knives, perfectly concealed in the dark forest, completely silent. As soon as Zhang Xuan stepped into the forest, he felt the chilling, killing intent locking onto him from all directions. He sneered inwardly, hiding in the darkness. Fire! A pale blue flame surged forth, spreading wildly in all directions. The darkness receded like a tide, revealing the ferocious beasts hidden within. Zhang Xuan unleashed countless blades of wind to feed the flames. The 20 trial monsters had no time to evade and were completely engulfed by the fire. 9th layer trial passed. Rewards: Sacred Medicine Clarity Pill 3, Secret Silver Leggings Rare. Clarity Pill significantly enhances vision and dispels low-level illusions. Zhang Xuan frowned. With his divine eye, would the Clarity Pill even be effective? I have 3, so I might as well try one. After consuming one Clarity Pill, its effect was minimal. It seemed he could only trade it for something he needed. The 10th layer trial space was a ring with howling winds ceaselessly swirling around. 24 beasts surrounded the ring, resembling lions and tigers, their bodies agile and light, lacking heavy fur. They were covered in pale blue wind-patterned skin, their streamlined bodies exuding a sense of speed. Whirls of fragmented wind surrounded them, their limbs poised on the winds, floating half a step above the ground, their postures fierce and ready to strike. Zhang Xuan summoned his storm power, unleashing a fierce gust into the void, instantly disrupting the wind domain on the ring, causing the 24 beasts to lose their balance. He swung his axe, and within moments he had slain all 24 trial monsters. 10th layer trial passed. Rewards: Sacred Medicine Energy Pill 3, Secret Silver Cloak Rare. Energy Pill permanently increases energy recovery speed. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. This energy pill was quite good. As for a chosen one wielding extraordinary power, energy recovery speed was always insufficient. Without hesitation, he consumed all 3 energy pills. 11th layer trial. The entire space was filled with transparent crystal rock walls reflecting countless overlapping illusions, the light disorienting and the terrain convoluted, making it easy to lose one's way. 28 crystal humanoid guardians stood in the corridors, possessing elongated and well-proportioned human forms entirely composed of translucent light purple crystals, their surfaces refracting myriad colorful lights. Their heads were smooth and flat crystal surfaces devoid of any facial features, holding a short blade of bright crystal light, about a foot long, quietly standing amidst the interplay of light and shadow, difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Zhang Xuan's expression turned peculiar. In his eyes, 27 of the 28 crystal guardians were fake, with only one possessing a true body. However, the one with a real body was very cautious, mingling with the other crystal guardians, and carefully approached. Zhang Xuan stood still, allowing the 27 fakes to attack him, and when the true crystal guardian drew near, he swung his dominant wild axe and shattered it. 11th layer trial passed. Rewards: Sacred Medicine Body Refining Pill 3, Secret Silver Pendant Rare. Body Refining Pill significantly enhances physical constitution upon consumption. After consuming 3 body refining pills, Zhang Xuan's physical constitution increased by over 30 points. 12th layer. 30 metal puppets stood in formation. They were entirely crafted from dark golden metal with upright and well-proportioned bodies, their lines sharp and cold, the surface glowing with a faint dark light. Their heads bore simple and eerie ghostly face patterns, their eyes glowing with a chilling blue light, their aura cold and solemn, quietly standing before the throne, exuding no trace of presence. As soon as Zhang Xuan found his footing, all the metal puppets opened a window in their chests, and dozens of crossbow bolts shot forth. He had no time to think and hurriedly dodged, but still got hit by 2 crossbow bolts in the arm. Immediately after, fireballs, ice arrows, wind blades, and various other spells followed. Zhang Xuan couldn't evade in time, and was instantly engulfed by a torrent of spells. Just then a golden light flashed across his body, and a semi-transparent shield appeared before him. Zhang Xuan couldn't evade in time, and was instantly engulfed by a torrent of spells. Just then a golden light flashed across his body, and a semi-transparent shield appeared before him. Forward, charging straight into the ranks of the puppets in the blink of an eye. He once again unleashed his great windmill technique. However, these puppets also possessed the ability to rebound physical attacks. The great windmill only spun once before coming to a halt, and he was injured by the recoil. Is this your trick again? Mere parlor tricks. Zhang Xuan sneered, unleashing boundless flames once more. The scene from the 4th layer trial replayed as 30 metal puppets turned red from the heat, their mobility drastically reduced, unable to cast spells. Seeing the opportunity, Zhang Xuan unleashed boundless cold air. After the alternating hot and cold, the metal puppets became cold and brittle. Zhang Xuan raised his battle axe again and struck down fiercely, instantly shattering the attacked puppets. Moments later, the remaining puppets followed suit. 12th layer trial passed. Reward: Resurrection Pill 1, Secret Silver Helmet Rare. Resurrection Pill. Upon suffering a fatal blow, you will exit the national fate-killing field and resurrect within your country's borders. The announcement of the national fortune, the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Xuan, has successfully cleared the ultimate trial of the entrance killing field. and the Dragon Kingdom has received the miraculous reward Hall of Heroes, which has been placed at the Taishan Fengshan platform. My goodness, the 12th level. The great Zhang Xuan has cleared it. So many puppets, yet not a single one could stop his advance. Alternating cold and hot to break the rebounding puppets, this tactical brain and battle power are both online. He has swept through 12 levels, crushing all in his path. The performance of the great Zhang Xuan is simply stunning. Haha, those foreigners thought the 12th level puppet formation was a guaranteed death trap, but it was decisively unraveled by Zhang Xuan. It's so satisfying. The secret silver set is now complete. Maximum attack, defense, and survival. Who can block even a step from Zhang Xuan? There's also a miraculous reward. Oh, I wonder what this Hall of Heroes is for, waiting for the country to announce. Wow. Look at the great Zhang Xuan's equipment. Doesn't it resemble Zhao Zilong? Clad in silver armor, utterly unmatched. But that axe looks a bit out of place. That would be perfect if he had a dragon's daring silver spear instead. No. You all forgot one person, no one deity. The judicial heavenly god Erlang Shun, played by Uncle. Doesn't it look very similar? Yes, indeed it does. Erlang Shun once split mountains to save his mother using the mountain-splitting axe. This image fits perfectly. I must say the great Zhang Xuan looks incredibly handsome now. Whether in strength or appearance, he outshines other chosen ones by a wide margin. The entire nation rejoiced. Countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom moved to tears in front of the screen, their tense hearts finally at ease, replaced by profound admiration and pride. Since the national fortune trial began, the Dragon Kingdom has transformed from a passive state to actively turning the tide, all thanks to Zhang Xuan single-handedly elevating the nation's fortune to a global pinnacle. In contrast, the live streams from other countries were filled with wails of despair, a screen full of unwillingness, panic, and frenzied curses. The live stream of the Star-Spangled Country was filled with resentment. Countless citizens' mental states completely exploded. Mocking and questioning flooded the screen. Damn it. This is impossible. How could the 12th level puppet formation be cleared by a single person? Cheating. It must be that the master of national fortunes is biased towards the Dragon Kingdom. The rebounding mechanism of that metal puppet is simply unsolvable. This round of national fortune killing field has completely lost balance. Zhang Xuan is a bug-level existence. The master of national fortunes should eliminate him. The live stream of the Eastern Island country fell into complete despair. The earlier arrogance completely vanished, replaced by cries of collapse. Baka. Why is it again the Dragon Kingdom? Why does Zhang Xuan have no bottlenecks? Our chosen ones are still being exploited by the Star-Spangled Country, while he has cleared the 12th level ultimate trial. The gap is terrifying. Why is it again the Dragon Kingdom? Why does Zhang Xuan have no bottlenecks? Our chosen ones are still being exploited by the Star-Spangled Country. Meanwhile, the live streams of the countries of John Bull and Gaul were equally bleak, their former pride utterly gone, leaving only endless panic and powerlessness. It's too absurd. Zhang Xuan's combat power and tactical thinking have completely exceeded human limits. Our top geniuses haven't even landed in the central area, yet he easily cleared the 12th level ultimate trial. There is simply no way to compete. If this continues, the resources of the national fortune-killing field will completely tilt towards the Dragon Kingdom, and we will become a second-rate country. Netizens from all countries collectively broke down. The confidence and pride from before had long disappeared without a trace, replaced by deep powerlessness and fear. Everyone understood that Zhang Xuan's strong rise had utterly rewritten the global national fortune pattern. Meanwhile, the highest command centers of countries worldwide entered a state of emergency assessment simultaneously, the atmosphere vastly different. In the Dragon Kingdom's National Fortune Command Center, all commanders, analysts, and observers stood up, their gazes fixed on the screen, their faces filled with shock and heartfelt admiration. The chief analyst exhaled heavily, his voice filled with undeniable excitement. His reaction speed is simply too fast. The 12th level puppet formation incorporates ranged crossbows, diverse spells, and physical rebounding mechanisms, making it almost an insolvable deadlock. Yet Zhang Xuan first relied on the protective spiritual treasure to withstand the initial wave of attacks, then used intense heat to soften the metal and freezing cold to shatter the puppets, perfectly cracking the rebounding mechanism through the simple physical principle of thermal expansion and contraction. His attack-defense transitions are textbook level. The senior observer sighed with emotion, a hint of guilt in his eyes. From the first layer to the 12th, we monitored the whole process. So many people contributed ideas, yet none could think faster than him. It's truly embarrassing. The commander looked at the tall and imposing figure of the youth on the screen, speaking solemnly with pride and guilt. This is the unparalleled genius of my Dragon Kingdom. Without external assistance, strategies, or hints, he single-handedly traversed the perilous path, crushing his way through. As his support, we could do nothing but watch him bear the burden alone. This glory belongs solely to Zhang Xuan. This responsibility protects the entirety of our Dragon Kingdom. Comrades, we must work even harder from now on. The command center fell silent for a moment, then erupted into applause filled with extreme admiration for Zhang Xuan and a deep sense of guilt for being unable to assist as his support. Meanwhile, in the highest combat command room of the star-spangled country across the ocean, the atmosphere was suffocating. Commander Mike Howell stared intensely at the screen, his fists clenched, knuckles white, his face as dark as the sky before a storm radiating a chilling anger. The documents on his desk were swept violently to the ground, and the vast command room fell silent, no one daring to make a sound. Waste. All of you are waste. Mike Howell's long-suppressed anger erupted completely, his deep roar echoing throughout the hall. I instructed each country to cultivate top, chosen ones, investing massive resources to train them, and what has resulted? The gap is widening. Zhang Xuan has already broken through the 12th level ultimate trial, while our chosen ones can only bully our allies. Who can tell me? When will they catch up to Zhang Xuan's pace? He stared at Zhang Xuan's figure on the screen, his eyes cold and wary, clearing the 12th level, wearing a full set of rare secret silver equipment and consuming a large number of holy medicines. I truly don't know how powerful he is now. With that said, he immediately picked up the communicator, issuing a mandatory order to all member countries of the Anti-Dragon Kingdom Alliance, his tone urgent and firm. From now on, all alliance countries must cease all internal resource competition. At all costs, concentrate all resources, and we must create a chosen one who can match Zhang Xuan. The commanders of various countries on the other end of the communicator responded in unison, their tones filled with panic and urgency. Everyone understood that Zhang Xuan's rise is no longer just a matter of one country's victory or defeat. It has shaken the very foundation of global hegemony among Western countries. At this moment, Draco Weasley suddenly spoke. Esteemed General, perhaps we have overlooked an important issue hidden in the previous announcement. Oh. Mike Howell paused for a moment, frowning. What important information? Draco Weasley stepped forward, gazing deeply at the national fortune announcement prominently recorded by the observers on the screen, and meaningfully said, General, think carefully about the clearing prompt from the national fortune overseer. The Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, Zhang Xuan, has cleared the entrance to the Killing Field's ultimate trial. He emphasized the words, entrance Killing Field, a glint flashing in his eyes. Everyone is immersed in the shock and fear of Zhang Xuan clearing the 12th level, yet they have overlooked this most critical prefix. This so-called ultimate trial is merely the endpoint of the entrance Killing Field. As soon as these words were spoken, the oppressive command room fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Mike Howell's brows furrowed deeply, his furious emotions suddenly subdued as he rapidly replayed that national fortune announcement in his mind, his face gradually turning grave and profound. What you mean is? Mike Howell spoke in a deep voice, his tone tinged with an incredulous probe. Draco Weasley nodded firmly, his tone unwavering. Exactly. The entrance Killing Field. As the name suggests, this is merely the most basic and lowest level trial battlefield. The 12th level is not the endpoint, but merely the conclusion of the novice stage. This also means that above the entrance Killing Field there must exist higher level, more brutal battlefields with more generous rewards, even top-tier killing fields and ultimate killing fields. These words detonated like thunder in the command room, causing the high-ranking officials to shudder, a layer of cold sweat quietly emerging on their backs. They had always believed that the 12th level trial represented the peak difficulty of the national fortune Killing Field, and clearing it was the ultimate pinnacle, but now it seemed they had been blinded by the current situation, viewing the world from the perspective of a well. Draco Weasley surveyed the stunned expressions of the crowd and continued to analyze calmly. The reason we are panicking is that we feel Zhang Xuan has reached the summit with no rivals, and the Dragon Kingdom will monopolize all national fortune benefits. But from the looks of it now, Zhang Xuan clearing the ultimate trial at the entrance may not be a bad thing. Mike Howell's gaze sharpened, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. Continue. The ultimate trial of the entrance Killing Field has been cleared, which means this novice battlefield holds no value for Zhang Xuan anymore. Draco spoke coldly, clearly dissecting the situation. I have a conjecture. Once the chosen one clears all trials at the current rank, the system will likely determine them as having completed the novice assessment, and as long as certain conditions are met, they will advance to a higher level of the national fortune Killing Field. He will soon leave this entrance battlefield, heading to a new, unknown high-level battlefield to survive. By that time, without Zhang Xuan's insurmountable advantage in the entrance Killing Field, we may still have a chance to reclaim the peak. At that time, the remaining resources, trial levels, and national fortune rewards will once again belong to us. Upon hearing this, the group relaxed slightly, a flicker of hope reigniting in their eyes. However, Draco Weasley shifted his tone, becoming increasingly cold. To take a step back, even if the system rules are special and all chosen ones advance uniformly into the high-level Killing Field, the global national fortune landscape will also be completely reshuffled. The advantages of a low-level battlefield cannot be fully carried over to a high-level battlefield. The equipment and pill advantages Zhang Xuan has accumulated will likely be diluted and suppressed by the rules of the high-level battlefield. The gap between us and the Dragon Kingdom will be infinitely narrowed, and we still have a chance to turn the tables. Upon hearing this, Mike Howell's gloomy expression eased slightly, his tense body gradually relaxed, the anger in his eyes giving way to deep calculations. It must be said that Draco's analysis directly pierced through everyone's cognitive blind spots, allowing the nearly desperate Star-Spangled Nation to see a glimmer of hope. That makes sense, he slowly nodded, then turned to Draco. What do you think we should do now? Continue to fully cultivate the chosen ones. Draco Weasley curled the corner of his mouth into a cruel and sinister arc, leaning forward to whisper a plan that could shake the globe. Your Excellency, cultivating the chosen ones is too slow. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. I have a plan that will allow our Star-Spangled Nation to quickly secure victory in the entrance killing field, completely crushing all other nations. He lowered his voice, each word piercing to the heart. Since the overall situation of the Anti-Dragon Kingdom Alliance continues to deteriorate, with the chosen ones of various countries being crushed by Zhang Xuan, unable to compete for resources and failing to clear trials, then we will choose another path. Massacre allies and plunder national fortune. All the high-ranking officials in the command room instantaneously had their pupils constrict, their faces displaying. Draco, however, seemed to have seen through everything, speaking in a calm, yet ruthless tone. The ultimate rule of the national fortune-killing field is that the winner takes all. As long as our national fortune remains the highest, there will certainly be an opportunity for a fresh start. The Eastern Island nation John Bull and Gall Rooster, these vassal allies, exist solely by relying on us. Now their chosen ones are weak and of no value for cultivation, yet they continue to share alliance resources, purely a burden. Rather than expending massive resources to support a group of useless individuals, it would be better for our chosen ones to take the initiative to strike, encircling and massacring the chosen ones of these allied nations in the trial battlefield. Devour their national fortune foundation and strengthen the national fortune of our Star-Spangled Nation. Abandon the useless pawns, pave the way with the blood of allies. Even if all countries globally simultaneously advance to the high-level killing field, our Star-Spangled Nation can rely on its overwhelming national fortune foundation to maintain absolute advantage, ultimately emerging from the entrance killing field. The chilling words echoed in the spacious command room, exuding a bone-chilling madness and ruthlessness. Mike Howell's pupils slightly constricted, remaining silent for a long time before a sinister smile slowly appeared on his face. Good strategy. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty greed and coldness. Abandon the useless, devour the allies, use the flesh and blood of allies as nourishment to make our Star-Spangled Nation great once more. If God cannot help us, then we shall embrace Satan. Send my orders immediately to notify all our chosen ones, summon allies to hunt down the chosen ones of enemy and neutral nations, maximizing national fortune. As for hunting down allied, chosen ones, wait for my orders. It is not only the Star-Spangled Nation that has discovered the secret within the national fortune announcement. Including the Dragon Kingdom, although it was not noticed immediately, there will always be talents with outstanding wisdom to uncover the issue. Soon commanders from various nations realized that no matter how great the advantage they obtained or how severe the disadvantage they fell into, there was still a possibility of reversal. As long as the national fortune does not drop to zero, there is still hope for resurgence. Many commanders from countries with lower national fortunes are now developing some extreme ideas. However, compared to the powerful Star-Spangled Nation, most countries have concerns and have not made immediate decisions. But it can be anticipated that if the situation continues to deteriorate, those countries that are about to be driven to the brink of extinction will inevitably take desperate risks. After the 12th layer of the trial was breached, Zhang Xuan was immediately teleported outside the trial grounds. The vortex had transformed into a pure black stone door. As he reached out to touch it, a semi-transparent dialogue box appeared before him. Detected that you have completed the ultimate trial of the introductory kill arena, obtaining the qualification for the beginner kill arena. Would you like to enter the beginner kill arena immediately? Zhang Xuan hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing no. The magic array had not yet activated, and now the choice was whether to enter in the initial state or to carry extraordinary abilities. Unclear about this question, Zhang Xuan absolutely could not go to the beginner kill arena. He pondered for a moment, feeling something strange. The 12th layer of the trial, in fact, had a considerable level of difficulty. Some trial monsters severely countered Zhang Xuan, but on the flip side, didn't his own abilities also counter those trial monsters? Perhaps the abilities of these trial monsters were also influenced by the Chosen One, which is why they were not completely unsolvable. Otherwise, if the National Fortune Master casually created magic immunity plus physical rebound monsters, Zhang Xuan would be in trouble. Xian Gu, you're finally out. Lu Ruyin exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Zhang Xuan emerge. Congratulations on clearing the trial. Zhang Xuan smiled and nodded, then looked at the trial door, suddenly feeling a jolt in his heart as he asked, "Can you still see the teleportation vortex of the trial door?" Lu Ruyin looked at Zhang Xuan with curiosity and shook her head, saying, "The teleportation vortex disappeared the moment you cleared it. When I touched the trial door earlier, a prompt popped up asking me if I wanted to enter the beginner kill arena, and I chose no. Then another prompt appeared asking me if I wanted to challenge the ultimate trial. Since you hadn't come out yet, I chose no. Xian Gu, how difficult is this ultimate trial? Can I give it a try?" Hearing this, Zhang Xuan was momentarily stunned. He stroked his chin and thought deeply. It seems that as long as any chosen one clears the trial in the National Fortune Kill Arena, others will obtain the qualification to enter the Beginner Kill Arena. This path of advancement certainly cannot carry extraordinary abilities, otherwise the existence of the relic magic array would lose its significance. He shook his head and said, "The ultimate trial has no retreat. With your current strength, it would be very difficult to clear it. If you get trapped in the trial space, it would be troublesome. Let's challenge it later." Lu Ruyin looked a bit disappointed, but she didn't insist on challenging it. She asked, "What should we do next?" Zhang Xuan said without hesitation, "First, let's find treasure chests. Tomorrow we'll build a ship. I want to return to the continent. It's time to unleash a slaughter." The effect of the chosen one lasted for a few more hours, and during this time, they needed to collect as many treasure chests as possible. Zhang Xuan and Lu Ruyin were very proactive, wandering aimlessly on the island, finding a treasure chest every so often. The luck boost from the chosen one was incredibly strong. Some treasure chests were clearly located in extremely hidden blind spots, yet Zhang Xuan would encounter various surprises and ultimately discover the treasure chests. The mutated ferocious beasts on the island were dense, but none posed a threat to the two. Any ferocious beast encountered along the way, whether it be the swift shadow leopard, the thick-skinned rock-armored bear, or the stealthy poison scale snake, were all effortlessly slain by Zhang Xuan. Lu Ruyin closely followed, responsible for collecting the spoils. Occasionally encountering small weak beasts that slipped through the net, she would also take action to hone her skills and steadily accumulate practical experience. They cleared their way and scavenged as they went. In just a few hours, the two had collected 13 treasure chests. Zhang Xuan opened the treasure chests on the spot, obtaining numerous precious potions and supply pills, even 2 enchanted weapons. As the sun set, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire sea surface red, and the sea breeze carried a faint salty and fishy scent, dispersing the lingering smell of blood in the forest. Daylight gradually faded and dusk enveloped the lonely island. At that moment, as Zhang Xuan was walking, his steps suddenly paused, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The soul guardian connected to his spirit sent a clear signal. A strange human presence appeared in the seaside area. It was a chosen one from another country. "Stay here and don't move around. I'm going to the seaside for a bit." Zhang Xuan turned to Lu Ruyin and instructed in a steady tone. Lu Ruyin quickly stopped, obediently nodding. "Okay, Xuan, go, be careful." Before she finished speaking, Zhang Xuan's figure flickered. A gust of wind stirred around him, and he dashed towards the seaside, leaving behind a trail in the forest. Harnessing the storm power of mythic quality, his speed far surpassed that of ordinary chosen ones. In just a moment, he crossed a vast expanse of forest, reaching the coastline. However, looking out, the long beach was empty and silent, the tides gently rising and falling with jagged reefs and smooth fine sand, and there wasn't a soul in sight. The sea breeze continuously washed over the shore, erasing all surface traces clean, as if no one had ever set foot there. "They run really fast." Zhang Xuan's eyes grew cold as his thoughts raced. The distance from the central area to the beach was extremely far. In the short moment he rushed over at full speed, it was enough for a vigilant chosen one to completely vacate the empty beach. It was impossible for the other party to foolishly stay on the exposed beach. Their only escape route was the dense forest bordering the beach. That chosen one was extremely cautious, briefly coming ashore to scout after landing, then turned and dove into the intricate underbrush along the coast. He had no idea that he had already been locked onto by the soul guardian. He thought that by hiding in the dense forest and concealing himself, he could escape silently. However, Zhang Xuan merely scanned the ground and discovered the traces left by that chosen one. A faint imprint in the sand, slight bends in the grass, and dislodged leaves. Various minor clues that ordinary people would overlook clearly outlined the escape route of the other party. Following the traces deep into the forest, in just a few minutes, Zhang Xuan locked onto a curled-up, motionless. That Gaul chosen one was currently pressed tightly against the back of a tree, his whole body tense, holding his breath. During his escape, he constantly changed his position, deliberately stepping on hard ground and avoiding soft mud, trying to erase his trail, hiding in the densest shadows of the trees, thinking himself to be completely safe. Yet before the tracking, intuition, and detail capture of a top hunter, all deliberately concealed traces were unable to escape detection. "Hiding in the forest, do you think I can't find you?" Zhang Xuan sneered lightly, stepping forward steadily, approaching the figure. The Gaul chosen one's heart suddenly stopped. His talent was danger perception. From the moment he landed, he had been cautious at every step. Upon sensing unusual movements, he immediately abandoned the beach for the dense forest, moving stealthily and suppressing his presence, daring not to make a sound. He thought he had retreated in time and hidden well, believing it impossible for him to be caught, only to find that Zhang Xuan had precisely tracked him down. A surge of immense fear instantly engulfed his mind. He felt danger from all directions, realizing he had nowhere to escape. He stopped holding back, suddenly brandishing his sword and launching a surprise attack under the cover of the tree shade, hoping to carve out a path for himself. Unfortunately, the disparity in combat power between the two was like a chasm. Facing the hurriedly incoming sword-edged Zhang Xuan remained motionless, effortlessly sidestepping the lethal blow while raising the Lai Hong Huang axe in his hand, delivering a horizontal chop. The chilling axe light wrapped in heavy force instantly shattered the equipment on the other party. With a piercing scream echoing, the Gaul chosen one didn't even have time for a second strike before being heavily injured by this blow, his body flying out and crashing heavily against a tree, completely losing the ability to resist. Zhang Xuan stepped forward slowly, looking down at the foreign chosen one collapsed on the ground, his face filled with despair, his expression showing no sign of wavering. Without unnecessary words, he raised the axe and coldly ended the other party's life. National fortune announcement: the Dragon Kingdom chosen one killed the Gaul Chicken Kingdom. Chosen one Caleb Cross Dragon Kingdom, National Fortune 1. Gaul Chicken Kingdom, National Fortune 1. The overall quality of all members of the Dragon Kingdom slightly increased. The overall quality of all members of the Gaul Chicken Kingdom slightly decreased. After eliminating the fortunate Gaul chosen one who had managed to land on the island, Zhang Xuan casually collected the spoils and turned back, continuing to scour the remaining resources of the island with Lu Ruyan. The entire solitary island fell silent once more, with only the sea breeze carrying away the faint scent of blood from the woods and the muddy shores. At this moment, in the vast expanse of the National Fortune battleground along the coastline, near the central area, a hidden base shrouded by towering cliffs and dense mist revealed a starkly different scene. This place was a temporary secret assembly point established by the Anti-Dragon Alliance, with treacherous terrain and a remote location that was difficult to find without a deliberate search. The bay was now teeming with people, the atmosphere tense and solemn as chosen ones from the Star-Spangled Nation, Eastern Island Nation, John Bull, and Gaul gathered here. After days of exploration, the chosen ones from various countries had accumulated some treasure chests and rare Following the compulsory orders issued by their respective countries, they stepped forward, in turn handing over half of their treasure chests and rare resources to the chosen ones of the Star-Spangled Nation. Various resources quickly piled up on the beach, with dazzling treasure chests stacked layer upon layer, and all kinds of rare materials exuding enticing aromas, as well as bright high-end potions that made the chosen ones from smaller nations' eyes burn, yet none dared to voice any dissent. The headquarters of the Anti-Dragon Alliance already had a clear cultivation plan. These resources would not be used on a single individual. John Hopkins opened the treasure chests one by one, categorizing the equipment and skill scrolls on the side, then distributing them to the 4 chosen ones with the highest attributes, himself included. The other 3 chosen ones also hailed from the Star-Spangled Nation. They were Reno Black, who had awakened the Strength Amplification ability, Arthur Wilson, who had awakened the Eagle Eye Talent A, and Carter Murphy, who had awakened the Healing Amplification ability, forming a perfect combat system with no weaknesses. As the core powerhouse of the team, John Hopkins stood at the forefront of the crowd, his tall and robust figure strikingly illuminated by the dusk. He looked at his 3 top teammates from the Star-Spangled Nation and gazed down at the subservient chosen ones from the allied nations, his tone imbued with innate dominance and arrogance. Your contributions will not be in vain. Our team will not disappoint your expectations. We will fight side by side, crush Zhang Xuan's invincible legend, and firmly grasp the global national fortune, commanding the entire national fortune battleground. As his words fell, the 4 ceased further conversation, each taking their share of resources and using them before. The resources obtained from the treasure chests were diverse, roughly categorized into equipment, skill scrolls, enhancement potions, and various supplies. The melee heavy armor equipment, physical enhancement potions, and melee skill scrolls all fell into John's hands. The magic equipment, mental enhancement potions, and magic skill scrolls were gathered by Reno. The bows, arrows, and shooting skill scrolls belonged to Arthur, and all kinds of continuous recovery potions, shield, aura scrolls, and team buff items were uniformly collected by Carter. The various rare materials were evenly distributed, with a considerable amount piled up before each person. As a large number of resources were rapidly consumed, the already extraordinary 4 began to experience a significant rise in their aura. After over an hour, all resources were finally exhausted. The aura emanating from the 4 became particularly intimidating, causing the chosen ones from the subordinate nations to instinctively retreat. John Hopkins smiled and excitedly said, "Perhaps we need a test stone. There should be some unseeing mutated beasts nearby. Who will help us lure them in?" Though it was a question, his gaze fixed on a short chosen one. This chosen one was from the Monkey Nation, had awakened the speed amplification talent, and was timid in battle, often helping other allies attract monsters. He'll go right now." Realizing he couldn't escape the Monkey Nation, chosen one spoke straightforwardly. After about 10 minutes, he indeed attracted a group of mutated beasts. "Bastard." The Eastern Island Nation chosen one, Amurajiro, could not help but shout, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? How could you attract so many mutated beasts?" "Baka." The crowd of chosen ones began to stir, but the 4 powerful individuals from the Star-Spangled Nation remained calm, each standing in their respective positions, already prepared to take action. No wonder everyone feared. These mutated beasts were tough-skinned and quick, their combat power far exceeding that of ordinary beasts capable of overwhelming most normal chosen ones. John Hopkins was the first to step out of the line, his heavy armor exuding an imposing pressure. Facing the large mutated beast charging at him, he stood firm, absorbing the beast's furious impact while delivering a powerful punch. The overwhelming brute's strength exploded forth, shattering the skull of the foremost beast with a single blow. The simple and brutal frontal assault showcased the fierce and bold nature of the heavy armored warrior to the fullest. Some mutated beasts, however, were cunning and attempted to flank and ambush. Reno Black stood still, his expression calm and indifferent, waiting for the beast to enter his attack range before raising his hand to summon the elemental power around him. Fireballs suddenly launched, locking down all escape routes for the beasts as the raging elemental energy instantaneously charred and decimated their bodies. With just one strike, he killed 3 mutated beasts, the clean and efficient area bombardment showcasing the cold and destructive output of the magic class. The remaining 2 beasts, sensing their companions falling one after another, were filled with fear and immediately turned to flee, attempting to escape using the dense forest terrain. Arthur Wilson, who had been waiting in the back, narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his bow, pulled the string, and shot arrows, performing the entire series of actions fluidly. 2 sharp arrows shot through the air, accurately piercing the vital spots of the 2 beasts 100 meters away, causing the fleeing beasts to collapse instantly, perfectly exemplifying the utmost precision and long-range suppression of a top archer. The last injured beast completely went berserk, charging recklessly towards the defenseless crowd of chosen ones behind, creating an urgent situation. Carter Murphy moved along the flanks, not competing for output, but always keeping an eye on the overall situation. In the moment of crisis, she raised her hand to summon a layer of faint golden aura, instantly providing substantial defensive amplification for the entire team, while releasing shockwaves to confine the beast's movements. Using gentle yet reliable means to firmly control the situation, she protected the entire team and restrained the enemy, maximizing the team value of a top-tier support. In just a few breaths, the mutated beasts attracted by the Monkey Nation Chosen One were all eliminated. Witnessing this shocking battle scene, everyone was left in astonishment, and they couldn't help but praise and compliment, their voices filled with fervor and awe. So powerful. Mr. John's strength is immense. It seems that the Alliance's decision was flawless. Only such gifted chosen ones deserve those resources. Indeed, as expected of the powerhouse, supported by all our resources, this level of combat power is enough to crush any enemy. Even if Zhang Xuan is strong, he is merely a solitary fighter. 2 fists can't contend with 4 hands. Faced with this perfect team, he is doomed to failure, and his invincible myth is about to be completely shattered. The chosen ones from the Eastern Island Nation had a fawning expression, bowing repeatedly. Noble ones from the Star-Spangled Nation, please take care of us in the future. The chorus of flattery filled the air, boosting the morale of the Anti-Dragon Alliance. Witnessing the 4's performance made them realize that the solitary Zhang Xuan could never match this team. With the fervent praises echoing in his ears and feeling the surge in his own combat power, John Hopkins' mindset completely inflated and transformed. The last trace of fear towards Zhang Xuan dissipated entirely, replaced by extreme arrogance and disdain. He stretched his arms, feeling the surging and explosive power within him, a mocking cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Xuan. He uttered this name lightly, his tone devoid of any fear, filled only with unreserved disdain and mockery. The outside world has elevated you too high, the so-called invincible genius, the ceiling of national fortune. The myth of clearing the 12-layer trials is merely the result of seizing early resources and taking advantage of the lack of competition. Hopkins gazed towards the direction of the Dragon Nation's waters, his eyes filled with arrogance and confidence. Your success in clearing the trials was just due to luck, a temporary victory in a solitary battle. In the true national fortune battleground, what counts is the system, cooperation, and all-around hard power. You are alone, unable to unleash the full potential, lacking long-range suppression and team support, with countless weaknesses, and thus not worthy of competing with our perfect team. Now, with our team backed by the entire Alliance's resources covering all 4 roles, and having no weaknesses in offense and defense, even if your individual combat power is formidable, you could never be our opponent. He felt no trace of fear left in his heart, but rather immense anticipation for his fated showdown with Zhang Xuan. He was eager to personally tear apart Zhang Xuan's invincible legend, to slay the Dragon Nation Chosen One in front of a global audience, and to sever the soaring national fortune of the Dragon Nation, silencing all those who praised and recognized Zhang Xuan. I want to see what you rely on to compete with me. Hopkins clenched his fists tightly, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes, standing proudly on the shore. Zhang Xuan, please reveal yourself soon. Don't keep me waiting too long. With his words, the chosen ones from various nations echoed in unison, cheers rising and falling, completely sweeping the entire hidden bay, waiting for Lord Hopkins to slay Zhang Xuan. It seems the battle that will overturn the national fortune landscape is about to arrive. The night was heavy and the thick darkness completely enveloped the island. In the dim forest, the evening breeze whispered and the shadows of the trees swayed and intertwined. In the distance, the low growls of ferocious beasts could be heard from time to time, and under the cover of night, danger lurked everywhere. Zhang Xuan glanced around with boredom and said, "I want sleep tonight, and let's take advantage of our good fortune and search for treasure chests all night." Lu Ruoyan nodded vigorously, fully aware that Zhang Xian's so-called good fortune was a humble expression. He must possess some ability to influence luck, and this ability had a time limit. To search for supplies all night meant that this ability would expire by tomorrow morning. To be honest, Lu Ruoyan was even more anxious than Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan was not a stingy person. After finding the treasure chest, he would surely share some of the useless items with her. The gains from the past 2 days far exceeded all her previous days combined. The central island was the most densely populated place for ferocious beasts in the entire national luck-killing field, and under the cover of night, it was even more perilous. For any other chosen one, wandering on the island late at night would be tantamount to seeking death. But for Zhang Xuan, now all the dangers here were insignificant. His strength had completely crushed all the ferocious beasts on this island, and he didn't need to have any reservations. Any mutated beast he encountered would be dealt with by a single axe. The two entered the dim forest side by side, and the pitch-black night could not hinder Zhang Xian's vision. His gaze swept indifferently around, and all the lurking ferocious beasts in the forest were completely exposed. A few impatient ferocious beasts lunged out of the shadows, first their sharp claws tearing through the night wind, rushing towards them with a terrifying momentum. Yet this fierce assault seemed laughably clumsy in Zhang Xian's eyes. He made no unnecessary movements. With a swift swing of his axe, the charging beast fell to the ground lifeless, without even a chance to struggle. As they advanced deeper, all the obstructing beasts along the way were swiftly killed, as easy as slicing vegetables. Throughout the night, the two swept through and found several dozen redwood treasure chests. One of the treasure chests surprisingly revealed a construction blueprint. Quick wood sailing ship blueprint. After use, it can transform 1,000 cubic meters of wood, 100 of beast skin, and 1 cubic meter of metal into a wooden sailing ship. Zhang Xuan was quite surprised when he saw this blueprint. Without the godly skill reach the horizon, he couldn't cross the sea as he had before. He had originally planned to build a raft to return to the continent. However, he didn't expect to find a quick shipbuilding blueprint in the treasure chest. Undoubtedly, this was another effect of the Chosen One. Zhang Xian's spatial ring already contained a mountain of beast skin accumulated from hunting ferocious beasts. The quantity was more than sufficient for shipbuilding. The only thing lacking was a large amount of wood and metal materials. As dawn slowly approached, the two began their return to the shelter. Around 10 o'clock, Zhang Xian's talent refreshed again, and a warm current quietly flowed through his limbs. He casually opened his attribute panel, and the godly skill Chosen One was sealed again, with a new divine skill added to the skill column. Divine craftsmanship. Passive. All items built will solidify to legendary quality with a certain chance to construct mythical items. Active. Can decompose items into basic materials. Although he had been busy all night, Zhang Xian's physique was strong, and he hardly felt tired. He immediately swung his fierce primitive axe and began chopping trees. The ancient trees on the island towered high, and the wood resources were inexhaustible. The fierce primitive axe was incredibly sharp, making tree chopping nearly effortless for Zhang Xuan. With a mere gesture, he felled thick logs, gathering the required wood in less than half an hour. Next, he activated the decomposition technique, decomposing the accumulated discarded weapons and equipment in his storage space, one by one, taking over an hour to gather enough metal for shipbuilding. Wood, metal, and beast skin. All three core materials for shipbuilding were ready. Zhang Xuan brought Lu Ruoyan to the seaside, took out the quick shipbuilding blueprint along with various materials, and chose to use the blueprint. In an instant, the blueprint transformed into golden light, enveloping all the materials. The various materials began to process automatically, and the thick logs quickly turned into countless thick wooden planks. The rough beast skins were stretched and sewn into sails and ropes. The 1 cubic meter of metal turned into steel nails and cannons. Finally, all the parts were combined into a large ship over 30 meters long. As the large ship was about to take shape, a pillar of light suddenly shot out from Zhang Xian's body, and he felt the mana within him begin to rapidly deplete. What the hell? What is happening? After a moment of panic, Zhang Xuan quickly calmed down, realizing that it was likely the newly acquired divine skill at work. The loss of mana continued, and this state persisted for more than 10 minutes before the pillar of light dimmed. Zhang Xian's face was pale as if he had been drained of energy, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. The eye of the divine needed no prompting. The attributes of the large ship automatically appeared before him. Elemental worship quality. Mythical characteristics integrates the powers of the 4 elements: storm, flame, lightning, and ice with the ship body, permanently bearing 4-element shields. Armed configuration equipped with elemental main cannons capable of freely switching to launch ice projectiles, flame projectiles, and spherical lightning. Sailing ability comes with intelligent cruising capabilities, supports fully automated navigation, unafraid of turbulent seas, and can sail steadily in all weather conditions. A plain and unremarkable simple sailing ship, Blueprint underwent a miraculous transformation in Zhang Xuan's hands, evolving into a awakens mythical elemental warship. The powers of storm, flame, lightning, and ice surrounded the ship, shimmering endlessly, exuding an overwhelming might. The warship quietly floated on the sea, resembling a slumbering overlord of the waters, its imposing presence palpable. At this moment, all live streams around the world exploded. Netizens from various countries and high-ranking officials present at the scene were all in shock, their minds numb from the scene that completely overturned their understanding, unable to regain their composure. I am utterly confused. What on earth is happening? A Blueprint created a large ship, which is understandable, but what is that beam of light shot out by Zhang Xuan? Is it his life essence? Why does it feel like that large ship became mysterious after absorbing the beam of light? A ship over 30 meters long instantly turned into over 100 meters, and the cannons went from just 1 to over 60. This is outrageous. This ship feels extraordinary. One shot would leave it bruised and battered. What bruised and battered? Clearly it's all over the place. All over the place. I think it looks more like roasted on one side and steamed on the other. Cheating. You chosen ones from Dragon Country are cheating. It's so shameless. So you're finally done with the act. Damn. With this ship, who can compete with Zhang Xuan on the sea? This ship belongs to our Han people. Zhang Xuan is also from our Han people, so Mr. Zhang Xuan, please change your nationality quickly. You people, can you just go die somewhere? The universe is all yours, just get lost. Zhang Xuan gazed at the imposing elemental battleship before him, his eyes filled with curiosity, as if he had discovered a awakens giant toy brimming with excitement. He turned to look at Lu Ruoyan beside him, casually tilting his chin and smiling. The ship is ready, let's go take a look. Lu Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The colossal vessel, shimmering with 4 colors of light, was majestic and awe-inspiring, rivaling modern naval destroyers, a miraculous sight in the desolate and primitive battlefield. The two stepped side by side, elegantly treading onto the battleship's deck. The moment they landed, the most immediate sensation was an unparalleled stability. The gentle sea breeze rippled the surface and the light waves surged, yet the entire ship stood firm as a rock rooted to the sea, not swaying in the slightest. Standing on it felt no different than being on solid ground. The deck was spacious and open, made of dense and sturdy material, with a faint glow of elemental light swirling around its surface that felt smooth and warm to the touch, comparable to the finest jade. Surrounding the ship was an invisible elemental shield designed with exquisite precision. The shield automatically identified external forces, blocking all dangers, such as beastly impacts, crashing waves, and fierce winds, allowing only the gentle sea breeze to pass through, caressing the deck with a comforting touch. Lu Ruoyan walked slowly to the edge of the deck, leaning against the railing to gaze into the distance. The boundless azure sea unfolded before her, where the sky met the water, clear and vast. Her brows and eyes relaxed completely, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Compared to other chosen ones who faced hardships in the wild, always on guard against beastly ambushes, this battleship was nothing short of a top-tier mobile sanctuary. Exploring islands and gathering resources would be effortless, with the option to dock at any time and return to the ship. No need to huddle in damp, cold forests or stay awake in fear of beastly night attacks. It was safe and comfortable, truly a luxurious home amidst the battlefield. Zhang Xuan casually strolled around the battleship, familiarizing himself with every design. The National Fortune live broadcast cameras closely followed his movements, capturing the attention of global audiences. At the bow stood a giant elemental main cannon, its barrel cold and exquisite, engraved with intricate and mysterious elemental patterns. The alternating glimmers of ice, flame, and lightning exuded a formidable aura that made one shudder. On both sides of the ship, densely arranged, were numerous secondary cannon ports arrayed in layers with an imposing presence. Once all fired, the booming sound would surely be earth-shattering. At this moment, the sails were fully retracted and aligned with the mast, and the anchor sank to the seabed. The entire battleship was in a docked state. Zhang Xuan could distinctly sense the energy bond connecting him to the battleship. With a mere thought, he could command the entire vessel, achieving true unity of man and ship, controlling all its functions and mechanisms. The entire battleship was equipped for both offense and defense, with no weaknesses whatsoever. However, the most astonishing aspect was the internal facilities of the ship. Following the side ladder into the cabin, he discovered that the facilities inside were no less impressive than those of modern cruise ships. The cabin was clean and transparent, completely shattering Zhang Xuan's stereotype of traditional ships being cramped. The spacious interior featured 2 large soft fabric sofas, accompanied by a set of exquisite tables and chairs. In the corner was a built-in temperature control and purification device capable of automatically adjusting indoor temperature and purifying the air, keeping the interior dry and comfortable. Beyond the lounge was the crew's quarters, which resembled a modern hotel double room. Further back was a separate closed storage area with each storage room being highly sealed, dust-proof, and moisture-proof, capable of safely storing various supplies and preventing resource loss due to moisture. These were just the basic facilities. The captain's room deep within the cabin was the highest grade area of the entire. The captain's room was spacious and open with an elegant and grand layout. In the center of the room stood an oversized double bed with a thick, soft mattress covered in smooth, high-end velvet bedding which felt delicate and warm to the touch, allowing one to relax comfortably. A double bed. I really want to lie down and take a nap. Lu Ruan stole a glance, her face slightly. The male viewers in the live broadcast room exploded. What was Lu Ruan trying to do when she secretly looked at Zhang Xuan? She's blushing. She's actually blushing. When a woman blushes, isn't it because she's thinking about a man? She must have feelings for Zhang Xuan. God, I feel like I've lost my love. Goddess, you're blushing for bubble tea. There's a beautifully crafted decorative lamp by the bedside casting a soft, non-glaring light. By the window stood a set of finely crafted leisure tables and chairs with various nautical tools like sextants and sea charts laid out on the smooth, clean tabletop. In the corner of the room stood a vintage, exquisite glass storage cabinet meticulously crafted and highly sealed, perfect for displaying and storing valuable items. The wall was embedded with an enormous panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, the glass transparent, perfectly blocking out the external fierce winds, giant waves, and glaring light, yet not obstructing the view, looking out the window one could take in the vast expanse of azure sea and clear sky. Compared to other chosen ones who struggled in the wild, always cautious, and even wishing for a stable sleep, this captain's room was clean, tranquil, luxurious, and stable, equipped with perfect facilities and an exceptional experience, truly a unique top-tier mobile palace in the battlefield. Having familiarized himself with the internal structure and facilities, Zhang Xuan led Lu Ruan back to the deck, preparing for their first sea trial. He did not need to operate any mechanisms manually, or with just a thought, he issued sailing commands to the battleship. In the next second, the entire ship seemed to come alive. First, the anchor's mechanical structure slowly began to operate, the heavy metal anchor rising steadily with splashes of water, smoothly retracting back into its slot beneath the ship and locking securely. Following that, the massive sails unfurled along the mast track layers, opening up the canvas strong and full, the patterns orderly awaiting the embrace of the sea breeze. Raising the anchor, hoisting the sails, and turning the helm. All processes were completed automatically, like flowing clouds and flowing water, without a hint of stuttering, the magical array perfectly integrated with the mechanical structure. Zhang Xuan watched this series of fully automated operations as if he had stepped into a magical punk world. The moment the sails were fully unfurled, the tempestuous power hidden within the ship suddenly surged to life, the sea breeze effortlessly filling the sails. The battleship smoothly adjusted its course, facing the vast open sea. There was no abrupt acceleration or turbulence. The enormous warship departed the shore with a steady and even speed, breaking through the layers of tiny splashes on the sea surface, glimmering in the light as it moved forward. Zhang Xuan leaned against the ship's rail, his posture relaxed and languid, his expression calm and composed. Lu Ruan stood beside him, gazing at the receding coastline and the boundless azure sea, her eyes filled with peace and relaxation. A mythical battleship had completely rewritten the survival dynamics for both of them in the battlefield. From now on, mountains and seas were no barriers. They could traverse the entire world. The global live broadcast room was still buzzing, the bullet screen overflowing. I am truly astonished. Not only can this ship fight and flee, but it also comes with luxurious resting quarters. It's simply a mobile palace. Zhang Xuan stood at the bow of the ship, letting the sea breeze brush against his clothes. He appeared to be casually enjoying the scenery, yet deep within, he was calmly contemplating his upcoming plans. Today's refreshed skill, ghostly axe, and divine craft, is the most extraordinary functional divine technique he has acquired so far. With just an ordinary sailboat blueprint and some common basic materials, he could create a mythical elemental battleship. This ability to rewrite the quality of items and break through level limits is worth far more than any simple enhancement in attack or defense. However, Zhang Xuan was acutely aware that all his divine skills are refreshed randomly every day with no discernible pattern. He did not know when he would next refresh ghostly axe and divine craft, so he absolutely could not waste this rare. All the resources he had accumulated from cleaning the islands, hunting fierce beasts, and opening redwood treasure chests, except for those consumed in shipbuilding, were quietly stored in his spatial ring. These materials, lying idle in storage, were just a pile of lifeless objects devoid of value. Only by utilizing the heaven-defying forging ability of ghostly axe and divine craft could they be fully activated and transformed into tangible combat power. Only Zhang Xuan himself understood the true domineering nature of this divine skill. Every item he forged personally had a minimum quality of legendary, and with enough luck, it could even break through limitations and give birth to mythical-grade equipment. In the perilous battlefield of national fortune, top-tier equipment is a precious treasure that countless chosen ones fight desperately for, often unable to even touch a treasure chest. Just one piece could serve as a trump card. For most chosen ones, what is deemed top-tier equipment is merely rare quality, since the most one can obtain from a redwood treasure chest is rare equipment. Yet Zhang Xuan, as long as he forged, would start at the legendary quality, and there was even a chance to reach mythical. Such a surefire opportunity had no reason to be missed. Zhang Xuan had firmly decided that while the effect of ghostly axe and divine craft still lasted, he would make full use of all materials to forge a completely new set of weapons and armor for himself. However, although ghostly axe and divine craft was powerful, it could not create something out of nothing. To forge equipment, he at least needed proper tools and the process to do so. Forging weapons requires a forging furnace, and stitching armor requires high-strength needles and threads. Additionally, cutting tools, shaping hammers, anvils, and forming clamps are all indispensable. Having considered this, Zhang Xuan immediately resolved to first create tools, then forge equipment. The conditions on the ship were limited, making it difficult to work, and he would have to return to the island to truly unleash his efforts. Zhang Xuan's thoughts shifted, and he maneuvered the battleship to return. Soon they arrived back at the island shore. The sails slowly folded against the mast, and the anchor gradually sank, embedding itself into the seabed. Back at the shelter, Zhang Xuan casually gathered some clay, and with the help of Lu Rian built a clay kiln. "Brother Xuan, are you going to fire ceramics?" Lu Rian looked at the clay kiln in front of her, her heart filled with doubt. They had all learned pottery craft during training. Firing ceramics wasn't this complicated, and this clay kiln wouldn't suffice for porcelain. Zhang Xuan shook his head. "No, I want to smelt iron." "Smelt iron? Can this kiln be used?" Lu Rian wiped the sweat from her forehead, completely bewildered. "Isn't a blast furnace needed for smelting iron? Isn't this clay kiln inadequate?" Zhang Xuan didn't plan to explain. He casually responded, "You'll know soon enough. I'm building a forging furnace." Lu Rian muttered, "But this is obviously just a broken clay kiln." Zhang Xuan yelled, "It is a forging furnace, not a broken clay kiln." Lu Rian quickly replied, right. What you say is true. This is a forging furnace." The moment the forging furnace took shape, a brilliant stream of elemental energy erupted from Zhang Xuan, engulfing the entire forging furnace. The divine skill, ghostly axe, and divine craft took effect. As golden light flowed, a well-structured and high-quality forging furnace quickly formed. Elemental forging furnace. Legendary quality. The cost was merely some water, clay, and Zhang Xuan's magical power. The entire process could be described as transforming decay into the miraculous. Lu Rian's eyes widened as she watched the scene before her, incredulously saying, "Heavens. It changed. The broken clay kiln really turned into a forging furnace. What on earth is going on?" Earlier, when building the elemental battleship, she thought it was due to the blueprint, but now it seemed otherwise, as Zhang Xuan hadn't used any blueprints while constructing the clay kiln. Zhang Xuan glanced at the forging furnace, but slightly shook his head, not satisfied. While legendary qualities certainly surpassed the norm, he now wielded divine skills, aiming to forge mythical-grade equipment that could dominate the battlefield. A legendary forging furnace might enhance the success rate, but would never compare to a mythical forging furnace. Since he was going to create, he would aim for the best. The quality is insufficient. Zhang Xuan murmured to himself, raising his hand without hesitation to activate decomposition art. A faint light swept over the entire forging furnace, and the recently formed legendary-level forging furnace instantly disintegrated, turning into a pile of high-end materials. Unlike the wastage from ordinary forging and refining, the legendary items born from divine skills after decomposition not only did not waste, but instead were entirely converted into rare forging materials of legendary quality. Zhang Xuan blinked, feeling somewhat incredulous. The combination of ghostly axe and divine craft and decomposition art allowed one to transform ordinary materials into items of legendary quality or above, while the other decomposed items of legendary quality or above back into equivalent materials. Could this be considered stepping on one's own foot to ascend to the heavens? Zhang Xuan poured a bottle of mana potion into his mouth, then used the legendary materials obtained from the decomposition to forge the furnace anew. The second forging furnace took shape, still at the legendary limit, just a step away from mythical quality, yet it could not break through that barrier. Still not perfect. Dismantle. Decomposition art activated again, and the entire forging furnace dissolved once more. Zhang Xuan remained calm, initiating the iterative forging cycle. Forge, examine, dissatisfaction, decompose, purify, and refashion. With each dismantling and reshaping, the purity level of the materials would elevate, and the enhancement effects of the divine skills would stack, continually challenging higher quality limits. Once, twice, thrice. Until the seventh time. Boom! A dazzling golden red light suddenly erupted, a heat wave sweeping across the open ground, nearly knocking Lu Rian off her feet. A massive forging furnace, sturdy and imposing with intricately refined patterns, firmly settled in the open space. Its body was engraved with layers of magical runes, radiating brilliance, with the furnace mouth exhaling faint crimson divine fire, exuding a heavy and formidable pressure. Heaven-burning forging furnace. Mythical quality. Lu Rian was utterly stunned. She murmured, "This forging furnace feels so terrifying. Could it be a divine artifact?" Zhang Xuan stepped forward, lightly touching the furnace body with his fingertip. It felt scorching, yet not scalding. The entire forging furnace possessed an endless source of fire, self-igniting and maintaining a constant temperature without the need for fuel. It could withstand extreme high temperatures for refining and accommodate all elemental materials for forging, sufficient to support him in creating any grade of mythical equipment. Having secured the core forging device, Zhang Xuan did not pause, continuing to forge other tools. Mythical-grade forging hammer, heavy in the head, capable of shattering material impurities with a single strike, precisely shaping, unmatched sharp cutting edge, able to finely trim and cut animal hides and metals. Indestructible stitching thread, specially made for assembling hide-tier armor and tanning beast hide armor, impervious to decay, durable. Along with shaping clamps, material anvils, purification filters, and quenching tools, one after another tools emerged, starting from top tier. Legendary quality, with some benefiting from stacking bonuses, also breaking through barriers to reach mythical grade. Next, it was time to officially forge a complete set of divine armor. Outside Lu Ruyan's sanctuary in the open space, the golden light faded away, revealing the burning furnace of the heavens adorned with mysterious patterns, standing quietly. Alongside it, a complete set of forging tools was neatly arranged, exuding an extraordinary aura far beyond that of ordinary items. The live broadcast of the National Luck captured this scene clearly in real time. Without any attribute details publicly disclosed and no system announcements made the phenomena visible to the naked eye, were enough to leave all global viewers in awe. Every tool on the beach was surrounded by a colorful halo of varying thickness, while the crimson gold flowing around the furnace was dense and heavy, lingering for a long time, starkly different from the rare items produced by treasure chests. Wow, the golden legend. My heavens, what quality are these tools? Each one carries its own spiritual light, absolutely not ordinary. I've never seen such phenomena in the battlefield. The rare equipment I saw before only glimmered slightly, but Zhang Xuan's creations emanate a terrifying glow. Just now I watched him repeatedly forge, disassemble, and reshape, struggling for dozens of times before finally solidifying. Indeed, good things are forged through effort. No need to guess, this is definitely related to Master Zhang Xuan's new abilities. He brings us new wonders. If the tools for forging are so extraordinary, how terrifying will the weapons and armor he is about to create be? I can't even imagine. While other nations' chosen ones are scavenging for equipment, our Master Zhang Xuan is already crafting top-tier tools himself. This gap is too vast. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom was filled with excitement. Anyone with eyes could see that this entire set of manufacturing tools on the beach were top-tier treasures, far beyond the conventional understanding of the battlefield. Zhang Xuan's preparations were definitely for crafting divine weapons. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the overseas live broadcast rooms was filled with suppressed envy, jealousy, and helplessness. Countless foreign viewers stared at the giant furnace swirling with light on their screens, their mindset completely unbalanced with the bullet screen filled with sourness and reluctance. It's not fair. Why does he have access to such a level of ability as a chosen one like us? The halos are too intense. Even if one doesn't understand the equipment levels in the battlefield, it's clear that these tools are exceptionally precious. Our chosen one. Oh, it's hard to put into words in Dragon Kingdom terms. Repetitively disassembling and reshaping without wasting materials, instead making the item stronger. What kind of rule-breaking ability is this? It's simply a bug. The previous warship was already outrageous, and now he has created a whole set of divine forging tools that carry their own spiritual light. What is his limit? So infuriating. Our nation's chosen ones risk their lives every day to survive and can't even acquire a rare piece of equipment while he can create gear himself. This is not even a game difficulty. There is a strong demand for the National Luck Sovereign to sanction this person. The high-ranking officials from various countries fixed their gaze on the live broadcast, their expressions extremely grave. They could not discern specific qualities or check any attributes, but just the overwhelming phenomena were enough to determine that the trump card in Zhang Xuan's hands had completely transcended the competitive dimension of ordinary chosen ones. At this moment, Zhang Xuan was completely oblivious to the storm brewing online. He raised his hand to gently stroke the forged tools beside him, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The complete forging system had been established with high-grade materials adequately stocked, and his divine skills could be utilized at any time. It was time to forge mythical equipment. The sky gradually darkened, the daylight quickly fading, and thick night enveloped the entire island. In just a few hours, his divine skills would refresh, leaving Zhang Xuan with little time. He began to throw various materials into the furnace, patiently waiting for them to melt. The blazing crimson flame surged instantly without any violent heat waves escaping. All the temperatures were locked within the furnace, continuously melting and refining the materials, stripping away impurities and leaving only the purest essence. The camera in the live broadcast room firmly locked onto the scene of the beach as the global audience held their breath, their gazes fixed on the furnace burning with divine fire. Inside, the furnace light surged and various halos flickered alternately, sometimes blazing like fire, sometimes gentle like jade. The phenomena layered upon one another, as if the creation of the universe was all gathered in one furnace. No one could perceive the exact grade of the equipment. They could only rely on this extraordinary phenomenon to firmly believe that the objects born tonight would be anything but ordinary. Zhang Xuan's expression was relaxed, his technique clumsy and lacking, making him seem less like a blacksmith and more like an unskilled novice. He gripped the mythical forging hammer steady and powerful with each rise and fall. Every strike landed precisely on inconsequential areas, the sound of impact dull and heavy, carrying a chaotic rhythm. It pierced the audience's eardrums. Can this actually forge good equipment? I can't believe it. I don't believe it either, but Master Zhang Xuan is indeed extraordinary. How could an ordinary person understand the world of the extraordinary? Just this. I don't believe that Zhang Xuan can forge good equipment. Based on my years of experience in the casting industry, he knows nothing about forging. He will definitely fail. I bet in the name of a casting expert from the Star Stripe Nation. Shut up. You foreign trash. Is all you can do just talk? With your high-level forging skills, why haven't you produced good equipment? Precious materials obtained through countless dissections quickly gathered and took shape under Zhang Xuan's hammering. He first set about forging a long blade. The long blade was crooked, barely resembling a sword. Lu Ruyan watched in disbelief, wondering if such a blade could be usable. Zhang Xuan caught a glimpse of Lu Ruyan's expression and said earnestly, "Ruyan, this is the first weapon I've forged in my life, and I will give it to you as a gift. I hope you will like it." "Thank you, Brother Xuan. I will definitely take good care of it," Lu Ruyan replied sweetly, while secretly rolling. As the long blade formed and fell to the ground, golden light shot from Zhang Xuan's body once more, and the shape of the long blade began to become pleasing to the eye. From an initially unconventional and odd shape, it gradually transformed into a delicate, long-handled knife. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened, and she began to like this blade. Finally, the forging was complete. Zhang Xuan reluctantly handed over the long blade. As he had grown accustomed to the awe-inspiring savage destruction axe, this blade felt a bit too light for him. Lu Ruyan took the long blade and couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "Mythical quality. This is actually an artifact. Brother Xuan, you're amazing. I love you to death." Zhang Xuan waved his hand and said, "Don't be so excited, it's just basic operation." The viewers in the live broadcast rooms across the Blue Star were stunned upon hearing Lu Ruyan's exclamation. "Oh my gosh, mythical quality. How could it possibly be mythical quality? He was just hammering casually. How can that forge an artifact? This is unbelievable. This completely defies the laws of physics. Is this magic? Cheating. Cheating. We should collectively protest. How could an artifact be forged so easily? This chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom, named Zhang Xuan, must be problematic. Ha ha ha. You foreign trash are still shouting, what good does that do? The National Lux Sovereign definitely won't pay any attention to you. Give up. What? You're still not convinced. If you're not convinced, then die. If you have the ability, then cheat too." The citizens of the Anti-Dragon Kingdom Alliance were furious, but just as some Dragon Kingdom viewers said in the live broadcast room, all of their actions were futile, mere expressions of powerless rage. The National Lux Sovereign is supreme and would never care about any of their demands. The sea breeze was particularly damp and cold in the early morning, yet the atmosphere beside the forge was exceptionally warm. Zhang Xuan gazed at the mountains of divine gear before him, his eyes filled with a sacred glow. All of these were legendary or mythical equipment, including the set of secret silver armor he wore, which had also been reforged, all upgraded to mythical quality. Lu Ruyan also donned a set of mythical quality female battle armor, her bearing as valiant as a Valkyrie, her charm enhanced many times over, causing countless viewers in various live streaming rooms to salivate. Aside from the equipment for the two of them, the remaining gear could outfit 7 or 8 more people. Various spare weapons, armor, accessories, and jewelry were dazzlingly displayed, neatly stacked together, each radiating a pure and uncommon aura far exceeding the quality of regular treasures found on the battlefield. Although these excess pieces of equipment were currently of no use, they were by no means useless. There were still dozens of survivors among the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom, but later, if everyone gathered together, they could exchange these items for something useful from them. If they could not obtain what they needed, lending them the equipment to enhance their strength would also be beneficial. After all, the fate of the nation was closely tied to each chosen one, and strengthening comrades would help elevate the national fortune. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xuan casually stored all the equipment in his spatial ring. After a whole night's work, even with his physique exceeding 200 points, he could not help but feel a hint of fatigue. Lu Ruyan also wore a fatigued expression, but her eyes remained bright and clear. "Ha," Zhang Xuan yawned. "Let's tidy up and head back to the ship for some rest." Back on the ship, he arranged for Lu Ruyan to stay in a crew room, while he entered the quieter and more comfortable cabin. Lu Ruyan's gaze clearly held a hint of grievance. Zhang Xuan felt something unusual in his heart, but ultimately did not do anything extraneous. After all, there were so many eyes watching. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Isolated from the sounds of the outside world and the roars of beasts, the constant temperature and tranquil environment allowed one to completely relax both body and mind. Zhang Xuan quickly fell asleep, resting deeply and soundly. Undisturbed rest allowed him to sleep straight through to noon the next day. The warm sunlight poured through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows into the cabin, illuminating the room softly. Zhang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling invigorated, fully restored. He quietly operated his talent, and then opened his attribute panel, a flicker of unexpected joy crossing his gaze as he saw the newly refreshed divine skills. Chosen 1 Zhang Xuan, National Fortune Dragon Kingdom. 221 Physique, 348 Normal Adults, R10 Spirit, 312 Normal Adults, R10 Talent, Omnipotent Skills, Ancient Demon, Art, Mythical Photosynthesis, Hard Work, Absolute Evasion. 16 Child of Destiny, 19 Dreaming, To Prove the Tao, 19 All-Knowing Map, 16 Willing, To Hook, 19 Iron Will, 13 Multicasting, 13 Following Divine, 19 Within Reach of Heaven, 16 Indestructible, 19 Divine Craftsmanship, 19 Storm Power, Mythical, Lightning Power, Epic Fire Power, Epic Eye of God, Mythical Deep Stealth, Epic Soul, Thirst, Legendary Spatial Ring, some meat, various miscellaneous items, Xian Light Mirror, 1 Cullinan, some natural high quality, fuels, several weapons. Hard work, passive, endless stamina, will never feel fatigued, muscles will not ache from lactic acid buildup, nor dissolve from overuse. Zhang Xuan had not refreshed this divine skill for the first time. He had briefly possessed it before and was well aware of its perverse effects. Unlike other highly random and singularly practical divine skills, hard work was a top-tier auxiliary skill that was universally applicable. The longer one explored and sustained combat, the more terrifying its advantages became. The key point was that the threshold to solidify this divine skill was extremely low, requiring only 2 skill seals. After this refresh, it would be permanently solidified. What a joyful occasion. Looking at his attribute panel, Zhang Xuan could only think of 2 words: invincible. He rose to stretch his body, clearly sensing the changes in his physique. The vitality within him was vast and boundless, like an inexhaustible ocean, regardless of any residual fatigue from before or the high-intensity consumption that might arise in the future. Everything was thoroughly erased. From now on, he would permanently possess boundless stamina, never knowing fatigue. Others would need to rest, adjust their breaths, and conserve their strength. They would feel exhausted, overdrawn, and drained. However, he could engage in endless battles, endless explorations, and endless journeys, maintaining peak condition at all times with no decline whatsoever. Although it seemed not to affect combat power when facing equally matched opponents, he could outlast them until they succumbed. Zhang Xuan stood by the window, gazing at the bright noon sea view outside, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. After briefly savoring the perverse enhancement of the permanent divine skill, his thoughts quickly returned to calm, and he began to plan his next actions. The teleportation portal in the heart of the island was the only route for the chosen ones of various countries to access the initial battlefield. As long as they controlled the teleportation portal, it meant they held the lifeline of all foreign chosen ones. Whoever wished to leave this realm with extraordinary power would have to go through them. However, finding the ruins to activate the magic formation was also urgent. Without activating the formation, no one could take away their extraordinary power. Zhang Xuan pondered for a moment and immediately finalized a complete plan in his mind. He turned and left the captain's quarters, coming to the deck, where he found Lu Rian quietly organizing supplies, and spoke in a calm and composed tone. Next, I plan to set out to sea alone and return to the initial mainland area. Lu Rian was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, looking up at him. You are going alone to activate the formation? Yes. Zhang Xuan nodded gently, his calm tone carrying a hint of determination. I need to activate the formation as quickly as possible to head to the initial battlefield with extraordinary power. There, the speed of enhancing the national fortune may be even faster. You stay here to prevent the chosen ones from other countries from entering the initial battlefield. Although we currently hold an advantage, we cannot allow the other chosen ones to enter the initial battlefield before us, even if they do not carry extraordinary power. The initial battlefield is unknown to everyone, and the unknown represents variables. After I leave, you will guard the teleportation portal to the central ruins. Zhang Xuan said with a fierce expression, if any foreign chosen ones try to enter the initial battlefield through the stone gate, kill without mercy. What if it is our country's chosen ones? Lu Rian asked. Zhang Xuan thought for a moment and replied, if it is our country's chosen ones, it depends on their own choice. The initial battlefield also needs people to explore. Going to the initial battlefield without extraordinary power would undoubtedly encounter danger, but this opportunity is worth the risk, as they can help us obtain intelligence in advance. All right. Lu Rian nodded firmly. I won't let foreigners enter the teleportation array. With her current top-tier divine outfit, her combat power far exceeded that of ordinary chosen ones, making it more than sufficient to guard the island and control the passage. After arranging all matters on the island, Zhang Xuan did not delay any longer. I will be back soon. This warship is left for you. With a low whisper, Zhang Xuan's figure moved, already harnessing the power of the storm to soar into the sky, flying at full speed towards the land. The global audience in the live streaming room erupted upon witnessing this scene, all realizing Zhang Xuan's intentions. Is he going back to the mainland to specifically find those from the Anti-Dragon Kingdom Alliance? My goodness. While others hide in corners to survive and develop, he directly takes the initiative to clear them out. So domineering. Now that Zhang Xuan has his divine gear, that group has no chance of countering at all. With Lu Rian guarding the island, while Zhang Xuan goes out to reap, this layout is too stable, completely locking down the escape routes for all foreign chosen ones. Haha. Zhang Xuan is invincible under heaven. Come and fight if you dare. The long winds howled high in the sky as clouds roiled and churned. Zhang Xuan sped through the air, his mythical battle armor shimmering with light that traced the contours of his form, unassuming yet exuding a calm authority that seemed to overlook all of creation. After solidifying the permanent skill of enduring hardship, his stamina was boundless, feeling not a trace of fatigue. After flying for an extended period, he was astonished to find that his energy recovery speed seemed to have increased several-fold. Upon careful reflection, he grasped the key point.